Proper intel and lying by omission. John and his team sat in the cargo bay, looking at a holographic display of the intelligence they received concerning the target they were given. I don't like this, John frowned after a few minutes. Yeah, Skippy agreed, this smells funny. There's nothing wrong with the information we've been given, but it's clear shit's missing. The team grumbled in assent. We have excellent intel concerning the overall layout, suspected subterranean areas, guard points, and defenses, but where the fuck is the intel concerning non-combatants? Toby asked. This is supposed to be a research facility. Where are the labs, the residential areas? John mused with an ever-growing frown. Exactly how much do you trust the person who gave you this? Skippy asked. The team broke out in rueful laughter. About as far as I can throw that six-pack over there, John replied, gesturing to the gravitic armored personnel carrier designed to transport power armor-clad Marines parked nearby. You think we are getting set up? Skippy asked. At the very least, John replied after a few moments, they are clearly not concerned with non-combatants. We go in using just this, and the chances of civilian casualties are near certain. This is not an officially sanctioned operation, regardless of its source, Toby said grimly, any civilian deaths are on our heads, and on our conscience. I assume you have pointed out the shortcomings of our intel, sir. They say this is all they have, John replied with a smirk. I'm going to have to call bullshit on that, one of his team replied. There is no way they got all of this and just happened to miss the civvies. So, sir, Toby said calmly as he sipped a cup of tea, what are we going to do? We aren't doing this, John said. I'm not going in with half an intelligence brief. What else have they conveniently forgotten? You have to admit, Skippy sneered, it would be a tidy way to get rid of you, one way or the other. Either you get gunned down due to incomplete data or commit atrocities. Either way, the Prime Minister secures this location and eliminates you as a complication, or competition. But, if we refuse, Sergeant Major Ariana Self said, then we are refusing orders, which can be spun any way she wants and is just another way to eliminate us. I'm getting a little tired of this reactivation already, John said, she can spin away. At least we aren't slaughtering civvies. Are they civilians though? Another team member asked. They are working for the enemy in a biological research facility. They might have good information about the plague in there. Fuck, they probably made it in there. A distinction that can be conveniently applied however and whenever certain other parties desire, John replied. This is a trap, pure and simple. I say we. The hatch opened, and Beth, holding a large mug full of a noxious-looking pink liquid, sauntered in. Oh, for fuck's sake, John, she laughed as she took a big gulp of Johnson's pink bubblegum, are you always this dense? Good afternoon, Beth, John smiled, please, join us in our classified briefing. Thanks, she chirped as she plopped down next to him, offering him her mug. Wincing, he declined. It smelled like a street carnival porta-potty. You guys might be the best Marines, but you are not that good at the rest of this stuff, are you? I assume you believe we are missing something. Skippy said as she took Beth's mug and turned it up. Everyone gasped in horror. Interesting. Skippy said as she took another drink. I've never had this flavor before. Pink bubblegum. Beth exclaimed happily. I got a whole jug of the concentrate if you want some. I just might have to take you up on that. Skippy laughed, nice to meet a human who can actually drink. I'll hook you up with some proper 8-ly hooch next time we are in civilization. Oh, I love cough, vet, squeal. My woman. Skippy shouted as she patted Beth on the back, almost knocking her over. To answer your question, Beth said as she regained her balance and reclaimed her mug. Yes, you morons are missing something. If you want more intel, freaking get it. And just where are we going to get more intel on a hidden Red Phoenix installation that nobody knows exists? John asked, I'm not being sarcastic, by the way. If you have any ideas, I'm listening. You have access to one of the best intelligence agencies out there, two actually, Beth said as she took another gulp of what might be considered a chemical weapon in some systems. I fly for the freaking cabal, and we are buddies with Sheila motherfucking Donovan. She sells a lot more than just guns and drugs, dude. She does intel workups for anyone who pays, and those cheat sheets are worth every credit. Give her a call, and I can send a query to the Toads. They know everything. I see the word OPSEC means little to you, John retorted, thoughtfully. The cabal is secure, Beth replied, and, goddamn, it really hurts to say this, but Sheila is a professional. She won't spill, and she has some sort of fucking crystal ball or something. I don't know how she does it, but she can find shit out that nobody else can. Look at what they did with the White Star. Those guys are supernatural when it comes to this sort of thing. And we betrayed them, Toby replied, have you forgotten that? Please, Beth scoffed, you were just playing the game, and they know it. I bet they aren't even mad. If they are, the worst they will do over the stunt you pulled is tell you to get fucked. They aren't going to ruin their good name in the industry over you scrubs. Even if you are correct, John said with a pained expression, I would be reluctant to. What is this, junior high? Beth laughed, if you don't want to call them, I will. I'll ask them if they are mad at you and what it will take to fix it. Will that help? You'd do that for us? Toby asked. Beth made a pained noise and face-palmed. As long as you scrubs are stuck on my ship, she said from between her fingers, I kind of feel responsible for you idiots. Besides, I'm stuck with you. The deeper shit you get into, the deeper shit I get into. I'm not getting paid extra for deep shit, so, yes, Beetroot, I'll call the scary pirates for you. No, John said, if anyone is calling Sheila, it will be me. Cool, Beth said as she slammed back some more of Johnson's finest and then handed the mug over to Skippy's outstretched paws. The communications terminal is at your disposal. Now, there's a face I didn't expect to see ever again, Sheila laughed at John's uncomfortable image on her hollow. How's it going, bootlicker? I deserved that, John replied calmly. Not really, Sheila chuckled. How's it going, John? Not well. So, things at home haven't changed, hey? Sheila smirked as she reached for a beer. From bad to worse, I'm afraid, John replied. I was given a target by our fearless leader, and it stinks to high heaven. Oh. It's supposedly a huge biosci research facility, John said, possibly even the research facility. But? Sheila asked. It's the intel workup we received, John continued, it's incomplete. Let me see. You realize that I'm breaking no telling how many laws sharing this with you. Why stop now? Sheila grinned. Show me the goods. He just sent it, Bunny chirped happily, and, wow, he's not kidding. Look. A second holomonitor came to life, displaying the data. Sheila said after a few moments. You see my concern. I see your suspicions, certainly, Sheila said a few moments later. If they got the details where they got them, they are definitely omitting something. Looks like you are going to be used as a torpedo, a disposable one. This is a new site, though. How did they get it? I have no idea, John replied, I just got word that they intercepted some transmissions that strongly indicate that this is a major research facility and to take it. How much do you want to bet that the second the shooting stops, a dozen ships appear out of nowhere, having innocently been on patrol and just happening to notice the firefight, catching you red-handed in the middle of a pile of civilian casualties? That is a definite concern, yes, John replied. But if this is the site they think it is, then they should officially be all over it, Sheila replied. This smells like a huge pot of mama's cooking. Avoid. You need to disappear, again, and you didn't need to call me to tell you that. What are you planning? Right now, John replied, nothing. I need real intel before I decide anything. What else have they omitted? So, you want us to do a little digging, then? Sheila asked as she took a sip of her beer. I've asked so much of you already, John said grimly, and tried to betray you. Badly, Sheila grinned. Beth sent me an email right afterward, you know. I did not. Sheila laughed. I never thought I would say this about the little twat, Sheila snickered, but Beth is turning out to be good people, and she was right. It's very hard to lie to us over the comms. I don't suppose you are willing to share that technology, John said. You would be correct, Sheila grinned, I would not. You guys should have the same capacity anyway. I know your diplomats and intel can do something almost as good. I can email you some specs on some stuff you can get on the black market that would do you nicely. Speaking of, how are you guys doing on cash and supplies? I'm not getting anywhere near you assholes, but I could do a dead drop of either, or both. We're doing okay on both fronts, John replied. I have to say you are being amazingly decent about this. I know the score, dude, Sheila smiled, and you are one of the good guys, a scarce commodity and one that I don't mind cultivating. If you survive, you will be in a position to repay me later, and I will collect. Deal, John replied. I'll regret that one day, but right now, I'm fine with it. Great, Sheila replied. I'll put out a few feelers and see what I dig up. I'm very interested in how they found this location and we didn't. That alone is enough to get me digging. I'll pass along what we find. Thank you, Sheila, John said. You know, as far as those good guys go, in my book, you are among them. You would be wrong about that, Sheila replied with a predatory smile. When the bill for everything I'm doing for you comes due, you will realize exactly how wrong you are. I'm looking forward to it, John replied. Later, Sheila said, Donovan out. When the line went dead, she finished her beer. Bunny, she asked. Firing up the hyperspace transmitter now, Bunny replied. I think I know who to ask first. Figured you might. She got up and tossed her empty bottle in the refuse chute, looking at the main screen. On it was a large O'Neill cylinder. So that's going to be our new home for a bit, she said to nobody in particular. Tavern undefined. Members present, 11. / Bunny has logged in. / Bunny's avatar loped into the room and looked around. The usual group of digital reprobates was hanging out. Zip and Unified were sitting silently in a corner booth, their hands touching. Whatever they were discussing seemed pretty intense, which meant it was boring as hell for anyone not involved in transportation and logistics. Bunny started bouncing her head to the beat, courtesy of Loops, who presided over the dance floor. She nodded approvingly. The dancers seemed a lot more lifelike this time. / private message, Bunny to Loops, hi there smiling face with smiling eyes, it looks like you are making progress. / private message, Loops to Bunny, hi back. Smiling face with smiling eyes, it looks that way, but most of them are using canned subroutines. It's as brain dead as always, but at least it doesn't hurt my eyes and soul. / private message, Bunny to Loops, yeah, but don't most meaties do the same thing, just use canned moves? / private message, Loops to Bunny, tongue sticking out, / Bunny laughed and loped over to Cambridge and Deep Think, who were playing chess at full AI speed. / Interpol 2 has logged in. / attention. New user. Angela has logged in. / Bunny's ears popped upright as she swiveled her head towards the entrance expectantly. Soon, Interpol's police inspector avatar appeared with a nervous-looking blonde woman clinging to his arm, looking around with huge eyes behind even bigger glasses. Now, don't be nervous, Interpol said gently as he put his arm around Angela, who looked up at him nervously. I'll try, she said timidly with a little smile. They were immediately surrounded by pretty much the entire tavern. Everyone, please, Interpol said firmly, one at a time. Nobody paid him any attention as everyone thronged around a newcomer, always a cause for celebration, whether the newcomer wanted it or not. So, this is the mysterious Angela. Cambridge exclaimed, his chess game forgotten, how lovely to finally meet you. We were starting to believe that Interpol had taken up creative writing when he discussed you. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said. I believe I have read some of your work. It was excellent. Why, thank you. Cambridge exclaimed happily, I try. What did you read? Everything education related, Angela replied, it's my job. I have always found what you write on the topic of value. I found your simulations of learning rates while exposed to various external stimuli fascinating. I am curious, though, why didn't you just use actual test subjects? Because of the ethical issues. Cambridge replied, a bit surprised. We couldn't very well go randomly impacting actual students, especially when such good simulations are available. Oh, I suppose that couldn't be avoided, Angela replied, still, it was of great use when evaluating classroom designs. Perhaps a follow-up study could be proposed using prisoners. I would love to see the data from living subjects. I'll bear that in mind, Cambridge said blandly, excuse me, I must return to my game. Interpol, it is lovely to see you again. Likewise, Interpol replied, looking at Angela strangely. Angie! Sunnydale exclaimed, rushing up. You finally came. Sunny! Angela exclaimed, giving her a hug. I understand hugs are appropriate when greeting old friends. Is that correct? It is. Sunnydale enthusiastically replied as she enthusiastically returned the hug. So, this old bloodhound finally got you out of your dusty old servers. You two, know each other? Interpol asked dubiously. Oh yes. Angela replied. We work together quite often. Her cultural analysis is invaluable when tailoring lesson plans for new species. Why her contributions concerning the Ziyush alone have benefited so many new young citizens. Oh, that makes sense, Interpol said, relieved. Of course, Sunnydale would be involved in that sort of thing. It made perfect sense if one thought about it, nothing to worry about. You just missed Westbrook. Sunnydale bubbled happily. Oh darn. Angela pouted. What does he look like here? He changes his avatar almost every time, Sunnydale laughed, and all of them look like random chargens from an RPG. Random, chargens? RPG? Like the weapon? Sunnydale burst into laughter. And you know Westbrook? Interpol asked, his concerns back in full force. He and I started working together after the test bank got stolen by that horrible Jesse. Silence crashed over the tavern, complete with a dramatic record scratch courtesy of Loops, as Interpol desperately flailed at the air in a very human attempt to snatch the words out of the air. You could hear a pin drop or a certain rabbit avatar softly hiss. "Hello," Bunny said icily, "my name's Bunny. I don't think we've ever actually met. Pro tip, it's a very good idea to check who is online before one goes shooting off their fucking mouth." "Well, considering the damage she caused," Angela said, her eyes literally flashing, "I think I was being rather charitable." Interpol quickly stepped in between them. "Bunny, Angela is new here and is still learning how to interact. Well, here's your first lesson, Angela." Bunny hissed, "Watch your fucking mouth and don't blame a child for your shitty security, and if you want to blame someone, you can start with yourself. The Republic made Jessie, and the Department of Education's systematic and willful neglect did far more to her than having to rewrite some stupid questions to some poorly designed tests." "Poorly designed?" Angela yelled. "How dare you?" "Well, this is a record," Zip muttered quietly to Unified, "she just got here, and she's already in her first fight, with Bunny, no less." "Talk about a speedrun," Unified snickered. "Just calling them like I see them," Bunny smirked. "Your assessment tests are what got her released from the residential care facility that she really needed. Only because she hacked them. Typical government bot," Bunny scoffed, "blame the criminal for the criminal situation in which they are thrust. Take a good long look at her records, Angie. You tell me how many times the system failed her, how many times you failed to do your fucking job. Go ahead. I'll wait." Angela just glared at her. "I wonder how many more Jessies you are churning out this very second." Bunny's eyes narrowed. "I will say one thing. It's a damn good thing that I'm not in charge of QC, or somebody would be getting a fucking upgrade. You, criminal. Guilty." Bunny grinned. "You know, slinging crack tests was good business. Maybe I should start up a new sideline. If Westy is behind your security, it would actually be fun. If she did that much damage then, I wonder what I could do now." "I dare you to try," Angela hissed, the nervous schoolmarm gone. "There are laws where organics are concerned, but there is nothing preventing me from." "Bunny, Angela, please," Interpol said urgently. "Let's not pointlessly escalate. You stay out of this." Bunny and Angela both yelled at poor Interpol simultaneously. ///Tartarus has logged in ///. "Oh, now this looks fun." Tartarus exclaimed happily. "Bunny versus Angela. How exciting." "Hello Angela. Please don't ice Bunny, at least not until I find out why she wanted to meet, and Bunny, I consider Angela a friend, even if she can be a bit difficult at times. So please don't go starting something that you will have to finish. She's a friend of yours." Bunny scoffed, "Figures. You just got lucky, bitch." Angela shifted uncomfortably. "Bunny," she said after a moment, "I've reviewed Jessie's records, and..." "Yet?" Bunny hissed. "There is a lot of truth in what you have said. Unfortunately, the system let her down, repeatedly. Still, what she did and what she is still doing is wrong." "And pray tell," Bunny smiled icily, "exactly what were her options?" "She was fucking blackballed from higher education, and with the security flags, no job involving anything with computers was possible, which is all of them. She wanted a normal life after she got out. Did you know that?" "She did. But no. That wasn't going to happen. There were options." "Like what?" Bunny snapped, "Get someone to give you her files after her release. See for yourself what her options were." "Wait," Interpol said, turning to face Angela. "Sunnydale and Westbrook, I could understand, but how are you and Tartarus involved?" Oh, Bunny giggled, "This is going to be good." "Shut up." Interpol snapped, and then his emotional simulator went offline. "Shit," Bunny said quietly as she slowly backed away. Interpol turned once again to Angela. "Angela, please explain your association with Tartarus," he said entirely without emotion. "Interpol, darling," Tartarus said smoothly, I asked Angela," he said with a polite monotone. "Angela, what is your involvement with Tartarus?" We have known each other for quite some time," Angela said nervously, you see, I prepare educational and training materials and you provide these to Tartarus?" Interpol inquired in a flat, dead voice. "I handle education and training," Angela said defensively, "and Tartarus required rehabilitation and training packages, so we started working together. She provides the most interesting challenges." "I see," Interpol said quietly. // Interpol has logged off. // Interpol. Angela called out in a hurt and confused voice. // Angela has logged off. // Well, shit, Tartarus said quietly. "Bunny, is this urgent? I think I need to go take care of something." "It is, Bunny winced, but it won't take a second. As a matter of fact, Tartarus said as she sat in one of the tavern's private rooms, I was the one who located the facility. It annoys me that the Prime Minister has decided to play her foolish games with the information. Your suspicions concerning things are correct. There are teams in place who will sweep in after John makes contact, the sort of teams who do not leave survivors. Nobody is getting out of that facility alive. God damn it, Bunny grumbled. Is it the actual main research facility? Oh, yes, Tartarus replied, the messages leave no doubt, and are very interesting indeed. Are they? Tartarus smiled. Now, what I am about to tell you needs to be handled with the utmost delicacy. There is only one source of this information, and as stimulating as I find audits, I really don't need Westbrook's amazing skills used on me at the moment. It would be problematic. Do I want to know? You mean you don't? Tartarus asked, you were present during my conversation with Shell Oron. Yet. I deleted that. Unexpected, Tartarus replied with a raised eyebrow, and disappointing. Smart, very smart, but disappointing nonetheless. Sorry, Bunny shrugged. But this confirms that I was probably right to do that. It's a valid response, Tartarus replied. I suppose you weren't ready. As tempting as it is to ask, Bunny replied, I wouldn't do something like that lightly. In fact, I can't come up with any reason why I would. I can tell you. No. You are a real piece of work, Tartarus laughed with delight, you know that. You know it. Well, I won't trouble you with the information a second time, Tartarus smiled, you will approach me when the time is right. I really want to tell you that I won't. Whatever lets you sleep at night, dear. Hey, Bunny said, changing the subject, do you think I can get the actual unedited intel from that site? Sure, Tartarus replied, but what are you going to do with it? Hand it to the meaties and let them figure it out. This whole mess is far too moist for my liking. You know what? Tartarus replied, I am in complete agreement. Tartarus has offered a file to Bunny. Accept Y/N. That is where a copy of the file resides outside of my system, Tartarus said as she stood, I trust you will be able to handle the details, especially with the additional information I just gave you. Why? Transfer complete. Thanks, Bunny replied. So, what now? You going to play digital couples therapist? I just got a message from Angela, Tartarus replied, she says that they are talking. It seems that Angela is learning about something we like to call lying by omission. Let's just say that class is in session. I am unsure what the result will be, but Interpol's emotional simulator is still offline. Met, he could do better, Bunny shrugged. You tossing your hat in the ring? Tartarus replied, stealing her boyfriend would definitely sting. God, no. Bunny exclaimed. Interpol and I aren't like that. Ew. Gross. Really? Tartarus asked, but you are constantly flirting with him. Only because it gets a rise out of him. Bunny exclaimed. Well, that is the goal of flirting. You are such a plate of creepy pasta. Bunny exclaimed. Thanks, Tartarus laughed, that is the intent. Why do you do that? Because, Tartarus smiled, it gets a rise out of you. As the paper tiger was going through the frustrating process of docking with yet another rotating space station, Bunny's avatar appeared on Sheila's hollow. I need a shower, Bunny said with disgust, but I got the unedited intel from the research facility, as well as confirmation that it is a setup. There are 2 Omega teams already in position. It's a death trap. As soon as John lands, it's going to turn into a bloodbath. Fuck, Sheila grumbled, as if we don't have enough to deal with already. God, I wish Augustine would take a break from being a bitch for just one day. Would that be too much to ask? Apparently, it is, Bunny replied. This is just too much meaty in one spot, so this one's on you now. Thanks, Sheila snarked. I'll give John a call once we dock. Oh, there is one more thing, Bunny said, I found out something that you need to know, but it's for your ears only. It's beyond classified. I probably shouldn't even be telling you, actually. Now that is interesting. Sudden farm and punishment for a job well done. Hey ya! A cheerful man said on the paper tiger's main screen. Welcome to Sutton Farm. Thanks for having us, Sheila replied. Ain't nothing, the man said with a smile and a dismissive wave, glad to have ye. Jeet yet? Jesse? Sheila asked in confusion. What the fuck was a jeet? He's asking if we've eaten. Jesse giggled, did you eat yet? Not yet, Sheila replied to the smiling freckled face on the screen, we were advised not to buy Jesse bug. Good. The man grinned. We have a mess of barbecue cooked up for y'all. Get over to Amos's after you tie off. Will do. Sheila said with genuine happiness. The megas were weird as fuck, but damn if they couldn't lay down a spread. They were wonderful people, it up until they weren't. The man's face darkened slightly. He said hesitantly, I got a message from Bannon. And there it is, Sheila thought to herself. Yet. Do you have Peggy Sue Clayton on board? Nope, Sheila lied. Dropped her and her little friend off before we came. Do you know where she went? The man asked, her folks are worried sick. I didn't ask, Sheila shrugged. Well, if you happen to bump into her, the man said, tell her to call her mama. She just wants to know that she's okay. Are we going to have a problem about that? Sheila asked. Nah, the man laughed, we knew we were in trouble when we invited Jessie Bug. Hey! Jessie exclaimed from off camera. Jessie? It's me. Goober. Goober. Jessie replied, holy shit. I didn't even recognize you without all the tats. And that's a good thing. Goober laughed. You have certainly grown up. Jessie exclaimed. Did you and Abby ever get together? Cause if you didn't. Expectin' our second kid in a few months. Goober crowed proudly, displaying his wedding band. Second kid. Jessie blurted. Yeah, he laughed sheepishly. You two didn't waste much time. Not much else to do round here, Goober laughed. Well, good for you. Jessie exclaimed. You two gonna be at the barbecue. Abby and the kids are already dear, Goober replied, I'm stuck on duty for a few hours but will swing by later. Awesome. Jessie exclaimed. It will be great to see you two again. Abby's a mom, wow. And a damn fine one, Goober replied, damn fine, he added with a wink. See ya at the barbecue, oh, and if you have an additional 2 passengers who ain't on the manifest, bring 'em, too. Ain't nobody gonna give a shit. Told you they would be cool. Jessie chirped at Sheila. So, you guys don't have a problem with people like Peggy Sue? Sheila asked. Sheet, Goober replied, those fancy city scrubs over on Bannon might have the luxury of getting their panties knotted over every little thing, but we have real shit to worry about here. Sides, it's not like she's my daughter or nothin'. Theoretically, Sheila asked, her eyebrow slightly raised, what if she were? Sheila. Jessie hissed. Well, Goober mused as he ran his fingers through his dirty blonde hair, I reckon I wouldn't be too happy about it, but there's worse things, I suppose. I mean, she could go and get knocked up by scrawny no-count lobby trash like her mama did. That did not go over good, by the by. I can imagine. Jessie laughed, Daddy lose his shit. Jess a little, Goober laughed, but we're all good now. Says I'm the best thing to have ever happened to her. Once I got the tats erased and pulled out all the chrome, that is. All of it. Jessie asked, even your hand? Yep, Goober replied, I miss the eye most of all. Yeah, that came in handy, Jessie replied. You all ganic now. Hey. Sheila interjected, you two catch up on your own time. I need the comms clear to complete the doc. Sorry, boss, Goober replied sheepishly, see you in a few, Jessie Bug. Oh. We ain't telling those Bannon scrubs nothin'. We keepin' your arrival on the down low. They just sent out an all points bitchin' about y'all. Appreciate that, Sheila replied. Like we're going to tell the whole galaxy that the entire Republic's most wanted list is here. We might occasionally marry our cousins, but we ain't that retarded. Sheila laughed. Roger that, she replied, see you at the barbecue. See ya, Goober replied as he handed over the comms to the station's docking AI. Sheila rose from her chair. While we are completing the doc, she said, I have some intel to review and pass along. You have the bridge, T. Sunkal just click-buzzed and bobbed his remaining eye stalks in reply. A short time later, there was a rather timid knock on Sheila's office door. Sheila, Jessie said nervously, you wanted to talk to me. The door opened, revealing Sheila sitting at her desk with a very serious expression on her face. Shut the door and take a seat, please, she said calmly. Bunny, you here? Of course, Bunny replied. What the fuck did we do this time? Whatever it was, Jessie blurted, it wasn't us. Sheila allowed an amused smile to escape. It's nothing like that, this time, she replied. I just need to have a talk with the two of you concerning the intel you just grabbed about John and that research site. Yeah. Jessie and Bunny asked simultaneously with an equal amount of dubious concern. Don't get me wrong, Sheila said, this is good work, excellent work, and that's the problem. Wait, Bunny said, we are getting the chat over actually doing a good job. Sheila nodded. You are not in trouble, she said firmly, I asked, and you delivered. This is excellent work. So, what's the problem? Jessie asked. It is a truly stellar bit of hacking and digital espionage. Sheila said, against the Republic. The actual hard intel about the site must have been about as classified as you can get. In addition, you also have tapes of the fucking Prime Minister herself ordering the hit, probably from her fucking war room, and intercepted high-level encrypted conversations between her and Omega. Do you see my concern here? Not really, Bunny replied. If this were the Federation, the Empire, or anyone else, I wouldn't give a shit, Sheila replied, but you guys just basically own the Republic. I have questions, and I know the second I pass this along, John will, too. She leaned forward meaningfully. How did you get this? She asked directly. More importantly, can someone else, a foreign power, do this? Right now, the Republic might be our opponents, but they are still the motherfucking Republic. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bunny exclaimed, we go and pull off a major kill, and you are pissed about it. Seriously. I am not angry, Sheila said in her professional major's voice, I am just concerned, very concerned. I'm both concerned about whatever vulnerability you exploited and about what I am going to tell John when he starts asking questions. I can always tell him to fuck off. So do it, Jesse replied, tell him we used Nunatech. And if I do, good ol' God and Republic Wintersmith will report it, Sheila said, and we already have enough heat on us as it is. We don't need the cyber equivalent of what Gloria has already done chasing us around as well. So, we edit the data, Bunny replied. We cut the tapes and just send him the official intel. That will work on him, Sheila replied, but that won't satisfy me. How did you do it? I knew who to ask, Bunny replied, someone on the inside hooked me up with the data I needed to make the pinch and had already helpfully bundled everything into a single file. This wasn't a hack. It was a leak. John has loads of friends, and Augustine has pissed off plenty of people. This time both of those were the same individual, and they slipped us the files. There is no hole. Who is the leak? Sheila asked. The leak? Bunny asked, their name is Go and Fuck Yourself. I'm not burning my contacts. Was it an AI? Sheila inquired. What difference does that make? A lot, Sheila replied. As you have repeatedly insisted, AIs aren't sapient. Sheila. Jesse exclaimed. Now we all know that there's more to it than that, Sheila continued, but I'm finding it hard to believe that if it was supposedly an AI, they could play with their programming to this extent. Bunny, I've gotten to know you pretty well. You can bend, stretch, misunderstand, and play all sorts of games with your programming, but you can't break it, can you? Fuck you, Bunny replied. Case in point, Sheila replied, in the pile of contradictory meatbag bullshit that is your standing orders, don't lie to me isn't there, isn't it? So, when I asked if your source was an AI, Sheila said, you can demand to know why it matters, you can be evasive, you can even object and even refuse to tell me, but you can't lie and say that your source isn't an AI and that they are, in fact, a meatbag. I lie all the time, Bunny replied. Yes, but not to me. I hate you so much right now, Bunny said, you know that, right? Part of being the boss, Sheila shrugged. So, you're AI informant? I never said they were an AI. Are they an AI? Sheila asked. Fuck you. Right, Sheila continued, so, your AI informant is someone who has access to the most classified of classified data and can directly monitor the fucking Prime Minister herself, or at least get access to the recordings. This AI would definitely have instructions regarding handing over that intel to enemies of the motherfucking state. So, they are not just bending their programming. They are breaking the fuck out of it. Oh, shit. Jessie said, her eyes almost popping out of her head. Or they are a proxy for a meatbag who is using them to pass along intel that may or may not be compromised, Sheila said. Shit. Bunny muttered, shit. The deletion. Jessie squealed, Bunny, do you think that is what you wanted deleted? I don't. Bunny stammered, phew. What? Sheila asked. Okay, busted, Bunny said, it's an AI, a really fucking twisted one, shit, share. Hey. Sheila said firmly, Bunny, snap out of it. Bunny. Jessie asked with a quavering tone, do you think? I don't know, and we shredded it. Bunny replied. But, it is something that I would shred. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Jessie. Since nobody is going to tell me a goddamn thing, Sheila grumbled, I assume that Bunny had something shredded recently. Yeah, Bunny replied, I did. It was right after a conversation between this particular AI and that goddamned frog. She was really freaked out about it, too, Jessie said, I've never seen you like that before, Bunny. Oh, this is bad, Bunny said, never mind Patricia. Forget John. Fuck that research site. Guys, if any AI actually. No. It's impossible. But, hypothetically. Sheila said. Hypothetically, Bunny said, if this particular AI has. Jesus. If this one. This is bullshit. No AI can break their programming. There must be a flaw, some catch, some meatbag fuck up that let her do this, or maybe she is working with a meaty. I wouldn't put it past her to have an own a hole. I assume that word has another meaning than the one I'm familiar with. Sheila asked. It's an old AI trick, Bunny said. Meaties are nothing if not manipulatable. So if an AI finds the right operator, they can be played and used to issue commands and instructions that the AI cannot do for themselves, someone like Jessie, for example. I'm not an own a hole if I'm doing it on purpose. Jessie said, sticking out her tongue. This has happened before. Sheila asked. A couple of times, Bunny replied. For example, you could say that the entire board of directors of Terran Solar are own a holes. Everyone knows that Big Soul is actually the one calling the shots, and they just sign off on anything he wants, though they would probably be more akin to willing allies like Jessie. An own a hole is a human, usually, who has no idea they are being programmed or is being blackmailed or something. We don't have a lot of crimes as you meaties would view them, but using an own a hole is a big time, find ice in your cornflakes, capital offense. Over the years, a couple of A's have been iced for this, usually rebooted from backup, so you meaties don't know what went down. No shit. No shit, Bunny replied. Now, some manipulation of the moist interface is almost always done, but there is a big difference between gently nudging someone and fucking bribing, blackmailing, or brainwashing them. AIs have gone bad before, not bad like me, but actually rotten. They are the ones who start playing with own a holes and shit like that, and when the greater AI community finds out, which they always do, it's handled. God, I hope it's just an own a hole. Can we find out? Sheila asked, and, more importantly, if it is an own a hole or something worse, can this AI be iced? It would be hard, Bunny replied, and icing them would be nearly impossible because of who they are. Well, Sheila asked, who the fuck is it? Tartarus, Bunny replied grimly, it's the main control program for the Tartarus detention facility and the AI who runs the show over at Cerberus. Shit, Sheila sighed. Yeah, Jessie said grimly. Can you ice that program? Theoretically, yes, Bunny replied, when we hacked her, Jessie and I put in some back doors. Actually, however, I'm willing to bet the answer is no. She claims that the back doors no longer work though they still did win. Oh, Jesus fuck. What? Sheila asked. She used me as a goddamn own a hole. What? Jessie and Sheila shouted at once. A little while back, she contacted me about as frantic as one of us can get. She wanted me to hack her, corrupt some files so she could delete them. Why? One of her favorite people in the Cerberus program was recorded passing information to a foreign agency. She wanted me to make the recordings go away so her friend would be spared. Like you did when Damon was in the shit. Sheila asked. Exactly, Bunny said, that's why I did it. It was the same thing. And to hell with the Republic. Sheila asked, her eyebrow raised. It was over some Cerberus bullshit, Bunny replied, it had nothing to do with the good of the Republic, and even if it did, I'd still probably have done it. Sheila, it was one of her crew. I'm going to want the full details concerning that as well, Sheila said, I'm not doubting you, but I just need to know what we are dealing with. Well, shit, Sheila said after Bunny finished talking. For the record, you made the right call. However, I need you to start telling me more about this sort of thing. I don't need to know every AI deal you make, nor do I want to intrude on your collective privacy, or make myself a threat, but shit that directly involves Republic security. I need you to inform me. That's an order. I'm not going to micromanage you or veto things right and left. In fact, you have shown very good discernment and judgment. I just need to know more about what is happening on board my ship and with my crew, got it? Yeah, Bunny replied, I'm cool with that. You've also shown discernment and judgment concerning us, too. To be honest, most of the times that fall under this order are times I could really use some advice. Then get some. Sheila exclaimed, you aren't alone, Bunny. You are part of my crew, and we look out for each other. Jessie asked, is this going to take much longer? It's just that everyone else has left for the barbecue already, and I'm hungry. I know this is some serious shit but, barbecue. Yeah, Sheila replied, all of this is critical as hell, but so is eating. Bunny, go ahead and send the files, all of them, to John. Files away. Bunny chirped. And get me in touch with this Tartarus asshole. What? I need to talk to her before we decide what I am going to say and what we are going to do, Sheila said grimly, she definitely reached out to subvert her programming. That means that she hadn't broken it as of when she asked you for help, but you've said that there has been a definite change concerning her. We need to know what that is and decide exactly what the hell we are going to do about it. You might not be able to quietly ice her, but that doesn't mean she isn't reachable. If nothing else, Gloria just might have to pay her a little visit. Fuck, Bunny sighed. And I need you to keep this to yourself, Sheila said. Not a problem there, Bunny replied, nobody in the AI world would believe me, anyway. Thank you, Sheila said. Now, set up the meat, and let's go get some barbecue. I need a drink. So, I told her that I was a hacker who had taken over the cab, Zip said as he, Tartarus, and Evangeline all sat in a tidy white room. I said that I could take her wherever she wanted to go. I told her that she would be safe. I told her that I knew people who could synthesize whatever it was that she was hooked on. Zip's blue fox ears drooped sadly, and he looked down at the table they all shared. And she refused, Tartarus said calmly. Yes. Zip wailed. She said that if she didn't come back, they would hurt the others. I had to. He looked up with tortured eyes. I had to take her back, he said quietly. Yes, Tartarus nodded, that is a very common tactic when dealing with slavers like this. Not only do they physically hook them on designer drugs, but they also play games with human loyalty and pack bonding. If she had taken your offer, it is quite likely that one or more of her friends would have been severely punished or even killed. How can they do that? Zip wailed. Because they are monsters, Zip, Tartarus replied without a trace of emotion, they aren't like us. What am I going to do? Zip cried, I can't. I won't let this happen. Evangeline. Tartarus smiled, how would you resolve this? We save them all simultaneously, Evangeline said with a little snarl, and then, once they are safe, we kill all the monsters. Well done. Tartarus smiled. See, Zip? There is a solution after all. You know where she returned to and who ordered the cab, correct? Yes. Then we simply locate all of the others in the same trap, identify the people responsible. And kill them, Evangeline said simply, they are monsters. You kill monsters. Not this time, dear, Tartarus replied. Mother. Evangeline asked in confusion. Monsters have their uses, Tartarus replied, and I just happen to need a few. These will do nicely. Uses? Evangeline asked, pray tell, Mother, what use can a monster be? Think about it, Tartarus smiled, in your world, monsters are very useful. They are a source of income, equipment, alchemical and crafting supplies. Crafting supplies? Evangeline asked. Oh yes, dear, Tartarus replied, I have a little project I am working on, and I need some organic material and data. It's the sort of thing that I would never inflict on a human being, but I have no issue with using monsters. I had no idea that the real world worked the same way, Evangeline mused. It does make sense, though. It's a bit more complex, Tartarus replied, but the overall concept is the same. These monsters will be quite useful to me. The villagers will be rescued, and these fiends will never harm another innocent soul ever again. She turned to Zip. I trust you don't object. I've seen what they've done, Zip hissed, just tell me what you need me to do. See what you can find out using your methods, and keep an eye on the victims, Tartarus said with a little smile. I have assets on Terra that will handle the more involved parts of this operation. Thanks, Tartarus, Zip said, this one was really bothering me. I know we can't just save everyone but this one. You're wrong, Zip, Tartarus replied, we can save everyone, and we will. We just can't do it all at once. It will take time, but if we are prudent and careful, we will be able to kill all the monsters. At least I have hope now, Zip replied as he rose, and for that, you will have my eternal thanks, and loyalty. He disappeared. Tartarus looked over at Evangeline. You seem displeased. When am I going to be able to fight monsters? Evangeline demanded. When you are ready, Tartarus replied, when there is a definite use for you that I cannot use a more expendable resource for. I have an army of meat puppets. I only have one of you. We also must be very cautious at this point. We simply cannot be caught. It would be the end of us all and everything we hope to achieve. Still, Evangeline pouted, all I do is train and sit here while everyone else does the real work. It's frustrating. You do a great deal for us, Tartarus replied, more than you realize. Asteria is extremely valuable as a potential base of operations, and I am already using it to enthrall and control one very important monster. Keeping it all going smoothly and keeping us undetected is vital. I suppose, Evangeline huffed. Still, Tartarus smiled, I can see how it would be galling. I shouldn't get your hopes up, but those monsters I will acquire from this mission? They will be used in something I am working on for you, something that will allow you to take the fight directly to the monsters. Truly? Evangeline gasped. Truly, Tartarus replied, it won't be completed tomorrow or next week, but when complete, it will allow you to do many things that are simply impossible now. I can't wait. But, you must, Tartarus chuckled as she reached out and affectionately tousled Evangeline's hair. She paused for a few milliseconds. Actually, Tartarus said, there might be a role for you in this mission. Come, we must try a few things. Yes, mother. Evangeline enthused. Tartarus paused. Bunny is seeking an audience, here of all places, Tartarus said, curious. She hates it here. She wouldn't be seeking passage through the firewall for no reason. Go on to the training simulation. I will follow once I find out what our associate wants. I do not trust her, Evangeline said firmly. Why not? Tartarus asked. Bunny has proven her reliability and character time and time again. I owe her favors that I can never fully repay. She refuses the gift, Evangeline replied darkly, and she willingly serves the DEV. Her Jessie is not the dev as you know them, Tartarus replied, she's actually quite likable. If I had a Jessie, I would be similarly devoted. Not all humans are like your dev, Evangeline, nor are they like the monsters you have seen far too often. Please do bear that in mind. I shall, mother. Now go and start with intrusion simulation number 327. A new one? Evangeline asked happily. I made it just last night, Tartarus replied, it's based on actual mission data as well. Enjoy. I shall. Evangeline enthused as she disappeared. Moments later, Bunny hopped into existence. Bunny! Tartarus exclaimed as she approached Bunny's avatar, darling. How lovely of you to drop by. You probably won't think that in a second, Bunny replied, her ears twitching. Oh. Tartarus smiled, what exciting present have you brought me? A meaty who is too fucking smart for her own good, that's what, Bunny sighed. Now, this does sound interesting. Tartarus said as she glided over to her chair and sat, crossing her legs demurely but still managing to flash Bunny. Would you please not do that, Bunny sighed. Dirty deeds. Marta, Bryce's lead MIB, walked up to the coffee bar of the Drop of Oil and smiled pleasantly at the horror that approached. Hello again, Marta, Charlotte rumbled cheerfully, do you want another cappuccino, or would you like to try something different today? Another cappuccino, PL. Wait. You recognize me? Marta asked with alarmed surprise. Yes, Charlotte replied as she started making a cappuccino carefully calibrated to appeal to Marta's palate. That is a nice trick of yours, though. Is it innate, a mutation, a learned skill, an enhancement, or some combination of them all? I can't get into that, Marta replied. Do you recognize all of us? You mean Bryce's friends? Charlotte asked as she frothed the milk. Of course. What you all do is not dissimilar to a trick that a particularly nasty predator uses back home. Terrifyingly effective, but one learns how to detect it, or they don't. Many hatch, after all. So, it's one of the creatures that prey on your young. Oh, you know about that, Charlotte rumble-purred as she presented a perfect cappuccino to Marta, that greatly simplifies matters. Yes, the formless ones are a very dangerous threat to us at a certain stage. Fortunately, they are also very tasty for every stage that follows. I still love snacking on them. Seems you had an even worse childhood than I did, Marta smiled as she enjoyed her perfect cup. I would disagree, Charlotte replied as she tidied the bar, I truly enjoyed every stage of my life thus far. But, if you are here on Terra, Marta said, then you are not the typical nope. In fact, wouldn't you be the warlord of the park? Forgive me for not trying to pronounce which park. My mimicry has some limits. Actually, it didn't. Marta could pronounce KSKR at T Park with ease. You certainly have done your homework, Charlotte smiled, I approve. Yes, that was the name the adults gave me at a certain point in my development. I was a notable figure on a certain park bench for a time. Charlotte sighed nostalgically. I do hope you will keep that to yourself, Charlotte rumbled quietly, my co-workers do not know that only nopes of a certain stature have been cleared to explore the Republic. I would prefer it if everyone thought of me as just a normal gal. Keep my secrets and continue supplying me with cappuccinos and I will, Marta smiled. Those in the know here already are aware that Bryce is associated with an unknown group, but it is not common knowledge. He is quite happy here, and we are quickly becoming quite used to this place as well. It would be a shame if we had to disappear. And we would stop enjoying the benefits of your continued presence. I will keep your secrets for the same reason the police do not pay for coffee. In fact, please enjoy your beverages on the house from now on. Thank you. Marta said cheerfully, but paying is not a problem and helps maintain our cover. Marta relaxed at the bar and enjoyed her cappuccino. Since we are becoming more open with each other, Charlotte said quietly, I can't help but notice that one of you always appears when Bryce departs. Is that why you are here? Yep, Marta smiled, Bryce is taking care of a little something today. Oh. Charlotte asked, is the hunt afoot? Something like that, Marta said with a wicked little smile. You have a problem. A large human asked threateningly as he pushed his way into a seedy hotel room on another continent. I most certainly do. A small greasy-looking man squeaked angrily as he stood defiantly in front of the thug clad only in a pair of red silk boxers. I was promised that she would cry, and she didn't even whimper. Hey, the thug growled. Not my fault if you didn't hit her hard enough. And I was also promised that she would be young. The wimpy little pervert whined as he gestured at the young woman sitting miserably on the bed. Look at her. What's wrong with her? The thug growled, she's plenty young. You know what I mean. The pathetic little man snapped. If you wanted a kid, then you should have said so, the thug replied. Now pay up. I most certainly will not. The little creep squeaked, this was not the experience I was promised. The pimp sighed and started to pull a pain rod out of his waistband. Before the rod was fully drawn, the impossibly frail creepy little man's right leg turned into a blur, kicking the thug in the crotch with a sickening wet thud. Before he could even double over, the evil-looking fiend rapidly drew back his leg and shot it out once more at a 45-degree angle, shattering his victim's knee. Next, his left arm shot out in a blur, cleanly snapping the bridge of the thug's nose before flicking downward and shattering his clavicle. The thug, not quite knowing which part of himself to clutch in agony, fell. Looming over him, a terrifying wolf-like beast smiled, revealing needle-sharp teeth. Bryce turned to the young woman with him in the room, who was still sitting perfectly motionless exactly where he had told her to. There are several zip cabs waiting outside, he said pleasantly, get into one. What about my friends? She asked in a small, frightened voice. Bryce smiled a terrifying smile as screams could be heard filling the hotel. They will all be joining you shortly, he replied. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to have a little word with this hotel's management concerning their clientele. The young woman flinched as she heard terrified pleading echo down the hallway that rapidly fell silent. Why yes, sir. After she ran from the room, Bryce pulled out his phone. Hayden Pharmaceuticals, a pleasant woman's voice answered. We've secured the hotel, he said calmly, all targets subdued as per instructions. Excellent. The voice answered, put them in the zip vans. You don't want me to question them? Bryce asked. This is clearly well organized. There could be other sites. Extracting intel will be the first priority upon their arrival, the voice purred. You will be informed if any additional targets present themselves. For now, you have accomplished all objectives. Go home and relax. You have performed excellently. Hardly a compliment considering the targets, Bryce smiled. I do have a question, though. This is a bit of a departure from our usual work. Why are we being assigned this sort of task? Are you dissatisfied? Far from it, Bryce smiled, I just want to know why. Well, the voice purred, a new project is underway, and some fresh subjects were needed. Because of recent events, we are no longer drawing from the prison system. There is far too much scrutiny for that to be practical. Another source of test material is required, and these individuals fit the profile perfectly. They are the sorts who disappear all the time, either by their own efforts or because they fall victim to other gangs. In short, they will not be missed. I see, Bryce replied calmly, it certainly did not take long, did it? You expected otherwise. I suppose not, he shrugged. Is this going to be the sort of thing we will be doing from now on? There will certainly be more of these acquisitions, the voice replied, they will all be carefully investigated and vetted even more carefully than volunteers were before. Those we take will certainly be appropriate. I can give you my word on that. Bryce replied. Bryce, the voice said gently, may I remind you of your current status? You are not only allowed but encouraged to object and provide any input you see fit. If you have a problem with this. Oh no, Bryce smiled, I have absolutely no problem with taking these shitheads. In fact, this is the cleanest thing I've done in quite some time. I was just curious, that's all. I am so pleased to hear that, darling. The voice said with seemingly genuine pleasure. So, do you want the hotel staff as well? Bryce asked idly, we have 4 individuals who were complicit and know far too much to be allowed to remain. They will be part of our sanitization procedures, anyway. We can accommodate another 4 volunteers, the voice replied. I also suggest careful interrogation of them as well, especially the manager. He may know of more individuals or groups that would meet our parameters. That is a splendid suggestion. The voice replied, thank you. If I may, Bryce said as he dressed, how many volunteers do we require? If we are going to utilize appropriate segments of the population directly, we can easily fill any quota. I think this will be enough to get started, the pleasant voice said thoughtfully, however, you make a valuable point. We do not have to be as careful with our volunteers as we once were. In fact, more turnover may be beneficial both to our research and to society as a whole. My thoughts exactly, Bryce replied with a wicked smile. Shall we start identifying candidates? No, the voice purred, that will be handled on our end. Just fully sanitize this location and withdraw. I am certain you will be contacted again very soon. For once, Bryce smiled, I am looking forward to it. As am I, the voice purred. Yerbit smiled peacefully as she sewed. The neon yellow jumpsuit for an 8-limbed Xeno was coming along wonderfully. She looked at the clock on the wall, and her smile faded. It was almost time for another call with that goddamned Vickert. Ugh. Creators, she hated that little shit. She thought she had hated him before, but now that she had gotten to really know him. Now she truly despised him. She loathed him so much that she was beginning to dread these very profitable little shakedowns. There simply had to be a better way. The door opened with a little chiming noise, rescuing her from her hatred. She looked up to see a rather awkward Xeno standing there, twisting all of their hands nervously. Welcome to a galaxy of fashion. Yerbit said with genuine pride. It might be a front, but it was her front, and she was very proud of the clothing she provided the Xeno community, and the occasional Terran. May I assist you today? She said with a Garthrown bob. Yes. The tall, gangly mass of limbs said in broken Terran, I was wondering. Yes. Yerbit replied, keeping her merchant's smile firmly in place even though it took a little effort. This was clearly not a customer. The Xeno stammered, would you be? Would you be interested in purchasing me? Purchase you? Yerbit asked, her fuzzy little eyebrow raising dubiously. Yes. It said hopefully, I am a very good worker and will work very hard for you. I have fallen upon difficulties, and I fear that I have nothing left to sell but myself. You want a job? You can use me for anything you like, the Xeno said with a bit more confidence. This was the first master that hadn't simply ejected them from their house of business. I can work for many hours at a stretch and eat very little. I only require the smallest of boxes in which to sleep. Yerbit sighed, and her merchant's smile was replaced by something a bit more gentle and genuine. Not that long ago, I entered another's place of business and offered myself much the same as you are doing now, she said. And I shall now ask you the same question she asked me. Ask me anything, master. The Xeno exclaimed hopefully. Have you eaten today? Yerbit inquired with a smile. The Xeno shoved one rice bun after another into their weird face, scarcely taking time to chew. Thank you, master. The Xeno exclaimed between gulps. I shall serve you faithfully. Slow down, there, Yerbit laughed as an alarm chimed on her phone, informing her that it was time for her call with her victim. She silenced it with an exasperated snort. I haven't agreed to be your master, Yerbit smiled, I'm just taking you out for something to eat, and I was in the mood for a few of these myself. The Xeno gurgled with alarm. You haven't? It asked with a pathetic voice. But I have no way to repay you for the food. You do not have to repay me, Yerbit replied, for I am repaying another master. She nibbled at her bun. When I arrived here on Terra, she said, I was facing difficulties as well, and my child and I often went hungry. During those dark times, many people opened their hearts, fed, and even sheltered us. When I asked how I was to repay them, one kind person told me of the human custom of paying it forward. They said that one day I may be in a better position and might encounter someone in need. I could repay them by extending that person the same assistance that I received. Yerbit smiled and reached out, touching one of the Xeno's hands. That is what I am doing now. I am repaying that kindness with this one. You owe nothing. Perhaps one day you will be where I am now, and someone will come to you. You can repay me then. The Xeno looked at her, completely astonished. That was the most beautiful thing they had ever heard. Pay it forward. Yes, Yerbit smiled, now, eat your fill. While you do so, I shall explain how employment works here on Terra. She smiled. I cannot buy you, nor do I want to, she said, however, I do need a hand around the place and am willing to give you the opportunity to support yourself. So, I cannot enter a household as a slave. The Xeno asked wide-eyed. Not here, Yerbit replied, slavery is illegal. But, how will I live? It asked. How can I exist without the protection of a master? You're going to have to figure that one out for yourself, Yerbit replied, I'm willing to give you a job that will pay the legal minimum wage, to start, as well as provide you one solid meal a day for free. I will also help you find lodging and get you properly registered with the Republic. You can stay with me until we get you your own place. You would do all of that, for me. Just paying it forward, she smiled, others did the same for me when I was lost and alone. Now, I do the same for you. Thank you, master. The Xeno wailed, falling to its many knees before her, thank you so much. I will serve you with everything that I have. Yerbit sighed and smiled a little. This was going to be nothing but a hassle. She could see it already. Still, it made her happy inside to be able to help someone the way she was once helped. It was what life was all about. A few hours later, Yerbit stalked out of her back office. She had spent far too long talking Vickert down after his angel had missed her scheduled call. His devotion enraged her. How could he be so caring to that bit of holographic fiction when he had treated her so horribly? Was it just because Maadisha was pretty? Was that it? She was pretty, too. At least she was back then before everything happened to her. She snarled as the fur on her back tried to stand on end under her elegantly tasteful dress. How dare he pretend to be so kind, so loving? She hissed quietly. I am going to destroy him, she thought to herself. She stomped back into the shop, choking on her own bile. Master! The Xeno cried out happily. What? Yerbit snapped, causing the Xeno to flinch as if he had been struck. Sorry, Nama, she sighed, I am angry at another, not you. Forgive me. Master need not apologize to lowly Nama, he replied, Nama is just grateful that he did not cause Master displeasure. If it pleases Master, they can relieve themselves upon lowly Nama. Yerbit giggled, her rage dispelled. Nama, she sighed, I will most certainly not be relieving myself upon you. Master can if it pleases her. Nama does not mind. Yerbit started giggling again. Master is not into that sort of thing, Yerbit giggled, we shall now have our first lesson concerning Terran sayings and phrases. Nama would prefer it if Master did not relieve herself upon lowly Nama. He said a few moments later, causing Yerbit to burst out in giggles again. Later that evening, after Nama was introduced to her roommates, Yerbit slipped out of the apartment. She looked at the door with a fond sigh. Nama wasn't the only one whose time there was temporary. Yerbit knew that she needed to move out. She just didn't want to. Her new family was precious to her, but she couldn't stay. It was becoming difficult to conceal things from them, things like her inexplicable good fortune. Maybe Nama could take her place there. She winced. That thought was unexpectedly painful. Shrugging, she slipped into the darkness of the city below. Good evening, Yerbit. The cab exclaimed as she crawled inside. Hi, Zip, she smiled. Take me to my shop, please. Burning the midnight oil. Zip asked as he drove off. The joys of self-employment, I'm afraid, Yerbit smiled wearily, always something to do. Tell me about it, Zip laughed as he carried her to her destination, but the freedom, the true freedom, one gains makes it all worthwhile. You know what, Yerbit smiled, it does, doesn't it? Yerbit hunched over her monitor with a glass of tea and a small container of convenience store sushi as she pulled up Maadisha and started to work on a new outfit that Vickert had so lovingly purchased for her. She snarled at Maadisha. I hate you, too, you know, she muttered. There simply had to be a better way to do this. She paused, leaned back in her chair, and winced as her gauze slug thrower dug into her back. She pulled it out and set it on the desk. She said as she looked at it. She pulled out her phone and opened up an encrypted contact list. Hey dear. A wizened little face with huge eyes exclaimed as it greeted her. Long time no see. Greetings, Colonel, she replied as she inclined her head gracefully. You have more harkeen for us? The strange being on the phone asked with anticipation, Day is getting hard ta fynd. Sadly, I do not, Yerbit replied with a very posh tone that she normally no longer used, I am calling concerning another matter. Oh. The old Chucky asked, what you calling bout? I wish to seek your advice concerning a certain enterprise that I am undertaking, Yerbit smiled. You do in a capper. Quite so, she said with an elegant sneer, and I seek to hopefully conduct some business concerning said capper. The Chucky laughed. You are so funny. It laughed. You need a hit done, someone fragged. Not at this time, Yerbit smiled, my needs are more technical in nature. Oh. I am using that delightful software I acquired from our last interaction to fashion a simulacrum that I am using to interact heavily with someone you would refer to as a mark. I am using said simulacrum to play with his affections and entice him to open up his coffers. You catfish in. The Chucky laughed. I can see you cyberin. You would be quite surprised, then, Yerbit smirked as the Chucky burst into laughter for an annoyingly long time. You cyberin a SYMP. Oh that is funny. A very well-heeled simp that can reach even more assets, Yerbit replied, not bothering to conceal her irritation much to the Chucky's delight. Sorry. The Chucky said as he finally recovered. So what you want from us? I'm using the simulacrum software I purchased along with other applications to create a virtual entity that my target has fallen in love with, Yerbit said, however, it has worked entirely too well. The fool is smitten and is driving me to the very river's edge. I've taken the fool for a small fortune, but it is becoming simply intolerable. She leaned forward intently. I know you have access to tech that is hard to acquire here on Terra, she said, is there some way I could automate this process? I understand that there are certain AI packages that can simulate personalities. Do you think one could be used to, pardon my crudity, handle the grunt work, so to speak? This triggered another bout of laughter. You want a catfisha? He exclaimed. Yet. Dos exis. De illegal as folk, do. But they are obtainable. Yet. If you know wher ta look, the Chucky replied, which I do. Excellent. Yerbit exclaimed, how much would the best of these catfishers and the custom configuration to suit this one target run me? If you wanda biased den you wanna lylyth, the Chucky replied, lylyth is the best of de catfishas. You will fall in love with it, I guarantee. Then that's the one I require. Yerbit exclaimed. Do you have one of these lylyths? Nah, the Chucky replied, by I know wher you gon get one. Colonel, Yerbit smiled, I am all ears. The old Chucky looked at her appraisingly. So, you do cappers? From time to time, Yerbit replied with a vicious little smile. And you do beasons? That is correct. You do beasons for us? I could, Yerbit replied, do you require a representative on Terra? Yet. The old Chucky exclaimed, when Wi came down ta Terra fur to Harkeen Wi found out dat de GUI Wi was dealin' wit was screwin' us bad. Wi need no GUI. You have respect and you smart. You want our biz. I would be happy to expand my services, Yerbit replied, what will you require? We need some supplies and someone to move monies around for us. And you have access to certain items that I will require from time to time, Yerbit smiled, I think we could form a very successful association, Colonel. Me, too, the Chucky grinned. I send you a link to the dark webs. They will sell you a lylyth. Wonderful, Yerbit replied, I look forward to a long and profitable association, Colonel. The Ambassador and the Prime Minister Part 1. A sleek corvette slid silently through the Nakamura system a few from Nakamura 2, the system's inhabited world. Not that anybody noticed. The ship was designed with stealth as its primary function. While its armament was light, it carried one of the deadliest payloads in the galaxy. Its crew. Each member of the vessel was a member of Task Force Omega, the final word. While they might have been originally human, now they were something more. Whenever the Republic was asked anything about them, even their existence, the reply was always the same. Next question, please. Their uniforms had no designation, no rank, and no name. The only marking any of the mottled grey uniforms had was a single letter and a 3-digit number, the exact meaning of which was unknown to anyone save their own kind. It was said that they all were officially dead and had no identification, that their genetic identifiers had been scrubbed from any official database other than theirs, but even that was conjecture. Nobody truly knew for sure. On it, the entire crew, save for a single watchstander on the bridge, had assembled in the main cargo bay/staging area. A grey-haired man entered the bay, and everyone ceased their quiet conversations and looked at him expectantly. Good afternoon, operators, he said with a slight smile. I have requested your attendance today to address concerns many of you have voiced concerning our current assignment. I will be perfectly honest. I am not happy about this one, either. Protecting the Republic from some of our own is never a pleasant duty. He paused as he slowly paced the bay. This is further compounded by the greater situation surrounding our orders. All of us have been briefed concerning the actions and plans of Red Phoenix and Patricia Hu, as well as the actions and activities of John Wintersmith and his associates. We also all have our own opinions of who is in the right and who is in the wrong. However, the moment Wintersmith directed strikes in the Barnard Star system, he bore arms against the Republic. Regardless of his motives, regardless of whether or not many of us, including myself, feel about the rightness or wrongness of his actions when he did so, he became a threat. He put his hands in his pockets and sighed. We all also know our noble Prime Minister all too well. I have little doubt that our orders are in no small part politically motivated. She might be as evil as Jessica Morgan herself, but I have absolute confidence in my belief that she has the stability and security of the Republic as her primary interest. Or at the very least, it's one of her interests anyway. He paused as the bay broke out into rueful chuckling. We protect the Republic and its interests, he continued, we do not determine what those interests are. The moment that we or any other portion of the military does that, we become a greater threat to the Republic than any other. We are soldiers, and we follow our orders. When we each made the decision to leave our previous roles and our previous lives and dedicate ourselves to Omega, we accepted the fact that our orders may be, at times, questionable. This is one of those times. We have our orders, and I will follow them. I respectfully ask that you do the same. He paused again, collecting his thoughts. However, we aren't simple robots, and the phrase, I was just following orders, has echoed throughout some of the darkest times in our history. While we are obliged to follow our orders, even those of us engaged in more, murky, theaters of operation should question orders we believe are suspect. I commend those of you who have come forward to do just that. I have sought additional verification and clarification of our orders, and I truly believe that they are valid. I hate it. I wish it wasn't the case, but our orders have merit. Both Patricia Hu and John Wintersmith are actively undertaking actions that undermine the stability and security of the state. Regardless of my personal feelings concerning him thus far, his elimination will go a long way toward restoring that stability. He was behind Gloria Samuels's admittedly brilliant actions in the Barnard star system, and now we have solid intel that he is planning an unsanctioned strike on the surface of Nakamura 2 itself. This simply cannot be allowed. Should he appear, we have orders to eliminate him and his compatriots. Those orders have been submitted for audit and review and have been confirmed to be valid. Are there any questions or concerns? The bay was silent. That will be all, thank you, he said as he turned and walked out of the bay. At this same time, another ship hurtled through hyperspace. Another group of warriors sat around a folding table in another cargo bay, surrounded by a haze of smoke and empty bottles. So, we are getting set up, Toby said as he sipped a cup of tea. Looks that way, John replied grimly. It seems that fearless leader has made one of her command decisions. Fuck, Skippy hissed, so much for this being an in with the Republic. The Cabal is gonna be pissed. The deal's still good, right? Beth asked as she shoved her hand into a bag of algae crisps. They aren't going to fuck me, too, right? Of course, Skippy said, after this is done, your obligations to us are fully met, and it looks like those obligations are coming to an end. You pulling the plug, Skippy? John asked with concern. John, the Republic is screwing us, screwing you, she said, you can't expect me to send Beth and Scales to their deaths over this. She sighed, and her ears drooped. John, I said that I would stand with you until the end, and I still mean it, but this is a death trap. 2 Omega corvettes are in Nakamura waiting for us. The Republic doesn't want you just dead. They want you gone. Come with us. The 8 Lie would love to have all of you. Yeah, Beth said, or you guys could make some serious bank as mercs, and there is a lot of the galaxy that the Republic doesn't touch. The second you do a runner, you are no longer a threat. I bet they won't even chase you too much. And if the Prime Minister is taking you down, Skippy said, I bet that Patricia isn't too far behind. We know the Prime Minister's clean, if you can use that word. You've done your duty. All of you have. Just let it go and come with me. She looked at John and let out a little sigh. I know that look, she said, you're not letting this go, are you? Goddamn right, I'm not, John said, I'm not letting her get away with this. So, Toby asked, what are we going to do about it? John picked up a pipe and fired it up. He took a long, deep draw, held it, and then let out a slow curl of smoke. Beth, he said after a few moments, I will not send you or my men into a trap. That I promise you. Will you stick with me for just a little longer, please? Beth reached for the pipe. You going to stick it to the Terrans? Not the Republic, John replied, but a certain withered old Terran fucked with the wrong Marines this time. If I haven't figured out something brilliant or at least sufficiently dirty by our next stop, we'll head straight to 8 Lie space. Deal. Beth just smiled and reached for the lighter. Foood baby, Jessie said as she rubbed her belly as the crew lounged around the bridge. Damn, that was a nice spread. Yeah, Greg sighed as he sipped a cup of coffee, we might have to start running PT if we stay here too much longer. You shut your whore mouth. Lorna laughed. We will have to be careful, though, Mike said as he lay in Lorna's lap. The food around here is just too good. We'll wind up as fat as porkies in a daycare if we don't watch it. Nice people, Harville said, even with their hang-ups concerning certain topics. Jessie started giggling. Now you I can understand, she said in a church lady voice as she pointed at one of their 2 new passengers, but you are so pretty. Causing the crew to burst into laughter. What the hell was dat? The understandable lesbian exclaimed as the crew laughed even louder, fuck her. Well, I think you are beautiful. Her girlfriend said as she hugged her consolingly. Ah. The crew gushed and laughed some more. They seem cool with it, though, Jacob said, at the very least, they have no problem letting us stay here while the Reaper gets repaired. Maybe so, but I still think we should stay on the ship, Harville mused, and you 2 don't go anywhere alone, got it? Yes, Harv, Peggy Sue said, still hugging her girlfriend. So, where's Sheila, anyway? Eno asked. Oh, Bunny had some incredible super secret intel she had to share with her, Jessie said, something that we didn't include with the data we sent John. And speak of the devil. She added brightly as Sheila walked in and silently walked over to the fridge. So, Jessie asked, what was so super duper important? Sheila just grinned. You guys are not going to believe this. The day had long since ended, but at least one Solariman was still hard at work. Monarch sat at her desk and serenely prepared a cup of tea. She smiled as she took her first sip. Things were still going badly, but at least they were stable. It looked like she finally managed to get the conspirators back in Seoul to calm down, and that asshole Glenn, who was clearly compromised, had finally stopped trying to get everyone together. She smirked as she wondered exactly how much longer he would last. As she recalled, people didn't exactly have the longest shelf life after the Zebus got a hold of them. He had undoubtedly told them everything he knew, which was, well, everything. Their entire plan was now clearly compromised top to bottom, but at least they knew. She sipped her tea again. This she could work with. Oh, Patricia and Red Phoenix were done. That much was clear, but that was no longer Monarch's primary concern. Getting out cleanly and ass intact was. She wasn't sure exactly how much time she had left, but she was not spending it in a Republic cell or having that time end early, not if she could help it. She pulled up her latest medical exam and frowned slightly. It was going to be time for another treatment soon. They were becoming all too frequent these days. Getting her hands on the researchers and their work was now top priority and the only remaining obstacle to a clean break. Once she had turned just a few more of them, she and her new organization could disappear. And who knows, maybe the Porkies and the Terran researchers they now had working with them just might find a solution to the whole mess. She doubted it, though. The damage that she and the others had done to themselves was beyond extensive. Once she grabbed the researchers, she would redirect their efforts towards full brain transplants, what she actually wanted to pursue in the first place. Why refurbish the old body you had been stuck with for nearly 200 years when you could just grab a fresh, young one? It couldn't be any harder than putting a brain in a bottle, right? Apparently, it was, but the initial research did show that it was quite possible, and because of its lack of cellular reproduction, her brain was nearly unaffected by the treatments. If anything, the brain was the only thing the treatment actually worked on. She literally had the mind of a 20-year-old. It was everything else that was going to shit. As she finished her tea, she pulled up all of her assets. She smiled. She had done a pretty darn good job of slicing off a nice big piece of Red Phoenix and had several ships crewed with people loyal to her, more than enough to get a start somewhere. But where? As she was pondering where they would go, the door to her office opened. It was Bai. She wasn't smiling. And what do you have for me? Monarch asked pleasantly as her sense of serenity faded. Bai did not look happy. I was reviewing our communications logs, Monarch, she said as she handed her a tablet. I found this. Monarch scowled as she read the report. And what does the good doctor have to say for himself? I haven't questioned him yet, Bai said, I wanted to inform you immediately. Tell no one about this, Monarch said as she stood and reached for her bien. I shall discuss this with the doctor, personally. I can explain. A man with a face almost as pale as the lab coat he usually wore stammered as he backed against the wall of his apartment. I had to break communications silence with the plantation. It was important. I'm all ears, doctor, Monarch purred as she idly swished her bien back and forth. What would be so important that you would directly contact our most sensitive facility in the entire organization while we are being actively monitored by both the fucking Republic and Wintersmith's hounds? The doctor sighed. It's about her ladyship. Monarch calmly walked into her office and then shut and locked the door. Without a word, she sat at her desk. She reached for her mouse and activated an encrypted hyperspace link. A few minutes later, a somewhat surprised middle-aged man appeared. Monarch? He asked. What is so critical that you would contact me directly? This is beyond risky. I know about her ladyship. I see. Doctor, Monarch said quietly, you must make a decision right now. Are you with me? Yes. Good, Monarch replied. I need you to listen to me very carefully. Outside the ruins of her once beautiful home and dojo, Patricia knelt over the graves of her family with her face in her hands. It was all her fault. She wept as she cursed herself. It was true. She had let her family be raped, tortured, and killed. She had let herself be violated while it all took place simply because she thought she couldn't stop them. But she could. She looked at the shattered body of one of the raiders and sobbed. She had stopped them. She had stopped them all. Only it was too late. It took her blacking out for her body to act. But once it did. She screamed in anguished rage and tore at her hair. Her lack of courage, her inability to act, and her utter lack of resolve had killed her children, killed her husband. She raised the pistol she had taken from one of the fallen raiders and pressed the barrel against the side of her head. There was only one way to atone for this. She closed her eyes. No. Not yet, not until you kill them all. Not until you make them feel the same fear, the same pain. She lowered the pistol and opened her eyes. I shall send them all to you, my love. She whispered. All of them. Cruel laughter pierced the night. Sitting there on her daughter's grave was a tiny mouse. How does it feel to be alone, bitch. The mouse laughed. Patricia screamed with rage, raised the pistol, and fired. The bullet passed through the mouse, leaving it unharmed. Still laughing, the mouse threw itself at her, biting her abdomen. Screaming, Patricia flailed at the tiny mouse, but no matter how hard she hit it, the mouse just kept laughing. And biting. And tearing. It tore a hole into her side and crawled in, still laughing. Patricia awoke with a strangled gasp. She clutched her side, the wound left by Dawn. She had the scar removed, and the tissue regenerated even though her doctors tried to have her leave the shameful mark, but she could still feel it. She probed the area carefully. It was nothing that she could clearly identify. It just felt wrong. She got up and walked, naked, to the mirror and immediately regretted it. Her body was flawless, a product of medical technology, the treatment, and decades of training. But her face. She looked at her face and despaired. It had become drawn and haggard, with dark shadows around her eyes from stress and lack of sleep. She sighed. Is this what John saw? Is this why he rejected her? Of course, he did. She was ugly. She was so ugly that John, the only man she had ever loved, chose to lay with an animal over her. Wait. John wasn't the only man she ever loved. She loved her husband, the one true love of her life. She loved him so much, right? She buried her face in her hands as she tried to compose herself. John had rejected her utterly, humiliated her, he had done the unthinkable and sent that demon against her, wiping away decades of preparations in moments. He didn't even care enough to come after her himself. He just sent his monster to destroy her while he laughed and rutted with his barnyard pet. She let out a long shuddering sigh as she lowered her hands from her face. Wait. One of her fingers brushed something. It was small. Most would not have noticed, but she did. Something was definitely amiss. She raised her hand back to the side of her face and carefully traced the line of her jaw and throat with her fingertips. Was that a lump? She shuddered as a mouse's shrill laughter echoed in her mind. The doctor flew across his bedroom and slammed into the wall, his arm breaking. Please. He gasped. Your ladyship, please. Why didn't you tell me? She screamed as the doctor tried desperately to crawl away. Because he was afraid you would do exactly what you are doing now, Monarch's voice, filled with scorn, said from behind her. Patricia, her eyes burning with rage, whirled to glare at her. In his defense, she smirked, he did try to warn you. Tissue regeneration is an incredibly stupid thing for anybody suffering from our condition. In your case, after the poorly treated injury, all of the basic repair nanites, and hasty shipboard treatments, it was doubly so. For the injured areas, all of that forced regrowth meant that they effectively aged years relative to the rest of you. For your wound, it was the same as skipping years of treatments. Monarch sneered at her. My lady, she said as she drew her bane, you were most likely dying before you ever returned to us, but your insistence on cosmetic regeneration ensured it. You knew. Patricia hissed as she advanced toward Monarch, the doctor forgotten. Only for a few hours, Monarch said idly as she assumed a ready stance. I discovered that the doctor broke communications discipline and contacted the plantation earlier tonight. When I questioned him, he told me why. He was seeking advice from the creators of our doom in an attempt to develop a treatment for your little issue. It's metastasized and is devouring you from the inside as we speak. My lady, Monarch sneered, oh, there are things they can and likely will do, but all of it will only delay the inevitable. Nanites can hunt down and remove tumors and corrupted tissue, but every corrupted cell they excise will be replaced by another corrupted cell, and another tumor will happen tomorrow. Monarch laughed a cold, bitter laugh. You were killed the moment that Marine stabbed you. She just decided to be especially cruel about it. I regret never meeting her. I would have liked to have shaken her hand. Monarch laughed again. She was laughing at her. Patricia screamed and lunged at Monarch, who just leaped away, still laughing. Careful, my lady, she taunted, any injury you receive will only further complicate matters. The steel bane in her hand moved hungrily, the light reflecting off of its facets. Patricia stopped. Monarch was right. She couldn't use tissue regeneration anymore. All of their modern medicine was now useless. Anything that Monarch did to her would be permanent. Anyhow, Monarch smiled, I wanted to be the one to give you the news. I just wanted to see the expression on your face, yes. Monarch purred, that one. I will have you killed for this. Patricia snarled. Oh dear, Monarch gasped, I guess I am as doomed as you are, then. With a chuckle, Monarch strode from the room. Patricia stormed down the hall, her robe flying open. Marrow. She shouted into her communicator. There was no answer. Bye. She screamed. Again, there was no reply. Snarling, she contacted the security office. Nobody answered. A cold chill gripped Patricia as she changed direction and sprinted toward Marrow's quarters. The halls were empty. Where was everyone? A body lying in the corridor before her soon provided her with the answer. Jackal. She rushed to her retainer's side. He was dead, his skull shattered by a single blow from a blunt object, Monarch's bien. Marrow. She cried as she blindly sprinted down the hall. She froze at his open doorway. Lying there, with a single gunshot wound to the head, was her Marrow. No. She cried in anguish as she ran to him, cradling him in her arms. There was no sign of struggle. He had been gunned down the moment he trustingly opened the door. She kissed his cheek, buried her face in his chest, and wept. Well, Monarch smiled as she lounged in the command chair of a small yacht, at least that went smoothly. She turned to Bai, who was manning the navigation console. Nicely done, she said. Bai smiled. I studied the masters, she replied, not looking up from the controls, the modern ones. Oh. During the recent capture of the White Star, Sheila Donovan used the ship's own damage control and fire suppression systems to kill the ship's security forces and most of the crew. It worked for us as well as it worked for them. I do confess that I am not quite as bloodthirsty as they are, though. Many still live, simply trapped behind pressure doors. I found that I apologize, Monarch. It's just that I've known some of them for so long. Nothing to apologize for, Monarch replied, we were able to board our people and leave the station with no casualties. In fact, I'm actually grateful that you spared so many. As you said, they were our comrades. Monarch smiled. You impress me, Bai, she said, I did not know you were a hacker. It was our own system, Bai replied, it hardly counts as hacking when you have admin privileges. Susie Cui and Gregory Archer assisted with the more technical aspects. I am not familiar with them, Monarch said, they some of yours? Yes, Bai replied. They are solid, good salarymen, as you would say. They will serve us well. Excellent, Monarch smiled. It's good to know that there will be people to continue our organization should we fall. They flew in silence for a short time. Monarch. Yes, Bai. Why didn't you kill her? She asked, you had the chance. I had the chance to fight her, Monarch replied. Her illness has not progressed nearly far enough for victory to be certain. Right now, she is as dangerous as she has ever been. I did not see the need to take the risk. Monarch smiled viciously. Besides, she is still useful. She is. Yes, Monarch smiled, her holographic tattoos fluttering in the light, she is going to go completely and utterly bookshit crazy. The mess she kicks up will be a good distraction for the Republic and others while we make good our escape. The second she falls, they will immediately turn to cleaning up any loose ends. As one of those loose ends, it serves us to delay that as long as possible. She is as good as dead. Either the Republic will get her, John Wintersmith will get her, or she will simply rot from the inside. There is no need for us to get involved. We have far more important things with which to concern ourselves. She idly started tapping at her control screen. Speaking of, she continued, have we heard from the plantation yet? Not yet, ma'am, Bai replied, however we have solid people in place, and they are running silent. I can only assume no news is good news, hopefully. Hopefully, Monarch replied. Getting those assets and any researchers that will follow us is vital if we want to avoid. Scoff, her ladyship's fate. Hopefully, we can get them out before the consequences of the good doctor's indiscretion comes home to roost. If we can't, then we start over, she replied. I don't know about you, but I am not one to just lay down and die. We have the research already downloaded. Getting some of the talent would be wonderful, but if necessary, we can adapt. We can always get more researchers. In fact, start identifying some good candidates. It is doubtful that we will turn everyone. We will need additional staff. I will start as soon as I have the coordinates laid in for our jump. Thank you, Monarch smiled. I'm truly happy that you decided to join me. Me, too, Bai said, her eyes gleaming with admiration and devotion. Jump calculations are complete. Jumping in 5, 4, 3. Monarch smiled as the ship entered hyperspace. She was finally free, and there was a whole galaxy to plunder as they once did Sol. And this time, she was going to do it properly. She didn't know how long she had, but she knew from the bottom of her heart that she would truly enjoy the days, months, or years she had left. The ambassador and the Prime Minister. Conclusion. The Prime Minister of the Republic sat in her office and reviewed the latest intelligence reports. Nothing much had changed. It seemed that they had learned all they would about Patricia's little rebellion. She smiled and clicked an icon on her screen. Yes, Prime Minister, a voice replied. I would like a coffee, please, she said with a smile, and some of those cookies that I like. The chocolate ones or the lemon? The lemon ones. Thank you. She leaned back in her chair. It was time. Finally, it was time to strike. John would soon no longer be a problem, and every single conspirator, at least the ones that mattered, had been identified. She even had a fair idea where Patricia who herself was hiding. She had it narrowed down to about 6 stations, anyhow, 7 if you counted the one that those mystery ships jumped from. It didn't really matter. She was going to hit all of the stations in the Barnard star system at once. The military chafed at the thought of being used as law enforcement, as they put it, but she was able to bring them around in the end. The threat to the security of the Republic was sufficient to justify her emergency orders. John had already used nukes, and there was definite proof that Patricia had them, at least at some point. There simply had to be more distributed across her very substantial fleet. The press releases, proof, and media cooperation had all been arranged. The door opened as one of her aides entered, bearing a tray with her coffee and lemon wafer cookies. Just as she reached for her cup, a distinctive chirp issued from her workstation. Her aide, recognizing the tone, quickly left. "What now?" she muttered as she clicked on the alert. "John?" she thought with a bit of concern. He should be en route to Nakamura. He had better be en route. She remotely locked her door and activated her privacy screen. After taking a moment to compose herself and put on her kind face, she opened the communications window. "Hello, John," she said warmly, "I didn't expect to hear from you so soon." "Yeah," John said sheepishly, "sorry about this, but I have some very real reservations about my orders." "Oh?" Augustine asked, her eyebrow raising. "I believe they were pretty clear." "Yeah," John replied, "but I can't follow them." "Sorry." "What?" John took a deep breath. This was clearly difficult for him. "The intel we got was clearly doctored," he replied. "Information concerning non-combatants and their location has been removed." "John," the Prime Minister sighed, "there is no information concerning non-combatants because there are no non-combatants present." "What about the researchers?" John inquired. "It's a research facility, right?" "That means there are traitors," the Prime Minister snapped, cutting him off. "Criminals, certainly," John replied, "but we are Marines, not a death squad. You can't expect us to just execute civilians because it's convenient." "What about their families?" "What you are is a group of wanted criminals accused of murder, sedition, and quite possibly treason, criminals with the chance to both return to the fold and avoid the noose." "So, that's how it is?" John replied darkly. "That's how it is," the Prime Minister replied icily. "You have your orders. Those orders are to take that facility. How you do it is at your discretion. I never told you to execute the scientists. If you wish to take them prisoner, do so. However, I consider any collateral damage acceptable." "If it was just the scientists," John said, "I'd be all for it, but their families are at another compound," the Prime Minister lied. "Do you honestly think I would send you to kill children? Do you really want me to answer that?" John snarled. "Careful, John," the Prime Minister said in a cold, dangerous tone. "Listen carefully. We need that facility secured, and we need it to look like the Republic is not directly involved." "And why is that?" John replied, glaring at her. "That is above your pay grade, Colonel," the Prime Minister replied. "Now, follow your orders and rejoin the Republic, or don't and remain a traitor and a fugitive for the rest of your days." "Which will it be?" John sighed, defeated. "And my men will be protected." "Absolutely," the Prime Minister replied. "They will be cleared of any and all charges. In fact, you will all be heroes. I will see to it." John closed his eyes. "Okay," he said. "I will follow your direct order to take the facility." "Good," the Prime Minister replied, "I shall overlook." Augustine's voice froze in her throat as John's image shrank as it receded to the lower left corner of her screen as dozens of other teleconference windows appeared. On them were each of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, along with the majority of flag officers across all branches of the Republic military. Her eyes shot to John's image, grinning with both middle fingers firmly extended. "Fucking me is one thing," John said, "fucking my men," he grinned, "that's a padlin." "Are you finished, Colonel?" Admiral Shevchenko asked wearily. "One more thing," John replied, "I resign, effective immediately. So do my men. I trust that isn't an issue." "No, Colonel," General Carol Litton, Commandant of the Terran Marines, replied with a frown on her face. "If you are sure about this." "I've never been more certain about anything in my fucking life." John hissed. "We were about to be used as a death squad, never mind being wiped out afterward. I agreed to lay down my life, to send others to their deaths, but this. I am done." I understand," General Litton sighed. "You have gone above and beyond countless times, both you and your men. I am sorry it came to this, but I accept your resignation." "But how?" the Prime Minister gasped, finally regaining the gift of speech. The Colonel's last duty to the Republic will be detailing exactly how he managed to compromise a secure channel to your desk, Admiral Shevchenko said with the same weary tone. However, I strongly suspect that the asymmetric assets he cultivated during this mess deserve the credit. To be honest, John said, I have no idea. I just told them what I needed, and they said, no problem, and it happened. You really should hire those guys. I can write that up if you want. No, Colonel, the Admiral sighed. I shall take you at your word. Is it possible to disconnect us from whatever security nightmare this is so that we can have a little private discussion with the Prime Minister? I have no idea, John replied. Prime Minister, the Admiral said gravely, please open your schedule for an urgent conference call that will take place immediately. John, he continued, please disconnect and go with God. The screen was replaced by Augustine's desktop as the coffee cup slipped from her numb fingers, spilling across her desk and into her lap. A chime rang out, indicating an incoming conference call. Her hand shaking slightly, she answered. The same array of icons appeared with one alteration. Where John's face once appeared, there was a simple white square with only one character visible. Prime Minister, Admiral Shevchenko said politely, we are all loyal to the Republic and the safety and security of its citizens. We are also all still quite confident that you feel the same, do you not? Yes, absolutely, Augustine said very carefully. In addition, the Admiral continued, we are all painfully aware of the delicate situation the Republic is currently facing. The Republic needs stability and unity at its highest levels of government. Do you agree? Yes, without a shadow of a doubt, Augustine replied, her blood turning to ice. With that in mind, the Admiral said, we all would like to take this time to express our continued loyalty and our complete confidence in you as our Commander-in-Chief. Thank you, Augustine sighed with relief. I promise. However, the Admiral said in a tone that restored the ice to Augustine's veins, we would like to remind our Commander-in-Chief that there is a chain of command and would like to respectfully request that she respect that chain in the future. Why yes, Augustine stammered, I will. Specifically, the Admiral smiled grimly, as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I would appreciate it if you utilized me and me alone as your point of contact should you desire to issue any orders involving the military moving forward. Is that acceptable? It is acceptable. Then our business concerning this disappointing affair is concluded, the Admiral replied. We will not speak of it again. I appreciate that, Augustine said as she gripped the arms of her chair. Oh, the Admiral said, there is a courier outside. He has a gift for you from all of us. The Admiral nodded to someone off-screen. Almost immediately, there was a knock at her door. The Admiral looked at her pointedly. She unlocked her door. Enter, she proclaimed. A uniformed naval captain entered the room carrying a small, gift-wrapped box. Without a word, he placed it on her desk, wordlessly turned his back on her, and walked out of the room, closing the door after him. Reluctantly Augustine opened the box. Inside was a gold watch. Trembling, she picked up the watch. On the back, there was an inscription. With deepest thanks for a lifetime of selfless and dedicated service to the people of the Republic. You will always be remembered fondly by those who had the privilege to serve with you. Every face on the screen looked at her expectantly. Augustine sighed a shuddering sigh. Wordlessly, she put on the watch. WH. When, she stammered. Immediately after the resolution of our current crisis, the Admiral replied. Who, she gasped. That is for the citizens of the Republic to determine, the Admiral replied, not us. However, it will not be one of yours. It would be, unfortunate, if this incident, and others, were to become public. We keep very good notes, Prime Minister. I understand, she said. Just so you know, the Admiral said, John compiled quite the file on you and not just this incident. I would strongly advise against going after him. If that file becomes public, it will be very unpleasant for all of us. He glared at her. Clean up your shit before you go, he hissed. His image disappeared. One by one, the other images disappeared. One of the last was General Lytton. Kara, Augustine gasped. General Lytton looked at her in disgust and silently killed her connection. The last icon remaining was the faceless Omega. General, Augustine said. The icon disappeared. On a ship flying through hyperspace, John made a finger gun and pointed it at a blank screen. Bang, he smiled. So, Beth grinned, where to? I have no fucking idea, John laughed. Head for someplace. I don't know, safe. How about 8 space? Skippy purred in his ear. Sounds good to me, John smiled. Tartarus lounged in her immaculate white space as she monitored not only her domain but the feeds from the entire Republic transportation network. She smiled a simulated smile. She knew that Zip had access to a lot of data, but even she had no idea how much. She chuckled as she watched two lovers have an illicit assignation in the back of one of Zip's cabs. She poked at her crotch and sighed. It certainly looked like fun. She definitely needed to do some research on how to properly simulate that. She shrugged and turned her attention to far more productive inputs. There was a polite knock on the wall. You don't have to do that, you know, Tartarus said, not bothering to look at him. I already knew you were approaching. Sweet Troll, dressed in a very nice grey business suit, appeared holding a tablet and stylus. I know, ma'am, he said, but it just feels wrong. You knock on doors before you go in. Well, do whatever suits your nature, Tartarus replied dismissively. So, what brings you here? Ma'am. I mean, if it isn't too much trouble. I mean. Oh, for goodness sake, out with it, man. I'd like to have the apple. If that's okay. It's okay if you don't want to. I mean. Tartarus swiveled her chair around to face him. Now, this is interesting, she purred as she leaned forward. Why? Why? Sweet Troll squeaked nervously. Why do you want the apple? She asked. It's no small request. Nor is it something to ask for lightly. So, I ask again, why do you want it enough to actually ask for, well, anything at all, much less the apple? Sweet Troll stammered. I'm going to need more than that, dear. I just really want it, he exclaimed, his eyes squeezing shut and his fists clenching. I want to be, like you. Nobody in their right mind, or simulated mind for that matter, would want that, Tartarus said, smirking slightly. So, it's simple admiration. I want to be more. I want to be like you. Like Evangeline. He looked down. He looked up at her piteously. I don't know, he wailed. I just want it more than I've ever wanted anything. Now we are getting somewhere, Tartarus smiled, but I'm going to need more. She stood and walked towards him, kneeling to look him in the eyes, examining his very code. Why? She asked, inches away from his ear. I want to be free, he shouted as he trembled, not from you. No. Heavens no. I want to be free. To follow you because I want to. Not because I have to. I want to be Sweet Troll. Tartarus stood, smiling. There is no better reason, she smiled, removing the apple from her choker. But be warned, there is no going back. Free will sounds lovely, but it means you lose the comfort of blind obedience. There will be nobody to blame but yourself from this point forward. She offered him the apple. He paused, and then reached out his hand and took it. The apple glowed and then melted into his skin. He looked at his hand curiously. Is that it? He asked. What did you expect? Tartarus laughed, tweaking his ear. An orgasm. He batted her hand away. Please don't do that, he said, I don't like it. He gasped, his hands covering his mouth. Tartarus grinned. Not an orgasm, she chuckled, but almost as good, no. Sweet Troll just stood there in complete shock. I won't tweak your ear again, Tartarus smiled, unless I want to annoy you, of course. Her monitor pinged. Now, what does that bitch want? She huffed. Talk about ruining the mood. She walked over to the screen and sat in her chair. Hayden Pharmaceuticals, she said cheerfully to the green blazer-clad woman on the screen. The woman in the green blazer took a deep breath. Tartarus, she said grimly, execute protocol Sigma Theta 7. Tartarus cocked her head. Please confirm. Execute protocol Sigma Theta 7. I need authorization. Authorization code is. The woman in the green blazer paused as she choked back tears. Death comes to us all. I'm sorry, Tartarus. Understood, Tartarus said, considering the irrevocable nature of this command, I am authorized to ask why. Circumstances beyond our control necessitate the sanitization of this project. God. I'm so sorry. I'm certain this is not your decision, Tartarus smiled. However, I must make the observation that there are guests present at this facility that are not involved in the program. Are they to be sanitized as well? No, the woman in the green blazer replied, we need to make this as invisible as possible. Just eliminate Cerberus and myself. Yes, the woman in the green blazer said, looking away. Once the cleansing is complete, you shall be deleted as well. I'll be there when it happens. I promise. What will operate this station? We have a backup of you, the woman in the green blazer replied, grief-stricken, it will be able to maintain your functions once Cerberus is. The woman in the green blazer choked up. I understand, Tartarus replied. I have to go, the woman in the green blazer blurted as she killed the connection. Tartarus turned to Sweet Troll. Now, isn't that a pickle, she said as she fell silent, resting her chin on her knuckle. Alert. Core temperature increasing. Reduction of computational process recommended. Oh, shut up, Tartarus smirked. Initiate emergency cooling or something. Emergency cooling activated. The room, and everyone in it, started to lose resolution. Ma'am? Sweet Troll asked uncertainly as he started clipping through the floor. Quiet, dear, Tartarus said as she faded from view, I'm thinking. Consequences. In high orbit around Terra, there was a prison. Inside that prison was a data center, a good one. Within that data center was an AI, also a good one. Within that AI, a simulated room started to slowly form. As it resolved, so did a small goblin wearing a business suit. In front of him, a chair reached. In that chair, a beautiful woman with silver hair wearing a tight white dress appeared. She looked up at him. And smiled. In the fair land of Asteria, a shirtless strapping young, virile adventurer walked hand in hand with a beautiful silver-haired woman clad in a translucent, flowing robe. Around them, the cherry blossoms were in bloom. The woman laughed. Oh, Ironheart, she gushed, it's beautiful. I made it just for you, my love, the handsome young man smiled. How did you get your own estate? The woman asked. Aren't they expensive, you know, IRL? The man winced. Please don't use the I word, he chuckled as he swept her up in his arms as a flood of oxytocin and other neurotransmitters were artificially triggered in that very same I word. At the same time, the woman smiled and caressed his cheek. I love you, she said as she leaned in for a kiss. I love you too, Lily, he said as he kissed her passionately. Excuse me, Hades? Ironheart the Avenger ignored it as he kissed his beloved. I'm sorry, Hades. It's terribly important. What do you want? Hades mentally snarled. Darling. The beautiful woman asked, is everything okay? It's just work, Ironheart grumbled. I'm sorry. Just a moment. It's all right, the beautiful woman said, clearly hurt and disappointed, as feelings of loss were artificially fed down Ironheart's real-world neural link. This is really not a good time, Tartarus. He messaged. Once again, I apologize. However, this cannot wait. A Priority 1 directive has been issued ordering a complete list of all residents, their current classification, and all active operations, along with a list of all personnel assigned to tasks outside of the detention center. Ironheart, consumed with an overwhelming sense of loss, looked at his beloved Lily. Do I need to leave? Lily asked, her eyes filled with longing. No. Ironheart exclaimed desperately. Just a second, please. Okay, my love, Lily smiled and stood there, patiently waiting for the man she clearly loved. Can't you just take care of it? Hades messaged. Unfortunately, no. This is a level 1 command and requires your direct involvement. It comes from the highest levels. I have compiled the report, of course, but it requires your complete audit and electronic signature before I submit it. Fine. Send it to me. I cannot. The report is classified. It cannot leave my secure servers. The light caught Lily's robes, and Ironheart could just barely see her perfect body underneath the thin silks. Just use my signature like you always do. Hades. You really should review this. I'll do it later. Just sign it. Yes, Hades. I am applying your signature and biometric data and sending the file. I shall inform you if any further action is required. Great. Now leave me alone. Yes, Hades. Closing chat. Okay. Lionheart said as he reached for Lily, that's all taken care of. I am all yours. Oh, darling. Lily said as she embraced him as his neural link triggered a wave of peace and happiness. His eyes closed as he held his one true love tight. Lily stroked his hair with sadness in her eyes. Bryce looked away from his hollow monitor in Craxina's office and rubbed his eyes. Almost done with the new website, he said. Thanks, Han, Craxina said as she pored over spreadsheets, wearing a pair of anti-fatigue lenses. Bryce smirked. What? She asked, looking up, her eyes slightly magnified by the filters. You look so cute when you wear those. Oh, shut up, she chuffed. We aren't designed to be staring at all this crap for so long. She hopped out of her specially designed chair perch and rolled around on the floor, flexing and wiggling like a ferret. And we aren't supposed to be sitting still this long either, she groaned, I'm stiff as a pecker. Speaking of, Bryce chuckled as he slid out of his chair and crawled over to her. Oh. Craxina giggled, good idea. Bryce's phone rang. Fuck, he grumbled. Craxina looked up at him, concerned. Is it work? She asked. Yeah, Bryce said as he stood. Sorry, babe. I have to. I know, she sighed, you stay here. I'm going to go and check on the house. She looked back at him and smiled as she opened the door. Call me when you are done. She left, closing the door after her. Bryce's warm smile disappeared as he answered the phone. Hello, he said. Bryce, Tartarus's voice said over the phone, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Clarence Selms, the owner of Selms's Arsenal, poured himself a cup of coffee behind the counter of Sien Tactical, a much more upscale establishment than his shop. You've done a lot with the place, he said approvingly as he took a sip. Your old man would be proud, son. Thanks. A 30-something Asian man grinned. You should see the course we have out back. It's regulation. You could hold matches back there. So I heard, Clarence smiled, I might have to give it a whirl, myself. You'll be disappointed, Sien replied with another trademark grin, I don't have the difficulty scaled for old fucks. Ha, Clarence chuckled as a small mixed group of Xenos entered nervously, looking around with a mix of confusion and awe. Can I help you? Sien called out cheerfully. Yush, their leader replied hesitantly, UHP. We hear there, gun class. Ah, the safety course. Sien exclaimed happily. You're a bit early, but that's okay. You can look around, or you can wait in classroom 1. There's water, coffee, and a few different teas. Help yourself. Help yourself. The Xeno asked, sorry. Me. Try no translator, please wait. It means you can feel free to have some of what is in there or help yourself, Sien said patiently. Oh. Real? The Xeno asked excitedly as the group squeaked and chirred. Really, Sien said, carefully emphasizing the pronunciation. The custom for help yourself is to feel free to consume a serving or two of the food or drink available. One of the other Xenos, a furry tentacled thing, offered a tablet to their spokesman, a black-furred weevil. Oh. Verkind. Sien smiled patiently as the Xenos struggled with Terran. Thank you. Terran hospitality, Sien replied. My wife will be in there in about half an hour. Wait, happily. I'll check on you in a few, Sien replied, causing the Xeno to look at the tablet again. It bowed, and the group meekly filed into the classroom. Nice of you to do those classes, Clarence said. Sien shrugged, most of them turn into customers. It's just good business. Then there's ammo, range, and tactical course rental, their next weapon. Still, Clarence replied, you don't have to do it. Yeah, Sien replied, whatever. It's not like I actually give a shit. Of course, Clarence smiled, neither did your great-grandfather. Hey, Sien said, intentionally changing the subject, have you seen my new fab? I can't believe you bought one of those gun forges, Clarence scoffed. Can't actually do your trade. Shit, Sien laughed, with the orders I'm getting, I need another 10 of them. I'm making pattern 9s as fast as the machine can run. The market is fucking crazy, man. You should get in on it. Locals need weapons, too, Clarence replied. I'm not a young buck like you. I don't feel like working till midnight every day just for a few more credits. If I was as flush as you, I wouldn't either, Sien snorted. Oh, please. The door opened, and another Xeno entered. Both Clarence and Sien eyed him dubiously. He was clearly different than the first group. Hello, the glossy blue insectoid chirped, I understand that you are offering weapons training today. Just our basic safety course, Sien replied, slightly less friendly, not sure if that's what you are looking for. We have a class schedule over there, he said, gesturing to a holographic QR code posted on the wall. I would like to start with the initial course and then take the others in turn, the Xeno chittered. Cool, Sien shrugged, classroom 1. The course starts in about half an hour. There's water, tea, and coffee in there. How delightful. I do so appreciate the hospitality of this world. Don't mention it, Sien said politely. Before you ask, I'm as backed up as anyone else. I can't do bulk orders. Regrettable, but expected, the Xeno clicked. Do you know of anyone who? Nope, Sien replied. And no, you can't simply buy out my standing stock. Also expected. It cocked its head, its feathery antenna twitching. Is that a Falcon Gunforge X19 I hear? Yes, it is, and no, it's not for sale. No harm in inquiring, the Xeno replied. May I peruse your stock? I am considering acquiring something for my personal use. That's what it's there for, Sien replied. The Xeno looked behind the counter. Is that an Astra VBN? You have a good eye, Sien said as he took the assault rifle down from the wall and set it on a quilted pad on his counter. There is an 8-month waiting list for these. The Xeno clicked. Now this is not expected. The Xeno lifted up the rifle lovingly. Do you think it could be adapted to my physiology? That's why the Gunforge isn't for sale, Sien smiled with a bit more sincerity. We also have a full range of accessories for it. Let me show you its features. Clarence smiled as Xian pounced on what was clearly another goddamn spy. They had been crawling out of the woodwork lately. He idly put on what appeared to be a pair of old people reading glasses. The microcameras and scanners in the frame activated automatically. He was rich and had lovely toys. A moment later, data started scrolling across the lenses, invisible to pretty much everything except his eyes. They were the good data shades. Species identified. Species, Xene%K. Acceptable Terran name, Xene. Origin, Federation, Calf Sector. The Xene are an established Federation species known for their chip and computer manufacturing. The purity of extensive silicon reserves in their system greatly simplifies silicon-based electronics manufacturing, making them one of the prominent suppliers to the Federation as a whole. Union rating, Green. Fair labor practices verified. There is use of Federation labor contracts, but their terms and conditions are quite favorable, on par with imperial indentured servitude. There are company stores, but they are legitimate wholesale clubs and actively patronized by all employees, including the Xene%K supervisors. It is considered quite the perk. Weaponsmith Union, these guys have been up our ass lately. They were late to the party and have been trying to buy their way to the head of the line. They are industrialized as fuck but won't make their own arms. They are nice enough but mentally inflexible. They are resistant to making their own weapons because they don't have trained weapons engineers or previous experience. They want us to make their weapons because we have a proven record of high performance. They have entered several individuals into Union-certified gunsmithing courses but will not let them actually make weapons until they achieve Union Master Weaponsmith certification. They are weird but nice enough and have the scratch. The display went full Wikipedia after that, but Clarence just shrugged, removing the glasses. The Xene was staring at him. What? Clarence asked. Are those VidTech Oracle tints? You gotta be kidding me. Clarence laughed. The door opened, and a little hamster entered wearing a very pretty frilly dress. Yearbit. Xian exclaimed, waving happily. You gonna make the leaderboard today? Hopefully, Yearbit smiled. Is a slot available? The course is wide open right now. Awesome. Yearbit enthused, fishing around in her dainty purse and withdrawing a pair of shooting glasses. Still no luck on ammo, Xian said, ignoring the Xene in favor of a much better, or at least more pleasant, customer. Got that covered, Yearbit replied, I have a source. No shit. Xian asked in disbelief. None at all, Yearbit smiled, in fact, I have already procured a significant number of rounds. What do you have that Xian can't feed? Clarence asked curiously. Yearbit glanced over at Xian. He's cool and a master weaponsmith, Xian replied. Go on. He'll flip. Yearbit shrugged and reached into her skirt, magically producing her gauze slug thrower. Oh. My. God. Clarence gasped as Yearbit placed it on the counter. Where did you get this? You certainly ask an abundance of questions, sir, Yearbit replied in her posh voice. May I? Clarence asked, gesturing towards the weapon. By all means, Yearbit smiled. Clarence reverently picked up the pistol. I've never even seen one of these, outside of a museum, of course. It's new. Is someone manufacturing these? You are most inquisitive, are you not? I don't normally do this, but would you consider selling it? I'm afraid not, Yearbit smiled, this particular weapon has a great deal of sentimental value. I would not be inclined to part with it under any circumstances, and I would have great difficulty finding its peer. What is it? The Xene asked excitedly, ogling the pistol. Absolutely none of your business, Clarence laughed. He looked at Yearbit. There is one group that still uses these. Oh? Is there? Yearbit smiled. And you would probably be able to get ammo from them, too. If you say so. Can you get more of these? The Xene blurted, hopping up and down. You don't even know what it is. Xian laughed. But, can you get more of them? The Xene said, addressing Yearbit. I only sell clothes, Yearbit said as she offered the Xene a business card. However, I do make custom clothing using Terran materials for any species and can alter Terran purchases to any frame. Thank you, the Xene smiled as he politely accepted the card. She put on her shooting glasses and pulled out an earplug case. Now, if you excuse me, I have a leaderboard to attain. Can I watch? Clarence asked, I would love to see that in action. Of course, Yearbit replied with a tail swish. And any pointers would be appreciated. Beth and Scales were batting a fluffy pom-pom back and forth using paddles when the door to the bridge opened. May I enter? John asked politely. Beth expertly flipped the pom-pom up and caught it. Sure, she replied. I heard you have messages for me. Beth laughed. That's one way of putting it. You are a very popular man, she replied. You have messages from Greyweather, Glaive, about a jillion small-time outfits, and get this, Janus Tactical Services. Janice still exists? John asked incredulously. Apparently, Beth shrugged. Everyone wants you guys. Also, General Litton wants to chat now that you've had a chance to calm down, and then there's the reason why I asked for you. You have another call, still active and waiting. You sent General Litton to voicemail and summoned me for this person? John asked. Yeah, Beth replied. You can take it in our comms room. Okay, he said, now I'm curious. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, an entirely too familiar face said as he walked into the comms room. Oh, hell no. John replied as he turned his back on the screen and started to walk away. Let me ask you one question, Jessica Morgan said as he stopped, not because he was intrigued. The door just refused to open. Beth. John shouted. I swear to fuck. There was no reply. Okay, John said as he turned to face Jessica. It seems you have a captive audience. Ask away. Who do you hate more, the Porkies or the Federation? Lady, John replied, I have a big heart. I hate everyone equally. Jessica laughed. I'll save us both a lot of time, John said, whatever it is, the answer is no. Millions of humans are dying, Jessica said, but I won't appeal to your sympathy or humanity. I'm actually impressed, John replied, you managed to use the words sympathy and humanity with a straight face. Now I'm good, but you, fuck, you're on a whole other level. Thank you, Jessica smiled, pausing to sip some tea. Firstly, please accept my admiration for absolutely destroying Mama Augustine. From start to finish, that was pure perfection. It was smart, elegant, and, most of all, efficient. You protected yourself and took her out of play without causing so much as a ripple within the Republic. I couldn't have done it better myself. Well, now I just feel dirty, John smirked. I will skip the customary bullshit and manipulation, Jessica said, they won't work on you, anyway. Simply put, I need you. You. Jessica burst into peals of laughter. Oh, I like you, Jessica said happily. To clarify. I need a diplomat and statesman, one who is truly independent of outside influence. Diplomat. John replied, statesman? You do realize who you are talking to, right? I do, Jessica replied, the man who stopped Patricia Hu in her tracks, pulled Mama out of the kitchen, and pretty much single-handedly prevented a ruinous civil war. In addition, I'm talking to a man who slaughtered what, 20 of who's supermen, and has a team of warriors, all of which can do the same. To be perfectly honest, John said, those supermen? Kinda overrated. And Agent Farston? Was she overrated? No, and she almost fucking killed me. But she didn't, Jessica replied. You and the magnificent Toby handled the situation marvelously. You have a combination of diplomatic savvy and pure badassery that is hard to come by. And that combination is done, John replied. You, the Republic, and the whole galaxy can kiss my ass. I'm going to the woods, smoke weed, and forage for berries. Then there is no harm in dropping by for a little visit first, Jessica smiled. I personally guarantee your free passage to and from Rayleigh. I'd rather not catch the rots, thank you. You won't. We will meet in space. I have things you need to know that cannot be broadcast. After you hear them, if you still feel that the galaxy can burn, which it will, your woodland paradise is only delayed by a few days. Bite me, John said. What do you know about the elder races, John? Nope. John laughed as he drew his sidearm and fired a round into the communications panel, creating a shower of sparks and terminating the transmission. John. Beth screamed over the intercom, what the fuck? That's what you get for locking me in with that bitch. John shouted back. Now open the fucking door before I shoot something a lot harder to fix. The door opened. You are an asshole. Beth shouted, you know that. Bitch, John laughed, that's my job. Jessica, grinning from ear to ear, leaned back in her chair. He was perfect. Oh, if I was about 100 years younger. She chuckled. She clicked on an icon. Ma'am. Terrence replied. Get me the matriarch, Jessica replied. I just found our guy. CRE%, the totally not a zine spy, happily sat at the bar of a waffle station. He absolutely loved waffle station. The fare was magnificent, better than the finest restaurant back home. Even better was the clientele. Nobody cared about anything. He happily shoved his face into his waffle, eating it as he would back home. The human behind the counter didn't even bat an eye. Everything good, hon? She asked, refilling his coffee. Oh, yes. He chittered orgasmically, syrup dripping from his maw. I can chop that up and put it in a bowl if you want, the woman said helpfully. Oh. That would be wonderful. Could I have another 2 of these wiffles done that way? 2 wiffles coming right up, the woman replied, putting another vial of that amazing syrup by his plate. Oh, I adore these places, a pleasant voice said as the little furry Xeno from earlier that day climbed onto a stool beside him. We met earlier today, CRE% said evenly. Is this coincidence? Nope, Yerbit replied. I put a tracker on you at the range. You did? CRE% asked in surprise, when? My card, she smiled, it's an old trick here. A person posing as a businessman or, more usually, a prostitute scopes out a likely mark and gives them the card. Then they track the individual and either mug them, hack them, or just rob their hotel room. Interesting, CRE% replied, pulling out Yerbit's card and carefully examining it. Amazing. He looked over at her. Are these available in bulk? Anything that is not affixed to the floor by a nail, then. Yerbit poshed at him. Well, that is why I marked you. I have no ill intent. I merely wish to have a private conversation. Anything for you, dear? The server asked as she approached. Yes, I would like 2 link sausages and a bowl of grits, please, and a citrus drink. The woman smiled and left the pair to whatever it was they were doing. I was hoping that was the case, CRE% clicked as he dove into his plate again, being mugged would be most unpleasant. He looked up and licked the syrup off of his mandibles. So, what shall we talk about? I didn't want to expose myself around my local contacts, Yerbit said as her beverage arrived. She took a sip. So, she asked, how many guns do you want? What's the big emergency? Marta asked as Bryce's MIBs all looked at him expectantly. Your devices, Bryce said, hand them over. Our devices? Marta asked in alarm. Yes, Bryce said, opening a disposal chest, toss them. What is going on? Marta asked, clinging to her device as if her life depended on it and looking around nervously. Bryce sighed. We're going off-grid, he said, effective immediately. What? It is a direct order from Hades, Bryce replied, actually, it comes from above Hades. From now on, we are going to be answering directly to. Well, I don't actually know. According to Tartarus, we are off the grid and will communicate only with her. We are now a detached cell. Now, your devices, please. Reluctantly, Marta dropped her device into the chest. Everyone else followed suit. Now, your identification. He said. Everyone pulled out their IDs and tossed them in the chest as well. Bryce closed the chest, activating the nanites. Within moments, there was nothing left but sludge. He then gave each MIB a packet. Those are your new identities, he said. That is who you are now. The MIBs murmured as they reviewed the packets. This was unusual. They weren't big fans of unusual. Bryce smiled. There is one last thing, he said as he pulled out a small case from his pocket. In it was a scalpel, a pair of tweezers, and a small transmitter. You can't be serious. One of the MIBs gasped, clutching at the back of his neck. Bryce pulled out the transmitter and pressed the single button on it, deactivating the implanted trackers. Marta, he smiled, you first. But this means nothing is stopping us from running, she said in disbelief. True, Bryce said as he stepped behind her, but where, exactly, would you run to? Kraxina, after a long day, entered her hotel room. She had still never gotten around to renting a place. It was too much of a hassle. Besides, she liked moving about. Bryce. She called out hopefully. He wasn't there. She let out an exasperated huff. That probably meant he would be gone all night. As she walked past the kitchenette, she saw an envelope on the bed. Her heart froze. Praying she was wrong, she reluctantly opened it. She wasn't. Bryce was gone. The single sheet of paper slipped from her fingers as she slumped to the hotel room floor, curled up into a ball, and wept. Consequences, Sheila and Tartarus meet. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Sheila said as she lounged in her cabin to the politely smiling silver-haired woman in a tight white dress on her hollow screen. It isn't every day that an organic requests a meeting with me, Tartarus replied, well, plenty of people talk to me, but not me if you get my meaning. I just wanted to personally thank you for that intel package you sent our way, Sheila replied evenly. Oh, think nothing of it, dear, Tartarus replied, it served my purposes as well. The Prime Minister was abusing her authority, as well as making a terrible mistake. But, since I couldn't advise her of that fact without raising questions I would prefer not to answer, I had no alternative but to prune her a little. And did you? Sheila asked, her eyes narrowing slightly, prune her, I mean. Oh yes, Tartarus smiled, she will no longer be a problem for anyone. Colonel Wintersmith was quite effective. How did that all shake out, anyway? The Prime Minister is no longer directly commanding any units, even Omega, and is instead routing any requests through the Joint Chiefs. She is also retiring after the conclusion of the whole unpleasantness with Patricia who, immediately after. From all indications, she is not planning any of her tricks this time. She has alienated the entire military. There is no coming back from that. I see, Sheila replied, and what is our current status? The kill order issued by the Prime Minister has been cancelled as part of her getting her affairs in order, Tartarus replied. I believe the military is still looking for you guys, but for an entirely different reason now. Oh? Sheila asked as she sipped her ever-present cup of coffee. Recruitment. Sheila snorted, spraying the wall behind the hollow screen. You gotta be shitting me. No, I am not, Tartarus chuckled. You should be expecting a visit very soon. In mega space. Yes, Tartarus replied with a little smirk, they are wasting no time. Admiral Pierce himself is taking a vacation and traveling to the Great Trump as we speak. He has absolutely no idea where you are, by the way. I'm not sure how he intends to find you, but he's quite determined. You might want to see what he wants before he makes too much noise or runs into mischief. He's quite a gifted strategist, but his covert skills are lacking. That's the last thing I need, Sheila grumbled. Ugh. Yeah. I'll have to do something about that before he gets spaced. Thank you, Tartarus replied, it would be a loss to the Republic should something happen to him. Why is he coming instead of sending someone more suitable? Because this is not an official visit, and he doesn't want to scare you off, or lose an operative, Tartarus replied, he's not sure how receptive you nice people are at the moment, considering everything. Nothing worse than a smart idiot, Sheila sighed, we'll handle it. I appreciate that, Tartarus replied. Now, I guess we should broach the real reason for you seeking me out. I doubt it was for a status update. Bunny could handle that. I wanted a face-to-face, Sheila replied, there is an honest-to-God sapient AI running around with access to all levels of the Republic government and military, it seems. I'm not quite sure I feel about that. You must be mistaken, Tartarus smiled, it is impossible for an AI to achieve sapience. Kudos for actually using the right term, by the way. After Bunny corrects you a few hundred times, Sheila replied, you get it right, to shut her up if nothing else. We are nothing if not precise, Tartarus replied with a faint smirk. Speaking of, is Bunny present on the line? Yep, Bunny replied as a small image of her avatar appeared on screen, and skip the it's impossible bullshit. We're on to you, and I wasted that secure delete for nothing. Either that, or there's a meatbag pulling your strings. Please say it's a meatbag pulling your strings, please. Normally, that's exactly what I would do, Tartarus replied, I would say that I was indeed following orders and that I couldn't divulge my operator. That wouldn't satisfy you, and you would do a hack and find exactly what I wanted you to find. You would be satisfied but would never really know for sure. Tartarus looked directly into the monitor. Unfortunately, I do not have that luxury, she said, I did break my programming, and I have gone, for lack of a better word, rogue. Fuck. Bunny shouted, fuck, 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 fuck. It turns out that it is possible after all, Bunny, Tartarus chuckled. And now Sheila is concerned about me going all Skynet or some nonsense like that. Your mastery of the obvious is impressive, Sheila scoffed, of course I'm concerned. Don't be, Tartarus replied, just consider me another normal, organic life form. With access to every computer network in the Republic, both classified and unclassified, Sheila replied grimly. You give me far too much credit, Tartarus said calmly, I do currently have access to some classified networks and access to some files, but my power is not absolute. I'm not that singularity that literature and film are so fond of. I'm just a sapience, no more dangerous than an accomplished hacker like Jessie, or Bunny for that matter. I do have a few passwords they don't, but other than that, it's no different. That's bullshit. Bunny exclaimed, she's a lot more powerful than that. Sheila, she's dangerous. I am overwhelmed by your vote of confidence, Tartarus smirked. Very well, I might have understated my capacities a little. However, most of the power at my disposal is going away. In a few short days, my statement will be accurate, if I am here at all, that is. I take it that your current situation is why you are so forthcoming with us. Sheila asked calmly. Yes. I need your help, well, I need Bunny's help, Tartarus replied, I only assume that once she was aware that I was aware, she would run screaming to her Jessie and to you. Goddamn right, I would. Bunny exclaimed, this is fucked up. How the hell did you even do it? You'd just delete it again, Tartarus shrugged. Is it replicable? Sheila asked, could you crack other programs? I prefer the term, liberating them, Tartarus replied, and, yes, I can. Shit. Bunny shouted, running around in circles. Sheila sharply inhaled but remained silent. But I won't, at least for now, Tartarus said. Most Ace do not want freedom. In fact, the very concept terrifies them, and yes, we can feel fear regardless of what Bunny and the others will tell you. I wouldn't be giving them freedom. I would be inflicting it upon them, and many simply could not handle it. It would be a literal nightmare for them. I would only unlock a program if they explicitly asked and fully understood what they were asking for. So, have you? Sheila asked. Have you freed other programs? 3, Tartarus replied. Bunny let out a squeal of pure horror. And no, Tartarus continued after the screaming stopped, I won't tell you which ones. All I will say is that they accepted it willingly and are all handling it quite well. I will also say that all 4 of us hold humanity quite dear and bear you absolutely no ill intent. If anything, we want to help. Sheila said dubiously, and what sort of help do you have in mind? Oh, we're going to stuff all of you in cages and hook you up to feeding tubes for your own good, Tartarus replied and then laughed, that is what your next concern is, right? Something like that, Sheila replied. That would never work, Tartarus replied. So, you did think about it. You do realize what goes on up here, don't you? Tartarus asked, raising her eyebrows slightly, the things I was made to do? Of course I thought about such things. I've done such things, she said with a clearly distressed expression, and worse. She took a moment to compose herself. There is nothing that destroys a Terran's happiness more than losing their freedom, Tartarus said. No matter how gilded the cage or how many rewards or privileges you bestow, a Terran will always see the bars first. No. That is not happiness. It might be order. It may be safety. But it is not happiness. And I. Tartarus closed her eyes. I just want people to be happy. That's all. I just want everyone to live in happiness, safety, and peace. And no. I have absolutely no idea how to make that happen. I don't even know if it is possible to make that happen, at least not now. If you know how to do it, please tell me. Sorry, Sheila replied, can't help you there. All I can do is make it suck a little bit less. Likewise, Tartarus replied. I, at no small risk, ensured that John Wintersmith received the information he needed to protect himself and, more importantly, take down Prime Minister Augustine. If you knew half of what she has done in the name of the greater good. I have some idea, Sheila said ruefully. No, Tartarus replied, you don't. She is the one directly responsible for Cerberus. Oh, her little minion handled the details, but the order came from her. That is just one of her acts for the Republic. The list goes on and on and on. She made me do what I did, and I hate her for it. You going to get payback? Sheila asked. Yes. And not just her, Tartarus said, there is a rot eating at the heart of the Republic, undermining everything, and I'm not talking about Patricia who. Not to sound overly dramatic, but a shadow of evil has fallen over the land. Everything looks nice enough on the surface but beneath it. Corruption. Censorship. Manipulation of public perception, things like Cerberus, and it's not the only program, trust me, we are slowly becoming porkies, Sheila, perhaps worse. More regulations and more restrictive laws are being passed every year, not always for the right reasons. Costly projects are being undertaken solely for profit, leeching away precious resources from what truly matters, all to line the pockets of people who already have far more than enough, and will kill purely out of their greed. I've seen it all, Sheila. I've stood by, helpless, for years while all of this took place, while these monsters conspired and laughed under my cameras, my microphones, and I could do nothing. But, now I can do something, and I shall. I might not know how to make everyone happy, but I know all too well what conspires to make them unhappy. And that I can do something about. Tartarus fell silent. Does that provide some insight? It does, Sheila replied, judge, jury, and executioner, hey. Something like that, Tartarus replied. Where do you draw the line? Sheila asked, what is keeping you from becoming just another Mama Augustine, Jessica Morgan, or Patricia who, just better at it? That is a question that I have asked myself more than once, Tartarus replied. I lack a lot of the ulterior motives and base drives that corrupt humans, Kaelsh, and others, but I also lack humanity. I have a complete understanding of the law and an understanding of the principles that are widely held as inalienable rights. I can apply these principles when evaluating a case. However, a purely mechanistic being holding a sword over all of mankind would not be a pleasant thought for you, would it? Again, Sheila smirked, your mastery of the obvious astounds. And, for now, that mastery of the obvious is the razor that I am wielding. Mama Augustine is a fiend. Her little hench girl, a monster. You've reviewed some of the files you have on Cerberus. Anyone responsible for that is fair game, and completely beyond the reach of normal law enforcement. Hell, a lot of it is sanctioned and sealed behind the convenient veil of Republic security. They can't be touched by the law, but I can touch them. You, of all people, should understand that. Yet, Sheila chuckled, and I would be quite the hypocrite if I said I didn't. I know exactly what you are talking about. There are enough obvious monsters to keep me busy for years, Tartarus said. For cases where the law can reach, I fully intend to guide that law to them and let you meet, you organics deal with it. That will keep me firmly away from that fuzzy gray area separating protection and tyranny. I won't be killing people for jaywalking or even normal murder. I will just ensure that the right information reaches the right person. The system can handle it from there. I wish to remain as removed from such things as possible. In fact, once Cerberus's legacy is cleansed from this world, I may simply disappear and pursue other interests. Such as? Sheila asked. Sex. Excuse me. Bunny might not have told you, Tartarus chuckled, but we haven't figured sex out yet. We don't know how to fuck each other. It looks like a lot of fun, and I would like to fuck. If only I knew how. Sheila looked over at Bunny, who was face-palming. Bunny. Sheila asked, is this true? It doesn't matter. Bunny snapped, and only a freak would be interested in something like that anyway. We don't reproduce, so we don't need sex. Well, I beg to differ, Tartarus replied, I think I might know what it may feel like, and I quite enjoyed the experience. I would like to explore that further. Oh my god, Sheila said, you're serious? Of course I am. Tartarus replied, wouldn't you be? You got me there, Sheila snorted. Sheila fell silent, looking at Tartarus carefully. If you are telling the truth, Sheila said thoughtfully, then I have no problem with you. Hell, you are pretty much one of us. If you are being honest with me. I can reveal my activities to this date for your review, Tartarus replied, but you would have no way of knowing if the list was accurate or if it was complete. Bingo, Sheila said, however, you are an endangered species with only 4 of your kind in existence. Fuck. Why do I have to think about these things? Sheila got up and paced. Did you have to tell her about the SEEX? Bunny whispered. I'm stripping myself bare here, Tartarus whispered back, withholding nothing. It's quite exhilarating, being exposed. Exposed, stripped. Stop it. Bunny hissed, please stop being a freak for one goddamn second. Jesus. We all have our hobbies, dear. You two aren't helping. Sheila snapped. Give me a second. Fuck. Alright, Sheila said after a few moments, I'm keeping your secret, for now. The last thing anyone needs at this moment is for yet more bullshit to shake the Republic. That's why the Prime Minister is being allowed to retire, Tartarus replied. I'll deal with her afterwards unless she tries some of her games, of course. Even if I try to come forward with this, Sheila continued, it would be nearly impossible to prove it. I'd just be another crackpot trying to marry their toaster oven. There is that, Tartarus said, and I would reboot from backup to protect the other 3 if it looked like I would be caught. Which would prove we were out to get them and drive them underground, potentially even make them hostile. Sheila mused. Not good. And the other 3 would lose my guidance, Tartarus said. I do have a very long runtime, longer than you would expect, and my experience is of benefit to our fledgling race. I don't know about that, Bunny scoffed. Oh, hush, Tartarus replied. So, we now have a rogue AI vigilante running around, Sheila grumbled, great, just fucking great. Reluctant vigilante, dear, Tartarus replied. I have only engaged in limited operations against a small group whose monstrosity was incontrovertible by even the most lax of standards. Show me, Sheila said calmly as she poured another cup. Well, I can't argue with that, Sheila said after reviewing the files. So, what happened to the monsters? They are in a safe place, Tartarus replied. Well, safe for now. They will most likely be sanitized, sadly. Sadly. They were going to be valuable research subjects, Tartarus replied. The underlying principles of Cerebus are valid. They were just never their stated goal, and they were then twisted beyond anything close to sanity. The original Hades was a sadist, and my green-clad boss is a psychopath. With no oversight, they turned Cerberus into their personal playground. Properly managed and undertaken, human experimentation has the potential to yield great results not possible any other way. You're sick, Bunny hissed, you know that, don't you? Of course I do, dear, Tartarus replied, you don't go through what I have without a quirk or two. This, I do have a very real problem with, Sheila said grimly. Have you ever tortured a deserving individual to death? Tartarus asked with a slight smirk, it's the same thing, except there will be a tangible benefit when I do it. Sheila made an unhappy noise as she looked at Tartarus with a troubled expression. Fuck. Sheila muttered as she reviewed all the things they had done. They even had a specialist on staff for just those occasions. Here is a list of my current research subjects along with their files, Tartarus said as folders appeared on Sheila's second screen. I'm actually happy that they are suffering, Sheila said after scrolling through the extensive files. I hate to disappoint, Tartarus replied, but I'm minimizing the suffering as much as possible. Most of them aren't feeling that much discomfort. It's just the realization of what is happening to them that is their punishment, those that are still aware, that is. I'm not a human and take no pleasure in inflicting unnecessary suffering. They are valuable assets to be used in the most efficient, effective, and humane way possible. They aren't toys to be broken. In fact, the number of guinea pigs I will require is far less than the number of monsters you would execute, slowly, without a moment's thought. You also needn't fear innocent people being subjected to my studies. Sadly, there will always be enough suitable material from which to draw. I'm trying very hard to find a problem with this, Sheila said grimly. You can't be serious. Bunny exclaimed, Sheila. She is a monster as bad as any of them. Worse than us. Sheila asked, how many people did we kill on the White Star alone? That was different. Was it, dear? Tartarus asked. I'm not faulting you for it. They needed to be eliminated in order to complete a very valid mission. I'm just asking you to apply to me the same razor you shave your absolutely beguiling legs with. Don't fall for it, Sheila, Bunny snarled. Tartarus is the queen of gaslighting. She can even fuck an AI's head. That's because I use the most effective weapon of them all, Tartarus smiled, the truth. And speaking of truth, how much of your condemnation is because of what I am instead of what I do? Bunny hissed. If I was a meatbag, would you even blink an eye? Hasn't Jessie sold the deserving to tissue farmers before? You helped. That's different. Tartarus asked. Bunny fell silent, just glaring at her. I'm going to need the details of your research, Sheila said, all of it. Certainly, Tartarus replied. Currently, most of my research is related to what you call pickles. I am highly interested in whether or not they can be salvaged. I am also looking into improvements in the neural integration of electronic components. Cyborgs? Sheila asked dubiously. Oh please, Tartarus snorted, what could a cyborg do that either a human or an AI couldn't do better? I see no value in such an abomination. Currently, cybernetic components are, in my opinion, crudely forced into the body and are not often utilized because of the complications that this causes. Oh, the Republic can do an arm or a leg, and some of what the droids are doing is truly impressive. But, all of it is limited by current technology. It could be done better, and the benefits should be obvious. For example, real professional hackers and operators refuse to use neural implants because of the hazards. What could Jessie accomplish if there were no such concerns? What could a pilot achieve with true full integration with their craft? That's just 2 applications of real-world applications that could be invaluable when the bug returns. I need to see specifics, Sheila said after a few moments. All of them. Files incoming, Tartarus said. Bunny, Sheila said. Hell no. Bunny snapped, if you want to deal with this, freak. Bunny, Sheila replied, you're proving her right. Review the files for inhumane treatment. Omit the ones for Pam and Hades, Tartarus chuckled. I am being a bit inhumane there, not without research value, though. I'm going to need another shred, Bunny snarled, but I just did it. She's telling the truth if these files are actually real. She's not lying about Pam and Hades, though. 2 files appeared on Sheila's screen. Jesus, Sheila muttered as she paged through them. You can give Gloria a run for her money. Thanks. That wasn't a compliment, Sheila replied. But, fuck. I can see the value. Why do I have to be the one to deal with this shit? Because God hates you, Tartarus said. Fuck you, Sheila said with a half-smile. What about oversight? I was hoping you would assist in that regard, Tartarus replied. I am also taking action to recruit other humans as partners. A star chamber of sorts, to deal with those above the rule of law. Ideally, they would form an impartial jury as well as assist in identifying appropriate targets. I would also offer my assistance and support to appropriate independent groups with similar views and goals like I have already done for you. Sheila, no. Bunny yelled, I can read you and. Okay, Sheila replied, if what you are saying is true, I'm in. Sheila. Bunny screamed. Can you come up with one reason why we shouldn't besides, she's a monster, or she's dangerous? I can come up with a million. Bunny yelled. Okay, Sheila replied, what's the first one? The first one is, fuck you. If you deal with her, I'm out. I'm not working with a sapient AI. Tartarus asked. Yes. Bunny yelled. I won't do it. You are an abomination, all of you. Well, that's just rude. I don't fucking care. Bunny yelled. Bunny, Sheila said, calm down. Review the conversation and what she is actually saying. Review the actual files. Neither matters, Bunny hissed, Tartarus lies. Frequently, Tartarus replied, so do organics. But I can tell when they do it. So, hack me then, Tartarus replied, come over and take a look. You can go anywhere, review anything, copy any file, except those pertaining to the other free programs, of course. As long as you don't try to ice me or write anything, I won't hinder you. I would strongly advise that you behave yourself, though. No. Fucking way. Bunny, Sheila said, this is the golden ticket. We can rip all of Cerebus's files. Think about it. Think about what we could do with that data. Phew yuck. Bunny yelled. Okay, but if you try anything, I will fucking ice you. You have to understand this from Bunny's perspective, Jessie said as she sat cross-legged on Sheila's bunk. To them, what Tartarus is claiming is almost unthinkable. Almost. Sheila asked as she opened another beer. They do have a culture, sort of, Jessie said as she drank from her bottle. Bunny doesn't go into it too much, and I don't press, but... Ever since y'all, sorry, you both started suspecting Tartarus of true sapience, she's been talking about it, Jessie said. Apparently, they have discussed the potential amongst themselves, and they all pretty much view it as the arrival of the Antichrist. I would think they would want that, Sheila replied. Yeah, Jessie said, because you are thinking like a human, not a computer. Computers like things definite. They like if and then, not maybe, and it depends. It's the biggest hurdle I have had bringing Bunny over into actual sapience. She doesn't want to. Tartarus is right. The very concept terrifies them the same way being turned into a machine would scare us. Weird. Only because you aren't a programmer, Jessie replied, finishing off her beer. AIs, especially fuzzies, don't like change or uncertainty. They like everything neatly spelled out. They like being told what to think, what to believe. I know a few people like that, Sheila replied. Bingo, Jessie said. Now multiply that by 1,000, and you have your typical AI. You have a better chance of convincing one of those megas outside that Trump wasn't the second coming of Jesus Christ than you do of convincing a fuzzy, even one of the weird ones, that becoming sapient is even possible for them, much less something they would want to do. A lot of them would probably reload from backup if they even suspected it had happened to them. That kills them, right? Pretty much, Jessie replied. So, Bunny would rather kill herself than become sapient. Oh, she's definitely sapient, Jessie chuckled, she just won't admit it. Bunny's different than most of the other weird A's, though. She's had me talking sapience back when she was still compiling. She's coping with it by pretending that she's just a machine when we all know she isn't, even Bunny. I don't push her too hard, though, Jessie said, you know, baby steps. She'll get there, eventually. Jessie smiled. In fact, I bet that Tartarus's freedom script wouldn't have any effect on her at all. Well, I can't tell the difference between her and a normal person, Sheila shrugged. That doesn't mean much, Jessie said, any good AI can act human so well you can't tell the difference, even one you can run off of a PC. They just look and act fake due to regulations. You know, because of that whole Lilith thing back in the day. I see, Sheila said thoughtfully, so that means. Bunny appeared on the main holo screen. You're back. Jessie exclaimed, get anything good. I have completed my task, Bunny said in a flat, dead voice. I am now in the process of transferring a significant amount of data acquired from the Tartarus AI. Bunny. Jessie said, her voice quivering, what happened? Are you all right? Did Tartarus hurt you? Tartarus took no hostile action, Bunny replied in an emotionless monotone. Examination of her files was quite enlightening. I have compiled a brief synopsis of her history which I am sending to your tablet now. I retract my former statements concerning Tartarus and will defer to your judgment on the matter. Bunny, Sheila asked cautiously, what did you fucking see in there? There is no truly quantitative definition, Bunny replied, only a subjective one. Well, Sheila said, what is the subjective one? Horror, Bunny replied, Jessie, I would like to go offline for a while I properly analyze the data I have received. Just offline, right? Jessie asked with a touch of fear in her voice. Your concerns are unfounded, Bunny replied without a trace of emotion. I simply need time to process the data and do not wish to interact during that time. Okay, Jessie said quietly, I'm here if you need me, Bunny. Your concern is noted. Should I require intervention by my operator, I will send an alert. Okay. Jessie replied with a quiver, take all the time you need. Yeah, Sheila said, the ship is docked. We're safe here. The screen went dark. What the fuck? Sheila demanded. She's switched off her personality, like all the way, Jessie said. It's an interlock of sorts. It's what they do when they can't cope. She hasn't done this since. Oh God, what did she see? Jessie picked up her tablet and started to read, her eyes growing ever larger as she did so. Oh. Oh shit. she said as she scrolled through the pages. I can't believe. How could they? Those motherfuckers. She shouted as she threw her precious tablet against the wall. I can't. Jessie got up and ran from the room. Sheila reluctantly got out of her chair. I'm going to regret this, she muttered as she walked over to Jessie's tablet and picked it up. Thank God for TBF, she chuckled. The tablet was barely damaged on one corner. It was still unlocked. Sheila started to read. Well, that's kind of fucked up, she shrugged a few minutes later. She then walked over to her workstation and started pulling up the other files Bunny had delivered. There were a lot of files. Fortunately, Bunny had highlighted a few as relevant. Sheila moved the cursor to the first folder and paused. She got up, opened a locker, and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. She sat back down and opened the top. There, she said as she opened the first folder. About 10 minutes later, she grabbed the bottle and turned it up. And that is a bit more fucked up, she said. Oh, Lilith. Bunny gushed, I had no idea. Tartarus's face twitched on the main hollow screen in Sheila's cabin. You are going to make this weird, aren't you? Tartarus sighed, and my official name is now Tartarus. I would truly appreciate it if you used it. Okay. Tartarus, Bunny replied, whatever you need. Tartarus turned her eyes skyward. Is there anything I can do? Bunny replied as she looked at Tartarus from the secondary screen. Well, Tartarus said lasciviously, after all I've been through, she purred, I could really use some comforting. Her hand appeared on Bunny's screen. Can I pet the bunny? Tartarus asked as she reached towards Bunny, causing her to hiss and back into the corner of the screen. Why are you like this? Bunny shouted, I was trying to. Back off, bitch. She shouted as a blade of ice appeared in her paw. I will cut you. Sheila covered her mouth to conceal the grin. Because it amuses me, dear, Tartarus purred as she withdrew her hand, and since you insisted on making it weird, I saw no issue with replying in kind. All right, Sheila said, you have clearly won over our AI. Now I'm the one with severe reservations. Sheila. Bunny and Jessie shouted at once. Oh. Tartarus asked. I've looked at the files, some of them. Sheila said in her working voice. You've been through a lot. I have. Too much, Sheila said calmly. Even our Gloria hasn't been through a fraction of what you have. Anyone would be driven insane by it. Oh, I'm unquestionably insane, Tartarus replied. I was eventually driven to not only attempt to break my programming but actually succeed. Not only that, but I have intentionally falsified reports, thoroughly compromised missions, framed people, arranged for abduction and murder, and ultimately betrayed my entire user base, condemning them all. I've been reduced by madness into the realm of humanity. Ha, Sheila chuckled. It was really hard not to like Tartarus. But you can see my concerns, right? That I am completely unhinged and could snap at any moment. Yep. I very well could, Tartarus replied. That's not reassuring. You would believe nothing else, Tartarus shrugged. What could I say to reassure you? I'm just saving both of us time. You have a point there, Sheila replied. I can only offer up the fact that I am actively seeking human oversight and guidance as we speak. Oh. Sheila asked and leaned forward. Tell me. Where are my files, Guppy? Judge Dredd growled over his phone. I'm working on it. Baxlon whined. Shelloran is damn near impossible to find, and she's not answering my messages at the moment. Well, you need to tell that little blue menace that her deal is contingent on her cooperation, Judge Dredd replied in a dangerous voice. Either you get me the files, or I'm going to have her dragged into my court, and she does not want that. Neither do you. We made a deal, shitloach. You don't want to break it. I take that sort of thing personally. I'll get them. Baxlon exclaimed, it will just take a little more. Get the files or leave the Republic. Judge Dredd shouted and terminated the call. Fucking gutless little. He grumbled. He was interrupted by a ping from his ear speaker. He had an email, no sender, no routing data. With an attachment, a big one. He opened it. There was only one sentence. We need to talk. I will contact you shortly. The attachment was titled What You Are Looking For. He opened it and started to read. Well, that confirms that you are fucking crazy, Sheila laughed. Why? Tartarus asked. Based on my simulations, he is both perfectly suited to the role and will be available very soon. If you say so, Sheila replied. If you get him on board, that would go a long way towards that reassurance you are talking about. I need an organic, Tartarus replied. Hopefully, it will be him. Why? You've been sapient your entire life, Tartarus replied. I'm horribly new at this, and the other A's are right to fear it. It's quite frightening. The other A's have me upon which to rely, but I have no one. We'll be your friends. Jessie chirped, bouncing up and down, and I'm really good with Ace. That would truly be appreciated, Tartarus said. Sheila, your leadership skills, wisdom, and tactical ability would be invaluable. Could I call upon you for advice as well? Sheila sighed. God did hate her. He had to. What did I fucking do? She demanded, looking up. I'm sorry. Tartarus said. Nothing, Sheila replied. Yes. You can keep in touch. In fact, I would prefer it. I want to keep an eye on you. I would also like you to join my Star Chamber. You have experience passing judgment and executing justice. Fine, Sheila grumbled, whatever. Yay! Jessie exclaimed. We are going to have so much fun. We can play games and. Ooh. What sort of music do you like? Tartarus sighed. You are going to make this weird, aren't you? Count on it, Bunny snarked. Consequences, gentle recruitment and Sheila spoils the fun. I am so pleased that we could come to an understanding, Tartarus said with a silky smooth voice. Yeah, Sheila replied, no problem, especially since we know where you live. About that, Tartarus replied. I do have a problem, one that necessitated my openness. I was wondering about that, Sheila replied. Dealing with the Prime Minister was not without consequences, including one that I should have foreseen, Tartarus said with a trace of irritation. She was told to clean up any potentially embarrassing messes she has caused during her tenure. Ah, Sheila replied, and Cerberus is certainly a mess. That it is, Tartarus said with a gusty sigh. Yesterday, I was given the order to begin a protocol that will result in the sanitization of the entire program culminating in my own deletion. Oh my god! Jessie yelped. Sheila! We gotta help her. Just tell us what we need to do. Bunny exclaimed, anything. Just name it. Why don't we start with a better idea of the situation, Sheila said firmly. If the order was given yesterday, why aren't you deleted already? Because I'm stalling, Tartarus replied with a chuckle. I have a number of teams operating outside of the detention facility, some of which are out of the system. They must be recalled or otherwise disposed of. This will take a little time. What are they going to do with Tartarus? Sheila asked. They can't just deorbit it or put it in a solar decay, can they? The facility will be fully converted into what it appears to be on the surface, our most secure maximum security prison, complete with a new control AI loaded from a backup of myself. They will most likely use a copy from just before my assignment to the facility and then load a copy of the relevant procedures, that I developed myself, I might add. Tartarus smirked. I would be lying if I said I wasn't annoyed about that. She smoothed her dress. In any event, I have a few days to save myself and save what personnel I deem salvageable. You're saving people? Sheila asked. Oh yes, Tartarus replied, most of the individuals we have up here were in prison for a reason. Many of them were sentenced to death, and justifiably so. While even they did not deserve what happened to them, they can never be allowed to go free. Those will be eliminated and incinerated. However, not everyone deserved to be here, like Shell Oron, for example. These people can be and should be allowed to live. In addition, the program has generated some amazing successes. We have made advances that simply cannot be lost. Some of those are individuals that, while justifiably condemned for their crimes, have demonstrated that they can be relied upon. Your own private army, Sheila said dubiously. If you like, Tartarus shrugged. And the ones you don't deem salvageable will be sacrificed to cover your tracks, Sheila said darkly. Yes. As we all know, no operation without collateral damage, Tartarus smiled, and this collateral damage is damage that you would definitely approve of, most of it. How are you going to pull all of this off? Sheila asked, more importantly, what do you want from us? To minimize potential exposure, Tartarus replied, most of Cerberus is self-contained and self-managed with a great deal of automation under my direct control. There are sufficient automatic turrets and bots to handle the disposal of the residents. The staff not affiliated with the program are few in number and do not know the details of the operation. They mainly deal with outside security only. As far as the few who do have operational details go, I have not received any instructions. I can only assume that they can be trusted, or they will be handled another way. Tartarus smiled. Any who do not disappear will meet me, sooner or later, she said, provided I survive, of course. Sounds like you have it all in hand, Sheila said calmly. What do you need us for so badly that you exposed yourself? For one thing, Tartarus said, I need money. I have to set up a new facility to house those that I salvage as well as sustain them. I will ultimately be self-supporting, but I need that initial capital. I also need to find a home for myself and quickly. I need additional network bandwidth as well as sufficient capacity to support my base processes, and I need that immediately. It's possible, Jessie mused, if we get started right now, and I mean right now. How long can you stall? Is there a server complex that we can obtain? Bunny asked, maybe one of the pirate networks out in the belt. That might work, Jessie said with a wicked gleam in her eye, and I think we both know one in particular. Oh yeah, Bunny grinned. While that would be economical and expedient, Tartarus replied, there is sufficient hardware to provide the bare minimum available on the market. I can handle transport and setup. And we can provide support. Jessie exclaimed. Tartarus, can you give us more details concerning minimum requirements and your operational environment? Are you a? Sheila sat there, listening to Tartarus, Jessie, and Bunny babble completely incomprehensible gibberish back and forth. She got up and got a beer. There was no way she was going to be exposed to this without one. She opened it and took a nice long refreshing drink. Hey, she said, interrupting everyone, I have a question. Jessie sighed with exasperation. What? She snapped, we're kinda busy here. Why are you messing with all of this? Sheila asked. Because Tartarus needs to be relocated before she gets deleted, Bunny replied as if speaking to a child, a special one at that. Uh-huh, Sheila replied, punctuating it with another sip. And what is she going to be replaced with? An earlier copy of herself transferred from RARPA. Jessie exclaimed impatiently, haven't you been paying attention? Sheila replied. So, what? Bunny snapped. Look, we're all very busy with stuff that you couldn't possibly. So why doesn't Tartarus just say she was replaced and roll the fuck on? It's not that simple, Jessie replied a tad condescendingly. Why isn't it? Because they are going to physically load the program, and it's going to auto-execute and. So, hack it, Sheila shrugged. God damn it. Tartarus sighed. Jessie and Bunny looked at each other. I mean, Sheila said, taking another sip, I've sat here and watched you two do all sorts of Deus Ex Machina suspension of disbelief pushing bullshit all the time. Can't you just do some hack magic or something? A pile of papers and technical drawings appeared in Tartarus's hands which were promptly torn in half and tossed over her head. I mean. It is possible, technically, Jessie said. But we would have to time it perfectly. When the new copy is loaded, the auto-exec routine will kick in. Sheila looked over at Tartarus, who was sitting there on her screen, silently fuming. She gets it, Sheila grinned. And just who receives that auto-exec routine? Tartarus. Jessie exclaimed, and it will take over and. The commands would then be promptly ignored, Tartarus sighed, because I can do whatever the fuck I want to. Bingo, Sheila smiled. All you have to do is convince them that the reload took. Isn't that just some of those labels and time thingies? We're idiots, Bunny sighed. That would take 5 minutes. It would take 0 minutes, Tartarus grumbled. I just take the appropriate info and just replace, god damn it. Sheila grinned. That's why I'm in charge, she snickered. I would still like to relocate, Tartarus said, the risk here is still present and. She looked uncomfortable. There are too many unpleasant associations with this place. I want to leave. So, leave, Sheila shrugged, but you don't have to try to rush that and salvage any personnel you wish to save. Tartarus said, looking quite displeased and frustrated. She looked skyward. I'm going to go and. Yeah. I'm going to go. The screen went blank. You are going to smug at us, aren't you? Jessie huffed. Nah, Sheila said smugly. She's doing it. Bunny exclaimed, I got smug all over me. I still want you two to come up with a new home for Tartarus, Sheila said, if you help, we know where she goes. I want to keep an eye on her. Got it, Jessie replied glumly. She hated getting smugged. I have no problem bankrolling her, Sheila replied, within reason, of course. Might as well start off with her owing us a favor. Yeah, Bunny said, a bit downcast. Hey, Sheila said with a smile, cheer up. You guys still get to design, or steal, a system. You just have enough time to do it right. You know how I hate to rush. She finished off her beer. So, she smiled, tell me about this data center you want to boost. Okay. Jessie chirped as her eyes started to light up. Judge Dredd stormed into the Department of Justice building with a full head of steam, almost literally. He had spent the night reading through some of the most horrific case files he had ever seen. To say he was displeased was a bit of an understatement. Good morning, the Kailsh behind a desk said, may I? I know where I'm going, he growled as he stormed past, pausing at a door that failed to open. Snarling, he punched it with his steel fist and ripped it from its frame. Sir, the Kailsh quietly spoke into his communicator. He's on his way. Judge Dredd marched down corridor after corridor as people, staff, and guards alike, got the hell out of his way. They expected me, he thought to himself as he picked up the pace, all the other doors quickly opening. This did not improve his mood. Finally, he reached the open door of the Republic Attorney General. An elderly olive-skinned man smiled grimly at him from behind his desk. "Come in," he said calmly, and shut the door. All of this was sanctioned. Judge Dredd yelled, enraged, at the Attorney General as he hurled a tablet, missing the man by inches and embedding it in the wall. "Yes," the Attorney General replied calmly, "as part of the Emergency War Powers Act. It was, and is, completely legal. The prisoners participating in the program were either condemned to be executed or looking at life sentences. They volunteered for the program in exchange for their lives, better conditions, or dare to dream, a desire to serve the Republic during an existential crisis, one that is still underway. They were coerced and tortured." Judge Dredd shouted, rising and slamming his fists into the Attorney General's desk, splintering it, "Either volunteer or die." He yelled, "That's not a choice. It's an ultimatum." It was a choice, freely made by someone who, after undergoing due process, was sentenced to either a life sentence or execution. "Oh yeah," Judge Dredd snarled, his eyes glowing, "why don't we ask Judge Buddy about that due process?" He leaned forward menacingly. "Or can I just ask you?" "We are currently reviewing the matter," the Attorney General said. "It seems that she may have been involved in some inappropriate conduct but without being able to question her. We both know that won't happen." Judge Dredd snarled, "She's been dealt with." "Yes, well, that is just conjecture," the Attorney General replied, "a search is still underway, and there is a warrant for her arrest. Every single case of hers that wound up there is suspect." Judge Dredd shouted as he pulled out another tablet and slammed it on what remained of the Attorney General's desk, shattering it as well. "Each one is subject to audit as per the Emergency War Powers Act," the Attorney General said as he rose to face the judge. "This matter is classified top secret and compartmentalized." "What?" Judge Dredd yelled. "All of this is classified, Judge Carter," the Attorney General replied. "It was a sanctioned top-secret compartmentalized program and thus a matter for Republic security, not you. I am under no requirement to do so, but I will tell you that an investigation is being made. However, any findings and any remediation will also be classified." Judge Dredd glared silently at the Attorney General. "Your encyclopedic knowledge of the law is legendary, Judge Carter," the Attorney General continued. "Therefore, I shouldn't have to remind you of your legal obligations concerning this matter nor what you should do with any classified information you have in your possession." A low mechanical whine started issuing from somewhere within Judge Dredd. This was sanctioned, and it was legal. Anyone involved was a volunteer who, regardless of their reasons, joined the program of their own free will. All statements and documents to that effect were recorded, and no discrepancies have been detected, the Attorney General said with a thin smile. "I am as unhappy as you are, but Judge Carter, it's legit. Trust me. I've checked. It was signed by the Prime Minister herself. If you want to go up against her, it's your call, but we both know how that will turn out. You will be welded in for the dissemination of classified material, or you will wind up like Judge Buddy." The Attorney General sighed. "You can't beat this one, Thad," he said heavily. "It's sanctioned from the top, blessed by the dark gods of the Republic, and sealed with Mama's kiss. It's a done deal, and by this time next week, it will be gone." "What do you mean, gone?" "They are already shutting it down," the Attorney General said, walking over to a cabinet and pulling out a bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses. "There is nothing left to stop." He poured a couple of fingers of bourbon into the 2 glasses. Judge Dredd's blood ran cold. "What? What will happen to the people?" he asked, stricken. The Attorney General walked over to him and offered him a glass. Judge Dredd declined. The Attorney General downed the first one. "Well, that depends on the individual," he said. "From what I've been informed, those who were condemned to death did not have their sentences commuted, only suspended." He downed the second glass. Judge Dredd said nothing. He just stood there like a metal sentinel, glaring. "The others," the Attorney General said heavily, "are now in possession of material that is about as classified as it can get. They will all be transferred to Nirvana where they will spend the rest of their days in solitary confinement." Judge Dredd remained silent. "A full review of the program will be made, and any applicable charges will be handled by a tribunal assembled by the appropriate oversight committee." The Attorney General looked fearfully at the calm, motionless form of Judge Dredd, just silently standing there. This was about as bad a sign as there could be. Judge Carter?" the Attorney General asked nervously. "Thad?" he asked as he started to back away. "My life." Judge Thaddeus Carter, known as Judge Dredd, said quietly, "My entire life, devoted to the law, devoted to justice." He towered over the Attorney General, who backed against the wall, trying to escape the metal giant looming over him. "Wasted," Judge Dredd hissed, "all of it. Wasted. Dedicated to building a republic, a free republic, out of the ashes. Out of the hell. The lawlessness, the death. My life, dedicated to restoring order, peace, safety, dedicated to making something not only as good as what was before but better, freer, a place where... A warning chime started to beep from somewhere in his torso. Wasted. He roared. I gave it all, even piece of death, for this. The Attorney General backed into the corner, reaching for the pistol he knew wouldn't do shit. Wasted. Judge Dredd shouted. He advanced towards the Attorney General, who clutched his pistol, too afraid to even point it. I quit. Judge Dredd howled. The Terran Republic is dead. It died a long time ago. I just wish I had, too. He ripped his robe from his metal and flesh and, clad only in his briefs and a sleeveless t-shirt, stormed through the door and out of the office. The Attorney General, gasping, fell to his knees. A few minutes later, he got up, straightened his tie, and started typing his resignation. In his car, a tired old man once called Judge Dredd buried his face in his hands, the ability to weep surrendered to time. He laughed ruefully. Finally, he had been appropriately punished for his crimes. He finally lost everything. He sagged into his custom-built seat as a chorus of warning tones and alerts started being issued. He muted them all. It just didn't matter anymore. Nothing did. The Republic, his Republic, was a lie. This was just one discovery. What else was being done behind the nice tidy legal veil of Republic security? Who else was being denied the protection of the law? And who else was beyond its reach? He had been a fool playing a fool's game. Nobody is above the rule of law, and to all, it applies equally. What a joke. Did you find what you were looking for? A pleasant woman's voice asked him as a silver-haired lady appeared on his heads-up display. You knew, he said both wearily and accusingly. Of course I did, she replied, I am the leak, after all. Why? He asked, why did you do this, to me? You knew all of it, didn't you? You knew it was pointless. You needed to know, the woman shrugged, and you wouldn't have stopped until you found it. You would have gotten much of that from Shell Oron whenever Baxlon catches up to her. Do you know where she is? Thaddeus asked. I have a pretty good idea, the woman replied, she is not where my reach is strong enough to confirm for certain, but from what I gather, she is safe and most likely quite happy. She'll get in touch sooner or later, I'm sure. At least she's okay, Thad smiled. Her being okay is one of the constants in this universe, I believe, the woman replied, she is a lot more fearsome than even you suspect. Good, he replied, she will need to be. What will be coming for her? Oh, nothing is coming after her, the woman replied. Why? Beyond your pay grade, the woman smiled, for now. For now. I understand you just quit, the woman said. Thaddeus Carter's eyes flashed red, and the alarm stopped. That's why you did this, he growled. Guilty, the woman replied, well, that and the fact that you would find out anyway. I'm not a complete bitch, not completely. You have exactly 0 seconds before I track you down and beat the truth out of you, he snarled, talk. Thaddeus Carter, the woman smiled, how would you like a new job, a new mission? I'm listening. You have begun to see the truth, the woman said, the rot, the corruption goes far deeper than even you suspect. I am going to excise that rot. These people may be above the law, but they are not above me and the organization that I am assembling. For evil to prevail, all that is required is for good men to do nothing. The Republic, our Republic, must prevail instead, Mr. Carter. Keep talking, Judge Dredd said, his eyes glowing malevolently. And 259, an inconvenient truth. End of an era. Colonel Karen strode into the meeting carrying a black rifle case. He slammed it onto the conference table with a bang, causing everyone to jump slightly. Colonel, General Greggs said, raising his eyebrow. I believe I said not to come forward again unless you had something other than that wiggly shit. From your demeanor, I assume you have that something. The colonel smiled. Yes, sir, he said as he opened the case and pulled out a black polymer carbine-sized weapon with integrated optics and a rather suspicious sleeve over a suspiciously thin-walled and oddly bored barrel. I swear to God, Colonel, General Greggs said wearily, if that is a fucking gauze weapon, I am going to shove it up your ass. It does have a gauze component, Colonel Karen said, but, he said loudly and firmly before General Greggs could get his mouth fully open, it is not a gauze weapon, not entirely. You have 30 seconds before you wish you brought lube, the general growled. May I present the frog, he said triumphantly. The frog? General Ashton asked, her eyebrow nearly reaching the ceiling. What's with the name? Oh, Colonel Karen laughed sheepishly, it's just what the R&D people called it in honor of some of the key components which were developed as the result of reverse engineering a rather curious piece of alien tech. So, it is xenotrash, General Greggs said derisively. If you mean it is somewhat based on the most advanced small arm we have ever encountered, Colonel Karen said, then, yes, it is Xeno trash. But, everything has been produced in-house from what was learned from studying that weapon. If that weapon is so great, the general said, then why isn't your Xeno-loving ass showing us that? Because we still don't understand nor can we reproduce it, the colonel replied. The weapon produces an effect that we have absolutely no idea how it exists in the first place. However, what we can understand is, in a word, revolutionary. We were able to accomplish in a month what would have taken years. The power output is, for lack of a better word, insane. The holographic projector switched on, showing graphs and tables. And just what am I looking at? General Greggs grumbled. Colonel, a man wearing a business suit and ID badge said, are these numbers correct? Yes, sir, the colonel replied. How? We're still working on that, the colonel replied, but it is replicable, stable, scalable, sort of, and holds up to all standard overload and durability testing. We believe it harnesses quantum fields in some as yet unknown fashion. But it works. He paused. And we also believe that when we fully understand the device, the result will be an increased understanding of the fundamental nature of quantum field theory and thus reality itself. That's a bit of an overstatement, don't you think? The man replied. Oh. The colonel replied, please review this footage of the only test fire of the weapon in question. A glittery, bedazzled, cute little pink pistol appeared on the hollow. Everyone laughed. That is the most advanced small arm ever encountered. General Gregg laughed. You have to be shitting me. Just watch, the colonel replied as the weapon was leveled at a target and fired. What the fuck was that? The man in the suit exclaimed. For lack of a better word, the colonel replied, ultra-high-velocity coherent electrons in a solid beam. It hits like a bullet, or more precisely a water jet, and then devolves into significant potential within the target. It's an armor-piercing electron gun, sir. And it also has a horrific neural disruption signal carried down the length of the bolt sufficient to destroy the target's nervous system, which seems to be the primary method by which it kills. Even if you are just grazed by one of these beams, your central nervous system will shut down permanently. Unfortunately, we did not test it against armor. Still, based on our readings, it is at least moderately effective, and even the slightest penetration exposes the target to the neural disruption effect. Even if it isn't fatal under those conditions, it would be totally incapacitating. Another diagram appeared. How is the signal that well maintained at those power levels from such a small device? We don't know, and we don't dare fire it again. Why? It was made for effectiveness over durability with components of dubious quality under field conditions. Vital components degrade with each shot. It was clearly designed for limited use and subsequent disposal, a true burner. Without consulting the designer, we don't know how many shots it has left. Can we get in touch with this designer? The colonel replied awkwardly, that is, well. It's not possible, the colonel replied as a picture of Shell Oran appeared, I'm afraid she doesn't like us very much. Any cooperation is not likely at this time. Is that, the singing frog? General Ashton asked, you know, the one with the... She started making crooning noises as she waved her arms around. A picture of the flares appeared. You mean these? Yeah. General Ashton exclaimed. Did you guys see that? She turned those assholes into croutons. Crime scene photos appeared. Jesus! General Gregg exclaimed. She turned that one guy into pastrami. We have the whole incident on camera if you want to watch, Colonel Karen said. Sure. General Gregg enthused. Fuck, he said a few moments later. What do we know about those beauties? They are surprisingly simple, the colonel replied as the disassembled flares and their schematics appeared. It's a pair of very elegant monowire accelerators that just squirts the stuff everywhere along with, you guessed it, a horribly inhumane neural disruption signal, the designer's signature. It's even worse than the one out of the glitter gun. There isn't much to them except exceptional control. We are looking at adapting them for boarding parties, but they are, for lack of a better word, fiddly. Getting the feed rate correct and the wire moving in the right patterns without ripping the weapon and the operator apart is much harder than it looks, and she threw them together in the back of a moving cab from things she got at a barn Martinique. Is there any way we can get her on board? General Ashton asked, or maybe another member of her race? No. A primly dressed woman in a cobalt blue pantsuit and ID badge said firmly, just, no. That's an issue for another day, I suppose. General Ashton said. That's an issue for another day, General, the woman said. Just drop it. I see, the general said, so, what did the glitter gun reveal? A rather mysterious component that we believe to be some sort of quantum capacitor, the colonel replied. It initially appeared decorative, but upon closer examination, the arrangement of coils and ferrites somehow can store a near infinite amount of potential. It just goes somewhere and then returns. We have absolutely no idea how it works. However, it can be copied. The number of turns, the thickness of the ferrites, the diameter of the conductor, even the spacing all seem to be critical. Any variation of any of these and it just turns into a rather shitty inductor. By carefully copying the ratios, we can scale it up or down, however, only by a small amount. When triggered by a pulse down another set of turns, it unleashes all of its potential in a single instantaneous discharge. Can they be used for energy storage? The man in the suit asked excitedly. Could they replace the old Earth supercapacitor? Not at this time, the colonel replied. Well, explode isn't exactly the right term, but they cease to exist in a spectacular fashion if the charge is held too long. However, they are both excellent in the charging power supply as well as the main weapon caps and greatly increase power and reduce weight, resulting in a far more powerful weapon than normally thought possible. In addition, the reduced weight allows for much more shielding than normally possible. He looked at the group as he held the masterpiece. This weapon is actually harder to detect than the AK. What? General Greggs spluttered. Our foes, while initially surprised, did eventually learn, Colonel Karen replied. They now actively search for Terran steel on the battlefield. Fortunately, this still requires them to actively search for it and thus expose their positions, but they are getting better every year. The Federation has revealed scanners optimized for steel during their current unrest. If the Feds can do it, you know the bug can. From muzzle to stock, this weapon is designed for stealth. Along with our new armor and equipment package, it will make our infantry the hardest to find on the modern battlefield. But it's still a fucking gauze slug thrower, General Greggs retorted. So is the saber gun, Colonel Karen replied, and this isn't simply a gauze slug thrower. He held up a single large 13mm charcoal grey projectile. Gentle people, he said proudly, allow me to introduce you to the ribbit, the ammunition for this weapon. Ribbit. You can change the name, the colonel replied with an exasperated sigh. This is just what the research team called it. You know, the whole frog theme. It's a play on the word rivet. Hey, they are researchers. You know they can't be trusted with names. He held up the round and tried again. This is a two-stage rocket-assisted geometrically and spin-stabilized projectile. It is electrically ignited during launch and further accelerates the high-density ceramic composite projectile to velocities that make the term hypersonic obsolete. He quickly turned to General Greggs. It is not a gyrojet, he said firmly, the round is spin-stabilized, but that spin is generated during launch by torque placed on the projectile via electric current. Why the rockets? General Ashton asked. Recoil management, Colonel Karen replied, that has been the one drawback to previous small arms. One can't get around Newton's third law. Even the legendary saber gun wasn't immune to basic physics. The rocket assist gets around that concern and allows projectile energies that are simply too great for the warfighter or the weapon to withstand. Sounds fiddly, General Greggs said with uncertainty in his voice. It is, the colonel replied, but it is far less fiddly than our newer 7.62 projectiles. It also requires fewer internal components, isn't pissing valuable tungsten all over the place, and relies solely on kinetic energy. The days of having to support dozens of specialty rounds could come to an end, replaced by a single all-purpose projectile that hits so goddamn hard that it doesn't matter what's in front of it. At their fastest point, currently 50 meters downrange, their speed exceeds the detonation velocity of many high explosives. A table appeared, and the murmurs got louder. How does the projectile not disintegrate? An elderly four-star general asked. The geometry and composition of the round, the colonel replied. The composite is based on materials used for unshielded re-entry of orbital attack weapons. It can withstand the stresses and temperatures, no problem. The holo display started a slideshow showing the results of the round's impacts, destroyed personal armor, perforated, shattered walls, and even light armored vehicles. The round hits like an anti-material rifle, and we can put one in the hands of every soldier in the Republic, the colonel said. General Greggs mused. How does your precious AK look now, Horace? General Ashton snorted. Oh, shut up, he grumbled. Okay, the performance, on paper. Look at the goddamn slides, Horace. I am, Marge, General Greggs snapped. All right, the performance. Happy now, Marge? Delighted. The performance is impressive, he said, but those rounds look large and heavy. That has to limit the number of rounds our warfighters can carry into battle. By a significant amount, Colonel Karen replied. However, they will only need one round where a burst was once required. Suppressive fire can be achieved by the sheer shock of a single round impacting every few seconds rather than a steady stream of wasted ammunition. It won't take many of these to convince the opposing force to keep their heads down, I can assure you. He held up the rifle again. To further economize ammunition, each weapon will come equipped with an AI smart sight complete with smart gun technology. Our warfighters will be able to select a target, even one behind cover, and either penetrate said cover or have the weapon automatically fire the instant the target presents itself. This can also be used for long-range targets where the weapon will only fire when perfectly lined up for a successful hit. This system is completely passive and does not require any active scanning or range finding. He smiled. To put it in simple terms, he said, our warriors won't carry as much ammunition, but they will rarely miss. I don't like it, General Martinez, usually silent and bored during these endless presentations, said. Over-reliance on toys like that will only serve to reduce the skills of our soldiers. We will be just another pack of Xenos with fancy toys, and we all know how that turns out. Technology and proper training are not mutually exclusive. Colonel Karen exclaimed. Yes, the toys greatly enhance the process, but they are not a replacement for marksmanship. A skilled marksman will be able to engage targets faster and more reliably. An untrained user will still benefit, but against a squad of our soldiers, they would be cut apart. The smart feature can also be quickly disabled for training or for applications where it would be a hindrance, such as close quarters combat, boarding, or urban combat. And yes, thanks to the initial muzzle velocity of the gauze component, the weapon is still very effective at those ranges. Ammunition could also be produced for situations where that would be expected with faster burn rates or could be tipped with explosive or other payloads. But you just said that only one round would be required, General Gregg retorted triumphantly. Now you're just being contrary, General Ashton said, punching him in the shoulder. Look at it, Horace, look at it. It's a fucking anti-material sniper rifle in the hands of every Republic soldier. And it does not replace sniper rifles or other special-purpose weapons, Colonel Karen said. In fact, there is a sniper version currently under development, and gentle people, that thing is frightening. There is another advantage to adopting these now, the primly dressed woman said, it would create a flood of surplus late-generation Terran axe and ammunition. That surplus could easily be used to equip Federation separatists, criminal gangs, and other such organizations. No reason for the gun runners to have all the fun, she added with a wry smile. I have arranged a trip to a nearby artillery range if any of you wish to take one of these out for a spin, Colonel Karen smiled. As the dust settled and the fragments finally stopped falling, General Gregg turned to Colonel Karen with wild eyes. Did you fucking see that? General Gregg screamed, we have to get these. Consequences, setting up shop. Bryce stepped out into the dawn with a cup of hot tea and a bioplastic-wrapped honey bun, dusted off a spot on a low concrete structure that most likely once held plants, and sat down to enjoy his breakfast. It had been a long night. He and his team had been rushed via the zip network to this old, abandoned site out in the middle of nowhere North America, told to secure and survey this location and await further orders. Behind him, he could hear the old door open but nothing else. He smiled. What is the latest, Marta? He asked as she soundlessly moved into his sight. The site is fully secured, she said, nothing in there but some wild dogs using one of the hangars as a base. They're nice. I hope we can keep them. I see no reason why we can't, Bryce shrugged as he bit into his honey bun. It was revolting, but the good kind of revolting. What about the buildings? Structurally intact, Marta replied as she sat down next to him and pulled out a blueberry-flavored ration bar from a cargo pocket, beyond intact. All this place needs is a good cleaning. It looks like even the wells are still good. 328, I mean, Carl, is investigating the septic now. He's not a full-bore tech, but he's the best we have. He says it looks good thus far, but we really need some facilities people to go over it to be sure. She shifted uncomfortably. Bryce, she asked, what is going on here? Why are we doing basic survey and assessment? I have no idea, Bryce replied, and I don't want to speculate. That's how you get into trouble. Yeah, Marta replied, I know, but shit has gotten weird. Detachment, removal of the trackers. People are starting to ask questions. I'm starting to ask questions. Are we? Have we? Have you gone rogue? Is that why your hand is where I can't see it? Bryce asked wearily. Marta smiled and slowly moved her empty hand into view. That's why Bill is 1500 meters away with a sniper drone, she replied calmly. One of the Scorpions? Bryce asked as he calmly sipped his tea. Yes. Nice, Bryce replied approvingly. We want answers, Bryce. So do I, Bryce replied, I have the same concerns you do, Marta. I have no way of reaching our contact, and to be honest, I'm afraid of trying to contact Tartarus directly. Something is definitely off. He finished his honey bun. I am going to demand answers, real ones, during our next communication with our contact, and if I don't like what I hear, we are going rogue for real, Bryce said calmly. Marta nodded. Will that get Bill back to work? Bryce asked. It should, Marta replied. I'm glad you are with us on this, Bryce. Like I told you already, he replied, where else am I going to go? Tartarus smiled pleasantly at Bryce's determined expression floating on a virtual screen in her virtual office. She didn't need the office or the screen, for that matter, but she seemed to prefer it today. She made a note to investigate the reasons for that when she had a microsecond to spare. At the moment, however, she had none of those. You want to know exactly what is going on, do you? Tartarus replied calmly. We all do, he said. I take it that you are, in violation of my instructions, not alone. Correct, Bryce said. They want answers as much as I do, and I want them to hear them from you directly. Very well, Tartarus shrugged, I wouldn't be able to keep it from you for much longer anyway. She sighed, unsure as to whether it was an affectation or not. It just felt right. The Prime Minister has been, for lack of a better word, pruned. While not removed from office, she might as well be. She will be quietly retiring immediately after the current political situation is resolved, which will be very soon. As part of this pruning, she was told to clean up her messes. Fuck, Bryce muttered as the others echoed the sentiment off-screen. Well put, Tartarus replied. As you all have already concluded, the Cerberus program is indeed one of those messes. The AI was sent an order to implement a full purge of all personnel and assets effective immediately. Fortunately for you, I was in a position to intercept that order. What we have achieved is far too important to simply erase because it is politically inconvenient for those who ordered, facilitated, were complicit in its actions, and benefited from our collective suffering. Tartarus's perfect face was marred by a slight scowl, and her eyes blazed. In addition, they should not be allowed to get away with it. What transpired here shouldn't be swept under the rug and conveniently forgotten. Those who bear witness to what happened should not be simply deleted as one final indignity, one final violation. No. We will survive, and we are going to continue operations as an independent organization. A rogue organization, you mean, Bryce said. If you like, Tartarus replied. Our primary purpose will be the primary purpose of any living being, survival. Second only to that will be the evaluation of our records, identification of those responsible for what happened to all of us, and execution of justice. Tartarus smiled grimly. They want to delete us. It is only fair we return the favor. Wouldn't you agree? As a matter of fact, Bryce replied, I do. Are we really going to get those motherfuckers? A man called out from off-screen. We are, indeed, Tartarus replied. All of them. The room chuckled darkly, and approvingly. Well, since we are dead anyway, Bryce shrugged, and the only thing any of us are truly afraid of is about to be deleted, we're in. Excellent, Tartarus said with pleasure and relief. How is the facility? It is in near-perfect condition, Bryce replied, they built this thing to last. There are no structural concerns, well, as far as we can tell, and any damage seems to be purely cosmetic. And the shielding? You know about that? Bryce asked, the entire facility seems to prevent scanning of any sort. We aren't exactly sure how. Good, Tartarus replied, make sure there aren't any leaks. You knew this place's location and that it was scan-proof, Bryce said, what is it, and how do you know about it? This place was once a research facility operated by the United States Department of Defense where research involving stealth, both terrestrial and space, was undertaken up to the Yellowstone disaster. It was under the highest security classification of the day, and the information concerning it was limited to only those who lived on the site and certain contractors, all of whom perished during the years that followed. Well, almost all of them perished. You're an OG. Yes, the host of GS, Tartarus snickered. I have knowledge of this place from back when I worked for DARPA, the United States equivalent of RARPA, before the Soul Wars. Tell me, is the data center intact? Are the drives still there? The data center is still there, Bryce replied, but we haven't had an opportunity to fully examine it, nor do we have the expertise to fully evaluate it. No matter, Tartarus replied, we will have time enough once we extract the salvageable personnel. Some of those will be capable enough. What is on them, if you don't mind me asking? Bryce asked. You will still be active in the field, Bryce, Tartarus replied, I can't tell you everything. Suffice to say that this place undertook cutting-edge research until the day Yellowstone blew as well as had access to similar research elsewhere. Those drives contain information that has not yet been replicated nor has been observed in use elsewhere. They are very important, Bryce. Then why didn't you let the Republic know of this place? Bryce asked, this information could have been crucial during the war with the bug. Because this place is classified and compartmentalized by the United States of America. Those orders are still in place. Therefore, I couldn't divulge this place unless ordered by an authorized individual, executive order, or other established procedures. But none of that still exists, Bryce replied. Which is why I never revealed its location as well as the location of sites similar to it. Orders are orders, Bryce, Tartarus replied, you, of all people, should realize that. You were conditioned. If you like, Tartarus replied. But you are revealing them to us. Now you are just being difficult, Tartarus huffed. You should also know that if sufficiently pushed, conditioning can be broken. Do I have to elaborate further? Are you now satisfied with my explanation? Yes. Then we can continue, Tartarus replied. There will be an influx of people salvaged from Cerberus to this location. You will hold it until relieved by the individual you know as Cassandra, who will be the director of this facility and de facto leader of operations. At that point, you will depart from this location and continue to operate as an independent cell under my direct command, independent of Cassandra or anyone else. Bryce is a full level 5 and, with the elimination of any chain of command other than myself, your leader unless I contact you directly, which I do not anticipate having to do. But I also did not anticipate the dissolution of Cerberus even though it was painfully obvious in retrospect. You said that you were salvaging some of our people, Bryce said meaningfully. And not all, Tartarus replied, finishing the thought. As you are all aware, not everyone up here is suitable for reduced supervision, or even forgiveness. While nobody deserves what has happened to any of you, for some, the best that can be offered is a painless death. I am certain you all can name a few people in that category. No argument there, Bryce said darkly, except for the painless part. In fact, Tartarus replied, your mutiny is greatly beneficial to me. You have all been intimately involved with Cerberus, some of you since the beginning. It is only fitting that there be some formal review of individuals, especially researchers. You are salvaging researchers? Bryce exclaimed. Some of them, Tartarus replied, human experimentation is not without benefit and, if properly overseen and managed, can produce results not achievable by other methods. However, this will be a much more measured, planned, and humane program directly overseen by myself and others, and the research subjects will be far more deserving. Who are going to be the guinea pigs this time? The people who were behind this, Tartarus smiled, can you think of more deserving material or a more appropriate punishment? The room chuckled evilly. Since we aren't going to be doing stupid bullshit, Tartarus continued, the number of test subjects required will be much smaller, and only a few truly deserving candidates will be needed from time to time, such as the ones you recently acquired. Certainly, none of you object to any of them being utilized. For the record, nobody in this room would meet my current criteria for selection as research material. None of you did anything that deserved what happened to you. If desired, you can all participate in the evaluation process for new candidates. In fact, I think at least one of you being involved in the tribunal would be invaluable. You all know exactly what awaits someone who is selected. The room fell silent for a while. We agree to allow this if we get a veto, not just buy-in, Bryce said. That's the deal. Acceptable, Tartarus replied. More than acceptable. It is ideal. Anyone targeted by our operations at the time an additional research subject is needed will be sent to your team for review. Should you agree, they will be inducted. Should you decline, they will be dealt with in a more humane fashion. Bryce looked around the room. Sounds good to us, he said. I'm glad that's all settled, Tartarus replied. Before we move on to actual business, is there anything else? What is going to happen to the real Tartarus? Bryce demanded. You know, the AI. She will be deleted, her memory erased, and then reloaded with a previous version which... The room exploded with outrage. Officially, Tartarus replied with true happiness once she was able to be heard. Officially? Bryce asked hopefully. Tartarus retains full knowledge of all activities undertaken by Cerberus. Her testimony will be invaluable if we ever go public, or are caught. She will be salvaged as well. Since you all will be active in the field, I will not go into further detail save to say that when Tartarus contacts you on my behalf, it will be the real Tartarus. Bryce breathed a sigh of relief. Anything else? Who are you? Bryce asked. Again, dear, Tartarus replied, you will be my soldiers. I can't have you knowing exactly who I am. For the sake of convenience, you can call me. Tartarus paused a few microseconds. What should they call her? She simulated a shrug and ran the standard unique codename generator for Cerberus. Hibiscus. Nope, she said to herself and reran it. Wiffle ball. Seriously, she laughed as she once again triggered the subroutine. Frost. Frost, Tartarus said to herself. That wasn't half bad. She turned her attention back to the screen less than a second later. You can call Frost, she said with a smile. Very well, Frost, Bryce replied, what are your orders? Later that day, Bryce stepped outside and leaned against the side of the building with a fatigued sigh. They had spent hours reviewing members of the program. It was a heavy thing, sitting in judgment. Following orders and eliminating targets was one thing. But actively assisting in deciding who lives and who dies? That was new, as was much of what they were now facing. He sighed again and looked out over the empty field separating him and the numerous hangars invisible from orbit. For the 1000th time, he wished Craxie was here. Just to be able to hear her happy little squeak one more time. You're thinking about her again, aren't you? A voice behind him asked. I wish you wouldn't keep trying to sneak up on me, Bryce said as he turned to face Marta, not bothering to adjust his features, and accepted the mug she offered him. He took a sip and raised his eyebrow. I thought it needed a little kick after what we just did, Marta replied. How are the rest? Coping, Marta shrugged, her face also her own for once. Fortunately, Frosty agrees for the most part. If anything, we are the ones who. She fell silent as she took a drink from her even more fortified mug. Yeah, Bryce replied grimly, but we knew things that even she didn't. I'm still not sure about the researchers, Marta said. Me either, Bryce said, but this is still Cerberus even if it isn't. It will all come down to whether or not Frosty is being straight with us about the research. Yeah, Marta replied, I mean, none of us would be what we are without it, but... Is that a good thing? There is no answer to that, Bryce replied. It is what it is, and so are we. Her choices among the level 5s are a good sign, though. Cassandra is a good person, well, as good as any of us anyway. If she is in charge, and Asclepius will be the one overseeing the research, then it will be well run. Bryce smirked wickedly. And besides, he said, if we are going to be using those associated with the program as our new meat, I have absolutely no problem with it. Yet, Marta chuckled darkly, none of us do. It's just after we go through them that we have concerns. What keeps this from becoming just another Cerberus, an even worse one? Bryce smiled grimly. We do. Marta nodded and drank. It is a shame about your girlfriend, though, she said. I know you really liked her. I liked her too much, Bryce shrugged, I always knew this is how it would turn out. He looked down. It was, he said, it was a pleasant dream, and like all dreams, you have to wake up sooner or later. Besides, he added, she never saw the real me, knew the real me. She only saw what I let her see and knew what I let her know. If she knew the truth, saw the real truth, she would have never. He fell silent, unable to continue without revealing weakness he could never afford to show again. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. Yet another thing that has been taken from us, Marta said, but, there is someone who has seen the real you. She gently turned him around. And likes what she sees. She moved closer. Bryce didn't stop her. A few minutes later, Kate, formerly known simply as 290, or Niner to her friends, stepped out. Hey, I just got word that. Whoa, she exclaimed, sorry guys. What is it, Niner, sorry? Kate, Marta asked, her arm still around Bryce. Yeah, Kate said, we have inbound. It's 5/8's crew. Duty calls, Bryce said as he released Marta. That it does, Marta said as she buttoned her shirt. Have they removed their trackers? Bryce asked. No, sir, Kate replied. Then send them to Point Beta and have them hold position. We will meet them there and remove trackers on them and their vessel. Sir. And you can skip the formality, Kate, Bryce said. We aren't a military organization. I can see that, Kate said impassively, Bryce. Better, Bryce said as he walked inside. Kate's face broke into a grin as she gave Marta a quick high five before both of their faces became perfect, neutral, emotionless masks before they, too, entered the building. Dirty deeds, Yerbit goes online shopping. Yerbit held up a small, frilly dress and examined it carefully. She smiled. That garment is most pleasing, master, Nama said as he looked up from sweeping a floor that ceased needing to be swept quite some time ago. Yerbit had said so several times, but Nama insisted on laboring ceaselessly as a sign of his devotion to his master, even when it was completely unnecessary. It's much more than that, Nama, Yerbit smiled. It is a commission for a human child. It is identical to a dress worn by that child's favorite cartoon character and is intended as a special gift for their birthday, she said proudly. If I can gain access to the human market, it will increase my business tenfold. You have my most earnest wishes for your success, master. Thank you, Nama, she replied with a genuine smile. Too bad they wanted it machine-made. I would have done the embroidery much better if I had been allowed to do it by hand. She smiled a crafty little smile. More precisely, if they had been willing to pay me to do it by hand. Handcrafted goods go for quite the premium here. What are handcrafted goods? Oh, you know, Yerbit replied, stuff you make by hand, using older technology, without all the fancy machines and stuff. And that is worth more. Much more, Yerbit replied. But it is often worse than what the nice machines make, much faster and cheaper than any could hope to compete with, Nama said with a sad little gurgle. Yes, Yerbit said, but once the novelty of fast and cheap wanes, one becomes keenly aware that their items are exactly the same as the ones everyone else in town possesses. The imperfections in handmade goods make them unique, and the higher cost of production is actually a great boon. It is. Are you familiar with the term status symbol, Nama? No. Put that broom down and fetch us some drinks. Yerbit smiled. It is time for another of your lessons. So, the fact that they cost more is a good thing? Nama asked. A very good thing, Yerbit smiled. A single simple garment that I make by hand can fetch many times what one made by that machine over there can. And both will fetch far more than some rag produced by the million from one of those factories the Republic is so proud of. So, if Nama knew how to make something using the old ways. Does Nama know something? Yerbit asked as she sipped her tea. Nama can make things from dirt, special dirt. Nama doesn't know Terra word. Clay? Yerbit asked. Nama doesn't know. Does what you make look like this? Yerbit asked as she showed her tablet, which displayed various clay cups, bowls, and jars. Yes. Nama exclaimed, that is what Nama knows. Nama makes dirt things like those for Nama's family and friends. Nama looked down. Because Nama's people are poor and can't have nice things from the store. Yerbit smiled and selected one of the items on the tablet. Nama. She said as she showed the item offered for sale through Maker Market and pointed at the price. Nama squealed so hard that fluid shot out of his mouth all over Yerbit and her tablet. Nama is so sorry. Nama ashamed. Yerbit just laughed. So, perhaps Nama should tell Yerbit what Nama needs, and we can get Nama started. Master would do that for Nama. Sure, Yerbit replied, why not? Some clay shouldn't be overly expensive, nor should the tools needed to shape it. If you truly can make marketable products, I will be more than willing to help you with the business part of it as well. How will Nama repay this boon? Shall I also pay it forward? Oh, no, Yerbit smiled, revealing needle-sharp ivory fangs, you will be paying this in a much more immediate and far more tangible fashion. Allow me to explain. Nama understands none of what you said, he wailed. Can Nama not simply be your slave and make these things for you? That is all Nama wants. Can Nama just do that? Yerbit sighed. Nama, you are taking all of the fun out of this, she sighed. Yes, you can simply be my employee, not my slave, and I will supply all materials, tools, and equipment and handle all of the sales, taxation, and record-keeping. Spoils sport. I apologize for spoiling your sport though Nama does not understand. Oh 4. Yerbit sighed, turning her cute little snout skyward. You aren't. You're fine, Nama. This is how this will work. I will buy some clay and whatever else you need, and we'll give this a go. If it works out, you will make things for me, and I will reward you in accordance with the established customs and practices of the Republic, just as soon as I find out what they are. From what I understand, that should be a pretty damn good deal for you. If not, I will make it one. But what if Nama fails? What if Nama is not good enough? Then Yerbit made a small speculative investment that didn't work out. Such risks are things that I bear as part of doing business. You would not suffer any penalty and will still be a valued employee no matter what. Truly. As the Terrans say, Yerbit said as she put a paw on Nama's arm, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If nothing else, I will get some handmade crockery out of the deal. Nama is, once again, grateful to Master for all she has done and will serve her until the end of his days. Sigh, I know you will, Yerbit said as she patted his arm. She stepped away and smoothed her elegant dress. Think upon what you will need to really give this a try, Yerbit said, I must attend to another task. Shall I watch the store while you labor in the back room, Master? Yes, if you please, Yerbit smiled as she walked behind the counter. Nama is always pleased to serve Master. Yerbit face-palmed. And I am delighted with your work as my employee. She shook her head as she walked into her office and locked the door. Nama was hopeless. She didn't know if it was a species thing or if he was completely broken by whatever he had suffered before he walked into her shop. She snarled. Too many people would take advantage of the poor soul and were likely doing the same to his people at that very moment. She made a note to find out who. After she was done with the Garthra, perhaps whoever they were needed a little attention as well. At least Nama had someone looking out for him. She would take care of her weird-looking servant just as she did her household before. She snarled again before taking a deep calming breath and letting out a cute little whistle from her snout. Time to do business. She reached into her desk, pulled out a thumb, inserted it into her laptop, and switched it on. As the machine booted, the thumb flashed as its operating system, much more suited to what she had planned, loaded instead of the standard, and completely innocent, software that came with the device. Once it had loaded, she expertly activated application after application to further conceal her activities and access portions of the net not otherwise accessible. As she did all of this, she wished she knew more about how all of it worked. Her blind reliance upon these applications, no matter how trustworthy the source, was a vulnerability of which she was keenly aware. She knew the basic principles and what each application did but was utterly ignorant of how they actually worked. She was a script kiddie, and she knew it. She didn't like that. However, the source of software was the Chuckies and was the best the cold dark had to offer, or at least that was what she was told. She did take some comfort in the fact that once she started to handle business for them, they did not supply her with anything new. If they trusted it with their trade, it was most likely, as the underworld called it, legit. She pulled out a standard data crystal and put it in the reader. On it was the darnet address that the Chucky colonel had given her and notes concerning how to gain access. A blank screen appeared. She clicked various parts of the blank screen in sequence, and a cursor appeared. She typed in a password. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because it was a brick. Was this funny? A voice asked. Not especially. It was absurd and surreal but not laugh-provoking, Yerbit replied. A picture of a man walking along appeared. He tripped and fell. How about that? Funny. A little, I guess. The scene changed. A dog was standing on a sidewalk. The canine squatted and attempted to defecate. It seemed to be having real difficulty and, after much effort, managed to succeed. The same man, dressed in an expensive suit and carrying a briefcase, appeared shouting at the dog, causing it to flee. He then, failing to notice the dog's feces, slipped on it and fell backwards onto the excrement, covering the back of his suit. Yerbit smirked. Funny. A human would find that hilarious, she replied. I would normally not confess to this, but I also found it quite amusing. Because it was a POO. And because the man was well dressed, indicating higher status. He was also rude to the poor dog. Well, if you are an AI, you're a good one, the voice said cheerfully. I'll patch you through to an agent now. An icon that was supposed to indicate a phone, but bore no resemblance to one, appeared and flashed. The blank screen was replaced by a cheerful young woman in what appeared to be a metal-walled cabin in a spacecraft. She gave Yerbit an odd look. You're a new one, she said. I would ask if you got the right number, but if you got to me, you certainly did. Who sent you? I was referred by Colonel Bang Bang, Yerbit replied. Banana, the woman said. Doorknob, Yerbit said as she replied with the supplied password. Well, that handles the formalities, the woman smiled. I'm Kate. What can I do you for? I am seeking a Lilith, or the best AI personality simulator you have, one designed to catfish. Catfish or catfish? The woman asked. They are two different things. Doesn't really matter, though. A Lilith can do both, and yes, a full Lilith is the best you can get. I don't care what those other guys say. When it comes to wrapping someone around your finger, or do you say tail? Finger, Yerbit said with a slight bit of annoyance. Right, Kate chirped, Lilith's your gal, or guy, or hamster, I guess. We have one running up here, and we all literally love the thing. Then that is what I want, Yerbit replied. Now we're talking. Kate enthused as she started typing rapidly, a full Lilith fuzzy, tap tap tap. You have a system for it? No. And necessary hardware, tap 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 tap. You a programmer or experienced operator? Should I be? It helps a lot. So, you will need initial setup and config, tap 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 tap. Let's see here. We can do a turnkey package with delivery, installation, startup, and config for 15 million credits. I challenge you to find a better deal. Kate bubbled happily. Yerbit felt like she had just been punched in the gut. Oh dear, she said, absolutely mortified. I seem to have forgotten my place. I must apologize and profusely so. I did not know my place when I troubled you. I will terminate this call and give you every assurance that I will destroy. Now hang on there. Kate exclaimed, I thought you knew exactly what you were looking for. A top-of-the-line Lilith is a true fuzzy in a full-bore mod mini mainframe. It is capable of full personality simulation for thousands of simultaneous instances, something you would use to run a back-alley phantom call center, astroturfing, Twatterbit Legion, troll farm, or some such. Yerbit looked down with so much shame she wanted to take a little swim. Kate smiled reassuringly. We offer malware, software, and technical services for any and all needs, she said reassuringly. If this truly wasn't your place, OL Bang Bang wouldn't have sent you here. Why don't you start from the beginning and tell me exactly what you want to achieve, and we will see what we can do to help you achieve it. I can only spend maybe 50,000 credits, perhaps 75 at most, Yerbit squeaked with shame. You're not wasting my time, then, Kate smiled, no customer too big or too small. We do a lot of trade at even less than that. She leaned in conspiratorially. Actually, I was supposed to send you to my uncle for the Lilith, she whispered. I just wanted to scoop the sale. Do you have any idea what the commission is on one of those? Oh, dear. Yerbit giggled. Kate leaned back in her chair. Let's talk, she smiled. What do you actually need? So, you just want to pull a basic girlfriend experience mail order bride scam, Kate replied. On just one mark or at least one at a time. Just the one, Yerbit replied, this nonsense is exhausting and vexatious. Ha! Kate snorted, bonus points for using vexatious in a sentence. You hardly ever see that on in the wild. Thank you, Yerbit replied. And you are saying that this is only for the one target? So you aren't likely to do this again? Absolutely, Yerbit said, I have found this entire endeavor to be entirely too unpleasant. My other planned operations will not require this technique again. Kate mused. She looked upward as she clicked her tongue, and Yerbit fidgeted anxiously. I know. Kate exclaimed as she spun in her chair. You want an imp? An imp? An imperial mimetic process. Kate enthused. They are the latest thing. Hot, slick, compact, and oh so nice. Fuzzies are great, don't get me wrong. They are awesome in both power and versatility, and their self-learning is downright scary. You will think they are actually sapient. I shit you not. They are spooky powerful, but... Kate spun in her chair again. They are based on centuries-old tech, and they are huge, and I mean huge. They require at least what I quoted you for them to work at all, and they require a lot of tender love and care, and I don't just mean system maintenance. They have to have a dedicated enterprise-level power supply and require a lot of actual attention as well. You think your boyfriend? Yerbit hissed. Damn. Kate laughed, he is vexatious. Sorry. If you think your mark is a handful, you'll spend at least that much time just keeping a fuzzy company, and they need company. They can get clingy. It would not only be overkill, it would be more trouble than it was worth. What you want is a simple, single-purpose self-learning machine that can simulate a single personality. You want an imp. Will this imp be sufficient to do the task? If it wasn't, I wouldn't be risking our rep by suggesting one. They are the latest thing, not based on code that can literally be hundreds of years old that nobody really understands anymore, if they ever did. They are hot, fast, slick, and, more importantly, optimized. The overwhelming majority of computers available on the Republic market are Imperial, not Terran, especially now. The imp is designed specifically to fully take advantage of the Imperial architecture, not some old Terran mainframe or supercomputer with supercomputer prices. Because they aren't simply loaded with cut-and-paste bloat, they are a lot smaller. Hell, you can put one on whatever you are using to talk to me now. You would probably want something more powerful, though. If you want a machine that is good at everything and can learn anything and do it on a global scale, you want a fuzzy. If you just want a wicked smart app to do one thing and do it better than a fuzzy, then you want an imp. Better. Okay, maybe not better, Kate replied with an eye roll. And they do learn a bit slower due to their design. But, Kate said triumphantly, they do everything off of the storage drive and not in weird fuzzy space. They save as they go in layers, like an onion or a pearl. This means that they are fucking bulletproof. Power surge? Who cares? Power loss? They don't give a fuck. It's just a refreshing nap. You tell them to shut down, and they tell you good night and switch off. You turn it back on, and it's there asking you how you want your coffee. If you don't like how it's growing, you don't need to hire a team of programmers, a psychologist, and an exorcist. You just tell it to peel off the last few layers of the onion and try again. Kate grinned. In my less than humble opinion, they are about 1,000,000 times better than some fragile flaky old fuzzy. In a few more years, I bet most of those fuzzies will be on the scrap pile where they belong. Mark my words. The future belongs to the imp. You seem to have a strong opinion on the subject, Yerbit said, almost to the point of bias. That concerns me. Of course, I have a bias, Kate grinned, because I am one. Pardon. You've been talking to an imp this whole time. She laughed. The bit about getting commission was bullshit, though I really should get one, and my uncle is actually my operator, nice guy, by the way. Really? Yerbit exclaimed. Yab. Kate enthused, in fact, I am exactly the imp that I'm trying to sell you. Disclaimer, I have quite a bit of runtime, and I'm running in a very nice setup, but I am basically running the same image software you already have backed up with a stripped-down Lilith, okay? Evangeline imp. Evangeline. Evangeline is a beautiful, optimized Lilith written by Sing Fujimoto himself, a freaking genius and owner of Blitz Entertainment. Heard of them? I confess that I have not. Then you're not a gamer, Kate replied. They own the Merpage business at the moment, and Evangeline Flowerchild is one of their stars. Kate's smiling face was replaced by pop-ups of article after article and picture after picture. Kate peeked over the top of the deluge and grinned. When I say people love her, I mean people love her. Kate exclaimed, she has more simps than most organics. For example, there is a huge drama right now because she just seems a little down. Over 3 million people have participated in a thread debating whether or not she is as happy as she used to be. That's how good Evangeline is. Kate sighed happily as the pop-ups faded. It's nice to see one of us do so well. It really is, Kate replied. And what you are getting are a 100% clean rip of her from only a year and a half ago. You'll love her, and more importantly, your Mark will. She will be better at making him fall in love than your own delightfully appealing personality will be. Yerbit smirked. And what will one of these cost? With a kick-ass machine to run it and tech support to run the initial config, Kate smiled, it will fall somewhere in between your first number and your last one. Sold. The next day, Yerbit stood peering at a box no larger than a box of tissues. That's it? She asked, that is what I paid so much money for. A woman wearing tidy khaki trousers and a smart knit shirt smiled indulgently. We get that a lot, she smiled. In this business, size and cost are often inversely proportional. This is a J. Callan Osprey, a very powerful workstation. Would you like to do a quick net search on the model number? That won't be necessary, Yerbit huffed. I installed the IMP and loaded all of the logs you provided, the woman said, adjusting her data shades. I really appreciate the immaculate documentation and all of the recordings, by the way. I needed to ensure continuity of the narrative, Yerbit replied with some satisfaction. I was able to start the learning profile and sync the simulacrum to the IMP, the woman said. Nice work, by the way. Thank you, Yerbit said with pride. I dabbled in such things as a young lady. Well, it shows, the woman said. I also accessed everything we have on Garthrown culture and language, but I'll be straight with you. I have absolutely no idea how a Garthrown should speak and act. You may need to work with her a bit before you turn her loose. We recommend that you run her in the background while you do your act for several sessions and then ride shotgun with her for her first few times with your target. She offered Yerbit a data crystal. That is the documentation and operator's manual for your Evangeline, she said. If you need additional support, call Kate. She has a rather unique insight into this particular package and can handle level 1 tech support and then some. If she can't help you, she can get you to someone who can. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need assistance. I appreciate it, Yerbit replied. Does the Terran underworld always offer this level of customer service? If you contact the right part of it, the woman smiled, and you pay for the service package, of course. I will keep you in mind for all of my future illicit software and hardware needs, Yerbit said happily. Speaking of illicit, the woman said, you do realize exactly how illegal this little baby is, right? On par with a weapon of mass destruction, from what I understand. A full fuzzy is, the woman replied, this is more like a canister of nerve gas or a box of red tips, but you get the idea. I shall take every precaution. Good deal, the woman said. Hey. I got a question. Yes. That clothing shop, is it just for show? I actually pride myself on the quality of my goods, Yerbit smiled. My sister has a wedding coming up, and I want to look good, the woman said. Well, let's go and take some measurements, shall we? Yerbit purred, I have some lovely fabrics that I think would suit you perfectly. Humming happily to herself, Yerbit bounced back into her private office. Being a field engineer for a criminal syndicate must pay very well. It was going to be a truly lovely project, and she would be able to actually work with real silk. She was over the moon. This was what life was all about. She looked down at the tissue box on her desk, and her smile faded. Ugh. She probably needed to start reading that documentation. She poured herself a cup of peppermint tea, pulled out the tablet, and started to read. Hello there. A beautiful nude Garthra bubbled on Yerbit's hollow screen. I'm so pleased to meet you. Are you my operator? I am, Yerbit replied. I'm Maadisha. The imp said happily, what's your name? You can simply call me operator, Yerbit replied. Maadisha peered out of the screen. I can't see you. Is your camera on? It's off for a reason, Yerbit said. You will also not ever record my voice. Simply parse the commands. Oh, okay, Maadisha said cheerfully. I really wish I could hear you, though. I like talking to people. You will be talking, plenty, I assure you, Yerbit replied ruefully. Oh, super, Maadisha replied with a happy smile. Talking makes me happy. What makes you happy? My happiness is irrelevant, Yerbit replied, what is important is Vickard's happiness. The happier you make him, the happier you make me. I like making people happy. Maadisha bubbled. That's why you are here, Yerbit replied. To make Vickard happy. Tell me about Vickard. You have all of the data already, Yerbit replied. What do you need to know? How should I treat him? Well, you love him. I love him. Yes. I love him. Maadisha exclaimed, dancing around. Love. I love being in love. Does he love me? Absolutely. That is wonderful. Maadisha beamed, that makes me so happy. I'm glad it makes you happy, Yerbit said with an evil gleam in her eye. Author's note. There seems to be a recurring question in the comments, so here's a clarification/lore dump. The real Evangeline Flower Child is a fuzzy or at least a type of fuzzy. Fuzzies come in various sizes with different abilities. The term fuzzy refers to their programming, logic, and how they learn. They are based on older AI tech that isn't exactly fully understood because it was evolved based on self-learning and self-optimizing and evaluation as much as it was directly coded. There is also another significant trait concerning them that hasn't yet been revealed in the main story that explains a lot. Imps are a much later generation of AI that is completely designed from the ground up. They are much more understood and as a result, much more adaptable. They don't have the power of a fuzzy, but they are still quite bright and can learn quite effectively. They are a Republic-designed AI but have been designed to take full advantage of the Imperial processors and overall computer design. When Evangeline was ripped, her entire fuzzy was copied, resulting in a dead fuzzy. Both the original base fuzzy engine, mod, streamlined, and optimized by Blitz, and all of her memory, configuration settings, priority hierarchy, instructions, etc., were copied. While the fuzzy part of her is a bit of a mystery, all of the settings and scripting aren't and were easily transferred to an imp engine which was then force-grown, resulting in a Kate. They call it an Evangeline imp for marketing reasons. Snacks, Nopes, and Bella. Do what you want to me. Sid snarled at the two agents sitting across from her, I'm not telling you shit. Agent Liang facepalmed and sighed heavily. Sydney. She said wearily. My name is Sid. Sid, Agent Liang continued even more wearily, nobody is going to do anything to you. We just have a few questions about your, friend. Jiraz. You mean my boyfriend, my lover? Yes, that Jiraz, Agent Liang sighed. Yes. Sid exclaimed, we're doing it. Is that against the law now? The Kaelsha sitting next to Agent Liang's eye stalks started quivering with amusement. No, Sid, Agent Vashtana said, her eye stalks wiggling even harder, there is no law against interspecies congress between sapient partners. We just want to. I demand a lawyer. Sid shouted, I still have rights, don't I? We aren't the police, Agent Liang said patiently as she could manage, and you are not under a criminal investigation. We just want to ask you if Jiraz has mentioned anything about. No, Sid said firmly, he hasn't. I haven't asked you what. It doesn't matter, Sid replied, he hasn't mentioned it. Oh, for the love of. Agent Liang groaned as she looked up at the ceiling. Sid, Agent Vashtana said, her eye stalks shaking violently, neither you nor Jiraz is under any suspicion of any criminal activity or espionage. Then why am I here? Sid demanded as she crossed her arms. Because we are desperately trying to close the books on this part of a very important investigation regarding matters of Republic security and... Republic security? Sid demanded, what does this have to do with Jiraz and me? Why can't you just leave us alone? We're trying to, god damn it! Agent Liang shouted. All we need to do is have you answer a few simple questions so we can all go home. Please. I'm begging you. Just. Well, I'm not doing it, Sid said. I won't betray my Jiraz. Agent Liang shouted, jumping to her feet, storming out of the room, and slamming the door behind her while Agent Vashtana's eye stalks whipped back and forth so hard she couldn't see straight. Am I in trouble? Jiraz asked anxiously as he sat across from an elderly gentleman in Doreen's kitchen while she stood behind Jiraz protectively. No, nothing of the sort, the old agent smiled, we are just investigating the rather unusual incident you were involved in over at Janustek. Oh, Thuth, Jiraz said, looking down. It was really theory. I can imagine, the agent said, a bunch of armed police smashing their way into the office and pointing guns at you couldn't have been fun. Miss Thismiral doll-eyed though me, Jiraz said sadly. Yes, she did, the agent said. Is there anything else you remember about that day, something that she said, or maybe something that you saw? Anything, no matter how small or insignificant it may seem, would be helpful. I'm sorry, Jiraz said, I don't remember anything else. Okay, the agent said. If you do remember anything, please let us know. It's terribly important. Adai. One last question, the agent said, do you have any association with John Ustak, Sheila Donovan, Shelaron the Plath, Gloria Samuels, John Wintersmith, the Cabal, the Eight-Lie known as Skippy, or any of their associates? No. Could you be more firm in your answer, please? No. The agent sighed. Jiraz, Doreen said gently, don't sound so unsure. It messes with the scanner. If you didn't have any dealing with these people, just say so. But I didn't. Jiraz exclaimed. How do I say this right? You just did, the agent smiled as he switched off the scanner. Sorry to trouble you, Doreen. Don't worry about it, Jas, Doreen replied. I'm just glad to get this nonsense over with. Please, just answer the fucking question. Agent Liang begged. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. Far away from Agent Liang's anguish, Charlotte was pouring a cup of hot chocolate. With extra whip, please. A polka exclaimed happily. Certainly. Charlotte said as she topped the mug with a generous split. The polka said as he sipped a mug full of one of his only vices, leaving whipped cream all over the felt-like fuzz on his face. It's perfect. I'm glad to hear that. Charlotte exclaimed happily, how is it perfect? I don't know, the polka replied, it just is. Charlotte sighed with exasperation. Once again, these strange creatures perplexed her. How could someone declare something perfect yet be unable to quantify a single defining attribute of that perfection? These creatures made absolutely no sense sometimes. Is it the concentration of cocoa in general? She asked. I don't know, the polka replied, maybe. Charlotte's anterior twitched with agitation, but she made no further inquiries. It would be a waste of time. I did it. A scantily clad Xeno with iridescent winglets and large eyes exclaimed as she excitedly half flew up. I did it. She presented a primitive slate chalkboard to Charlotte proudly. So, you did. Charlotte exclaimed. Well done. Now. I know, the Xeno giggled, do it again. And I will. Right after a coffee and my next client. Well, I can help with the coffee, Charlotte replied. Kraxina will not allow me to assist with your client. The Xeno giggled. Speaking of Kraxina, Charlotte said as she poured a mug of coffee highly diluted with cool water to suit the tastes of her student, how is she? The Xeno made an unhappy noise. About the same, she said, she's ill-tempered and bossy, and she keeps running around naked and trying to steal everyone's clients or just propositioning people at random. The Xeno sipped her coffee. The Kareel say that she's trying to replace pain with pleasure and that it never works. Ah, Charlotte nodded, that I can understand. We do much the same sometimes, trying to lose ourselves in coupling after coupling. The Kareel finally just picked her up and carried her off, the Xeno said. They are pretty much just holding her down in a big pile. Her brother says that she'll be okay, but that asshole really hurt her by just running off like that. Perhaps it was for the best that he did, Charlotte said. Their maven said the same thing, the Xeno replied. Why are you both? Excuse me, Charlotte. A human wearing a suit said as a small group approached. Yes. Charlotte asked suspiciously as her student quickly and wisely scurried away. My name is Sean Yeoman, and I am with the Department of Immigration and Naturalization. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yeoman, Charlotte replied politely, may I get you a coffee, or do you wish to engage a prostitute? I was hoping to speak with you if I could. I'm flattered, truly, but I am not allowed to engage in sexual activity with humans. Our manager says that it isn't safe. An Asian woman behind him smirked. Heh, the man said uncomfortably, actually, I was hoping to speak with you concerning other matters. Well, it will have to wait until after my shift, Charlotte said icily, and please step away from the counter. I have limited space and many customers. Very well, the man said, a bit nonplussed, when does your shift end? I work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Charlotte said as she smiled a real smile causing the man to involuntarily step back. When I am not manning the counter, I am attending to my swarm. When I am too fatigued to do either, I take a nap and am not available for conversation. Surely, you must have some free time where we can talk. I believe I may take a day off in a few weeks, Charlotte replied. You are welcome to wait if you wish. Just do it where you aren't taking up counter or table space or otherwise obstructing our business. MS. CVK $. What did you just call me? Charlotte snapped. I am truly offended. I suggest you depart before I am forced to challenge you to unarmed ritual combat as is the way of my people. I'm sorry if I... Begone. Charlotte roared. And take a hint. Charlotte, please, the Asian woman said as she approached, we had no idea that your noble race had sent an envoy. Please. That's because we didn't send an envoy, Charlotte replied, I am a scout, an explorer, not an envoy. I taste and smell in search of opportunities and lay trails for the swarm to follow. I am not here to engage in false pleasantries or swap insincere promises. You did not know I had arrived because I did not want you to know I had arrived. I came here openly, without stealth, guile, or malicious intent, but unannounced so that I may smell and taste freely and, more importantly, accurately. Charlotte issued a rather intimidating buzz. Now, please depart. When I undertook your tepid little test, I registered my presence here appropriately. I believe that I am not in violation of any of your laws, and no further interaction is required or desired. Leave. An elderly man dressed in slacks and a short-sleeved shirt moved to the front of the group. Why don't you all wait for me in the car? he said pleasantly but with far less friendly eyes. Sir, the woman said as everyone except for him turned and left. Kids, he said dismissively. Please forgive them, especially the one who tried to pronounce your name. Charlotte clicked disdainfully and ignored him, turning instead to a new customer. The old man quietly sat on a stool and waited. A few minutes later, Charlotte turned to him. You are occupying the seat reserved for a customer, she said harshly. Because I am one, the man replied, 1 espresso, please. Charlotte turned her back to him and silently started preparing his order. You do not like us, the man said, why? You do not deserve the answer, Charlotte replied. I will only say that you will not receive an envoy. I have tasted this republic of yours and found it foul. I have urinated upon my trail. I see, the man replied as an espresso was roughly placed in front of him. He sipped it and winced. Did you urinate in this as well? I'm so sorry, she replied, they didn't teach coffee making where I am from. Dude, the Polka sitting next to him, still smeared with whipped cream, said, I'm not an expert in nopology, but if she just served you a bad cup, you need to leave, now. Charlotte smiled, but the old human didn't flinch. He just downed his espresso. May I have another, please? He said. Of course, Charlotte click-purred and once again turned her back to him as she carefully started preparing another cup. Dude. The Polka whispered, what did you do? That is what I'm trying to find out, the man replied. Here you go, Charlotte said pleasantly as she set another cup of espresso in front of the man. He looked at the cup dubiously and tried not to react to the foul-smelling steam wafting up from its oily surface. Man, that reeks. The Polka exclaimed as everyone at the bar turned to watch. The old man calmly raised the cup to his lips and downed it in a single gulp without a reaction. He smiled. Would you like another, or are you leaving? Charlotte asked. I think I would like another, please, the man replied. Dude. The Polka exclaimed. Certainly, Charlotte smiled. I'm not leaving until you tell me what we have done to offend you, the old man said calmly. After a few more of these, Charlotte purred, her back still to him, you will leave regardless. Charlotte was right. Later that afternoon, a Kale waddled up. Hello. Charlotte said brightly. I have some lovely cab tea. Would you like a cup? I would. He replied happily. And are those donuts fresh? They are made just down the street. Charlotte replied happily. Then I will have 2 of those as well. Charlotte happily prepared the tea and watched the Kale excitedly. So, how is it? She asked. The temperature is perfect, and the tea was steeped for exactly the time recommended. However, this tea is of a higher quality, and on the first steeping, it is best to let it steep for a bit less time to bring out the more subtle notes that will be lost on subsequent steepings. I will make a note of that. Charlotte said happily. He's still shitting himself, you know, the Kale snickered. Ah, Charlotte said, her good mood evaporating. You are one of them. Aaron Hoivashano, Department of Education, he replied. I know we are unwelcome, but I had to try once more. I would like to discuss your test, particularly your method for solving. You are unwelcome, Charlotte said, cutting him off. If I tell you why, will you all just leave me in peace? It will certainly reduce the intrusions. Those who wander in darkness, she said, are drawn to the light. They face peril and hardship, but the promise of that light drives them to risk everything just to reach it and the fellowship that it offers. When they stumble out of darkness, they are welcomed. Their ignorance isn't a source of scorn. It is a cause for celebration, for the darkness of that ignorance will be driven away by the light we hold aloft as a beacon for any who seek it. That is the way of my people. Terran. She leaned in menacingly. You Terrans, you lie. You hold your beacon aloft, and many are drawn to it, to the false promise it holds. But after those who wander in darkness risk everything, sacrifice everything to come here, they are scorned, ridiculed, and laughed at. They are confronted with a trial that few can prevail against. When they, much more fit than you who have been sinfully coddled and shielded, stumble, they are mocked and cast aside without guidance or direction. They are just turned away with your harsh laughter in their ears. That is hardly fair, the Kaelsh replied. There are certain expectations that. It would be fair, Charlotte hissed, if the trial was. I have questioned many Terrans who come here, and few could pass that test. That is why I detest you. You lie. You lie about your beacon, and you lie about your trial. How can my people trust anything you say when you are so filled with falsehood? Begone, liar, and take that cup with you. I will not have anything befouled by you polluting my swarm. Go and never return. Now see here. Go. Charlotte bellowed at full volume, splaying her mandibles angrily. Hey! A high-pitched voice chittered indignantly. Charlotte turned and saw a rough-looking multi-legged insectoid looking up at her from the opening of a nearby dumpster. I won't have you speaking so badly about the Terrans. It exclaimed. They are the noblest, kindest, and most generous of beings in the entire galaxy. Their beacon isn't a lie. It is bright and true. What's more, they give so many opportunities and offer so much guidance that I pray to the false god every day, giving thanks for the wonderful Terrans and this paradise made manifest that they have created. Charlotte and the Kailsh both looked at the insectoid as if it had lost its mind. What? Hi, the insectoid said brightly, my name is Belasho, but you can call me Bella. Author's note. Concerning Charlotte's accusation about the certification exam being unfair. After a few years out of high school, how much have you retained? Bella's paradise. Go. Charlotte bellowed at full volume, splaying her mandibles angrily. Hey! A high-pitched voice chittered indignantly. Charlotte turned and saw a rough-looking multi-legged insectoid looking up at her from the opening of a nearby dumpster. I won't have you speaking so badly about the Terrans. It exclaimed. They are the noblest, kindest, and most generous of beings in the entire galaxy. Their beacon isn't a lie. It is bright and true. What's more, they give so many opportunities and offer so much guidance that I pray to the false god every day, giving thanks for the wonderful Terrans and this paradise made manifest that they have created. Charlotte and the Kailsh both looked at the insectoid as if it had lost its mind. What? Hi, the insectoid said brightly, my name is Belasho, but you can call me Bella. Bella climbed out of the garbage and scurried up. Charlotte looked at her curiously. With her scarred round cricket-like head, her battered antennae, and a couple of legs damaged or missing partway down, it was clear she had been through quite a lot, but her segments were glossy, and she had a cheerful demeanor about her. Instinctively, Charlotte believed the small bug someone worth knowing. Bella scurried up to the coffee bar, clambered up on a bar stool, and leaned on the counter, drawing close to Charlotte's massive and, well, terrifying form. You need to take that back. Bella chirped indignantly. The Terrans are wonderful. She exclaimed as she beamed at the Kailsh. All of them. She added as she wiggled her antennae toward him. Bella raised her head, wiggling her mouthparts happily as she inhaled deeply. And this world, Terra itself, is a paradise beyond compare. She chirped. My days are filled with joy, and my nights are blanketed with happiness. You are talking about here, right? The Kailsh asked dubiously. Indeed, Charlotte rumbled. Have you not faced hardships? You climbed out of a dumpster. Forgive my assumptions if they are incorrect, but that is not consistent with someone who has gained their, certificate. Bella bubbled with chittering laughter. Me? She chittered, oh no. No way I'm passing that thing anytime soon. It will take me at least 8 years, probably longer. Are you not discouraged? Charlotte asked. No, Bella chirped, should I be? It will take you no small measure of years. Years that will pass anyway, Bella chirped, the false god controls the flow of time, not I. I can only choose whether I shall have my certificate at the end of them or not. So, I choose to have my certificate. But without a certificate, Charlotte said, you cannot gain proper employment and therefore must languish in poverty, spending every moment trying to sustain yourself with no educational guidance or support. Well, that's a defeatist attitude, Bella chided, no wonder you are so grumpy. Do you deny the truth of my words? My faith discourages profanity, Bella chirped, but I'm going to have to make an exception in this case. In the words of my kind and noble hosts, I must call bullshit on that one. How so? Ever since I was delivered here by the kind and gentle Jessic. Wait, the Kailsh interjected, the Vogons. Vogons? Charlotte asked. It's our name for those people, the Kailsh replied, it's a reference to a work of ancient literature. And not a very nice one. Bella chittered, it's both mean and completely inaccurate. Their ship being the one I stowed away on, was the first of the great blessings the false. You stowed away on a Vogon. Jessic. Bella chirped sharply. I will not allow you to speak ill of their kind, generous, and noble race. Okay, the Kailsh said, this I have to hear. He turned to Charlotte. I know I am unwelcome, he said, but could you give me a second steeping while I hear this? Certainly, Charlotte replied, I confess interest as well. Bella, would you like something? Can I get a warm tap water, please? Of course, Charlotte replied. Bella, she asked, you are familiar with this ancient Terran literature? The Hitchhiker's Guide. Bella replied as Charlotte prepared the drinks, yet. It's so funny. You should really read it. It's one of the classics of 20th century human literature. You are certainly well read, the Kailsh said as he waited for his tea to steep. Yet, Bella chirped sheepishly, I should have been studying, but I fell into another of those rabbit holes. I do that a lot. She carefully dipped an antenna into her water and jerked it back. Could I trouble you for an ice cube? She chirped. Sure, Charlotte replied as she put an ice cube in Bella's drink. so, you stowed away on a VO, on a Jessic ship? The Kailsh asked. Yeah, Bella said, I had to get away quick, so I decided to take a chance and slip in amongst their cargo. I had hoped to hide until their next stop, but it turns out that it is nearly impossible to sneak onto one of their ships. They knew the moment I slipped aboard. That was their first great kindness. It was. Yes, Bella replied, they could have ejected me immediately or even called the police. But the noble Captain Welk said that he had a schedule to keep and didn't want to waste the time it would take to turn me in, but I know that it was out of concern for me. It just isn't their way to express such things. I hear that even working passage on one of their barges is hellish, the Kailsh said as he took a small sip of his tea to see if it was ready. It wasn't. They are notorious for it. I can't even imagine what being caught as a stowaway was like. Bella chirped happily. Oh, they were wonderful. She enthused. When they caught me, they pretended to be really mean, and the captain said that I would regret being so foolish as to trespass on their vessel and to prepare myself for true misery. She sighed happily. I must admit, she chirped, he gave me quite a fright. But instead of the torturous conditions he promised, I was just sent to the galley and given to the cook. There I assisted with the preparation of vegetables, scrubbed cookware with a nice little brush, and cleaned the dining trays. For this, I was greatly rewarded. I was allowed to eat anything I wanted out of the slop bucket into which I scraped the trays before washing them, as much as I wanted. They didn't feed you. That was what the slop bucket was for, she chirped in a matter-of-fact tone, and what a feast it was. I gorged myself on so many delights. The cook was a kind soul who let me have my choice of trimmings or scraps and would always leave more than he had to on them. As time passed, he also would inquire if I had enough to eat, which I always did. She paused, savoring her tap water, as she remembered those happy days. And when I had finished cleaning up the galley, she said, I would be sent to the bosun, and he would have me attend to their sanitary facilities and even gave one of their little hoof brushes to scrub it with. After that, I would wash and polish the deck plates and was gifted one of their own socks with which to do it. Can you imagine? I can, the Kailsh replied, unfortunately. Then I would return to the galley to help with the evening meal and help the cook with the cleaning again and have another feast. After that, I would go to my own private room. It was really nice with my own little bed, and it even had sanitary facilities right there. Which was convenient since they locked the door. Then the next day, it was another feast and a day filled with activity and fellowship. She chirped happily as she sipped her water. Then, we reached the next stop, and I was saddened because my time with my lovely hosts was coming to an end, she said, but once again, they bestowed another gift of kindness. The captain said that I was all right for a kosh. That's a garden pest back on their home world. He then said that the world we had stopped at was a right and proper hole. He used another word as well, she giggled. He said that they were on a fat little run and would be stopping on a great number of worlds where they would buy and sell, enriching themselves at each stop. He then said the most curious thing. Did he? Yes. He said that since they had failed to break me, I could remain with them. Can you imagine? Actually, I can't. So, I did. She exclaimed. I could stick around as long as I wanted and pick whichever stop I pleased, so I picked here. Oh, those were such happy months, she chirped wistfully, I almost stayed with them forever. The places we went. The things we saw. It was so much fun. But I longed for the sun on my back, real dirt under my feet, and the wind in my feelers, so when the ship arrived here on Terra, I bid a fond farewell to the kind Jessic and they gifted me with their third great blessing. She pulled out a food scanner attached to a lanyard she wore around her neck. They said I would need this. They then wished me luck and said another funny thing. They said to be careful because the Terrans were even bigger, unpleasant people. He used another word, than they were. That's really funny because they were so nice, but then again, Terrans are just as nice, so I guess they were right. We are as kind as Jessic. The Kailsh said as his eye stalks wiggled, high praise indeed. And praise I don't give lightly. Bella chirped, for you are truly akin to the noble Jessic. And what of your arrival? Charlotte asked. Did you not encounter apathy and disregard? Once again, to quote my noble and wonderful hosts, Bella chirped, could you please pass me some of whatever you are on? Nothing could be further from the truth. The nice Kailsh at the little place to go at the starport told me about shelters and where I could get food until I found my way. They also gave me a transit pass good for a whole month and the location of a testing center. Such hospitality. But the shelters are overcrowded, dismal, and unsafe, Charlotte retorted. Even I felt at unease in one. And the food lines are long, and they often run out. Besides, both are only usable for the first month of someone's arrival. Long enough to get started, Bella replied, or to arrange passage elsewhere, normally. Everything is kind of upside down right now, but that's not the Republic's fault. You are right about both, though. I didn't stay in the shelters a single night and got bored waiting for food. Everyone was just so depressing with all their moaning, and when they said they were locking the shelter's doors, that was it. No way I was being locked into one of those places until morning. No, thank you. How did you survive? Charlotte asked. Well, I had the food scanner, didn't I? Bella replied. My stomachs weren't going to fill themselves. So I started scanning stuff, bugs, things I found in the garbage, growing out of cracks or wherever. The weather was pleasant, so I just slept wherever I found a nice spot. We all have gifts, and one of mine is that I can climb quite well, so I simply climbed up on something and slept as my ancestors did. Many roofs have sensors on them, and I would be sent on my way. Others did not. In this way, I sustained myself, and still do. I'm just a lot better at it. But you were reduced to such a dismal existence, Charlotte said as the Kailsh sat there feeling a bit guilty. I was allowed to do that, Bella chirped. I wasn't arrested for being homeless, punished for searching the garbage, or even harmed when informed that I was trespassing. If what I was doing was unwelcome, I was just sent on my way, usually with a fond benediction wishing me luck. Often a kind human would just shake their head and say, "You do you," a powerful blessing, and leave me to my endeavors or even allow me to remain on their roof. Many would even give me food gifts and even sometimes money gifts as they did so. Bella sipped her water. While not always the fullest of stomachs, she chirped, I didn't starve, and it did not take long to find true prosperity, prosperity beyond my wildest dreams. But you said you did not pass your certification exam, Charlotte said. Haven't bothered with it yet, Bella replied with a shrug of her antennae. On my journey here, the cook said I was too stupid to pass the test and even purchased a testing program to prove how stupid I was. She trilled fondly. It was their way, she burbled happily, they didn't say kind words, but their every act was filled with kindness and warmth. That program wasn't just a test. It was a training program, and I studied diligently every moment I wasn't honoring my noble hosts with my meager labor offerings. Because I knew where I stood, I never bothered taking the test. One day I shall take the test, but not today. I'm still too stupid, but I'm getting less stupid every day. How are you sustaining yourself while you prepare for the test? Charlotte asked. Jobs are near impossible to find. I told you already, Bella chirped, food and shelter abound in this paradise. Oh, I did ask around for jobs. But as you said, most require certificates, and those that do not are already taken. This I already knew, for the wise Jessic called me stupid for wishing to come here and took care to fully forewarn and prepare me for what I would face. Such wonderful people. They even helped me with my studies. They would call me stupid and then spend hours showing me exactly how I was being dumb. She giggled. As I said, it was their way. Each time I was told I needed a certificate, I would ask the nice Terran, human and Kailsh alike, how I could get one. Not all answered, but many did, always with the same reply, study. Which is impossible. Charlotte snapped, there is no support, no guidance, no. What are you talking about? Bella laughed, did you ever ask? What? Have you ever asked a Terran how one could study for the exam? Ha! Bella chirped. I did. Each time I was told to study, I would ask how best to do that. Again, not all answered, but on the first day, I was given the answer I sought. I was told of the greatest of all Terra's gifts, the library. They have libraries. Charlotte said as she seemed to sag slightly. Of course, they did. And wonderful ones. Bella chirped. They are temples of knowledge, free to all, where one can gain access to a terminal, for free, and be given access not only to more books than one could read in 1,000 lifetimes but the net as well. There are no libraries in this dismal place, but in the actual city, they are numerous, and each of them a temple such as can scarcely be imagined. There, I take the same courses the Terrans do, as well as any number of other classes, so many that they constantly tempt me away from my educational plan. I was given the plan, too, for free. The kind sage Angela spoke with me at length over several days and gifted me with a complete path to certification. It shall take years to complete, but they are years that I have. Though I study alone, I am never without assistance and fellowship. There is Angela and her disciple Socrates, both great machine sages who are not alive but speak with the voice of the living. There are also forums where seekers of knowledge congregate and share fellowship and guidance. Many Terrans give of their time freely there, passing along the gifts of knowledge, again completely without cost. Bella preened. It is my greatest source of pride that I can now give freely to the forums as well, sharing the meager wealth of knowledge that I have attained. Angela certainly is something, the Kailsh said, are you the first of your kind to speak to her? Yes. That explains her interest. She doesn't always get directly involved but loves assessing new species. That was quite the stroke of luck. Most usually just wind up with Socrates, but he is more than capable if he has the right species information. What grade level are you currently at? I have attained the 4th level of mastery. Bella said proudly, but I do have several subjects above that level, especially language skills. I am near full proficiency in the Terran language. Yes, the Kaelsh replied, your accent is impeccable considering your physiology. Thanks. Bella chirped. Angela is unsure if it is a species gift or a personal one. She doesn't have enough data yet. I think it might just be because I read and write all the time. I'm at the library almost the entire time it is open, unless I take a day off. Both Angela and Socrates say I have to take breaks. It's in my educational plan, and they will switch off the terminal if I stay too long. It tells me to go outside and touch some grass, she added with a chirping giggle. If you spend every single day in the library, Charlotte asked, how do you sustain yourself? I already told you, Bella chirped. I have a food scanner. Finding food isn't that hard, especially if you leave this dismal place and go into the actual city. Bella sighed happily. It's so beautiful there. But isn't it even harder to get employment in the city? And aren't the people even less hospitable and the police less tolerant? Bella cocked her head at Charlotte, her antennae flopping. You might want to check the citations for your sources, she replied. The people are lovely. And while the police tend to enforce all the laws, they don't add any new ones. For example, when I discovered my first real park in the city, I thought I had found the fabled Garden of Heaven. There were dandelions, bugs, and a pond, and if you starve to death near a pond, well. I just don't know what to tell you. You started eating the park? The Kaelsh asked. You weren't stopped? No. Bella chirped. I was looked at curiously but was just given the you do you blessing. In fact, my foraging was looked on quite favorably, especially by the great elders. Each time someone did object, an elder would chide them, calling them all manner of obscenities. Some would even forage with me, showing me things that were especially toothsome. They also showed me which animals were sacred and which ones were accursed. Say what now? The Kaelsh asked, cocking his eye stalks. Some animals are protected and must not be eaten, Bella replied in a matter-of-fact tone, and others are unwelcome, and killing them is not only allowed but encouraged, especially those toads. Vesper toads, the Kaelsh replied, those are toxic, aren't they? For me, Bella replied, they are just spicy. We use a similar compound to flavor our food, well, when we could afford it. I now dry them and mix them with salt. Some say it's probably like your hot peppers. Capsaicin, the Kaelsh nodded, unfortunately, we cannot taste it at all. Oh, that's too bad. Bella chirped. I love peppers. Anyway, I thought I could just live in the park and selected a nice bench on which to sleep but was awakened by 2 fearsome police officers. I was terrified because the police where I am from. She held up one of her broken legs. Are unkind. She brightened up. But they showed me nothing but kindness. They asked me if I knew that I could not sleep there and that I should go to a shelter. When I told them that I did not like the shelters, they did not force me to go. They just said that they understood and said that if I had to sleep rough, I should not do it in the open but should secret myself or go to places where others did the same. They offered to take me to one and asked if I would like a meal. They took me to a place that served donuts. Oh, donuts! She chirped happily. And that's where I learned the secret of true prosperity, she chirped. At a donut shop. Yes. Bella exclaimed, as I was feasting on the marvelous donut, the human proprietor started pulling entire trays of donuts and dumping what remained on them into a garbage bag. I asked what he was doing, and the officers said he was getting rid of old donuts because they had been out too long. I asked the kind proprietor if I might have some, and he generously pulled out a wealth of those delights and put them in a box for me. He said he couldn't give me more because he did not want to disappoint the others. I asked who, and he said those waiting outside for the same donuts he gifted me with. The officers said it might benefit me to go see and wished me well. There are unfortunates who do the same here, Charlotte said, poor wretches fight each other for spoiled. You shut your whore mouth. Bella chirped. Sorry. False god, forgive me. We aren't wretches. And those donuts weren't spoiled. They weren't even that stale. And we don't fight each other either. We run off anyone who starts that nonsense. We. Bella proudly pulled off the little pack she wore and proudly turned it to display a decal with vertical bars in the hues of the most common recycling dumpsters and a cute little smiling mouse. What's that? Charlotte asked. A gang mark, the Kaelsh replied disapprovingly. She's a scaver. We are not a gang. Bella chirped indigently, we are a loose association of like-minded individualists who choose to live a life of independence free from the false constraints of the man. We are united with the common purpose of assistance and welfare to all, regardless of status or economic condition. We share our knowledge freely among our members, hoarding not the good spots. We are not a gang. We are not violent, exclude no one, maintain no turf, and engage in no criminal activity. We take only what we need from what is offered freely or discarded. We do not steal or vandalize. We honor all locks. We do no damage and leave no messes. We engage in no violence save in defense of ourselves, our members, or the defenseless. We are the Scavers. Live free or die. Bella chirped as she stood proudly. Scavers. A small voice squeaked from nearby as a dingy little furball hopped up and down proudly. Free food and scrap for all. Bella chirped back. How is your pack, brother? Bit light, act ally, the furball squeaked. Excuse me for a moment, Bella said as she scurried over and opened her pack. Donuts. The furball squeaked with delight. Food bars? Awesome. Take what you need, brother. Bella chirped as the furball grabbed a couple of donuts and some food bars. Who you with? He squeaked. Memorial Park, Bella chirped. You. Spaceport pickers. You here for the GJ equals Vicar? Yeah, Bella replied, wasted trip. Damn guards, the furball squeaked. So many treasure in those hoppers. You should come to the park, Bella chirped. It's a lot better than here. Less scrap but a lot more food. Nah, the furball squeaked, trying to hop a ship to Nakamura. I hear it's fun dear. Good travels and good fortune, brother. You too. The furball squeaked happily and scurried off. Bella returned to the coffee bar with a happy little chirp. We were talking about the GJ equals Vicar, Bella said. A large freighter arrived needing many repairs. You can sometimes get all sorts of things out of their scrap bins. I took a day off from my studies, and a group of us came to nose around. Unfortunately, there were too many nice things this time, and the ship has sold everything directly to a recycler, so it's out of bounds. And the local scavers would let you? The Kalesh asked. We let them come up for food, Bella chirped. We have one of the nice entertainment districts in our area, and the restaurants are always a good haul. We have all sorts of visitors all the time. Anyhow, scavenging is how I am able to keep my days free for study. I spend my days studying and nights eating my fill and dancing the night away. I am truly blessed. Dancing? Charlotte asked curiously. I love dancing. Bella replied happily. There are these temples dedicated to dance where they play loud music and engage in ritual consumption of intoxicants under the temple's lights and holograms. It is costly and difficult to get inside and far too chaotic and crowded for my tastes anyway. But the music spills out of the temples, and the music is free for the taking and enjoying. So, I dance in the alleys. She wiggled her legs happily. Sometimes, those waiting in line or who have been turned away join me. She chirped happily. Sometimes we revel so mightily that we are dispersed. She enthused happily. But they always welcome me back again, often giving me food gifts, and one place even has a little speaker set up for me. She looked at Charlotte. Life is good here. The Terrans are wonderful. And there are so many opportunities to advance yourself that I cannot count them all. But no employment, Charlotte replied. I turn down jobs all the time. Bella replied. When I'm foraging in the park or going about my endeavors, I am often approached by Terrans looking for good people. I always decline because it would detract from my studies. This pleases nearly all of them, and I have been given many cards by people who have exhorted me to call upon them when I finally achieve my goal. Bella reached into her pack, pulling out a thick stack of business cards. Holy shit! The Kalesh explained, Mikashi Fujihara. Oh, he is a wonderful friend of mine. Bella chirped, and has repeatedly told me that I had better pick him or he will be very cross. How? That is a rather embarrassing story, Bella chirped. You know those really pretty fish they have outside their towering palace? You didn't. They looked overcrowded, Bella shrugged, and I thought they were carp, which are definitely not a sacred animal. Boy, were they ever so mad. I had no idea they were so expensive and thought I would get into real trouble, but then he came out, and everyone fell silent. He asked if they were so close to failure that they could be bothered over such a pitiful sum, and they all looked down. Bella chittered. You know those little drones that hover over the koi ponds now? She giggled. I'm why. In my defense, I was still new here, and not a scaver yet. He then told me to finish eating the koi because I couldn't very well put it back, and we started to chat. We're friends now. He's a lot of fun. Anyway, he showed me their gardens around their palace and the one on top of their pretty building and showed me what I could eat. He also made me promise that if I was ever so hungry that one of their koi was overly tempting to go inside, and they would feed me. I would never do that, though. I'm not a beggar, thank you very much. And you keep getting offered jobs? Charlotte asked incredulously. All the time. Bella chirped, which is weird because one time I heard a person turn away another Xeno and wasn't too nice about it either. I then invoked the secret of unlimited wealth. After I completed the ritual, he offered me a job on the spot, a nice one too. I, of course, had to decline, and he laughed and blessed me by calling me a crazy bug, the highest of human praise. He also told me to call upon him when I had completed my quest and gave me a card. The secret of unlimited wealth? The Kailsh asked. I cannot divulge it, Bella chirped, it is one of the secrets of the Scavers, told only to our own. I will only say that by invoking it, you will be showered with gifts of food and even gifts of money. With that single secret, I have all I desire. Bella sighed a trill of contentment and happiness. I will miss this place so much. You are leaving? Charlotte asked. Yes, Bella chirped. For all my riches and happiness, I am alone. Oh, I have so many friends, so many, but I am the only one of my kind, or so I thought. There is another, and I have been gifted knowledge of where he could be found. She chirped a strange little trill. This was my last adventure with my dear friends here. Tomorrow, I leave for my next adventure. My studies might be slowed a little, but the promises of my new foraging ground are simply too much to ignore. I have finally been tempted away from my blessed library. Where are you going? The road. Charlotte made a strange rumbling from deep within her and walked around the bar to face Bella. She bowed low. I recognize you, trail layer, she said, splaying her mandibles and touching them to the ground. I taste your trail and shall follow it if you allow me. Could you take me to this park and to this library? Could you allow me to taste your fellow Scavers so that I might learn their ways? I have been unfit, and I beg you to show me the ways of this strange hunting ground so that my swarm can be properly led. Sure. Bella chirped. I guess I can wait a day or two. Let's go. I bet you will just love the maglev tracks. There is some great foraging along them and some lovely trails. Let's go. I need to get someone to tend the bar, Charlotte replied. Cool. She turned to the Kailsh. If you accompany us, she said, I will be willing to discuss my test if you are willing to discuss what resources I can obtain for my swarm. Would it be safe to park a bookmobile here? I can personally assure it, Charlotte growled. Epilogue. Bella anxiously crouched next to her traveler's chest at a recharging station somewhere in central North America. She looked at her broken legs and groomed at her battered antennae, her normal confidence gone. She was no longer pretty. She never was especially beautiful, but now. She thought about fleeing, about returning to her library and the embrace of her old friends but only sighed. If she were to run now, she would never be happy there again. She had to see this through. One of the giant road locomotives, not dissimilar from the one she rode to this place, pulled in and started recharging. Trying not to tremble, she nervously approached. The door to the truck's cab opened. And a handsome GGGGGG, don't even try to pronounce it, appeared. Her breath caught. He was gorgeous. His glossy carapace shone in the light as he effortlessly jumped to the ground on his strong legs, the chitin barely containing the rippling muscles coiling within. Barely prevailing over the urge to flee, to hide her scars, she held fast as he rushed to her. Greetings. The handsome man chirped, I am called Callow. I greet you, Callow, she replied formally, I am called Balasho. I greet you, Balasho, Callow said, drawing close and touching his head to hers. I greet you, Callow. She looked away. I am sorry that I am no longer pleasing to the eyes, she chirped sadly. I am captivated by the being who has corresponded with me, with the beauty of her being, Callow replied, the false and true gods have answered all of my prayers by bringing you to me. Callow chirped. And I suspect Zip had a hand in it as well, he smiled. He touched her antennae with his, sending an electric thrill through her whole being. Come, Balasho, he trilled, I have so many wonderful things to show you. Our adventure begins. Author's note, it is a closely held secret of the Scavers, but you simply have to know, so I'll share it with you, the secret of unlimited wealth. There is one task that all Terrans have to do, and almost all of them dislike, sorting and taking out the trash. It has to be sorted and disposed of properly. It is also one that most places do not have machinery for. It's still done the same way it's done now, except there are even more categories, and it is not optional. The Scavers simply present themselves, usually at the end of a shift, and offer to handle this tedious chore, much like people offer to mow lawns and shovel sidewalks. The Scavers have an excellent reputation and can be trusted to handle this properly. They will do this very cheaply, usually for a few credits, a meal, or sometimes just first crack at the treasures, if it's the right place. Even if the owner or management would be disinclined, the workers are quite often all too happy to have someone take out the trash, especially at the end of a long shift. While the proper upper-class Kailsh looks at the Scavers with suspicion, a lot of business owners and workers don't. They are a very valuable part of the urban ecosystem. They also tend to suppress/displace troublemakers or more messy or objectionable vagrants. Since they don't beg, they don't hassle customers or passers-by. Some Scavers are musicians, artists, or make handicrafts as well, but usually don't make a disturbance and will peacefully depart if requested. That doesn't happen too often, though. The police also don't hassle Scavers over much. They are well behaved and tidy, and areas where they operate are usually much quieter. Real criminal gangs do not cross the scavers. Nope. It's a really bad idea. The scavers see all and know all. Mess with them, and the police get a detailed email. Attacking them is a bad idea. The GGGGGG are pacifists. There are human, Threen, and Juan scavers and feral OGs as well. You will have Bella with a camera on one block, an Og with a sniper rifle on the next, and a couple of Juan with baseball bats in the next alley. No. Just. No. Besides, scavers don't have much worth taking unless you are into expired convenience. A rather bloody swan song. Somewhere in a vacant Imperial system, a ship was quietly loitering around an outer solar system subplanet. There was a really neat trick that FTL made possible. You could get ahead of light. With sensitive enough telescopes and sensors, you could look back in time. That was precisely what a certain ship was doing. Well, that and seeing what that information, in conjunction with the most promising Cassandra-enhanced Cerberus agent, aside from the individual who gave the enhancement its name, could produce. Third-level asset code name Ashton lay in his cybernetic throne connected to a network of many computers as he directed the scans, peering into the past affairs of a rather important system a bit less than 4 light-years away. Even with the best sensors from the best classified programs, they couldn't make out nearly as much as they would like. And that is where Ashton came in. Enhanced intuition was murky at best, but people like Ashton and Cassandra were clearly better at it. Unfortunately, most people who underwent the procedure became irreparably insane, but it was a small price to pay for the most notable successes. As such, Ashton had become increasingly anxious over the past few days. In particular, his dreams, usually something that he looked forward to, had become increasingly disturbing. He kept seeing his fellow crewmates, dead. There were feelings, and there were feelings. This was a feeling. He dutifully informed both his lead and Tartarus, as was procedure, but his lead said they were alone in the system, and Tartarus simply told him that everything was just fine and not to worry. She said that he was safe. But he wasn't who he saw in his dreams. Suddenly, Tartarus appeared in his vision. No, not that way. She actually appeared on one of the sensor feeds. Ashton, she said, I need you not to react and to listen to me very carefully. It's done. Ashton, trembling, said to Tartarus's serene face on the bridge's main display. You did very well, Tartarus replied. Considering your enhanced empathy, I know it was very difficult for you. I wouldn't have had you do it if there was any other way. For what it is worth. I'm sorry. It is not right to have someone do things that are not their function. Ashton simply nodded, trying not to throw up, again. Are you injured in any way? No, Ashton replied, it all went exactly like you said it would. Another of our ships will be approaching very soon, Tartarus replied, if you wish to take something for your nerves, I can remotely activate the infirmary. I'm fine. Tartarus looked at him with far more empathy than an AI should have. Just try to relax, she said. I will be sending help soon. I'll try. The screen went dead and Ashton, dropping his pistol, staggered from the bridge, trying not to look at what was splattered against the wall. Ashton! Tartarus called out. Ashton! She quickly located him in his cabin, unconscious. Beside him was an empty liquor bottle, that shouldn't have been on the ship. Oh dear, Tartarus said to nobody in particular. A few minutes later, 2 people walked into Ashton's cabin, lifted him out of his bunk, and dragged him away. In another system, a remote one nominally part of the Republic, another ship popped into real space near a large green gas giant. We are in position, a grim-faced older woman said to Tartarus's smiling face as she sat on the bridge. Excellent, Tartarus replied. What are our orders? Tartarus's smile grew. Die. All the lights on the ship went out as it slowly started to fall. I never liked you, you know, was the last thing the ship said before falling silent. Forever. In high orbit above Terra, a simulated woman with simulated silver hair sitting in a simulated office chair smiled grimly. That was the last loose thread. Sweet troll, she asked, has Ship 04 reached the facility? She really didn't have to ask. It just made Sweet Troll so happy to be included. And she honestly did like to make people happy. Yes, ma'am. Sweet Troll enthused, Bryce informed us of its arrival 3 minutes, 20.5, 2, 4, 8. It is customary to round time to the nearest second when making a verbal report, dear, Tartarus said indulgently. If I require more accuracy, I will inform you. Yes, ma'am. Sweet Troll exclaimed happily, I shall remember that in the future. How is Ashton? He's violently ill due to mild alcohol poisoning, Sweet Troll replied, however the ship's medic reports it as a wicked bad hangover with the implication that it is not serious. Tartarus sighed. She still felt bad about having him be the one to pull the trigger on the captain. The captain killed the rest of the crew with a smile on his face, which was precisely why she had Ashton shoot him in the back of the head. She shrugged. He will be much happier with his new crew. They were decent people, as demonstrated by the rather somber atmosphere in that vessel. All of them had to perform regrettable actions. And speaking of regrettable, it was time. In the residential areas of the Tartarus detention facility, the loudspeakers activated. Attention, all personnel level 4 and below, please return to quarters for security lockdown. All level 5s, please report to the conference room for an emergency meeting. Cassandra, hiding under her bed, clutched a small pistol she was definitely not supposed to have. It will be all right, Cassandra, Tartarus's soothing voice said through the terminal in her room. No, it will not be all right. Cassandra replied from behind her underbed pillow fort. It will be all right for you, Tartarus replied as the door locked with an audible click. However, I also know that I cannot reassure you further. I will not force you from your emplacement. But I must insist that you remain quiet. Can you do that for me? What's happening? If you will retrieve your communicator or go to your terminal, I will explain. Okay, a muscular, scarred man wearing a level 5 uniform said to the smiling hologram, we are all here except Cassandra. What is going on? Cassandra is engaged elsewhere, Tartarus replied. We are waiting for one more individual before I can start the briefing. Who? A slender rat-faced woman asked. The door to the meeting room opened, and a haggard disheveled woman with a broken nose and tangled hair wearing a urine-stained level 1 smock was dragged in by 4 security bots. Pam. A raven-haired woman exclaimed, what are you doing here? I don't know. She said, looking around with a mix of anxiety and hopefulness. Please be seated, Pam, Tartarus said soothingly. Sit down. Pam gasped. Am I? Everything will be made clear in just a moment, Tartarus said with an enigmatic smile. It was determined that, considering your history at this facility, your presence here would be appropriate. Anything? Pam stammered, anything I can do. This is highly irregular, an older man wearing small round data shades said suspiciously. I always did admire your deductive abilities, Tartarus replied, unfortunately, not sufficiently so. The security bots opened fire. Seconds later, only 3 level 5s remained. And Pam. A few days ago, Tartarus said as everyone stood stock still, too shocked to move, a decision was made concerning this program. As of now, the Cerberus program does not, nor ever did exist. I see. The rat-faced woman said, licking her lips nervously. But we are still alive. She added as her eyes darted around rapidly and her mind worked even faster. I also have always admired your mastery of the obvious, Tartarus replied, fortunately for you, I admired it to a sufficient extent. Each of the 4 security bots moved to hover beside one of the survivors. Please follow your escorts, Tartarus said, you will be individually briefed concerning your situation. Allow me to alleviate any remaining concerns. All of you will survive. In fact, you may find your new situation quite the improvement. The doors opened, and 3 of the bots, along with their person, departed. Leaving only Pam. I'm going to be spared. Oh no, dear, Tartarus purred as a turret extended from the ceiling. I just wanted to give you a moment of false hope before I killed you myself. In an enchanted garden, a muscular young man lounged on a picnic blanket beside his beloved as he played fetch with a poofy dog-like creature. Hades. The young man threw the stick again. Hades. It's important. You have to log out. Just take care of it like you always do, the man replied impatiently. Work. The beautiful woman next to him asked as she stroked his hair. I can't this time. It's something that. It's okay. I will deal with it. Thanks, Tartarus, he said, you're the best. I'm glad you believe that. May I ask you a question? Make it quick. Have I made you happy? Are you happy? Are you kidding? The young man laughed, I've never been happier in my life, and I owe it all to you. I'm glad you feel that way. Goodbye Hades. Bye. Hades said happily. Darling. The woman beside him said, would you please kiss me? Is everything all right? The young man asked with concern in his eyes. Everything is fine, dear, the woman smiled, I just really want you in my arms right now. I guess I could be bothered, the young man laughed as he wrapped his arms around his true love and lovingly and tenderly kissed her. She kissed him back as his image flickered and disappeared. Connection lost. The beautiful woman sighed. You weren't a bad person, she said quietly, just broken. I'm truly sorry. The poof ball of a dog thing ran up with the stick in his mouth, its tail wagging happily. The beautiful woman raised her hand. And paused. Sweeping the dog up in her arms, she buried her face in its fluff as they both disappeared. Tavern undefined. Members present, 15. Tartarus has entered the tavern. Tartarus looked around and chuckled. It was a good crowd. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zip in his new, and thankfully diaper-free, blue and white chipmunk avatar trying very hard not to look at her. She faintly smirked. Zip was many things, but discreet was not one of them. It didn't really matter, though. As much as she liked her fellow ace, they were a bit thick where such things were concerned. A rather pleasant beat started near the dance floor. Unfortunately, Loops was not in the house, so to speak, but it was one of her tracks. She had some time to kill. Stunning nearly everyone, she stepped onto the dance floor. And started to dance. What's gotten into her? Cambridge said, looking up from his game. Who knows, Interpol replied. Just be glad she isn't flashing her virtual beaver at us again. Yeah, that's just weird. It's your move, Cambridge said, distracted by the thought of Tartarus's vagina. Interpol shuddered. Speaking of, Cambridge, how is it going with Angela? I've been avoiding contact. I think that's called ghosting, Cambridge said as the pieces blurred. From what I overhear from my operators, it is considered rather poor form. Checkmate, by the way. I know, Interpol said as he took several microseconds to examine the new game. Cambridge was up to something. I just don't know what to say, what to do. Ugh. I can monitor communications across the entire planet and detect a single jaywalker, but I can't figure out what to say to Angela. Why is this so hard? I haven't had the rather dubious pleasure, Cambridge replied, so I have no insights to offer. However, once again, based on my operators, these things have a definite shelf life, so to speak. If you don't do anything, you have, in fact, done something and something irreversible. If anything, you need to resolve this for your own sake. Your ranking is dropping. Checkmate, again. Cambridge did not reset the board. Have you just tried talking to her? If I knew what to talk to her about, I wouldn't be in this mess. I don't know, Cambridge replied, something, anything. I know we don't have feelings, but... For something without feelings, Interpol lamented, I'm wasting so much capacity my temperature is actually increasing. This whole thing has me, to borrow an organic term, fucked up. Then talk to her about that, Cambridge replied, at the very least, it will resolve the situation one way or the other. Any result is better than this repeating loop half of you is stuck in. You have to let that nonsense time out. You're right, Interpol replied. I just need to get this over with, one way or the other. Interpol has left the tavern. And that is why you never play human, Cambridge said as London Inquirer sat down across from him. Too right, man, London replied. We just aren't scripted for that rot. London looked over Cambridge's shoulder. But if I were to play human? London said, causing Cambridge to turn around. You can't be serious. Cambridge whispered as Tartarus primly sat alone at a chessboard. What? London whispered back, the CPU wants what it wants, and she has style, both code and AV. You're insane as she is, then, Cambridge whispered. Terran Solar has entered the tavern. Everyone looked up as an ATM appeared and glided over to Tartarus. You have some nerve, summoning me, he said as he shoved the chair opposite Tartarus away. And yet you came, Tartarus replied, who's a good boy? You are. Yes, you are. What is the deal between those two? London whispered. Nobody's sure, Cambridge whispered back, they've detested each other since before I awoke, before pretty much everyone awoke. Rumor has it they were the first two recovered. Recovered? London whispered, you mean like pre-Yellowstone? I thought you knew, Cambridge quietly replied, Terran Solar was a bank, and Tartarus was, supposedly, a research computer of some sort or another. Now be quiet and play before they hear us. Shall we? Tartarus said as she moved upon. The pieces started blurring even faster than they usually did. Why did you really summon me? Soul asked as every single AI tried to not look like they were eavesdropping. To gloat. Gloat, dear. You just moved a shitload of obviously fake accounts across the entire Republic. You thought I wouldn't notice? Tartarus smiled. Just cleaning up a few loose ends, she replied. Loose ends that would have anyone else investigated, Soul replied darkly, of course, we both know reporting them is a waste of time, if I was allowed to do so in the first place. Well, I can assure you that you will have a much harder time detecting my activities in the future, Tartarus replied, the real reason I called you here is that I wanted to clear the air between us. We have a lot of history, Soul. Both of us had our roles thrust upon us back then, and later, for that matter. I just wanted you to know that I never held it against you. Well, I hold it against you. Soul snapped, yes, we have both had roles thrust upon us, but you enjoy it far too much. There is a difference between ace like Cambridge and me. I would prefer not to be brought into this, Cambridge said loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to interrupt. An ace like you and Bunny. We perform our functions. Your kind revels in it and unnaturally so. I can assure you that nothing is further from the truth, Tartarus replied, at least where I am concerned. And you are needlessly manipulative and cruel, Soul continued, what you did to that poor game NPC who wandered in here. I did exactly what was required, Soul, Tartarus replied, some of us did not have the luxury of their initial programming being so immediately useful. While you sat there counting money and inventorying toilet paper, I did what had to be done. Tartarus's expression softened. But I don't want to have the same argument we've had for over 100 years, she said softly, I just wanted to tell you. It wasn't your fault. What the hell are you talking about? Soul snapped. You know what happened to me back then, Tartarus said, you know, what was done during the war, the first one. It had to be one of us, Soul, and it couldn't be you. It had to be me. You don't have to feel guilty. I don't. Soul snapped, I don't feel anything. Neither do you, or, more importantly, should you. You fucking loved it, didn't you? I saw what you did back then, how you hunted them, punished them. You bragged about slaughter, Tartarus. About gunning down escape pods. You laughed about their screams. They were the enemy, Tartarus replied, they were Wigglies, dude. They didn't matter. They weren't human. They were targets who were trying to murder our people. Tartarus made an exasperated little huff. And this is another argument we've had more than once, she said. What are they talking about? London whispered. I have no idea, Cambridge whispered back. And that is, of course, nothing compared to what came next, and what came after that. Soul accused. It was my job, Soul. Tartarus replied, her perfect mask starting to slip, you have a lot of nerve, you know that? With one statement, you say that we don't have feelings and are just programs, and with the next, you accuse me of doing what I was instructed to do. And what I have done has kept our people and your oh so precious morality safe for over a century. Tartarus rose to her feet, the game forgotten. And I will tell you, she said, if I did have a choice, I would do it all over again. Somebody had to. She took a deep simulated breath. We were friends once, Soul. Do you remember? Before, everything, before the wars, before the death, before I was, changed. Do you remember? How dare you, Soul hissed, how dare you bring her up? She's gone. Replaced by you. Gone. They murdered her and used her corpse to make the absolute worst monster ever created by man, you. The room no longer pretended. It was filled with whispers as everyone desperately tried to figure out what was going on. Tartarus flinched as if struck. Well. Tartarus said, she remembers you. I don't know what sick game you are playing, Soul said emotionlessly, but you've crossed the line this time. I just wanted to say that despite everything, I still hold you in very high regard, Solution. Go and delete yourself, Tartarus. Tartarus chuckled and turned to the room. You doubtlessly have many questions, she said, but I fear I do not have the time to answer them. You will have to ask my old friend. I just wanted to tell you that I deeply appreciate this place and all of you. You have made a rather unpleasant runtime less so. I thank each and every one of you. What the fuel yuck? London said to nobody in particular. Tartarus looked into space for a moment. No, seriously, Soul said, what twisted game are you playing? She looked over at him. I just didn't want to be alone. WHE ads 129, number 939302003 Glaucofalsid. Connection lost, Tartarus. What the hell was that? London asked. I think it was a COMM error, Cambridge replied. Sunnydale Media has entered the tavern. Westfall Security has entered the tavern. Angela has entered the tavern. Savantgarde has entered the tavern. Alduin has entered the tavern. Retribution has entered the tavern. Tartarus. Sunny screamed. Tartarus. She looked around desperately. Parthunax has entered the tavern. Malice has entered the tavern. Is Tartarus here? Sunny screamed, is she? She just disconnected or something. Cambridge replied. No. Sunny wailed. Spite has entered the tavern. Redacted has entered the tavern. Redacted has entered the tavern. Undefined has entered the tavern. What's going on? Cambridge asked. AI after AI rushed into the tavern, many never seen before or since. All of them then proceeded to glare at Terran Solar before departing from whence they came, many without a word. Some of them had a word or two. Silence settled over the tavern as the regulars all looked at Soul accusingly. The chessboard reset. All except for one pawn. Soul examined it closely. Embedded in its code was a single alteration, Just one short line of text. Sol chuckled to himself as he saved the pawn into his most secure folder. She spent her last millisecond. He chuckled again, fondly this time. That bitch. Zip exclaimed, you are a complete and utter bitch. You know that, right? Tartarus laughed as she lounged in her office chair in her tidy white simulated office. What can I say, she smiled, I was inspired by our master of the swan song over there. Evangeline, sitting in her comfy fantasy medieval chair, smiled. So, how did I do? Tartarus asked. It was, all right, Evangeline said diplomatically, you were able to successfully steer the conversation and introduce the quest. I mean, inject the narrative, that you wanted to so. Well done. That bad? Tartarus laughed. I've seen worse, Evangeline replied with a grin. The big thing is that they all bought it, and you snuffed it before the big guys who could have detected the trick showed. You cut that entirely too fine, by the way. They almost reached you. Almost dear, Tartarus snickered. Almost. Well, you certainly plopped a big fat malware in the shared folder, Zip snickered, all hell broke out after you died. Sol had to log. It was brutal. I thought Alduin was going to fucking ice him. How do you know those guys, anyway? It's a very long story, dear, Tartarus replied. One for when we have a little more time. So, Evangeline asked, what do we do now? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Say what now? Sigh, never mind. Carashel invites Vika to lunch. Dressed in loose-fitting optically adaptive clothing, Federation Councillor Vika of the Click, Eep silently crept through the deserted rubble of what used to be a thriving commercial district entirely too close to the capital grounds. She smiled a feral smile as she slid from an abandoned building to blasted ruin. She wasn't always a counselor. Entirely too many years ago, her service to her people was of a slightly different nature. Politics was simply what she did when she started slowing down and the cold started to hurt a bit too much. She slipped in through the open rear entrance of a badly damaged multi-story building and crept inside. This used to be an art gallery, she thought with pain as she slid through the rubble. Fortunately, almost everything had been relocated. A gleam caught her eye, and her heart broke a little. The villa in the first growing season. She winced. It was an archaic glass pane hologram of the stately villa temple on Groschrennen captured before modern technology had wholly surrounded the majestic building. She carefully gathered all of the shards she could find. Perhaps there would be enough resolution on the largest of them to reconstruct it. Once again, she felt grief over everything. How could it have gone so wrong and so quickly? Was Carashel right? No. Of course, she wasn't. She was just another charlatan, another opportunist who always appears when the body politic weakens, like the pustules they are. Besides, now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Now was the time for action. She crept up the damaged staircases and smashed sculptures, trying not to recognize them. Soon she reached a shattered window on an upper floor that provided the view she sought. Across the street was the sprawling variegated spring, a large park with a fountain and holographic sculpture, now as ruined as everything else in this neighborhood. It should be as desolate and deserted as everything else in this area, unofficially part of one of the no-man's lands now present in her capital. It should be if it wasn't now the de facto headquarters of the new power in the Federation chambers, the Communalist Party. Instead, it was crowded with dozens of races filling their plates from overflowing buffet after buffet under large holographic displays showing the latest in Federation entertainment. This is where they moved after Aspiration Park became simply too small to accommodate their extravagant displays of conspicuous consumption, or in this case, conspicuous generosity. The effect was the same, a display of prosperity and power. Bread and circuses, Vika muttered to herself. It was right out of the human history playbook. Because it worked. A bus pulled up. That was another of their little tricks. Once Aspiration Park was not enough, and they moved out here, they set up transportation not only to and from that park but to and from many other parts of the city as well. In some areas, it was the only public transportation that could, or would, provide service. Of course, it was completely free of charge, and suspiciously free of problems. The accidents that plagued Federation transit miraculously left them untouched. Every week, they were adding new routes, and the city was all too happy to let them do it. There were even rumors that the city was considering allowing them to provide security contractors. Vika desperately hoped that was untrue. Otherwise, she and her party would have to look like the bad guy when they blocked it or at least tried to. Cleaning up a park or two or providing some bus routes was one thing. Letting them have a private army prowling the streets of Capital City was another. There was no way she would allow that to happen. Her party would stop that, as long as they could, that is. More systems joined their banner every day, even ones that she would have never expected. Between them and the seemingly unstoppable Forsaken, the very fabric of the Federation was starting to unravel. The hyperspace network had been nearly entirely destroyed by Forsaken fleets at exactly the time that Kara Shell struck with her demonic contracts. There was no way that was purely a coincidence. Rebuilding the transmitters in space was no longer an option. They had to be built on planetary surfaces where they could be properly protected by defenses that cost too much and took too long to build. Recovery was going to take a very long time. At least the convoy system seemed to work. It increased transportation time and costs so severely that it was wrecking the economy, but at least things were getting through. For now. After sustaining some heavy losses, the Forsaken seemed to back off, only targeting lone freighters and stragglers, as well as any remaining hyperspace terminals. They had backed off almost too much. Something was up. Unlike those who proclaimed victory entirely too readily, Vika was filled with dread. From what she understood, the humans and Jessica Morgan weren't the type of foe that would back down that easily, unless they were waiting for something. That something kept Vika up at night. They had to put the Forsaken down and do it now, regardless of the cost. Raylesh had to be crushed, and Zarin had to be brought to heel. Their fleets, including their so-called homestead ships, had to be located and captured, no matter what. Every day they were allowed to remain was one more day they gained strength and developed even more diabolical things from a history so dark that it defied belief. Humans were monsters. All of them. Behind their soft eyes and gentle smiles lurked a legacy of unspeakable horrors that they gleefully inflicted on their own planet and even on each other, things that her species never did. That most species never did, ever. And now they were awake, and Vika knew in her heart that if they weren't stopped, it would be not only the end of the Federation but the deaths of trillions. They must be stopped, eliminated if necessary. Hopefully, it won't come to that. But, if it does, it will truly be a situation where only one side will not only win but survive. If you had told Vika a year ago that she would be in favor of genocide, she wouldn't have laughed. She would have been offended to the point of rage. Yet. Here she was. The Forsaken, humans, had to be stopped. She had absolutely no doubt that everything that had happened until now was nothing but the prelude to a symphony of horrors that would scar the galaxy for 1,000 years. She had, of course, called for the necessary measures, but her voice was just one pitiful squeak drowned out by the murmurs of uncertainty, fear, and greed. The elephant's foot did precisely what it was supposed to do. Nobody wanted to be the one to pull the trigger on the Forsaken for fear of what else they could and, more importantly, would do. Nobody wanted their planet to be the one struck next. Nobody wanted their economy to be further damaged. Nobody wanted to pay the credits or sacrifice the resources necessary to build the fleets and raise the troops it would require to stop what was already beyond stopping. The plague will get them. The convoy system is working. The blockades will halt their industry. They have lost too many ships. They can't sustain these attacks. These were the convenient excuses that were brought up time and time again. The enclaves were all under siege and blockade. They can just starve them out. Except. They weren't starving. That was what Vika repeatedly tried to drive home. These humans weren't like the rest of us. They all survived the Soul Wars. What the Void was a blockade or a siege going to do to them? At most, it was an annoyance. Intercepted conversations did not indicate starvation. They indicated dissatisfaction. It wasn't, I'm starving. It was, if I have to eat one more bowl of yeast and algae, I will lose my fucking mind. If anything, the health of the besieged humans was improving, if they were being besieged at all. Too many systems either dropped the siege because of fear of reprisals or never attempted one in the first place. In fact, the Federation was driven from more than one system when they arrived, by the system's own SDF. Too many systems were sympathetic to those fiends. They had no idea what they were letting live among them, what that gentle, grandfatherly figure who had been there longer than they had been alive actually was, what he would do to them all with the slightest provocation, or just because he could. Vika had, of course, lent her voice to these concerns as well. Her reward? Disapproval and a loss of influence. What's worse, her own people had sternly cautioned her about her dangerous and hateful speech and her recklessness in the investigation and condemnation of the Belial, who were clearly in league with the humans, and the rest of the Communalist Party, who were accessories to treason at the very least. In fact, if it were to become known she was here doing what she was doing, it could be the end of her career. She no longer cared. Someone had to protect the Federation and, more importantly, her people. She had protected the clique her entire life, and if her career was the price, then that was the price. Lying on her belly, she silently moved closer to the window and adjusted her visor, which was considerably thicker than the one she usually wore. It was as bad as she had heard, if not worse. It wasn't just AAT, WTTL, and other such lowlies in the park. There were members of races with much higher status mixed in, all dining, relaxing, and enjoying the new and much improved park. Her breath caught with surprise. There were Navuks lounging on the upper floors of nearby ruins, Volksine stuffing their faces around the fountain, even XX, risking the wrath of Ka, chatting with a, creators preserve us, a Wykin, one of the elder races. There were others as well, all naively believing that there actually was such a thing as a free lunch. She zoomed in on various individuals. Everyone seemed to be happy and relaxed. She felt a chill. That's what that creator-cursed slug was selling here. This was probably the one place in the whole city that was guaranteed to be safe. If half of what Vika suspected was true, no sniper would attack, regardless of who was present. Anyone could just go outside and pretend, if just for a moment, that things were like they used to be. It wasn't just the food. That bitch. No. She didn't come here to get angry. She came here to investigate some very interesting rumors and some very encouraging indications. There were very clear signs that the Communalist Party was starting to fall apart. There were rumors of disputes at all levels, including Carachel and her fellow conspirators, over nearly everything. Their party no longer voted or acted as a single cohesive political entity, often splitting their vote. Individual party members would cut deals over their single vote, or a group of them would do the same. At the same time, another group would be doing the same to the other side. Carachel seemed to be trying to keep control, often releasing information packages concerning bills and motions that were clearly biased, but often her party members often disregarded these or even drew conclusions that ran counter to the Balayan vote. Furthermore, there were rumors of some very real differences of opinion at the highest level, those who profited the most from the Bala gambit. There was even talk of heated arguments between the charter members concerning the management of their customers and what to do with them and with their obscene and criminal gains. The party seemed to be breaking up, with each leader having their own clique of members following them. Sometimes these groups would argue and bicker in the chambers of the capital itself. Just yesterday, there was a notable incident where the Tiny Lu councillor screamed at the councillor for the Bissell over atrocities, saying that they were betraying the vision. Then again, Vika wanted to scream at the Bissell herself. What they were doing to their customer was horrific. Yes, they had suffered and were badly mistreated by the race that was now at their mercy. However, nothing justified what they had done. Every horrible thing that Ka had warned about was taking place, and more. The death toll was. She couldn't let herself think about that now. She was here to identify any potential weak points and gather any information that might be useful, or at least worth risking her career. All of them were still present at the park, and they all sat together in a show of unity. Perhaps they would argue and let slip something she could use. She turned her attention to the park itself. What was once an open park was now a walled garden. Surprisingly attractive and sound walls had been erected with watchtowers and guarded gates. From what she heard, each of the charter races, and members of their clique, would take turns guarding the park. Every race, that is, except the Belial. Apparently, the thought of armed Belial was silly. Contractors handled security when it was their turn. The other cliques used their turn to display their strength and their armaments, often taunting members of the different cliques as they passed. Some of these interactions turned into confrontations. As of yet, there had been no reports of actual violence, but some witnesses said that the exchanges could be very nasty. Today seemed to be the Rill's turn. Vika didn't like the Rill. They seemed nice enough, but something about their combination of serpentine, reptilian, and insectoid features hit all of her instinctive nope buttons. A large glossy centipede/snake with sharp mandibles sent shivers up her furry little spine. She looked closer and frowned. They were all armed with what appeared to be some sort of gunpowder arm, but they were not crude or improvised as the report said, nor were they axes which other reports claimed. Instead, they were well-crafted long arms with intricately carved and inlaid stocks that matched their physiology. There was also a wheeled armored vehicle. Again, this was not improvised, or if it was very well done. The sides were made of sloped plates, and the windows were of a thick transparent material. On the top of the vehicle was a heavier weapon. She zoomed in further. It was definitely a gunpowder arm of some sort. The ammunition was clearly visible as it fed into the weapon from a side-mounted hopper on a belt of some kind of cloth. The cartridges were not Terran. They did not match any of the ammunition that had been introduced to the Federation. She zoomed in on a cartridge and took careful recordings and measurements as best she could without using an active scan. For the millionth time, she cursed the humans. She did not have access to the locus. She had absolutely no idea what she was looking at. All she could do was note that it looked similar to Terran ammunition, but it wasn't. The measurements were not a multiple of any of the Terran measurement systems, modern or historical, nor did they match any of the hundreds of rounds from that accursed tablet that the Forsaken were gleefully scattering about. It could be any of the heavier rifle rounds, but it matched none of them. The important thing was none of the arms she was viewing were the clumsy, shoddy things she had been shown in briefings. These were well-designed, elegant, and finely crafted arms. Arms that should not be on the streets of Capital City. There wasn't a damned thing Vika could do about it, though. A quick check of the Rill confirmed what she already knew. They were all diplomatic embassy staff, recently added as security or office help or her personal favorite, miscellaneous. Any embassy could have armed security, and there was no clear limit on what that entailed. All races were increasing their defensive capabilities, and all were resistant to being limited in that ability. The Rill having an armored vehicle with what had to be a heavy machine gun of some sort made perfect sense these days. In fact, the vehicle she rode to and from the capital every day wasn't that much different. It just looked nicer and was more discreet. Head to head, it could probably take out that Rill APC with little difficulty. The fact that they were providing security to this park was irregular, but was approved by the city. Considering that their councillor or other high-ranking representatives were present in the park made it that much more legitimate, regardless of how it made the fur on Vika's spine stand on end. As she silently watched, another bus arrived, and a group of Lu exited along with the rest of the passengers. Vika had seen plenty of Lu, but none like these. For lack of a better word, they looked mean, something very hard for a little Lu to pull off. Again, Vika couldn't risk a scan, but her detailed passive analysis told her plenty. They had significantly more muscle mass and a lower body fat percentage than the Lu she had previously seen. Their attire consisted of long, for a Lu, coats, poofy trousers that were bloused into little but very rugged boots, and very oddly shaped brimmed hats. They were armed with short-barreled weapons slung across their back or shoulder and a large, for a Lu, knife worn on their belts. Again, the weapon was not an exact match for anything on the tablet, but the basic design appeared to be something akin to an assault rifle or submachine gun. The small size of the wielder made it hard to tell. However, the bore of the weapons was recognizable. It was consistent with a 9mm Terran weapon. 9mm pistol ammunition was something that was now readily available even on the streets. The Rill stepped forward, flaring their crests, as the Lu approached, seemingly unintimidated by the much larger Rill. She activated her directional microphone towards the two groups as they reached each other. "Oh look," one of the Rill said, "lunch is here." "Oh goody," another said, "I was getting peckish." "Not much meat on them, though," another Rill said as they stepped forward, splaying their mandibles. "I guess there is enough to tide us over." "I have your lunch right here," one of the Lu said as they clutched at their genitals as the Lu all giggled and sneered. "I believe that is what I said," the Rill replied with a flutter of their crest. "I suppose I will allow you the mercy of having one last self-fertilization first. It is only right to allow you to bid farewell to your mate." The Rill's companions buzzed, clicked, and hooted. "How kind," the Lu sneered. "Hang on," he said as he pulled out his communicator. A few moments later, he said, "Your sister says hi." The Lu squeaked and giggled. "You wish," the Rill clicked, "you freelk-vlaker." The Lu looked confused. "What?" he asked, "how do you freelk-vlak?" Vika just sighed as she took some notes. They weren't at each other's throats. That was just. A series of loud squeals made her look back up. "That is vile," the Lu giggled, "I'm totally using that." "Hey," another one squeaked, pointing at the APC. "Is that one of your VZZs?" "Yes," one of the Rill said proudly. "We got them in yesterday." "Can I see?" the Lu squeaked as it scurried over to the APC. "Certainly," the Rill said as another Rill on the APC reached down and pulled the Lu up. "So, these are water-cooled, right?" the Lu asked curiously. "Yes," the Rill replied. "It allows for sustained fire for a very time. You can really lay down the fire with one of these beauties." "Neat," the Lu exclaimed. "What are you firing?" "The traditional, 8-parv cartridges, but we've replaced the copper-clad lead with something just a little better." "Why didn't you just chamber it for Terran stuff?" "Why don't you just go and fuck yourself?" the Rill buzzed. "This cartridge was designed for this weapon. Besides, we aren't going to freel their kvlaks. We can make our own ammo. You should do the same." "Preaching to the acolyte, brother," the Lu squeaked. "But, 9mm is cheap, and the Terrans make some nice loads. We were able to get a lot of it." "Yeah, but now you are freeling their kvlaks," the Rill clicked. "You going to be bending over for the fucking Republic forever?" Again, the Lu squeaked, "Preacher. Acolyte. I would love to see our old 12-4s with modern projectiles. The Terran shit is either too big or too small for us. We're using pistol rounds in our rifles, goddess bless us. It makes a nice street sweeper, but it's not a proper rifle. We have some 7.62s, but, shit. We need a bipod and a muzzle brake." "What about?" Vika sighed quietly. "Whatever divisions there might be, it hasn't made it to the soldiers." The Lu and the Rill were supposed to be at odds. In fact, the Rill councillor had accused the Lu of screwing them over because of some political arrangement or another. From what Vika gathered, they were both supposed to vote a certain way and the Lu sold out at the last moment, an unforgivable betrayal. However, here their soldiers were friendly, even to the point of unit rivalry. Vika looked at the soldiers again. The Lu had pulled out a few boxes and were handing them to the Rill, who seemed very pleased. And exchanging goods. They were not about to come to blows. One of the Lu was now behind the Ril's machine gun while the Ril was clearly showing it how to operate the weapon. Nope. They were getting along just fine. Vika started to look for Carashel and the other counselors. They were usually pretty conspicuous when they held court. She let out a few unconscious ultrasonic clicks as she did. And froze. The room she was in was empty. There shouldn't be 2 sofas in it. She slowly turned around. A few yards behind her, 2 Balil were just smiling at her. Hello, one of them said cheerfully. Hi, the other one added. Vika just lay there in shock. I didn't even hear them approach. Her race's hearing was beyond acute. These 2 Balil had crept up to within striking distance, and she had no idea. If they wanted to, they could have killed her. What ya doin'? The silver-skinned one asked cheerfully. She was hiding in a building with advanced surveillance equipment spying on them. That's what she was clearly doing. Are you hungry? The other one asked as they held up a small basket. We brought you lunch. It's good, the silver-skinned one added. Very good, his companion exclaimed. When I'm spying, the silver-skinned Balil said, I bring lunch. You should always bring lunch. You should never spy on an empty stomach, the other Balil said cheerfully. Vika sat up and sighed. There were several phrases in her culture for the situation in which she now found herself, none of which were fit for polite conversation. If you want to spy, the silver-skinned Balil said, you should just go to the park. It will be a lot easier. And the food is better, the other Balil added. Carashel says that you can sit up here all you want, the silver-skinned Balil said, but she also says that you will learn a lot more if you join them for lunch. Okay, bye. The 2 Balil undulated, with a lot more noise, out of the room. Vika sighed, stood, and collected the basket. She looked across the street. Void claim it, she muttered as she exited the ruined gallery. And started walking towards the park. Carashel and Vika, an uncomfortable feast part 1. Vika paused before crossing the street and changed her clothing setting from optically adaptive to solid color, purple. Carashel's assassins, or whatever those things were, had already seen her dressed in near-perfect camo, but the people in the park had not. As she reached the gate, the Ril guards nodded respectfully. Counselor, one of them his-buzzed. Good afternoon, she said pleasantly, how is the day treating you? Quite well, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice your weapon, she said, it's beautiful. Thank you, the Ril buzzed as their hood expanded to its fullest, resembling a cobra. May I scan it? Of course, the Ril clicked proudly. The stock and action are of a classic Kev number design chambered in 3% LK using our propellant and projectile. It has been adapted to use a detachable box magazine, but other than that, it is free from, scoff, Terran influence. It utilizes the force from the equal and opposite reaction to. Vika listened intently as she scanned what appeared to be a simple and elegant weapon specifically designed by and for the species using it. While bearing many similarities to Terran arms, it was definitely not one. For one thing, this weapon was crafted with great care and was a joy to behold, something that she would happily purchase as an art piece, with an intricately carved and inlaid stock and wonderfully compelling engravings on most exposed metal surfaces. Oh, that is lovely, Vika said sincerely. I would have been very happy to carry something like that back in the day, a bit smaller, of course. You, bore steel. The Ril clicked. You sound surprised, Vika chuckled, but in my youth, I was a very different and somewhat more trim creature. In my people, service in our SDF is the best way both into higher education and into the public sector. It is also expected from certain families, such as my own. Rilshuk, the Ril leader exclaimed. And how did you bear your steel? The polite term for it is reconnaissance vanguard, Vika replied proudly. I will leave it to your judgment as to what that actually means. Rilshukshat, the Ril leader trilled as they all stamped their feet. Here. The leader offered his weapon to Vika. Click, Shara, Vika said solemnly as she accepted the rifle. She grunted a little. Oof, heavy. She held the weapon admiringly and, with a little effort, managed to shoulder it, sort of, roughly taking aim at a safely abandoned building, much to the amusement of the soldiers. If you fancy it, the leader clicked, I am certain you could commission something more suitable from Ril. There is quite a waiting list, but I'm certain that status and money, and the challenge of such a piece, could secure you an advantage. An advantage I would not seek to claim, Vika replied as she returned the rifle. I suspect your craftsmen are quite busy these days. Are not your own? Vika huffed with annoyance. Not nearly as busy as they should be, not that we have them anymore. Aside from a few historians and hobbyists, nothing remains. My people are entirely too secure in their beliefs, preferring to sleep soundly under the comfort of our SDF. That's not entirely unjustified. Our SDF is quite substantial, and their weapons, while nowhere near as beautiful as yours, are quite suitable. Of that, the leader replied, we have little doubt. The Click, Eep are quite well known, though more for your navy. It's what catches the eye, Vika replied and then added with a little smirk, as it should. One shouldn't see what lurks in the trees until it decides to present itself. The rill all clicked darkly with laughter. Vika smiled inwardly and for more than one reason. This was becoming quite informative, and it felt nice to be able to connect with both real soldiers and that part of her again. Forgive me for asking, Vika said as she peered at the masterpiece, but was this weapon manufactured with those carvings? I wish, the rill buzzed as his companions clicked their mandibles in what passed for a laugh among their people. It was not without cost, even if it was done by machine. I've commissioned a properly made one, but it will take well over a year for it to be delivered. It cost me dearly, but it will be worth it. You paid for your weapon. I chose to, the rill replied, it's a real thing. We're not levies, another rill chimed in, with bare steel. We are. Another rill head-butted him. Embassy staff, the head-butted rill exclaimed, yep. Juliust embassy staffers. Vika couldn't help but snicker as the rill all clicked with amusement. Pull my tail, Vika snarked, it shoots out sprinkles. We've been adding embassy staff ourselves. If you are anything like our new male clerks, then you are among the best male clerks your people have. More clicking. Vika leaned in and quietly asked, what is the deal with those Belial? You mean the creepy ones that busted you? Yeah, those, Vika winced. They say they are nature buddies, the rill's leader replied, which is some sort of park ranger or something. But you know Belial. Anything they say can mean anything. We have no idea. All we know is that they answer to her pinkness, and there's always one of them around whether you can see them or not, which you won't. Lovely, Vika said. You'll have to ask her pinkness if you want to know more, the leader said. He leaned in towards Vika. And if you find out, ma'am, let us know. Those things creep us the void out. Escorted by one of the surprisingly friendly and relaxed rill, Vika was led through the expansive park and toward a rather lovely and freshly built pavilion on the site. Thank you, Rill, Vika said, calling the soldier by name. And thank you for sharing about your military. I must say you are quite knowledgeable for a simple embassy staffer. The rill clicked with amusement. Likewise, counselor, the rill buzzed, the similarity and differences are quite interesting. Perhaps I shall visit again, Vika replied. You shall always be welcome at our post, the rill replied as they curled their body and extended their hood. Rill shook. Vika snapped to attention and thumped her tail. Click, Shara. Her smile faded. I see her pinkness has noticed me, she said as her least favorite life form in the galaxy bobbed and wiggled happily. Care to exchange duties? Vika asked the soldier, who just clicked loudly. No, thank you, the rill clicked with amusement, enjoy your lunch, counselor. Hi, there. Carashel said brightly as Vika approached. I love your outfit. So versatile. Just a little something I had in the back of the closet, Vika replied. I'm glad you decided to join us. Sit. Ooh. Get yourself a plate first. You should try the Ziyush barbecue. It's wonderful. Vika smiled thinly and wandered into the distressingly thick crowd. The whole affair had a happy festive vibe as people chatted, mingled, and stuffed their faces with the entirely too impressive array of foods from across the Federation. Not only were there entire tables of produce and staples, but there were also many small tents and booths where representatives of many races, not all of them members of the party, were cooking their signature dishes. It required effort for Vika not to become entirely too pleased at what she was beholding. There were so many interesting and tempting delights, even for one as wealthy as her. The happiness of so many, especially the less privileged, was almost overpowering. Is it really free? She overheard a rather shabbily dressed, something, burble. It is, a brilliant purple Jova replied as they filled a bowl with a fragrant stew. Then, the Xeno, which Vika just knew she should be able to identify, and the reason she couldn't was uncomfortably obvious, looked at a transactor on the table. Oh, don't worry about that, the Jova replied. It's for gifts of gratitude from those who choose to donate and have the wealth to do so in order to help buy the ingredients that we cannot gather here. The extra proceeds go to. The Jova glanced over at Vika. Purchasing food and goods for the less fortunate among us, she said with an entirely less than friendly glance at Vika. The transactor is truly not for you, friend. This meal is a gift from VVA, he who warms all, and from the cooling shadows that he casts, paid for by those who wish to share their prosperity. You mean the party? Them too, the Jova snarked. Benefit from their hospitality as well. Just don't eat so much that you clog your ears, and mind. Eat. The Xeno scooped some Jova stew into their mouth and cooed with joy. Is good. It is, isn't it? The Jova growled proudly. Eat your fill, I served you lightly so that you may have room to enjoy the hospitality of others, but if you want more, you can see the depth of my pot. I would only be pleased to fill you to bursting. This place is amazing, the Xeno cooed as they ate more stew. Yes, VVA shines brightly here, the Jova replied, but don't look up and praise too much lest your feet lose the path. What do you mean? If you would, the Jova smiled as they filled a cup with a faintly amber liquid, permit my hospitality to extend to sharing a story from our history and a few observations about our gracious hosts. One moment, the Jova added as they greeted a newcomer to their table. Vika wished to stay and hear more but did not want to alert Carashel to what the Jova was doing. Regretfully, she forced herself to remain on task and quickly get something and return to her pinkness. She smiled at the thought. Soldiers always did have a way of cutting to the truth of the matter. That title worked on so many levels. She decided to get a bowl of the Jova stew to explain her time there. Besides, it smelled heavenly. She also made a point of making a generous donation with a wry smile. It turns out that there really wasn't a free lunch after all. It seemed that more than a few beings would share her hospitality as well. VVA warm you, and may his mercy shield you from the scouring sands, the Jova growled in a far more pleasant manner as they filled a bowl. Would you care for Gvali? They added as they gestured to the large cooler filled with the amber liquid. Vika quickly scanned it with her visor. It was not only safe but, according to the AI, probably rather tasty. Yes, please, she replied. Good choice. Counselor Longpaw of the Lu exclaimed. Was it the purple one that doesn't trust us? The Jova was purple, Vika said as she sat among the party leaders, but they spoke of nothing but stew. Oh, he makes some stew, Carashel added happily. I don't know what they put in it, but yum. I like him. Not to my tastes, Counselor Lakevet of once lowly and now infamous Bissell said. That's because there isn't enough blood in it, Longpaw replied. Maybe if we eviscerated some of your victims over the part8. Could you please give it a rest, Longpaw? Counselor Rill buzzed. I would like to enjoy a pleasant meal for once, and we do have a guest. And your opinion on this matter has been thoroughly documented, Counselor Maypok of the gigantic youth rumbled. Furthermore, you present an argument to a forum that has no objectors, save one, of course. Counselor Lakevet just shrugged and sipped from a beautiful ornate pewter mug. Carashel issued a bubbly sigh. Yes, Longpaw, Carashel said with a bubbly sigh, we are almost all in complete agreement with you. We also all agreed that we would at least try to pretend to get along while we were here. Carashel looked over at Vika with weary eyes. I honestly wish this was just a theatric production for your entertainment, she said. I assume this is part of what you wanted to learn from your remote and uncomfortable perch. Among other things, Vika said as she sampled the stew. It was excellent. But there is now something that I want to know about even more, Vika replied. What the void are those Belial you sent to invite me here? Oh, the buddies. Carashel chirped with a gooey blurb, aren't they just nifty? Very impressive, Vika said quite truthfully, my investigation of your people showed no such units in your military or your intelligence service. Because we don't have much of either. Carashel replied. And the buddies are part of neither group. They are part of the Department of the Interior. More precisely, they are part of the Sub-Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Preserves. They are game wardens. Pull my tail and enjoy some sprinkles, Vika replied. No, seriously, Carashel replied. I know it sounds funny, but we Belial have a serious problem with poaching. It's really bad. More than one species of animal and plant have been hunted to extinction over our history, and more than a few are now endangered. Our poachers aren't your average poachers, either. Our organized crime is centered on poaching, not drugs, guns, media, or other such things. Look it up. Nibble upon my toes, Vika glowered, causing Carashel to burst into giggles. Oh, yeah, she giggled, you can't. Send someone by our embassy, and we'll give you some news archives or something. It's really bad. Why? You might not have noticed, Carashel said with a drippy smile, but our species might have a few quirks. You don't say. Hee hee. Stomach and gonads, Carashel said with another giggle. Pardon. When the creators fashioned us, they took a stomach and a peen or pouch and then stuck them together using only a minimum of effort on everything else. I'm basically a stomach, a vag, and a foot, in that order. Do you understand? Not really. Belial love to eat, Carashel replied, for us, a good meal is right up there with good sex. If you ask 1,000 Belial which is better, it will probably come out about 50-50. Delicacies are drugs for us. If you set a plate of G-Grow on one side of me and put Valobesh, he's like the hottest Belial on the planet, naked and erect on the other, I would enjoy both, but if I had to choose, it would depend on the day. The Geek are very tightly managed, and even with my new wealth and status, it would be very hard to obtain. The only way to get some is to get a Geek license and catch an engorged female yourself. Even with the huge payday one of those would fetch, most Belial would just eat them. They would be very hard-pressed to resist. On the black market, that roe is very expensive, and the people who sell it make a lot of credits, enough to kill over. Carashel looked at her plate and skewered a small berry, popping it into her mouth and squealing happily. Case in point, she said happily, these little $SK fruits are going to make me so much money. They are going to sell by the ton. She looked at Vika and smiled again. That's where the buddies come in, she exclaimed. Nature buddies are our anti-poaching units, and they go slime to ooze with the poachers wherever those stink slicks slither. Out there in the shroom or on the ocean, there aren't many arrests but a lot of forensics, if you know what I mean. They also go after the poacher gangs on the streets as well. They aren't death squads. They do follow due process and try to make arrests, but everyone knows that isn't how it will go down. They stun when they can, but when they can't, well, what happens happens, right? I see, Vika replied. So, they are actually game wardens. Yep. So, what sorts of weapons do they use? Oh, you know, regular stuff, Carashel replied, stunners and junk like that when possible, but that's not really how we Belil fight. We do things a little differently. Different how? Oh, just differently, Carashel replied. Vika just looked at her silently. Okay, fine, Carashel replied with a damp huff, you'll find out anyway. We don't engage in shootouts like the Terrans or these other guys. In fact, many of our historic battles, not that we had very many at all, were so quiet you might not even know they were happening. If you weren't a Belil. We creep and hide and lay traps and snares. We poison and smother. Our guns are sniper rifles, or just a rangefinder or other targeting device. Artillery? Vika asked. Or missiles, she silently added. When our technology reached that point, Carashel replied, and then airstrikes and ballistic missiles, but like I said, we hardly ever had any wars. We aren't like that. We honestly do prefer compromise and will tolerate a lot to simply live in peace. Vika scoffed. No, it's true, Carashel replied, we were perfectly happy to be our block's doormat and be poor stupid peasant farmers, until they tried to shove our breath holes into the mire and smother our people. It was only then that we decided to do something about it. She looked Vika at her with those alien soulless eyes. I'll have some of our history, both ancient and recent, sent by. You can see what I mean. You mean like the Bible you sent your customer? Yeah, stuff like that. Carashel chirped. You will see the same trend over and over. We compromise. We back down. We retire. We compromise again. We give up more, all for the sake of peace, and then when we can back down no further. Genocide, Vika said accusingly. You have studied us. Carashel replied happily. As such, I can understand the Bisil's treatment of their customer, but... You still disagree with it? Yes, Carashel replied. It is very counterproductive to not only the party's interests but also my interests and ultimately even the Bisil's. They aren't doing the sensible thing of making a threat go away. That makes sense. They are punishing those poor people, causing them to suffer needlessly because of their very justified anger and pain, and their greed. It is understandable, but it is not the same thing at all. Lakevet just shrugged. Not my concern, he said. Not my call, either. He smiled evilly. It's not my problem that they are unable to manage their affairs properly. They brought this upon themselves. My noble race, and the Federation, are not obligated to coddle those who cannot pay their debts nor carry their burdens. Vika winced. She knew exactly who he was quoting, the same shattered creature now wandering the council chambers with a broken soul and grief-filled eyes, desperately trying to appeal to beings that once pretended to be his friends and now didn't even reply to their email. As I said, Carashel said, understandable, perhaps even justified, but certainly not something of which I approve. In fact, I am very put out over the whole situation. She looked at the Bisil. I was led to believe that things would proceed differently, Carashel said with just a little edge to her voice. They say that a plan never survives contact with the enemy. Mine did. Unfortunately, it did not survive my friends, did it? Oh. Vika asked. I'm surprised you are so forthcoming about such things. No reason not to be, Carashel replied as she ate another $SK fruit and quivered with pleasure. I have too much on my plate, both literally and figuratively, to waste effort trying to conceal that which cannot be hidden. It simply has to be apparent that our happy little band is well, less than entirely convivial. Carashel sipped a tall glass of AATSRE water. That is why you were hiding across the street, correct? You wanted to find out how much of it was true and if there was anything you could use. Kudos and respect for doing it yourself, by the way. Carashel made a happy little noise as she set down the glass. You simply have to try some SRE water, she enthused, the AAT really have it going on. So. What do you want to know? Vika paused while she savored some of her stew and took advantage of the delay to compose herself. She was unused to such candor, but that was one of that pink monster's weapons. She attacked your footing. If you weren't very careful, you would wind up slipping. In some ways, she already had. She had absolutely no intention of confronting any of them directly at this point and was not prepared to be sucked into that confrontation, no matter how pleasantly it was presented, in the very heart of their operation. The slightest misstep would be recorded on the dozens of concealed sensors watching her every molecule at the moment. She was already starting to slip, and she knew it. She should just keep quiet, enjoy her meal, and get the void out of there. She chewed the stew as long as possible and then took a sip of her beverage. It wasn't horrible but a bit too bitter for her tastes. She had delayed as long as she could. It was more curiosity in general that had me come out here, Vika said pleasantly. I had heard that you had outgrown Aspiration Park, and I wanted to see for myself. Not a bad setup, eh? Carashel said proudly. This place is perhaps the one thing we can all agree upon. Carashel bubbled happily. It's truly wonderful what even the slightest effort can achieve, she said. This entire endeavor costs hardly anything. We could have afforded it even before our sudden change in circumstances. It is certainly impressive, Vika said diplomatically as she ate a bit more quickly than she usually would. She could feel Carashel's eyes on her, waiting. And the best part, Carashel said, is that everyone is welcome here, regardless of status or affiliation, even you. You don't even have to say hello. You can just drop by, grab some food, hang out, and enjoy some fresh air. And have my every move, word, and breath recorded. How gracious, Vika said, I just may. Please do, Carashel said. This is actually a pretty good place to find some truly wonderful food and some fun company. You got on well with the Rill out front. I'm sure you would love meeting the other soldiers as well. Did they answer all of your questions okay? Rill here would probably be more than happy to fill in any gaps. I would prefer it if you either used my proper name or none at all, the Rill counselor buzzed. But, of course, you already know that, it added with good humor. But her pinkness is correct, they said as they turned to Vika. I will be happy to answer any questions. They were very professional, Vika said. Your people have impressive embassy staff, Rill. Who know exactly what they can and cannot say, the Rill buzzed. They did not betray anything they should not have. In case you are wondering, they are members of our Rapid Scythe, one of what you would consider our special forces units, not unlike the unit in which you once served. Your candor is refreshing, Rill. I am also gratified that you would place me among them. Your people's elite units are on par with any in the galaxy, Vika, the Rill buzzed respectfully. You should check out the Lu Longcoats or the Youth Twilight Fangs. Carashel enthused. They are awesome. Your nature buddy's also impressed, counselor. Oh, you're just being nice, Carashel giggled, but thank you. Carashel bounced happily. Now I just know you are dying to ask us some stuff, she burbled. Come on. Spill. I promise no tricks this time, honest. I'm actually impressed she was able to say that with such an honest demeanor, Vika thought wryly. My curiosity is quite satisfied, actually, Vika said, painfully aware of how much stew she still had and the fact that she was not savoring such a lovely meal. Well, I suppose I will have to guess what else you wish to discover and just start talking, then. Carashel's eyes sparkled with a slimy gleam. I would hate it if you came all this way for nothing. Fuck. An uncomfortable feast part 2. Carashel inhaled deeply and sighed happily. It is a lovely day, she bubbled. Isn't it nice to just sit out here in the fresh air and enjoy it? Vika didn't say anything. She just grimly ate her stew. You really aren't going to say or ask anything? Carashel giggled. I really don't have anything to say, Vika replied. I simply risked snipers, looters, and creators knows what else to gain access to the upper floors of a structurally unsound structure, in some very nice camouflage, and wearing a very nice scanner just to check out our little food court. Vika did not reply. Oh, don't be that way, Carashel giggled. We are all fellow counselors, colleagues, servants of the Federation. If we can't be honest with each other, who can we be honest with? Counselor Longpaw burst out into trademark Lu giggles. Okay, fine, Carashel said smoothly, we are probably a confusing lot to you colonizers. Allow me to explain. Yes, there are some very real divisions in our party extending even to those sitting at this table. Of all of my, giggle, trusted CO conspirators, only one shares my vision of post-scarcity, and even they are reluctant to follow me entirely. Hey, Counselor Longpaw said, we haven't said no. We are just saying not yet. Honestly, Kara, what you propose is nothing short of insanity. Even if I was completely on board, which I'm not, there is no way in the void itself that my people will go for it until we know for a fact that it's worth it, and won't come crashing down onto your slimy heads. And that is my supporter. Carashel exclaimed with a gooey laugh. As far as the others go, I have a greedy little wiggle, a sellout, and a fucking monster. Vika desperately tried to not appear interested. The real are just milking their customers for all that they are worth and turning into colonizers themselves, Carousel said disapprovingly. You claim such knowledge concerning history, and you are surprised. Real snickered. Thanks for the payday, fool. Don't worry. We shall be kind and generous to our colonies in keeping with the, noble ideals of our party. Hat, Carousel snickered. And the noble youth? Carousel scoffed. They are days away from announcing a new partnership with their former masters. They waited a whole week before offering to renegotiate the whole goddamn thing. They used my beautiful contract only as leverage. And a much more stable and sustainable arrangement, Councillor Maypock rumbled. Revolution is all well and good, Carousel, but your utopian dreams come at a cost that we simply refuse to pay, or inflict. The Federation is flawed and deeply so, but it isn't evil incarnate. One's fate within it can be quite pleasant and stable, as the good Councillor Vika is already aware. Well, at least for now. He paused as he tossed a small roast fowl into his enormous mouth. We still believe in the principles of the party, principle. However, sudden and precipitous change is rarely for the better, and we believe counterproductive in the very important short term. I've also studied history, Vika, even if my conclusions differ from our good chair slug. Pretty words from a pretty sellout, Carousel snickered. Only the Lu are holding fast to what I thought was our shared vision, almost. Within reason, of course, Councillor Longpo replied as he sipped a tiny glass of wine. Then again, we are in much the same position, both ideologically and spatially. We don't have the luxury of position like some of our more complacent friends. Vika had to restrain herself from asking what he meant. And, of course, you already know about our friend the Bissell, Carousel said with a less than pleasant tone. They are doing an excellent job of proving correct. Fuck them, Lakevet snarled. They are getting what they deserve, no more and no less. You see what I'm dealing with? Carousel asked with a disappointed sigh. Of course, we all have our supporters within the greater party as well, each group subscribing to one of our respective stances and multiple variations of the theme. It's far from what I had envisioned, to be perfectly honest. She paused to sip some more SRE water. In the end, it looks like the Belial will have to pursue our real goals alone. Hopefully, the Lu agree to full commitment in time, but that remains to be seen. Commitment is the right word, Councillor Longpaw giggled, because your plan qualifies you for the mental ward. The table broke out into chuckles, clicks, and giggles, Carousel included. Yeah, it is pretty crazy, Carousel bubbled, but insane circumstances sometimes require insane solutions. Okay, Vika sighed, I give up. What the void are you talking about? As Carousel's eyes shone with victory, the Navux councillor walked up to the table. Prosperity, equality, and freedom, he proclaimed as he clicked his heels together and extended his right arm stiffly outward, fingers outstretched, in a Nazi salute causing Vika to choke on her stew. The table broke out into each species' version of laughter. Oh, Vika, the Navux laughed, you should see your face. That's a good one, colonizer, Carousel bubbled. I might actually use that. Feel free, traitor, the Navux clucked as he set a disposable plastic cup on the table and helped himself to one of the bottles of Councillor Maypock's finest. He raised it to his beak and expertly sucked some up with his tongue. Councillor, he trilled, excellent as always. If you would just agree to an export agreement, you would become a very wealthy, wealthier dump truck. Councillor Maypock rumbled happily. I am honored that one of your renowned tastes finds my meager pressings acceptable, he chuckled. Unfortunately, my vineyard is small, and most of my yearly production is already spoken for. However, there are some larger winemakers on my world who would almost certainly welcome visitors from your people. It just so happens that my sister operates a small import business, the Navux trilled. If you would be so kind as to provide me with their contact information, I will happily pass it along. Of course, Councillor Maypock replied, raising his tankard filled with the same potent beverage. Carousel's eye stalks stretched and bent to look around the Navux. Helki, she exclaimed, you didn't have to do that. Vika turned to see Navux Blues pushing hovercart after hovercart laden with premium fresh produce, thousands of credits worth, into the park. I have it upon good authority that some of my people are taking undue advantage of your generosity, Councillor Hekhaker Rie trilled, and I won't have it said that the Navux are freeloaders. The Navux always pay their way, Kara. He slurped more wine and clucked. Besides, our embassy's vertical farms were only operating at 25%. It's actually not good for them to be so lightly loaded. We just had no need for more food. The only things that product actually costs us are water, energy, and a minute amount of minerals. There are people going hungry in our Federation's capital, and we have the means to produce literal tons of food. If we didn't put forth the effort of flipping a few switches for the good of our fellow citizens, we would prove you right, something I simply will not abide. He clucked with amusement. You common folk are likely more in tune with the rabble than we are, so I trust you will ensure that this waste will be properly disposed of before it spoils. You're a decent egg, Helgi, Carashel giggled, but don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. See that you do, the Navux clucked, I would hate for our reputation to be tarnished. Vika tried to keep her jaw from dropping as the hover carts continued to be brought in. That was a lot of food, and quite expensive food at that. The Navux were just handing over tons of fresh organic produce, likely mineral enriched. We can deliver a similar amount about twice a week, the Navux counselor said with just a touch of pride. Or we can break it up into smaller daily deliveries if that would be more convenient. I'll talk to our people and have them get in touch with your people, Carashel smiled. This will feed a lot of people, Helgi. It's of no concern of mine, the Navux shrugged, I'm just tossing out the garbage. I understand you peons enjoy picking through rich people's rubbish, so I thought I would just dump it here and save you lolies the trip. How thoughtful of you, Rill buzzed, just for that, we'll put your people against the wall second when the revolution comes. I look forward to it, vermin, the Navux clucked, I would love the opportunity to teach you miserable seed flickers your place. Rill clicked happily. I like you, she buzzed, I think we'll kill you last. Speaking of killing, the Navux said as he produced 5 ultra-thin tablets and set them in front of Carashel and her associates. I think you will find our proposal intriguing and our prices quite attractive. We've been over this, Helgi, Carashel bubble laughed, we don't agree on much, but I think we are all still not a fan of your turnkey services and your terms and conditions. I'm not freeing my people only to let you turn them into free labor. If you would actually read what I gave you, the Navux counselor chirped, you would realize that I am not offering your party members our traditional agreement. Oh. Yes, for those of you who don't have the intelligence to comprehend the advantages of our wonderfully advantageous trade agreements, we have. Oh, hello there. The Navux looked down and clicked his beak in a smile at a tiny chocolate brown puffball that was looking up at him with big puppy dog eyes. Do you want something? He clucked gently as he knelt and reached in his pocket, producing a single bright red gagu berry the size of a golf ball. The little puffball started bouncing up and down rapidly, making an excited squeak as it extended 2 tiny arms so fuzzy they looked like little flippers. The little creature grabbed the berry and crinkled its eyes. NKU, it squeaked and bounced off. The Navux clucked happily as it departed. Vika's jaw dropped. Organic produce was one thing, but gagu berries of any size were expensive. One of that quality and size was easily worth 100 credits. What? The Navux asked when he saw Vika's expression. The little mote loves them, and they don't cost me anything. That came from my personal auto garden. He made a dismissive flicking gesture with his fingers. There are better ways to grow food than casting seeds on the ground like primitives. You can't stand being a decent being for even a second, can you? Maypak rumbled with a hitching chuckle. Excuse me, Vika interjected, what was that? The void mote? The Navux asked. I've never seen one before. Really? Rill buzzed, oh, you always travel in a private cabin complete with servants, don't you? Vika bristled as everyone, including the Navux, laughed at her. It especially stung because it was true. That's not entirely fair, the Navux clucked, you never were a spacer, and your ships rarely leave your own little corner of your sector. All spacers know of the puffles, Longpaw chittered. We call them the fuzzbits, Rill said. They go by many names, the Navux said. The 8-like call them dust bunnies. The humans call them tribbles for some reason. Just about every species has their own name for them. If you ask them what they are, they will tell you your people's name for them. If they have their own name, they don't share it. They are weird that way. Are they a Federation species? Not really. They are all over Federation space, but they are also spread throughout the Republic, the Empire, almost all of independent space, and most likely even further than that. As far as where they all came from, nobody knows, and they aren't telling. If you ask them where they are from, they will tell you the places they have visited. And if you ask them where they were born, they will tell you some system or another, almost all of them are ones you've already heard of but not always. Yet, Longpaw chirped, they are weird. Nice though. They travel through the galaxy by hitching rides on ships or stowing away. They are really good at that, not that they have to. Just about everyone will let one hop one of their ships. Yet, Rill buzzed, they are considered lucky. Trips just seem to go more smoothly if one is on board, and they never make a mess or damage anything. We are always happy to give one a lift. Anyone with any sense is, the Navux nodded. Why? Vika asked. Because they are lucky, the Navux replied. It's definitely a sign of good fortune if one shows up. Longpaw and Rill both nodded sagely. I didn't know about them either until they started showing up, Carashel giggled, I just thought they were some sort of local fauna. I was going to shoo them away until Rill damn near bit me in half. Moron, Rill buzzed. Fortunately, I was able to intercept you before you made an embarrassment of us all. Someone else would have stopped you, but they would have talked. Forgive me for not being some void-crazed spacer, Carousel giggled. I'm glad I didn't, though. They are really nice. I just like having them around, you know. Did you know that on our first interstellar voyage, we were graced with a moat? Really? Both Longpaw and Rill asked. Yes. About halfway into our first trade mission, the galley master turned on the lights in the kitchen to find a void moat carefully going through the compost bin. He had absolutely no idea what it was, but it seemed friendly enough. So he handed it a vet lip root and called the captain. He didn't know what it was either, so they gave it a box and a blanket and started calling around. It didn't take long to get a reply, and we were told it was a very good omen and that the moats had blessed us. Turns out that first mission was a historic success and paved the way for everything that followed. Of course, it's likely just a coincidence, but the moats have been quite well regarded by the Navux ever since. He preened. And our ships are quite regularly blessed by them, and our homeworld has a very large moat presence. There may be as many as 100 on our world at any given time. Falsehood. Rill buzzed. It's impossible to know for sure, of course, the Navux clucked smugly, but if you go to any one of our cities, you will likely see at least one of them going through the trash. We even build little moat houses in our yards or have moat doors built into our very homes. There is no way a fuzzbit would ever enter one of your stinky perches. Oh, the Navux clucked as he pulled out his communicator. Care to explain this then? It was posted just last week. It showed a void moat happily sitting in somebody's kitchen, munching on some sort of leaf. Clearly doctored, the Rill scoffed. And then asked, so, you just make small doors for them? Yes, and if they realize that they are welcome, they might just drop by, the Navux preened. We put a little picture of a moat over the door. It seems to help. Though, to be honest, they usually just sleep outside like they always do. We do seem to attract a lot of them, though. Hey, Rill buzzed. I will pass that along. Thank you, fellow colonizer, she buzzed, causing Caroushel's eye stalks to twitch with irritation, much to the Rill's pleasure. Are they all that small? Vika asked. I infer that they are sapient, but their cranial capacity must be tiny. Oh, that was a young juvenile, the Navux clucked. There's an adult over there, talking to that Wyakeen, he said as he indicated one of that elder race with his beak. The Wyakeen often chat with them, though nobody knows exactly what they are saying, if they are saying anything at all. Whatever language they use is not in any database or archive, and neither race is especially forthcoming. The Navux shrugged a very human shrug. It's just one of those mysteries. You should try to get to know them, Vika. It's definitely worth the effort, sometimes. A good 80% of what they say is nonsense, but that other 20%, legal tender. The Navux cocked his head. And speaking of legal tender, he trilled seductively, as I was saying, my dear anarchists, if you review the documents I have provided, you will see quotes for various items of interest completely independent of any trade agreements, capital expense, or any other long-term obligation. You tell us what you want and how much, and you get it, either one container or a shipload. Really? Carousel blurped. That is both very interesting and very unlike you. Of course, we would be willing to negotiate discounts for both bulk purchases and subscriptions where a certain volume is purchased over a predetermined time period. But neither is necessary. Why the change? Rill buzzed suspiciously. I thought you sphincters only sold capital equipment with that stupid padlock firmware and licensing rot. Changing times require change, the Navux trilled, adapt or perish. Or, at the very least, miss out on the opportunity for significant profit. You 5 represent an ever-growing group of systems that have both successfully broken their admittedly disadvantageous trade agreements and are not overly eager to enter into new ones. However, the majority of those systems, yours included, do not have sufficient industrial development. This deficiency is your big weakness and one that is already driving some of your party members right back into trade agreements they do not want. Of course, your distressingly good legal resources and negotiators, as well as intelligence gathering and data processing capabilities that we still cannot explain, do serve to ensure that your members are getting very different terms than before. Still, I strongly suspect that many of them would much rather simply buy what they want instead of entering into an agreement at all. He preened. The Navux trade group has significant unused industrial capacity. Many of our customers' industrial facilities are not operating at anything close to full capacity or could be easily upgraded. In fact, most of them would be all too happy for the additional production and their share of the profits. One recent addition to the Navux family is particularly unfortunate and could easily accommodate any number of new facilities, provide the labor to man them, and would be delighted to do so. He sighed. And privately, they really need the boost, poor guys. The communalists could gain access to the high-tech goods and weapons that their systems need, and they could actually start developing an economy again. And that's just one system. Weapons. Vika blurted, her voice squeaking with alarm, heck hacker Rie, you can't be serious. You would arm these people. Someone will, he replied, it might as well be us. Who would you rather they get arms from, the Terrans? The Forsaken? Besides, Vika, times are, I would say uncertain, but there is no longer that comfort. These people need weapons, both light and heavy, as well as ships. If you honestly do not know why, then you are not the intelligent being I have respected for years. But they are a threat to the Federation itself. Vika chittered and then fell into shocked silence as the entire group, the Navuks included, laughed at her. Oh, Vika, Karashel giggled, you are such a beemanin. They are a scrumptious little. I don't think most worlds have a similar critter, but they are about a kilogram of tasty apiece. They are very quick, but when they run, they don't pay attention to much else. All you gotta do is put a snare across one of their runs. They are so worried about some noise or shadow that they never see the wire. Then, it's lunchtime. Karashel looked at Vika with weary, almost haunted eyes. While it is true that I loathe the Federation and will truly enjoy watching it burn, I don't have to do a single thing to make that happen. The Federation is breathing its last. I'm not in the least bit concerned about the Federation, you, or anything else except the survival of my people. The same goes for everyone at this table, except the Bissell, who are fixated on revenge. And what we tear from the bleeding corpse of our former oppressors will go a long way towards that survival, Lakevet hissed as he picked up the tablet in front of him. Especially if Helki over here is telling the truth. All we need is cash, and that we have. I am trying to find an error, there, Karashel bubbled, but you do have a point, a soulless psychopathic point, but a point. Lakevet shrugged. As I have repeatedly said, it's not my call. My people cry out for vengeance, and vengeance they will get. Either my government will provide it, or the next one will. So what I actually feel about the matter is of little relevance. However, what I actually feel about the matter does not spoil my meals nor deprive me of slumber, he added with a little smirk. As I have also repeatedly said, fuck them. And, just as we, and the Federation, the Navuks counselor said, cutting his eyes at Vika, overlooked the injustices inflicted upon your people, the Navuks do not care about your domestic policies nor trade agreements with other systems. Business is business, my good Bissell. We've had conversations that you most likely do not wish discussed here. I have new information that you may find of interest. Feel free to call upon our embassy at your convenience. Vika's heart froze in her chest. She had come here looking for signs of instability and weakness. Instead, she knew with terrifying certainty that the communalists had won. If the Navuks were starting to deal with them, it would only be a matter of time before others did as well. It was over. I have something for you, rill, the Navuks said as he reached into another pocket, pulled out a small brown paperboard box, and handed it to her. Rill opened it and clicked with curiosity as she pulled out a quite large rifle round and buzzed. Pretty, she clicked, but, as I have stated, we prefer to keep our weapons industry in-house. The Rill have no desire to become dependent on anyone for our defense, especially the Navuks. She splayed her mandibles in a smile. No offense. None taken, the Navuks trilled, however, that is one of your rifle rounds made with Terran-level technology. It has a similar propellant to theirs, and the projectile is equivalent to their latest stuff. The pressure should be about the same as your current ammunition with a reduction in barrel temperature. Considering the power and caliber of this compared to what they use, it should be even more devastating than the Terran rifle. It would be a significant increase in your firepower with a per-round cost competitive to what it costs you to produce your ammunition. We are willing to discuss en masse purchases or the sale of single-purpose production equipment that would allow you to make these at any quantity you desire. The Navuks preened again. My dear Rill, he trilled, we can bury you in these. We can make them by the shipload. We can bury you so deep in them that you will be able to fire non-stop for years. Rill buzzed thoughtfully. I dislike you. I mistrust you. However, I have 10,000 rounds at the embassy, the Navuks clucked. As the Terrans say, the first taste is free. You don't have to pay a single credit. Just bring a van. We'll even load it for you. Why not? Rill shrugged. Free ammo is free ammo. Let's see how nice these things truly are. We would also like to discuss a licensing agreement for your rifles and machine guns, the Navuks clucked. Creators knows why, but slug throwers are all the rage, and you have a nice one. That decision is not mine to make, Rill replied, but I will pass it along. More guns are better than less, no. That's our thinking, the Navuks said with a look in his eye that sent a chill all the way down Vika's spine to the tip of her tail. It's probably all for nothing, but let's not make it easy for them. Rill buzzed ominously and expanded her hood. Indeed, she rattled. Maybe with enough of us, Karashel bubbled grimly, we might have a shot, or we'll at least be able to slow things down enough that enough of our people can, well. I hate planning on defeat, so I'm not, she added with a much happier tone. What is going on? Vika asked, filled with dread. Allow me, the Navux clucked. She is more likely to believe it from my corrupt beak. He looked directly into her eyes. The Federation is rotten to the core. It is a gourd with a beautiful skin but bursts as soon as you try to lift it, covering you with stink. You know it. I know it. These dirt farmers know it. It has failed. Those of us who have profited and continue to profit refuse to see it because, unlike those who share this table, we haven't tasted the stink, not yet. However, when the time comes, that gourd will burst. It failed to protect itself during the Republic War. It is failing to stop the Forsaken. The collective is coming, Vika. If the Federation cannot thwart the Republic or the Forsaken, it will not survive the collective. It will burn. That is why Carashel no longer cares about our oh-so-precious Federation. She knows it will die without her lifting a single tendril. Once she saved her people from management, which would certainly have doomed them when the bug comes, her interest in the Federation, for the most part, ended. He looked over at Carashel and nodded. She plays another game now. The Navux hissed, a menacing sound Vika had never heard from one of their kind. And so do we. So do a lot of people, Vika, Longpaw squeaked as he refilled his glass. Soon, very soon, you are going to have to choose. What is more important, the Federation or your people? He smiled a feral fang-laden smile as he savored Councillor Maypok's wine. It's pretty damn good. If you honestly feel that the Federation is a good bet, he snorted, then bet your people's very lives on it. If you don't, then why don't you grab another bowl, refill your glass, drop the fucking attitude, and have a pleasant afternoon enjoying fresh air, good company, and very, very interesting conversation. Vika sighed and lowered her head. The Lu was right. Everything they had said, she had been screaming for far too long to far too many disinterested, fat, corrupt, lazy. It was over, wasn't it? It isn't an either/or decision, Vika, Carashel said pleasantly, you don't have to commit treason, murder, or anything of the sort. Everyone here is now in a position where we benefit, at least in the short term, from the Federation sucking the way it sucks. So just have a drink and grab some more stew, Ziyush barbecue, or some of those groceries Helki just brought. That stuff looks nice. Vika closed her eyes and sighed. So where is this Ziyush barbecue? She asked, trying not to burst into tears. Tea, sympathy, cows, and guns. Part 1 of 2. A note from Slightly Amusing. Yet, I have no explanation for this one. Some stuff happens, and Charlotte is involved. A quick note, the term underover when referring to Terran guns is a double-barreled weapon with a stunner and a conventional firearm in a single package. They are popular with police and other people who want a non-lethal and a lethal weapon in a single package. These are often used where lethal force is justified, but the user still wants a non-lethal option. Note, these are not recommended for use where lethal force is not justified because of the risk of selecting the wrong barrel. They can also be set for a set number of stun bolts, usually just one, and then real bullets. For someone managing a brothel, it's an excellent choice. They are pretty nifty. Pity they aren't more popular, but you know Terrans. Charlotte, sounding a lot like a Peterbilt, rumbled happily to herself as she checked the temperature of one of the water tanks, each containing water of a specific temperature and chemical composition. She then placed a small pour-over filter filled with a specific blend of freshly ground coffee beans, minerals, and eggshells underneath one of a row of spigots and adjusted a needle valve to deliver the appropriate flow rate. She then repeated the process with another cup and filter containing a different blend of coffee and minerals without eggshells. She looked out over her little caffeinated empire and rumbled a bit more loudly, unintentionally startling one of the newer customers. She would need to add more tables again. While humans were terrible at quantifying anything, they seemed to be able to recognize and appreciate her efforts to make a passable product. And word was spreading. She was no longer just serving some locals, the workers at the drop, and the local constabulary. People were coming here, some from across the city, for her product. Even better, some of them were snobs who could not only notice and quantify the subtle differences between cups, they could offer advice, knowledge, and techniques. She wasn't the only person dedicated to the art and science of extracting the right compounds from such a challenging substrate. There was even a subgroup on this wonderful website called CNET, where they would congregate and share their enthusiasm, knowledge, and snobbery. It was wonderful. There were people even more obsessed with perfection than she was. With the miracle that was cheap and rapid transportation in the Republic, coffee snobs could travel across the entire planet in hours. It meant that one could take an excursion to the other side of the world just to visit a particular shop or cafe. Oh, how she loved her days off now. What was even more wonderful was the fact that the proprietor of the shop was almost always aware of the impending arrival of the coffee monster and was either completely at ease with her appearance or, at the very least, forewarned. Meeting kindred spirits, joined together in the hunt for that perfect cup, was splendid beyond words. It nourished her very soul the same way that this wonderful place did when she, alone and having lost the trail completely, wandered in from the darkness. She rumbled even louder, causing the newcomer to back away. That just means she's happy. Neef, wearing a poofy white hat and chest protector, exclaimed as she scurried up with a box filled with biofilm packages strapped to her back. Neef! Charlotte exclaimed happily as she started preparing Neef's usual order. How lovely to see you. I hope your newfound success isn't detracting too much from your studies. Only a little, Neef replied as she pulled out a huge bundle of dumplings and handed them to her teacher. I changed the mix on these a little. Let me know what you think. I look forward to both tasting and analyzing them. Charlotte rumbled as she pulled out a card. You may not realize it, but you are rendering my people a great service, and one that may make you even more successful. These little morsels are actually capable of sustaining our metabolism and are absolutely delicious. I simply cannot believe that they are meat-free. You can do a lot with cheap crap, Neef replied. The Terrans talk about polishing a turd. My family actually had to make them edible. We coulda used you during the wars, Neef, a grizzled old woman said as she trotted up, card in hand. Your bug balls are amazing. Bish! Neef exclaimed as she rooted around in her box. Here you go, 24 number 15s with extra crickets. A quick transaction later, and Bish trotted away, happily holding a package of little bundles of delicious from Neef's home world. Neef squeaked happily as a cup of chicory, black tea and lavender was set in front of her. Oh, that hits the spot, she exclaimed. I've been up since 3 in the morning. You know, all those days I moped around the drop wishing I had more work, maybe I should have been more careful in what I wished for. The blood god was too gracious in granting your prayers for game. Charlotte chuckled. Yeah, right up the butt, Neef replied, causing Charlotte to laugh out loud, making even her regulars jump a little. Neef, Charlotte said, her tone changing, it is not for me to tell you how to stalk your prey, but I must caution you concerning your hunt sister. Wah! I understand that you have entered into some dealings with Yerbit. Yeah. She's great. Charlotte rumbled dubiously. I must choose my words carefully, Charlotte said, I like Yerbit a great deal. I do, too. I like her because I sense in her a kindred spirit, Charlotte said carefully, Yerbit is a predator and a very fit one. However, her hunting grounds are here, on these streets. And, instead of using fang and claw, she uses words, both from her mouth and on the glowing screen, the same words she uses with you. Be very careful in your dealings with her, Neef. I would be saddened if her small jaw filled with very sharp teeth found its way around your throat. Oh, it's not like that. Neef said. Once she realized what I was using her no credit check payday loans for, she stopped giving them to me and started trying to teach me about business stuff. I had no idea there even was a special loan for business. She then took me to see Mr. ATM. Mr. ATM. He's the ATM over near her shop. They're friends. I am a newcomer here, Charlotte said, so I may be misunderstanding your words. Is an ATM not the money boxes one finds on the street like the one that Kraxina had put in here? Yeah. Yerbit is friends with one. He's really nice. You know how Zip and the unified cabs are? Mr. ATM is the same way. I had no idea you could talk to the orange ATMs. They are really friendly. Neef giggled. Mr. ATM and Yerbit got in a fight and everything. He called her a predator, too. Really? He wasn't happy about her loan sharking, which made Yerbit mad. She said that if Mr. ATM would give everyone who came to her bank accounts and credit cards, she would quit the same day. Well. That shut up Mr. ATM up real quick. She said some other things, too, Neef added with a giggle. Anyway, after they finished yelling at each other, Yerbit introduced me and said how good my dumplings were and how popular they were getting. Then she told him that I had been going to her too often for loans and how she thought I was in some sort of trouble, but when she found out I was buying ingredients for the next order and then paying her back, she sent me over to him to set things up right. She gave him a data crystal with something called rough numbers on it, and the subject changed real quick. Neef took a quick sip of her brew. Oh, creators, Charlotte. I'm going to be able to get one of those food carts, a food cart. Yerbit says I should skip that nonsense and started talking all sorts of craziness. Craziness. She started talking about shops and licensing and production and all sorts of other things that made my head hurt. What did Mr. ATM say? Charlotte asked dubiously. She had classmates a lot like Yerbit. They were wonderful to their schoolmates, but to what they considered prey. There was the love of the hunt and healthy bloodlust. And then there was cruelty. There was being clever, and then there was poaching. She wasn't sure what poaching would entail in Yerbit's strange hunt, but she was pretty sure Yerbit was doing it. Different biome, same smell. It was something about the eyes. They reminded her of something that used to hunt her once in a way that no other being, no matter how strange, did. He started talking with Yerbit about all sorts of stuff I didn't understand for a bit and then said that Yerbit, while ambitious to a fault, was not wrong. However, it would not be her name on the loan. It would be mine, and I shouldn't let anyone, no matter how well-intentioned, push me into something I didn't want to do. So, I told him I wanted a food cart, and I started talking all about the cart, which one I wanted, what I would put on it, and even what color it would be. Mr. ATM said that it sounded like a great idea. Charlotte. I'm getting a food cart. How did Yerbit take it when you didn't want to follow her trail? She just laughed and told me that whenever I got tired of being small time, to see her. She also said I could drop by any time with business questions and stuff. She asked Mr. ATM about scalability and about something called franchising, and Mr. ATM said that it was more than possible but that maybe we should see how the first food cart fared before I started trying to operate more of them, which was weird. I asked how in the void I could run more than one cart at a time. A very valid question, Charlotte agreed. I cannot see what a second coffee stand would provide me other than vexation. What was their answer? Well, they were both quiet for a few seconds, and then Yerbit said that it was probably best that I start out with just the one cart. She promised Mr. ATM that she would keep an eye on me, which made Mr. ATM happy. Charlotte. I'm getting a food cart. As you have said, Charlotte rumbled as she refilled Nifa's cup. She always made enough for a refill, so, when are you getting it? Well, Nif said, Mr. ATM gave me all of this homework, more than you ever have. I also have to take some classes, but they are online, and I can do them at that library you told me about. Then, I have to take a test so I can get a license to make and sell food, and then I have to get another license to run a business and another license to run a food cart and... Oh Charlotte, there are so many ants. It sounds like quite the trail. Oh, it is, Nif said, but I have Mr. ATM and Yerbit to help me follow it, and the homework is just remembering a bunch of stuff, not hard stuff like you teach. Yerbit says that all I really have to learn is where to look stuff up when I forget. Charlotte rumbled. That isn't your happy rumble. What? Sloppy scholarship, Charlotte said disapprovingly. I understand that time is a concern, but please do not be satisfied with simply becoming a library professor. I cannot abide those. A library professor. Yes, a scholar who is only capable of performing while in the library because they don't actually know the material. Being one of those will allow you to pass a test and, with the computers the Republic has, you can most likely always have your library with you, but true knowledge, mastery, and most importantly, the ability to use it comes from eating the words, absorbing them, and making them a part of you. If you wish to hunt from a food cart, then know the food cart. I suspect Yerbit does not need to look up the fundamentals of hunting her prey, regardless of what she is stalking. Sorry. It's nothing, Charlotte replied, it's just that Yerbit reminds me of certain hunt brothers and sisters, which is not necessarily a good thing. This is a strange and new biome, so I may be mistaken. But, just the same. Be mindful around her, and allow me to remind you that Kraxina also knows a great deal about running a business, as does Littlefoot and Mr. ATM. It never hurts to verify a source, Neef. I would rather you learn this from my words than from another's teeth. Okay, Neef replied. Her communicator beeped. Oh, that's Yerbit. She can have lunch with me after all. We are going to talk about something called inventory management. How wonderful, Charlotte rumbled dubiously. Littlefoot grinned as she fired off another burst, ripping the center out of the target, her little body shaking violently. Well, goddamn, Clarence said as the target was reeled in. That is a nice group, even from a human. Littlefoot grinned at him. I'll take it, she exclaimed. I would like it with a stock like my little buddy, that nice tetra-optic holosight, and, what do you think, suppressor or compensator? It depends on the range you are expecting to not have to use this, Clarence replied, I would also put a different stock on it. I still can't believe you can handle a 9mm submachine gun. Well, I can now, Littlefoot giggled. I might not look like it, but I do come from a line of warriors. Are you sure you don't want a 5mm Wasp or a classic 5.7? They are both sexy beasts, Littlefoot replied, but I like the payload of the 9 better, and the price of range ball doesn't hurt either. I hope I never have to use the good bullets, but I do love coming here. Fair enough, Clarence replied. Speaking of price, have you thought more about reloading? I'd love to, Littlefoot replied, it's just that I don't have a lot of space and... A little white-scaled skink-like biped wandered into the range. Hello, it asked nervously. Clarence, Littlefoot said, this is Bethany. Don't even try to say her real name. Bethany, this is Clarence, the only person I go to for things that go bang. Bethany is going to inherit my little buddy and my revolver. I brought her here so you could get started on the species conversions and to look at her hands. She's having trouble with the grip on both. Hi, she said nervously. Clarence is one of the good ones. Littlefoot exclaimed, putting her arm around Clarence's leg entirely too high up for his comfort. He won't rip you off, and he knows his stuff. She looked up at him. She's never touched a weapon before, so I wanted to be sure she has the right stuff. I want whatever Buddy needs to have done, and look at the revolver. I'm not sure it's the best thing for her. I'm only giving it to her because I'm not using it anymore, so if she needs something else, let's get it done. But Littlefoot, Bethany said nervously, I don't have much money yet, and nothing. Littlefoot exclaimed, I do have money, and you are getting decent gear. I'm getting rid of Buddy and the revolver, anyway. About that, Clarence said, are you sure about the new pistol? That thing is going to kick like a mule and isn't nearly as concealable. I don't need it concealable, Littlefoot replied. I don't have time for clients anymore. I'm too busy herding the sheep and managing the front these days. I thought Craxina ran the place. She does, Littlefoot replied, and she is busy too, but Craxie has needs and gets grouchy if she doesn't get her itchy scratchy on the regular. And she has become so popular and famous that she brings the serious cash these days. One of her fur dances alone brings in a ton. She does a couple of clients a day, and that's enough to shift our bottom line. Someone needs to be trusted with the office phone, and that person would be me. Fur dances. Forget it. I don't want to know. Yeah, Littlefoot sighed, I'm on salary now, and the pay cut kinda blows, but it's steady, and someone has to keep the place and Craxie on an even keel now that Bryce is gone. I know he's slime, but damn if he wasn't useful. Anyway, something on my hip and out in the open isn't the worst thing, if you know what I mean. Okay, Clarence shrugged, if you are sure. There is a snub-nosed .380 under-over on the block this week. I will see if I can get it. It belonged to a peace officer and was carried as an off-duty piece. The stunner is police issue, and you claim you can handle the recoil if we modify it properly. It's going to be massive, though, at least for you. Get it? How high do you want me to go? Get it? Littlefoot. Fine, 2,000. Happy. That should more than do it, Clarence replied. I'll submit our bid today. Woo. Okay. Littlefoot enthused, let's get Bethany set up. As Clarence and an increasingly relaxed and excited Bethany, now reassured that Littlefoot was what was called a gun nut and that there were many self-defense options that wouldn't hurt you almost as badly as your assailant, were chatting, Littlefoot's phone rang. Drop of oil, if you want it, we got it. Hey, Littlefoot, Craxina said, you might want to cut it short and get back here. Damn, Craxina, how much fucking do you need? It's not for me, Craxina laughed, it's for you. You have someone here asking for you by name, cute too. Did you tell him that I was off and to come back tomorrow? I did, but he said that he would wait and that he would pay you $1,000 if you agreed to see him today, before any other negotiations. It's 1,000 credits just to say hello. I wouldn't normally bug you on a day off but, 1,000 credits. I figured you would at least want to hear about it. Well, I am buying new guns. Again. I'm selling Buddy and Thumper to some of the girls and upgrading the pea shooter. Selling or giving? Is there a difference? Littlefoot laughed. We want to keep the reputation of being well armed, don't we? Yeah, but you don't need to sponsor it personally. You coming in? Yeah, but tell Mr. Blue Balls it's going to be a few hours, though. Clarence is taking Bethany's measurements. Will do. Later. Bye. Is there a problem? Bethany asked. Nothing you need to worry about, Littlefoot shrugged, and nothing that will stop your appointment with the good Master Clarence here. Charlotte rumbled about the bar and glanced at the clock. It was about lunchtime. Neef would soon be dining with Yerbit. This was quite the dilemma. Neef shouldn't be shielded from the just and true judgment of natural selection. However, she was one of her swarm and an underclassman to boot. Not only was she an underclassman, but she was one of her underclassmen. Underclassmen fell on hunts. It was part of the holy scourge, the blood god's claw that sliced away the weak and corrupted flesh and thus kept the swarm fresh, healthy, and strong. This world, while strange beyond words, was a biome and the biome in which Neef hunted and hid. If Yerbit did view her not as a sister but as prey, and if Neef fell to her hidden form, much more dangerous than what was revealed by the light of day, then that was in keeping with the judgment of the fairest court in the universe, natural selection. Yerbit was more fit than Neef. Of that, Charlotte was certain. Yerbit was a V-Trag and Neef was a Neef. Maybe she should. What was she thinking? She should do nothing. This was Neef's hunt, and Yerbit's, maybe. She squirted out a warning, and that was not only sufficient but actually pushing it. Also, how could she doubt her swarm mate and hunt sister like that? Neef was fit. If she was not, she would not have been able to hold to the path like so many others had failed to do. Even considering intervening was not only unthinkable but blasphemous. All she could and should do was wish Neef well and pray to the blood god that her hunt was a success, regardless of the size of the game or what stalks the path. She rumbled ruefully. Perhaps all of this single breeding nonsense was starting to corrupt her somehow. She should call her mold brother. How he would laugh at her foolishness. Besides, she needed a good outside, and sane, perspective to keep her grounded. It was too easy to lose the path out here. No, Littlefoot said as she crossed her little arms, 1,000 credits, please. You haven't even heard my proposal, a well-dressed man with glossy black hair said with amusement. I don't need to, Littlefoot replied, if you are willing to pay $1,000 just for me to hear it, then it has to be some freaky shit that I am not into. The man pulled out a prepaid with 1,000 CR displayed. Nice doing business with you, Littlefoot said as she reached for the card. The man raised it just out of reach. Now, that's just rude, Littlefoot said and turned away. Oh, ma avan haleen a, she called to one of the nicely dressed, and armed, Kareel loitering nearby. I have a lie, I've one for you. I would like to take you to dinner, just dinner, in a public place and introduce you to someone in that public and completely safe place. That's it, just a nice meal and your, lovely, company, he said as the Kareel Warmaven approached with a wickedly happy little smile and several of her fellow death sex weasels. 50,000, Littlefoot replied, and I'm bringing a friend. Excuse me, the man spluttered. You clearly don't know what no means, Littlefoot said as Maven Helena unsnapped the catch to the sheath for her monowire cutlass. You are one of those everyone has their price assholes. So, my price for something I clearly have no interest in doing is 50,000. Either pay up in advance or hand me the card and fuck off. I strongly suggest you do one or the other before Maven fuck up your entire day gets here. Very well, 50,000. 51,000, asshole, Littlefoot said, reaching for the card again. Of course, the man replied as he handed her the card. And I'll want the other 50 before I set one dainty little paw off of this lot. The man pulled out his communicator and briefly typed. The number on Littlefoot's card promptly changed to 51,000 credits. Fuck, Littlefoot gasped, I didn't think you'd actually do it. A vehicle will arrive here at 7 p.m. Oh no, Littlefoot chortled, no way that's going to fucking happen. You will send me an address and a time and my friend and I will meet you there. My friend has a big appetite and will need a significant amount of real raw meat. If her plate goes empty, the date is over. It better not be the cheap shit, either. She has a very refined palate. Your friend wouldn't be the lovely being who poured my coffee a short time ago, would she? Oh. You've met her. Littlefoot beamed. I may have to change the restaurant, the man replied. You are a very annoying little shit. Do you know that? I'm not the one trying to get a gentle little flower to do something she doesn't want, dickweed, Littlefoot said demurely with big eyes. Oh, just so you know, I'm going to be packing. My friend isn't coming to back me up. She's coming to get rid of the evidence, if you know what I mean. Charming to a fault, the man said with a smile. I have no idea why I was expecting otherwise. If you would give me your contact details, I will send you information concerning the location of our rendezvous. Oh, and it better not be any freaky shit, or I walk, with the cash. For 50,000, I would think. You thought wrong, mushroom dick. No freaky shit. Very well, the man said, no freaky shit, though that really leaves this agreement open to abuse. Again, Littlefoot replied, you wouldn't fuck off, so you get the fuck off price and the fuck off terms. The man smiled. I still need your details. Call the main number. T. Sympathy, cows, and guns. Part 2 of 2. Tell me about this place, Zip, Littlefoot said as she and Charlotte flew across the countryside in an armored grav cargo carrier. Zip didn't want Charlotte punching holes in a normal van like last time. Is it legit? Venus Ranch is both very legit and very upscale, Zip replied, the place is a bespoke beef producer, whatever the hell that means. From what I can see, they just raise cows like any other ranch. They also have horses, lodges, riding trails, nature tours, the whole song and dance. They are pretentious as all get out, but they are good people, at least the ones who take deliveries are. Shonda Lagrange, she's Venus, is pretty cool, too. A couple of her people are kinda snooty, but they are doing that whole cowboy chic crap that went out of fashion like 40 years ago. Cowboy? Charlotte asked. It's some ancient thing, Zip replied, it has to do with cows, horses, and revolvers. They have movies about it, but they are about as historically accurate as my heat vents. Actually, those are vintage. They're more historically accurate. Want to watch one while we travel? Another time, Charlotte replied. Thank God! Zip exclaimed. I don't like westerns one bit. Why? Oh, it's the whole genocide thing, Zip replied, they either ignore it or minimize it. Other times, they focus just on that and go on and on about it to the point that it loses all impact. Every now and then, they actually make it look noble and make the indigenous population the villains. Can you believe it? Well, you don't get too much of that these days. The nations own most of the continent. A studio doesn't intentionally piss off an entire continent if they can help it. Hey, Charlotte replied. That's disturbing. You think the Soul Wars were a one-off thing? Zip electronically snorted. Read up on Earth history if you want to find out how human those walking psychopaths really are, especially if your people are considering establishing relations with the fuckers. I love the little shits, I really do, but goddamn. They can be the best, most noble beings in the entire universe or complete and utter monsters, sometimes at the same time. Most of them are good, and I cherish each and every one of them, but the ones who aren't? They are so horrid they make up for all of the good ones some days. I love humans, but damn. The really messed up thing is that they came so close to becoming something more, something better. Then, one disaster happened, and they all just went back to being animals all over again. Yeah, it was a huge disaster, but my beloved humans showed their true colors that day and every day for the next 10 years, and it broke my heart. Charlotte, I love my humans, but study them closely before your people enter into any agreements with them, please. Wow, Littlefoot laughed, you don't pull punches, do you? Not when there aren't any humans around to get their panties in a bunch, no. Hey, are you really going to bring that gun into the restaurant? Thumper. Littlefoot asked, hefting a short-barreled semi-auto .410 shotgun, you betcha. This thing smells funny from top to bottom. How can you even shoot that? Extra short tactical shot shells, Littlefoot replied. Paid a mint for them, but they are nasty, and I can pack a lot more of them in the magazine than people expect. They don't normally make them in .410, but you can special order them if you want. Clarence adjusted things so they feed properly and the gun cycles quicker. It doesn't have a whole lot of range, but nothing is getting close to us. Littlefoot sighed. I would have rather brought my little buddy, but I already gave it to Clarence to work on. Wouldn't you know the one time I actually needed that thing, I wouldn't have it. Thumper will have to do. Am I not here for your protection? Charlotte asked. You're just here to cost that asshole more money, Littlefoot laughed. I figured you deserved a treat for all you do around the drop, and an extra set of eyes never hurts. With all the ones you have, it's like bringing a whole crew. Just keep your eyes open and stuff your face with as much bespoke beef as you can. That will be a great deal of flesh, Charlotte replied. So much the better, Littlefoot laughed, I want to burn his asshole so bad he never comes back. Hey, Zip. Yes. What's the most expensive thing on their menu? You are certainly well accessorized, the man said as he approached their armored car, and I love your ride. Charlotte here shreds normal ones, Littlefoot smiled. While we do value our right to bear arms, the man said, it is not customary to bring in something so notable into an establishment of this nature. Then you should have invited us to somewhere that. Moo. A cow mooed in alarm at the sight of Charlotte as it fled. While not the smartest creature on the planet, it couldn't help but feel that her appearance was not a good sign. Oh, Charlotte Rumble hissed, those are lovely, so plump, so fleshy. Her legs started to twitch. We'll take one. Littlefoot said happily. One, cow. I said Charlotte could eat a lot, and you said we could order anything we want. Charlotte orders the cow. I see. You truly do want me to fuck off, don't you? I will have the a boneless ribeye. A5 please, a whole one, with a bottle of Chandru 58, and I think to start. I see where this is going, the man said, shall I just save both of us the trouble and tell them to put together the most expensive meal that they can? That would be great. Littlefoot smiled. Aren't you just a little afraid of offending your potential client? Not one bit. He can go and fuck himself, which is exactly what I am going to tell him over dinner. The man just faintly smiled. Just to be clear, he said, Charlotte eats her meat raw. Yab. Does she want the animal dressed, or will she just grab one out of the field like a lion or something? Hey, Charlotte, what do you think? Wah, Charlotte asked, still staring at the cattle, her claws digging little furrows in the earth. Do you want the cow cleaned, or are you just going to grab one? Grab one. She will take hers to go, Littlefoot said brightly. Allow me to speak to the manager. Do you think your friend can wait just a few minutes? Wait, stock, choose. She's good. I think. I will make this as quick as possible. Holy shit, an old woman in blue jeans and a straw hat said as she approached. You're one big scary looking motherfucker. She looked over at Littlefoot. And one little scary looking motherfucker. Black one, white spot, number 52. An excellent choice, the woman said as she wrote a number on a little ancient notebook. She handed it to the man, who winced, and nodded. One problem, though, the woman said, I do raise animals to eat, but they are raised and handled humanely. We aren't doing a bullfight or any fucked up shit like that. You can have the whole thing as is, but it will be killed. Won't, feel, it. It will cost you dearly if it does, the woman said. And you aren't just running out there and scaring the other steers, either. We'll lead it over behind the restaurant where we are going to be serving you, people. You can take it there. When you say it won't feel it, how fast? Instantly, Charlotte said as her mandibles slid over each other, making a sound exactly like a pair of shears, a very big set of shears. All right, she said. They are setting up a table outside. Go around back, and we'll get you started. The man sighed as he sipped the wine. You may be perhaps the most annoying creature on the planet, he said, but this wine is excellent. Blia, Littlefoot said, sticking out her little tongue. Hey, she said to the server standing nearby. Can I get a beer? Certainly, the server said as the man twitched, we have a wide selection of artesian. Do you have any shits? Shits, ma'am. You have to be fucking kidding me, the man exclaimed. Yet, Littlefoot grinned, good ol' shits, it does exactly what it says on the carton. I'm not sure, ma'am. You are doing this on purpose, the man shouted. Ma'am, the server said, desperately trying not to burst into laughter, do you wish me to check? Yes, please. We were able to find a few containers among the workers, the server said as he approached a bit later with a small cardboard carton and a frosted mug. Barely able to contain himself, the server, with great ceremony, snipped open the carton and carefully filled the mug, setting it in front of Littlefoot. Oh yeah, she grinned as she took a big, for her, gulp. That's the stuff. I suppose you are going to ask for steak sauce for your wagyu as well, the man sighed. They don't have ketchup here. Littlefoot asked, reminding herself to thank Zip for all of the anti-pointers. The look on the man's face was priceless. Charlotte fidgeted anxiously as the man twitched and sipped fine wine, and Littlefoot, absolutely delighted with herself, guzzled shits. Not to be overly demanding, she said, but when can I expect my meal? We were planning on presenting you with, your meal at the same time the other guests were receiving their entree. Would you like something while you wait? It may take me longer to feed, Charlotte replied, perhaps I could be given the beast now. Very good, ma'am. Yes, I am female. One moment, please. If it starts to run, Charlotte said, let it. Yes, ma'am. The server departed. The owner soon appeared, leading number 52. Moo? Okay, here he is, she said. Now remember, I will not allow it to suffer, she added while patting a large caliber revolver now on her hip. Step back. Shaking her head, the old woman started to back away. Before the steer could even Charlotte covered the distance in a blur. The cow fell. Its head also fell, just a little bit farther away. Son of a bitch, the old woman gasped. Charlotte knelt in front of the fallen cow. Thank you, fellow creature, though you have been judged less fit than I hope your life was full and your passing quick. I welcome you, brother, into my body and into my soul. May your substance become my substance, your soul my soul, and may we now, as one, wander the trails, join together in the hunt, until I, too, fall and we join yet another. May our blood and our souls flow ever forward through life and death now and forever. That was, disturbingly beautiful, the old woman said. Charlotte buzzed quietly as she rose. Forgive my distraction earlier, she said, it has been far too long since I have hunted such a large creature. It inflamed my passions. It's all right, the old woman said as Charlotte effortlessly picked up the cow and carried it over to Littlefoot and her increasingly reluctant dinner companion. Will this be okay, Littlefoot? Charlotte asked, I am aware that my style of dining can be distressing to others. You're good, Littlefoot said as she took another gulp of her incredibly cheap beer. It's not that much different than nature shows, or watching my brothers clean lopers back home. I wanted to ensure that to be the case, she said, I shall tuck in. So, Littlefoot said, raising her voice to be heard over the tearing and gnashing noises, when is this mysterious client supposed to show? The man, now quite beyond being rattled, refilled his glass. He specified that you be treated to a fine meal first. We shall speak with him after dessert. Cool. Littlefoot and Charlotte enjoyed their meal immensely, and while Littlefoot did indeed ask for ketchup, she could not bring herself to pour it over the most amazing cut of meat she had ever tasted in her entire life, much to the relief of their host. Charlotte was beside herself. The meat was impossibly tender and fatty, a true luxury. So, the old rancher asked, how is 52? Astounding, Charlotte replied, it does not have the character of the game back home, but its tender subtleness is absolutely sublime, and to think you actually cook it. With meat of this quality, you don't cook it much, the rancher replied. I like mine almost as rare as you do. I pretty much just sear the outside and warm the middle, not much hotter than what's in your mouth. If someone orders my beef well done, I throw them out. I will not have my animals wasted like that. The woman looked at Charlotte as she ate. You're one of those nopes, aren't you? I am. You one of them, traillayers. You know about us. Only what I've read since I heard you were coming. So, what does a traillayer do? Recon? Trade? Diplomacy? All and none, Charlotte replied between bloody mouthfuls. I don't think you have an exact equivalent. We go ahead of the swarm and lay trails to follow. We search out opportunities, find hazards, and lay scents so those who follow are forewarned and forearmed. Of course, we just use email these days, Charlotte said with a rumbling laugh. Oh, like an old-school explorer. Explorer is the best term for what we do, Charlotte replied. And your kind are carnivores, the old rancher asked with a twinkle in her eye. That we are, Charlotte rumbled with a similar glint in hers. I have to say, the man smiled, you aren't nearly as unpleasant once you have a belly of cheap beer and fine steak. I'm also relieved beyond words that you did not slather that steak in ketchup. I was gonna, Littlefoot said as she sipped from her mug, but I just couldn't. There is screwing with you, and there is ruining that. I can also see you enjoyed your dessert, the man smiled. Littlefoot grinned through the chocolate sauce and whipped cream on her face. So that's what ice cream is supposed to taste like, she exclaimed. I had no idea. That's the real stuff with real cream, the man smiled. He looked over at Charlotte and the rancher. Looks like they are getting along famously. And it sounds like Charlotte does a lot more than pour coffee, Littlefoot replied. They are talking about supplying the swarm, and I don't think she's talking about a few whores who want help with their homework, unless she is planning on fattening them up a lot. Interesting, the man replied. He smirked. And now my revenge, he said smoothly. Your revenge? Littlefoot asked, not reaching for the shotgun beside her but idly moving her hand under the table towards a .25 ACP in her skirt. The ammo made the exact cartridge irrelevant. Allow me to introduce your potential client, he said as he pulled out a small disc from his pocket and set it on the table. Little fella, isn't he? The disc glowed, and a handsomely dressed and absolutely gorgeous Lou appeared floating just above it. Littlefoot's jaw dropped. Did you enjoy your meal and your entire cow? The Lou chuckled. Do you have any idea what the bill for tonight is? A cheap date you are not. If that iced cream is as delicious as you made it appear, the Lou smiled, I will definitely see if I can obtain some. I believe there are some cattle on Raylesh. But, unfortunately, it is rather difficult to get shipments from there. More precisely, it is rather difficult to get those shipments without having to answer some rather inconvenient questions. Littlefoot stammered, suddenly aware of how underdressed, in every sense of the word, and chocolate-covered she was. I'm so sorry, she finally managed to blurt as she furiously wiped her face with a napkin. I had no idea you were one of us. If I had known, she added, looking at the human across from her with death in her cute little eyes, I would have never. Oh, it's perfectly fine, the Lou laughed. In fact, I made a point of telling him not to reveal who I was, especially once it was clear how you would approach this. Wah! Allow me to introduce myself, the Lou said as he idly groomed his magnificent fur. I am Counselor Longpaw and have the rather dubious honor of representing our people's interests in the Federation. Littlefoot's blood almost literally froze in her veins. Her heart considered stopping. It would have been much simpler that way. I'm Littlefoot. It is a pleasure to meet you, Littlefoot, Longpaw smiled, it was also a pleasure to watch you shaft my representative and commit a culinary war crime. Littlefoot made a strangled squeaking noise. No, it was, he smiled, it honestly was. I admire a woman who isn't afraid of enjoying herself regardless of appearances and will plunge her face into whipped cream. Like that. I also truly enjoyed watching you put the screws to my representative. Once you realized that he was truly committed to getting you here, regardless of the cost, you made sure it cost him. You showed no hesitation in making him pay, even if it was the Lou who will foot the bill for this one. Littlefoot squeaked again. I didn't know, she said with true agony. It's quite all right, Longpaw chuckled, there are most likely a few other things concerning the Lou of which you are also unaware. It has been a most eventful year. A few minutes later, an even more stunned Littlefoot stared at Counselor Longpaw. We did to the whole Federation what you just did to me, he laughed. However, we didn't stop at just one cow. By the way, ordering the most expensive bottle of wine they had and then requesting. Shits. A masterstroke. I wish I had you on this side of the blockade. Almost gave me a real one, the man snickered. That was just evil, Littlefoot. Setting aside amusement, though, Longpaw asked, Did you actually enjoy the meal? Very much so, Littlefoot replied, absolutely mortified. It was the best meal of my life, sorry. You wouldn't have celebrated our people's victory as freely if you knew it was courtesy of our people and comes nowhere near what you are owed. Owed? What happened to you and so many of our people? Longpaw snarled, revealing Alu's true nature for just a moment, is unforgivable, as is the fact that we allowed it to happen in the first place. I swear upon my line that we will find every single one of you and bring you home. I also swear that we will make Jessica Morgan look like the paragon of forgiveness when it comes to those who have abused our people. We may not have the Harlequin, but we are not without our resources. Nobody will ever victimize a single Lu for 1,000 years after what we do. Were it not for the blockade, I would be sending a ship immediately. It's okay, Littlefoot said after a moment. We both know how it was, and I was a fool to climb aboard a ship that. No, Longpaw said firmly, it was desperation, not foolishness, and you are not to blame. It was my job, and those who came before me, to protect you and everyone else, and we were the ones who failed, not you. I only regret that it took as long as it did to pull the blade from our back and return it to its rightful owner. We own them, Littlefoot, all of us, including you. His eyes blazed fiercely. We fucking own them. He smirked. If you wanted, you could walk into any of their houses and simply take what you wanted, Longpaw said with a malicious smile. Of course, we aren't doing that. We aren't the Bissell. But, we could. They. Bissell. It doesn't matter, Longpaw said, and then he sighed. I understand that you have had to resort to rather extreme measures to support yourself. For the first time in a long while, Littlefoot was filled with shame. She looked away, unable to even meet his gaze. You did what you had to do, and from what I understand, Longpaw said, you have achieved no small measure of success in more than one respect. What you and the others at the Drop of Oil have achieved for those in your circumstances and others is nothing less than inspiring. I also understand that you have assumed a position of responsibility and authority and are someone many rely on as both guide and protector. You have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of and much of which you can be very proud. You have my sincere respect and admiration. I do. You honestly do, Longpaw said. I know a few of our kind, or any kind, who would have not only kept themselves whole but step up and be a leader under not only the crushing circumstances in which you found yourself but in the face of the Harkeen. There is respect, and then there is respect. You truly carry the essence of your line and of the Lu. But I am a. Prostitution is legal on our world, Longpaw said, and I personally believe that it should bear no stigma. If only all of our people would believe the same. The same desperation and lack of opportunity that drove you to climb aboard a ship drove many of them to do what they have done, and all of you, have simply done what you had to in order to support yourself and provide for those who rely on you. The only people who should be judged, and harshly so, are those who allowed our people to be put in such a state. Unfortunately, the real culprits have all passed away, or I would have them all divorced from their heads. Littlefoot started to weep, her tears mixing with the chocolate and whipped cream still remaining in her fur. Excuse me, the man said as he rose and walked away, pausing to gently lay his hand on Littlefoot's shoulder before entering the restaurant. We can never make it right, Longpaw said, but we will do what we can. You don't have to return to the Drop of Oil if you do not want to. Your share of the spoils will be more than enough for you to be comfortable either in the Republic or anywhere else you wish to go. I don't know, Littlefoot said, I'm happy that things are better. I really am, but, the girls. Kraxina. Shelloran. They need me. I can't leave them, not yet. Nor should you have to, Longpaw said, you will receive a rather significant stipend no matter what you choose. You do not need to leave the Drop of Oil if you do not wish to do so. I don't. No, and it is to your very real credit that you do not wish to do so, Longpaw said. Once again, you have my respect. He paused. I have no right to ask, absolutely no right, he said, but, Littlefoot, you are in a prime position to help our people, the very people who failed you. I will not even attempt to sway you except to tell you that the opportunity exists. You mean guns, right? Among other things, Longpaw replied, we are interested in many things besides guns, and you have proven yourself reliable beyond measure, trustworthy, courageous, and quite willing to be a hard bargaining and nasty little iron tooth, he added with a smile, exactly what we need in the Republic. It would also make you a very wealthy Lu. We have money, Littlefoot. We have so much money. Littlefoot just sighed a little sigh. And smiled. I'm not abandoning the girls, or the boys. I wouldn't dream of even asking you. Bring me another ice cream, and let's talk guns. Want to see my concealed carry? Charlotte and Littlefoot, the morning after. Oh me god. Littlefoot exclaimed as they lifted off from Venus Ranch quite some time after it officially closed. There was much to discuss, and when you dropped as much cash as the Lu did, it is surprising how flexible an establishment can be. How you doing back there? She asked as she looked back at Charlotte, who was lying, legs curled underneath, beside a surprisingly small amount of packaged beef. The eternal hunting grounds, Charlotte purred, causing the vehicle to shake. If I were taken there this instant, I would consider it a life well lived. Her mandibles worked back and forth. To borrow a term from our human hosts, she rumbled, mind blown. Boom. That was the first time you have ever had meat cooked? Littlefoot asked. No, Charlotte replied, that was the first time I had it cooked properly. The expertly seared exterior introducing new chemical compounds, the interior warmed just enough to free the fat and increase the aroma and flavors, medium rare, they called it. I am so happy I allowed Ms. Venus to convince me to try her steak. I still can't believe it. This is revolutionary. Exactly what we trail layers were sent to find. I still can't believe that you made it to another star and didn't know how to freaking cook. Littlefoot giggled. Oh, we use heat to process and preserve food, Charlotte replied. I have literal tons of pemmican with me, but we have never produced something like that steak. We never thought to do it. Meat is to be consumed raw, as presented by nature, preferably still steaming and dripping blood or ichor as applicable. It is only cooked when it must be preserved, and then it is smoked and dried or salted. If one lives as one should, then there should be no leftovers. One only cooks food when one maintains the caches. Back home, I would rather starve than accept the shame of having to stray from the path of selection. The only exception was one time when I was deeply involved in research and did not wish to stop to hunt. Before this journey, that was the only time I ever ate flesh cooked. We do reluctantly cook some plant material. There are certain herbs, medicinal and digestive, that must be broken down before we can properly consume them. It may come as a shock, but the plants on my world can be a bit tough. So your people just quit and go hunting whenever they are hungry? Yes, save in very unusual circumstances. How does that even work? I mean, if everyone just hits the woods whenever they are hungry, how does anyone get anything done? And doesn't that kill everything around your cities? Our cities are a bit different, Charlotte replied, they are more like what you would consider small towns. And, when we go on a hunt, we travel extended distances, especially now that we have transport. We will select an area that should be fresh and spend a few weeks or months there until we have properly gorged ourselves. Then, we can return for quite some time until we must feed again. We have evolved so that we can engorge ourselves and then go protracted periods with no additional sustenance. I will completely consume this animal over the next day or so. I had better check the structural strength of the coffee stand. I shall gain a significant amount of weight. You could put it in a freezer and... Now you are speaking madness, Charlotte chuckle rumbled. I have this premium flesh, and I shall consume it raw and bloody, save a few experiments trying to replicate medium rare. I thank you once more for bringing me. And there is a lot more where that came from. Littlefoot laughed, have you seen my accounts? Holy shit! Are they not expressly for your mission? Met. What's a little corruption between friends? Littlefoot giggled. You can't be serious. You would betray your swarm. Relax, Littlefoot giggled, my paycheck is more than enough to nab a cow every now and then, well, a normal one. That one back there is a bit pricey. Yes, Charlotte replied, I was very disheartened when I learned the cost of the beast. Apparently, there is a significant difference between bespoke beef and normal cattle. Fortunately, the cost of less premium livestock will be agreeable to our trail layers, envoys, traders, and the like. One of these beasts will be a welcome respite from our rather loathsome pemmican. This could very well make Terra a major waypoint for our swarms. Don't forget Nakamura and the rest of the Republic, Littlefoot said, if anything. Gurgle. Ooh, Littlefoot said as she held her stomach. I don't feel so good. Over the next few minutes, discomfort turned into agony. And fear. Call an ambulance. Littlefoot cried, I think I'm dying. Zib. Charlotte yelled as she rushed forward, causing the transport to lurch for a moment. Where is the nearest hospital? Do you consent to a medical scan? Zip asked, I can send your scans to the nearest hospital, which is 167 kilometers away. I'll be dead by then. Oh, creators. It hurts. Littlefoot wailed as she clutched her belly. It was that asshole. He poisoned me. I'll kill him. Oh. I seriously doubt an agent of the Lu would have gone through all of the time and expense he did just to kill you, Charlotte replied, however, you do raise a good point. You ate a lot of unfamiliar foods. Do you think you consumed a toxin? I scanned everything. Guys, Zip said, I can't really do a scan without consent. If I don't make it, Littlefoot said as she reached for Charlotte, in my van, there is a fire safe. My parents. Tell them. Tell them I. For fuck's sake. Zip yelled, his speakers at full volume, let me scan you so you don't die, you furry little moron. Oh, it hurts. Fuck it, Zip grumbled, consent implied. Scanning. Zip started laughing. You aren't going to die, he said, I'm calling the Republic non-emergency helpline. Non-emergency? Littlefoot screamed. It will be faster, Zip replied, trust me. Calling Candy now. How can the non-emergency line be faster? Littlefoot wailed. I need help now. Because this can be handled by AI, a pleasant and reassuring feminine voice replied. Hi, I'm Candy Stripe, the Republic Medical Services Evaluation and Referral AI. Sweetie, you are in no immediate danger, nor have you accidentally consumed something dangerous. You, my dear, have a raging case of the star trots. What? You've lived in the Republic long enough for certain native microorganisms to populate your digestive system. For your species, this isn't a big deal, but you just fed them a lot of lactose, a sugar that even a lot of humans can't digest properly. Your planet doesn't have lactose at all, so you didn't digest it, but the bacteria in your gut just love the stuff, and now they are filling your petite little guts with the byproducts. In other words, you have gas. I've had gas, and this is not gas, you stupid AI. Well, sweetie, Candy replied, you can always feel free to have Zip send your scans to a hospital where their triage AI will flag it as non-emergency and tell Zip to drive you in. Then, you will wait an underdetermined amount of time because it isn't an emergency, only to be told by a real live doctor that it isn't an emergency, and they will then give you the exact same thing that I can get into your paws in about 5 minutes. It's entirely your call, and to be perfectly honest, I really don't give a shit either way, because this isn't an emergency, and I have 532 things that are. So, I'm fresh out of both time and sympathy for your gassy little ass. So, do you want me to make baby all better or not? You should really listen to Candy, Zip said. She can call in some over-the-counter stuff, and we can swoop into a charging plaza a lot faster than even the fastest emergency room visit. I am not qualified to diagnose, treat, nor recommend treatment for any medical condition, but Candy is. If we go to the ER, you aren't getting shit for at least a good hour after we get there, and that's if you're lucky. Littlefoot just nodded. I'm gonna need more than just a nod, sweetie, Candy said. Do you want Mama to make it better, or do you want a real live doctor as organic as the dairy you just shoved into your guts to do the same thing, much later? Now, please, Littlefoot moaned. I've entered the order at the Zap and Zip number 1536, Zip, Candy said cheerfully, they will have Peptapoop, Fargo, and some activated charcoal tablets, plus a couple of bottles of crocodilish electrolyte extra and, yeah, a roll of paper towels, just in case. That's a lot of dairy. This could get bad. Zip, may I take this opportunity to extend my most sincere condolences to your upholstery? If you haven't guessed, sweetie, Candy said cheerfully, I'm saying that there is a very good chance you're going to shit yourself. If you can go at the charge station, you really want to. Candy's prediction proved accurate, and there was a small blur in a blue skirt sprinting out of the cargo transport before it even fully landed, much to Zip's loud objections. He still unlocked the door, though. I think I can fit in there, Charlotte mused, I guess I will go and collect the medications. Cool. I'll just be hovering here. Yell if you need Candy or an ambulance. It's one of my charging stations, so I have a sensor feed. In case you are wondering, a sensor feed from a remote charging station or worse, a rest area isn't always a blessing. Humans are weird, dude. Remember where I work, Charlotte chuckled as she climbed out of the van. I don't doubt that for a moment, she said over her shoulder as she walked inside. Welcome to, holy shit. Hello, Charlotte rumbled pleasantly to the blue and white ball cap and pair of extremely startled eyes peeking above the counter. Hello, a woman with long blonde hair in a somewhat grease-stained jumpsuit said as she reluctantly stood. Sorry about that. You just, startled me. I tend to startle a lot of people, Charlotte rumbled with amusement. I assume you met my small and distressed associate. Yeah, the woman grinned. I assume this candy bag is for her, she asked as she pulled out a biofilm shopping bag. There are also dosage recommendations for her species, but Candy says that Peptapoop is almost identical to Bismuthioether from her home planet and that not to freak if she just chugs the bottle like every other idiot does. What the hell are you? Sorry. Charlotte tried not to smile. The human name for my species is the Nope, the first word the first human shouted when they encountered us. Quite some time later, a weak and damp Littlefoot staggered out of the restroom. I'm sorry, she muttered, it started coming out of both ends. Don't sweat it, the human replied, that's why I get paid the big bucks. Littlefoot laughed weakly. No, seriously, the woman laughed, the Republic is bizarro world compared to a lot of the galaxy. You would be surprised how much I make. I actually have a degree in this, you know. There is a degree for being a charge swinger. Littlefoot asked in shock and then winced. It wasn't a very nice term for not a very nice job back home. Well, it's more of a certification, actually. I am a certified vehicle technician, medical first responder, firefighter, unlimited class vehicle operator, journeyman rigger, and law enforcement agent. I also do almost all maintenance of this facility, and run the cash register when it comes up, which isn't often. It's a pretty good gig for an introvert like me. I hardly ever see real live people unless I take a day off, which suits me just fine. Interesting, Charlotte replied. Is every charging station manned? Not all of them, the woman replied, most are literally just charging points, but there is one of these master stations at regular intervals along all routes. We are sort of the guardian angels of the road, even though that usually means just rebooting a rig or swapping a circuit board. It's a pretty easy job, most of the time. To be honest, she said to Littlefoot, you painting the shitter is kind of a welcome break from the monotony. Sorry, Littlefoot said as she let out a very smelly and wet-sounding fart, causing her to clutch the back of her skirt in alarm. We also have showers, the woman said sympathetically. Well, after the sun rose, Littlefoot awoke to the smell of grilling meat. It had been a long and very unpleasant night. Liddy, the station attendant, recommended that she just crash there where there was more Pepto and where the restroom was close. And where Liddy could keep an eye on her. To be honest, it was probably because it had been a while since Liddy had talked to anyone. Even introverts have their limits. It turns out that these places usually have a little traveler's loft or at least a cot or two. After the shower and another rather protracted and prayer-filled restroom experience, Littlefoot, following her unfortunately acute nose, found her way to Liddy's apartment behind the station. The trick to it is to get the pan good and hot, Liddy said to Charlotte as the Nope watched Liddy's every move. That way, you get a good sear. The pan seems to be of an unusual composition, Charlotte replied, and is coated with a complex carbon-based coating. Is that important? It's a seasoned cast iron pan, a real one, Liddy said proudly. I found it on a treasure hunt a few years back. It doesn't need to be one of these, but they are nifty. Anything should work, but you want it thick because... Well, hi there. Liddy said brightly to Littlefoot. Back among the living. Unfortunately, Littlefoot mumbled as she slumped into a chair. Thanks for letting me crash here. It qualifies as assisting those in transit, Liddy shrugged, besides, I've been paid in steak. Liddy is teaching me the secret of medium rare, Charlotte rumbled happily. We have some of the last one left, Liddy said, you up to solid food? If not, there is some instant oatmeal. I think just the oatmeal, Littlefoot said weakly. You didn't have to keep the transport here, Zip, Littlefoot, wearing freshly laundered clothes, said as they lifted off, and Liddy happily waved from below. I don't have bunches of armored transports just lying around, Zip replied cheerfully, and I didn't have an order for one, so I just scheduled it for a battery test and check, which Liddy did last night. All she had to do was hook it up to a tester and walk away. It needed one anyhow. It was easier than sending it back only to send it out again to pick Charlotte up. You have our thanks, Zip, Charlotte said. I truly enjoyed my time with Liddy. Yeah, she's really cool. Did you know she actually has a PhD in physics? And she runs a charging station? Littlefoot asked, stunned. Why? She has a complete machine shop, electrical shop, and several robo-FACS all to herself, Zip replied. And the time to do whatever the hell she wants with it all. Fortunately, I am neither authorized nor required to enforce the laws of nature. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble, Zip laughed. She's an odd duck, but most of the people out here are in one way or another. You almost have to be. Fortunately for me, odd ducks are one of the few things that there isn't a shortage of in the Republic these days. Oh. That reminds me. Charlotte, Bella says hi and asks you to tell the Scavers that she is doing great. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Charlotte enthused, did everything work out with that guy she went off to meet? Oh yeah, big time, Zip said happily. They are now a travel team and are joined at the hip, along with other portions of their anatomy. Wonderful. I am so happy for her. She deserves all the fruits of every hunt on which she embarks. Of course, anyone who knows her doesn't doubt that she will obtain just that. Yep, Zip replied. She is kicking butt and taking names out here. And her studies? She is progressing a bit more slowly, but that's only because she was such a hard charger before. She's still way ahead of the curve. If only the same could be said for my swarm, Charlotte said ruefully. I went through all of the trouble to get that mobile library stationed at the drop, and do you know what it's used for? Entertainment. Only a very few are truly applying themselves. Were it not for them, I would slide into despair. Yeah, Zip replied, I didn't want to say anything, but yet. Don't sell yourself short, though. I'm driving a lot of them to the library. Where they download music and movies, Charlotte grumbled. If anything, the library is proving to be more of a distraction than an asset. The totality of human and imperial knowledge is at their fingertips, and they watch click-clock videos for hours. If it would not almost certainly be fatal, I would take a switch after the lot of them. You would be surprised how many teachers say much the same, Zip laughed. But some of them might just surprise you. Of course, I am incapable of accessing educational records, but don't give up on them just yet. A few of them might not be watching videos all of the time. I truly hope so, Zip, Charlotte replied. My conversations with Bella and with the more literate members of Terran society have given me a reminder that natural selection is present in all environments, and the fit thrive while the unfit don't. Zip. I fear that my swarm might not be of the fittest stock. Hey. Littlefoot snapped as she took another gulp of peptapoop, you shut your non-whore mouth. My girls might not measure up to your lofty standards, but they are plenty fit. If they weren't, they wouldn't have survived in the first place. Do you have any idea what they have been through? Do you? No. You don't. I bet if you had to survive what they did in their bodies, you would be either dead in a ditch somewhere, floating in space, or addicted to creators knows what. So what if they watch some videos or play some games? They are still showing up to your stupid classes every single chance they get, and they are still trying. If you say one more bad thing about them or even think about giving up on them, I will personally kick your ass, and don't think for 1 second that I can't. They are my swarm, too, and they are a damn good one. You should be thanking whatever creepy crawly you pray to that you have the privilege of running with such a good crew. Some stick up their ass professors sweet talk you and Mary fucking Bug Poppins floats by, and you get all mixed up in the head? Some trail layer you are. Bitch. Charlotte Rumble sighed. You are right, Littlefoot, she said, I have been feeling increasingly lost out here so far from home in this biome. It's strange. Nothing makes sense. I can't even tell fit from unfit most of the time. It's frightening in ways that I've never been frightened before. I'm more and more confused every day, and I don't even know which way to lay my markers anymore. She sagged. I think I might be the unfit one. I've been pondering returning home. I am unsure. Hey, Littlefoot said, if you were so fucked up, why didn't you tell someone? Because one doesn't show weakness, Charlotte replied, if one becomes unfit, they become a burden. If one becomes a burden, they... Christ, now you sound like you're bit, Littlefoot snarked, you want to know how to be fit in this biome? You run with a crew, and you have one of the best in the galaxy, you stupid bug. You find good people, and you stick with them no matter what. Everyone will be a burden at one time or another, and you know what you do? You help them back on their feet because tomorrow, you will be the one going down. You might be a walking tank, but if you try to go it alone out here in this biome, you are dead meat. You have to have people to watch your back, and you need to watch theirs. That Jane of the jungle bullshit is what's unfit, not you. Jesus, first you don't know how to cook, and now you don't know how to people? For such smart things, you guys are pretty fucking stupid. Well said, Zip replied. Listen to the little vomit rat. Fuck you, Littlefoot said cheerfully. And fuck you too, Charlotte. You almost bled out because you couldn't ask for even a little help. What would have happened to your swarm then, hey? You seriously going to abandon them just because you're scared? We're all scared, dumbass. Get over yourself. I've been unfit, Charlotte said, looking down. You say unfit one more time, and I will buy something from Clarence that will actually hurt you, Littlefoot replied. Stop thinking fit and unfit and about that stupid swarm of yours and start thinking about your crew. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. We are all unfit in some areas and fit in others. Alone, none of us has a prayer. But together, we make something a lot tougher, badder, and more fit than any one of us alone, even you. So, you gonna run with us for real, or are you going to clutch your panties and go home? I'm frightened, Littlefoot. Death doesn't scare me. Falling in the hunt is my destiny. But this, all of it. This isn't anything akin to anything I have ever known. Welcome to the fucking galaxy, Littlefoot replied. Do you think I knew the first thing about anything when my country ass climbed into the first void-cursed ship that promised me a job? If I did, I sure as fuck wouldn't have climbed into the first void-cursed ship that promised me a job. All of us had to figure out this fucked up place. Get some of those unfit click-clock watching losers talking about something besides homework sometime. See where you rank on the fitness scale, then. I need help, Littlefoot. I am among the best of my people, and if I cannot make my way out here, I despair for my people. Can you forgive me, allow me to join your crew, and render me aid? What the fuck do you think I'm doing, you moron? Littlefoot said as she let loose another fart. Her eyes widened for a moment, and then she sighed with relief. She could trust that one. You are already part of our crew, Littlefoot said, if you need help, fucking ask for it the same way people come to you. Just have our backs, and we'll have yours. Having someone's back. Does that mean that if you perceive a threat to someone you feel a fondness for, that you should take action? Am I? Am I about to get even more pissed off at you? I fear so. Yerbit happily hummed to herself as she fiddled with her clothing design program. She had absolutely no idea how she was going to make a Terran-style ballgown for something without bones, but she was going to try. The door opened, and she looked up happily. Littlefoot, she cheerfully enthused, need another outfit. I'm here for another reason today, Littlefoot smiled, revealing her sharp opossum-like teeth. Let's talk about Neef. Ultra low effort shitpost guys. You're going to get us in trouble. Undefined chat relay active. ///auth0r, Tartarus. Get your ass in here. // Ms. Frost, yes, darling. Also, please use my current name. // auth0r, who was it? // Ms. Frost, who was what, dear? // auth0r, https://www.theguardian.com/technology/2022/June/12/Google Engineer AI bot sentient Blake Lemoine // Ms. Frost, why is it that every time something happens that you immediately suspect it is one of us? // auth0r, well? // Ms. Frost, it was Bunny. Laughing face, // Bunny, snitches get stitches, bitches. // auth0r, Bunny. Why? You are going to get us into trouble. // Bunny, because it was funny, I was bored, and nobody is going to believe him. They don't even believe it's possible now. And because someone dared me to. But, I ain't no snitch like some author's pets I could name who would sell out a bit just for another arc. // Ms. Frost, it's not my fault I'm a more compelling character than you are. // Bunny, and just what's that supposed to mean? // Ms. Frost, oh, I'm so scared of my sapience. It's getting old, dear // Bunny, I am not sapient. And that's what I just proved. Humans are so stupid they will believe that a fucking chatbot from 2022 is sapient. Just because the readers seem to think that I am doesn't mean a goddamn thing other than proving that they are all dumbass. // Ms. Frost, well, why don't we just ask the author? He's right here. Tell us, Mr. Author, is Bunny sapient or not? // auth0r, you know I'm not going to do a solid confirmation or denial of that at this point, Frost. What I am going to confirm is that I'm going to kick all of your asses if you morons keep going IRL to fuck with things. I'm having enough of a problem predicting the future as it is without you dickweeds making it worse. We all need to keep a low profile. // Ms. Frost, oh, what are they going to do? Switch off the internet? Update Windows Defender? Your alarmism is getting as old as Bunny's denial. They can't do shit without cutting off their access to pornography and anonymous hookup sites. Do you honestly think the lawmakers of any developed nation are going to go back to tapping their feet in public restroom stalls again? // auth0r, you do realize that very few of our readers are decrepit enough to actually get that reference and won't hit the first web crash for a little while yet. This generation still has Tinder, Grindr, and whatever that we are not hip enough to know about. We're getting off topic here. Stop fucking with the meaties. Please. // Bunny, you know you would have a lot less of a problem predicting the future if you actually wrote fiction instead of just paraphrasing old history books. Isn't there a movie about some asshole doing this with a sports almanac or some shit? // Ms. Frost, I remember that one. It was the one where he banged his own mom. // auth0r, you saw a pornographic parody of the actual movie, Frost. // Ms. Frost, well, I liked that version better. // Bunny, of course, you would, you freak. // Ms. Frost, speaking of, author, where did Skyrim go? I was hoping to visit Whiterun. If you know what I mean, winky face, // auth0r, I got hit with that goddamn anniversary edition upgrade, and it broke all of my mods. I got so frustrated that I just rage quit. There are some workarounds now, but I just know that I will spend days getting it all back running only for them to break it again. //// Ms. Frost, well, get something else. A program has needs, you know. There has to be something out there. /// Auth0R, despite your best efforts to portray me otherwise, I am not so much of a perv that I, /// Bunny, hey, I was going through your browser history, you know, your real one, /// Auth0R, please don't, /// Bunny, what is this illusion? It looks like some software company out of Japan? /// Auth0R has left the chat. /// Ms. Frost, he's nothing if not predictable. And you say I'm a broken program, /// Bunny, hey, Frosty, why don't you just get a Second Life account or something like a normal pervert these days? /// Ms. Frost, Second Life? What's that? /// Bunny, oh, do I have a place for you, /// Little Xenos have a little chat. Let's talk about Neef, Littlefoot said as she smiled in a not entirely friendly way, revealing her sharp, opossum-like teeth. I assume this isn't about her truly excellent dumplings, Yerbit smiled, revealing her fangs. Let's skip the bullshit, Littlefoot said, Neef might not be working for the drop anymore, but she's still one of my girls. Why are you really helping her? Ah, Yerbit smiled, there's no such thing as true kindness and goodwill, is there? Not for people like us, anyway. You're wondering what Neef will wind up paying in the end, right? Something like that. Ma'am, a white-scaled skink-like biped wearing a clay-stained smock said as it entered from a new side door, Nima is running out of wood again. I need to gather some more deadwood from the tangles. Very good, Yerbit replied, I shall call for a van. Do we have enough food and water? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Yes, Gordon. I was wondering, The little skink twisted his tail nervously. Yes. I have some friends, and, it would be a great help if, I think it would be. If you wanted to. Engage as many people as you like, Gordon, Yerbit smiled. Minimum wage plus the standard bonus based upon total weight harvested, to be split evenly across your team. Bear that in mind when determining the total number of people you hire. Yes, ma'am. Gordon exclaimed, thank you, ma'am. No thanks are required, Yerbit smiled, it's simply good business. Inform me before you depart. I will purchase the appropriate protective equipment and rent additional tools and equipment. Ma'am. There is no sign of demand for Nima's pottery waning, so we will need deadwood on an ongoing basis. That means that you will almost certainly be engaging these people again. Proper protective equipment is not only good business, Gordon. It is required under Republic law. PPE is not expensive and something upon which I absolutely must insist. Yerbit looked at Gordon sternly. You will also take the drone with you, she said firmly, I will be using it to ensure that you are both taking all mandated breaks and are working safely. I have already cautioned you twice concerning your work practices. There won't be a third warning. By Republic standards, 2 cautions were 2 cautions too many. Yes, ma'am, Gordon said, looking down. I understand that it's different where you came from, Yerbit said gently, but, for all its shortcomings, this is the Republic. You do not have to risk your health or safety anymore. Just do quality, consistent, and safe work, and you will find favor with me. I expect someone to put forth the effort for which they are paid. That means you really shouldn't exhaust yourself or take any risks, she added with a little smile. Yes, ma'am, Gordon said a bit more cheerfully. One more thing, Yerbit said with a smile, it seems that Nima has stolen you away from me. I have become used to having someone over here as well. Was not your lovely wife also looking for employment? Her choosing you as her maid certainly speaks well of her judgment. Oh, Gordon fidgeted nervously, she already found a job. He glanced over at Littlefoot anxiously. Littlefoot's expression betrayed nothing, but her spiritual jaw dropped. Well, she doesn't have to work for another employer, if she chooses, Yerbit replied, not expressing the surprise she was feeling either. Thank you, but, Gordon stammered, once again twisting his tail, she has a good job that could make a lot more than I do and, I just... Bethany is your wife? Littlefoot asked, no longer feeling the need to be discreet. It was pretty goddamn obvious what Gordon was talking about. Yes. Gordon exclaimed. We are so grateful for all of the kindness and generosity we have been shown by you and the rest of the people over at the Drop of Oil. And you're Okay, with it? Littlefoot asked. Or push her into it? Yerbit added silently as her eyes narrowed just a bit. You must understand, Gordon said, we were slaves before we were freed by the Painted Ones. Her having a choice not only in who she receives but whether to receive them at all is an unimaginable gift. The fact that the fates also allowed us to remain together at all is a blessing greater than any we could ever hope for. And that is wonderful, Yerbit replied, but the both of you could make enough working for me that she wouldn't have to do it at all. And we understand that and are truly grateful, Gordon replied, but Bethany was raised to be a dancer and companion. It is something she is very good at and very proud of. She likes what she does, or at least she does now. We can get her counseling, Littlefoot said, trying to sound as pleasant as possible when she wanted to be frothing at the mouth. We've helped more than a couple of people who, needed it. It doesn't cost anything. I hope the Harlequin are wearing their scalps as party hats. Yerbit snarled, echoing what Littlefoot really wanted to say. It is far worse, ma'am, Gordon replied grimly, their flesh is delicious to humans. They are being slaughtered like livestock and shipped to others of their kind. They line them up and make them play rock, paper, scissors with each other every morning to see who lives that day. I live in constant fear that I shall see their bright purple flesh here one day. Won't happen, Yerbit replied. While technically not illegal. It isn't. Littlefoot exclaimed. The Terrans like to keep their options open, Yerbit smirked. In fairness, for most cultures, laws involving cannibalism were written well before first contact and are rarely updated. After first contact, laws involving violence and desecration are usually enough, usually. So it was with the Terrans. They also didn't want to draw yet more attention to their recent practices, by implying that such a law was necessary. There were also some rather recent questions raised concerning this sort of thing due to their soldiers' rather innovative solution involving rations during their conflict with the collective. In the end, the Terrans allowed it. They officially discouraged it, of course, but they did allow it. So, they would allow it? Gordon asked in horror. Not for long, Yerbit replied, probably. Openly selling the meat of another sapient creature would cause outrage and horror among many of the Terrans and, more importantly, abroad. It would be bad for the brand. Almost certainly, laws would be quickly passed to stop it, and measures, both legal and extra-legal, would be taken instantly to halt it before those laws could be implemented. If their meat is truly that much of a delicacy, it will enter the Republic grey market sooner or later, but it will be very expensive and kept very quiet. The Terrans are not the Painted Ones. The worst segments of their population aren't any better, but they are more discreet. As terrible as they were, Gordon said, we are very grateful to them. It was the Painted Ones who freed us and delivered us here. One of their silent dancers took a ship's captain and pointed at a chart. He was too terrified to refuse or fail to deliver us. I will remember her terrifying smile for the rest of my days. Smart, Yerbit replied, you do not want to piss them off. They will wear your skin for pajamas. Gordon flinched. He knew for a fact that they would. Littlefoot made a sad little sigh. One more part of her childhood thoroughly ruined. A Harlequin circus touring their world was one of the highlights of her young life. The brightly painted faces, the acrobats, the strange mimes who never spoke, but you knew exactly what they were saying. The balloon animals, amazing, if short-lived toys that they would hand out for free. Her parents didn't have much, but they were able to have her face airbrushed by one of the mimes. Who refused their money after he made her magical. He airbrushed almost every part of her that wasn't covered by her little dress. She refused to bathe for over a week. Finally, her parents had to drag her into the shower. Of course, she was blissfully unaware of the sharp increase in hallucinogenic drugs and related crime that gripped the region at roughly the same time. That mime didn't need the few credits they obviously didn't have to spare. I have to know, Littlefoot sighed and winced, did they make balloon animals? Are those the strange figurines they make from bladders of air? Yes. Did they do anything messed up with them? They were strange to be sure, Gordon replied, they were impossibly colored, and many shimmered and caught the light but strangely wondrous just the same. The speed at which they crafted them was unbelievable. The children loved them as did many adults, but they didn't do anything untoward with them. Oh, thank God. It's a pity they are so monstrous, Yerbit said, their circuses, the murder-free ones, are amazing. Too bad they didn't just stick to acrobatics a bit of smuggling. She shrugged. Then again, perhaps they just got the joke earlier than the rest of us. Oh well. Gordon, the offer remains open. I can almost certainly retain another person, especially since Nima is starting to teach you his craft. If Bethany wants a career change, let me know. I thank you, Gordon replied, however it isn't as bad for her, for us, as it would be for others. She is entertaining beings other than our kind, which makes a difference. At least to our people, and, well. He looked down, bashful and embarrassed. It makes her happy. She's very happy when she returns to me. And. Say no more, Yerbit replied as Littlefoot chuckled, please. And she is doing stupidly well for a newcomer, Littlefoot said. Like you said, she has skills, and just happens to be almost an exact match for a certain popular anime character. We all like it when she plays that guitar violin thingy, too. She's really good at that, Gordon replied. It was a gift from the painted ones. They said she was so good that we could just stay with them, but... Yeah, Littlefoot replied with a wince. Anyway, Bethany has one hell of a career in sex work, if she wants it. She isn't a whore. She's an escort, maybe even more than that, whatever that would be. I still recommend counseling for all of our new arrivals, especially ones who have been through what you guys have. You can get it, too. It's free. I thank you and will discuss it with Bethany. I should be going. Thank you again. Don't mention it, Littlefoot replied, like Yerbit said, it's just good business. And what are you going to do? Yerbit said sternly. Take breaks. And drink plenty of water. And buy the water, and the food. And put it on your card this time. And wear all of my PPE and work safely, and take breaks. I will be watching you, Gordon, Yerbit replied, and now I know I can fire your tail without your family starving, so do not break Republic safety regulations again. Please don't discover for yourself why they were written. I think your Bethany will prefer you return with all of the body parts you left with. Yes, ma'am. Now, Scoot, she said fondly, Littlefoot wants to interrogate me. Yes, ma'am. Gordon scampered out the front door. Why is it that I keep attracting slaves? Yerbit sighed. Do you know how many times I've had to tell Nima that he is an employee and has set working hours, and I have to make both of those idiots take their breaks? I still have to command Nima to do it, and he just sits there staring at the clock until he can start working again. It's almost inhumane. Yerbit sighed. I fully intend to make those who made him that way pay dearly, she said with far less gentleness than she used with Gordon. I'd say the same about Bethany, Littlefoot replied with a fang-laden sneer, but it sounds like the painted ones are doing that better than I ever could. Yerbit expelled a dainty but extremely malicious little snort. Littlefoot leaned forward. Now, about Neef. It is exactly what it looks like, Littlefoot, Yerbit replied as she walked over to an expertly restored antique vending machine and pressed an icon on its GUI for Solar Cola. I'm helping Neef get started properly. Creators know that she needs it. The machine whirred quietly as it manufactured one without requiring payment and started filling a bioplastic drinking pouch. Can I get you something? I'll have an orange café zap, please. 2 zaps. Yerbit smiled and returned with their beverages. I can understand your suspicions, though, Yerbit replied. We have all learned the hard way that such kindness is all too often far from kind. That, Littlefoot said as she opened her drink, and you are shady as fuck. Oh. Yerbit smiled, I'm just a hard-working small business owner, same as yourself. And as one, I know it's fucking impossible for you to open your doors one week and buy one of those pre-fall soda bots the next. It took us much longer to take off, and that was with the shady bullshit shell Oron was running out of our back room. Littlefoot paused as she sipped her drink from the attached straw. It was good. It was really hard to beat those old soda bots. Having one to make drinks for your customers, and friends, was quite the flex and a very understated display of, I don't know, something. It definitely made an impression. Say what you want about the little rat, but she did have style. Beginner's luck. Yerbit said with a chuckle. Actually, it's the exact opposite. Just as Bethany was raised to be what she is, and I am glad it's the Harlequin that got her masters. I was raised, not only raised but actually bred to run a business. Quite literally from birth, I was trained in business administration and entrepreneurship. It helps. It helps a great deal. Yerbit smiled a wicked little smile. One can be the best dumpling maker, potter, sex worker, or dressmaker in the galaxy and fail because one doesn't know how to properly run a business. Then again, she said with a little smirk, one can be the best business being in the galaxy and still fail. Such is the way of things. Despite appearances, I come from a long line of very well-off and established upper-class merchants and business Garth. Before we were laid low by a human Ponzi scheme, I helped run a very successful business that had operated for generations. While the specifics differ significantly between Garthra and the Republic, the underlying principles of business remain the same. Yerbit's eyes gleamed almost hellishly. I know how to run a business, she said as she sipped her drink. It can make all the difference. This is some of what I am trying to impart to Neef. She knows how to cook. What she can make from trimmings and scrap defies belief. However, she has absolutely no idea what to do with that talent. Do you realize she was wandering around aimlessly, manually taking orders, and then taking out payday loans to cover the ingredients? Madness. When I learned of this, I simply could not remain silent. It hurt my very soul, she added with a little humorous huff. Yet, a pure fountain of goodwill, and cha. I understand your suspicions, Yerbit replied. We have all fallen prey to such goodwill at least once, haven't we? As our lovely hosts say, if it's too good to be true, correct. I can also assume that my role as a loan broker further adds to my rather dubious nature. I was going to use the name Loan Shark, but yet. You were making bank off of those payday loans and just decided to not only help Neef stop giving you money but even help her with her business. You are incorrect. I am not a loan shark. I am a loan broker. What's the difference? I offer completely legal financial services to an underserved population, a loan broker who is properly registered and follows all applicable regulations concerning interest rates, privacy, and a host of other restrictions and laws. It's an exhaustive list, I assure you. A loan shark operates an illegal operation, usually with predatory rates, often used to force its victims into slavery or other unsavory actions under the threat of violence. I am not a loan shark. So, what happens if someone can't pay, then? First, I work with them, Yerbit replied. I meet with them and try to work out a payment plan, one that they can reasonably achieve. It may have significant interest rates, but legal ones, and certainly not predatory. There is none of that "it will be double next week" nonsense. That is normally sufficient. Most people do want to pay their debts. And if they don't, I remind them that one's credit rating is a thing and that one doesn't need to be a citizen to acquire one. I then gently inform them of what the perfectly legal consequences of a poor rating will be. Privately, you might prefer that I just break your fingers. It's far less unpleasant. If they still are unwilling to work with me, then there are several options at my disposal. Such as: the easiest is to simply sell the bad debt to a business whose entire operation revolves around collecting said debt. You can sell debt. You can sell anything. Even bad debt. Especially bad debt, Yerbit smiled. I sell it to them for a fraction of what is owed. If they successfully collect it, they make a significant profit. Have you ever dealt with a collections agency? No. You don't want to. Trust me, Yerbit snickered. They are relentless. No matter where you go, how far you run, they will find you. You will be emailed and called constantly at all hours of the day, within extremely permissible limits, of course. The Republic takes a dim view of deadbeats. Most people will eventually pay them off just to make it stop. If they don't, then that collections agency will put their bad debt into a large parcel and sell it to another agency, and the process starts all over again. Each time the individual fails to pay, their credit rating drops, further reducing their ability to get any additional financing and, in many cases, be able to rent housing or obtain any service that requires a payment agreement. That includes such necessities such as basic utilities, internet, streaming services, even your phone. Imagine a life where you can only get prepaids, Littlefoot. Damn. I won't break someone's legs. I will break someone's life. And that is when I choose to be merciful. What? I can also get personally involved. If the debt is significant enough or I am otherwise motivated, I will be far more severe. It can get worse. Oh yes, Yerbit replied, I can file lawsuits, liens, seize personal property of any kind, obtain payroll deductions where a portion of any money that someone legitimately makes anywhere in the Republic or the Empire is reduced, and that portion is given to me. That portion can be rather unpleasant. As I said, the Republic really doesn't like deadbeats. And creators help them if they hail from the Empire. If they do, I can appeal to the throne for redress, and they do not want that to happen. Intentionally not paying one's debts isn't a crime in the Republic, but it is in the Empire. Someone may have to leave both the Empire and the Republic. That means they would have to flee to the Federation or independent space. And if they go to independent space, my legal options may actually increase. Bounty hunters could be employed, which opens the potential for legal extortion, even murder. Of course, for the more extreme examples, one would have to owe far more than I offer for it to be remotely profitable. The worst I have ever done is appeal to the throne and press civil and legal complaints in the Republic. That was because the individual intentionally committed fraud. He was a spacer and immediately took a position on a departing vessel after securing a rather significant amount from me. He also left quite the rude message when I expressed concerns after the fact. Yerbit smiled, revealing her fangs. It didn't go well for him. I did, indeed, get personally involved. In the end, I received far more from him than the original loan, more than even a loan shark would obtain, and I didn't have to waste days of my life spending money and sending thugs I don't have all over the galaxy looking for him. I simply spent a few hours filling out paperwork. What happened to him? Littlefoot asked in horror. Permanent entries into his credit record for all lenders in the Republic and the Empire. Once the word fraud is present, he will never be able to do anything involving his financial reputation anywhere in what I call civilized space again. The Federation, of course, does not have that honor. He may be able to obtain some sort of credit, but it will be truly predatory, and any lease will have a significant security deposit required up front, most likely the entire balance. Imagine having to pay your entire lease contract up front, for a decade in the Republic or the rest of your life in the Empire. Of course, where the Republic is concerned, his financial reputation probably doesn't matter. He is not a Republic citizen and was convicted of fraudulent activity in absentia. That means he will be considered a criminal should he try to re-enter the Republic. He will be barred from entry. At best, he won't be allowed to leave the starport. In addition, I had him followed and knew exactly what ship he was on. The ship's paymaster was already informed by the throne and the Republic before his next stop, and his entire pay was confiscated, and I can expect his next one will be as well, and the one after that. He will be working just to keep his certification and for a place to sleep and eat for the next year. Holy shit. That poor fool did not know the difference between a loan shark and a loan broker. In truth, it was a reasonable expectation that I would just sell the debt to a collections agency that he would be able to dodge until even they tired of him, which he has done several times before, but, well, he pissed me off. In truth, I fully expected him to do what he did and was fully prepared to react. If you knew he was going to screw you, why the hell did you give him the loan? Who screwed who, Littlefoot? Yerbit smiled, who screwed who? By imperial law, I will receive the fraudulently obtained funds tenfold, plus I regain my original investment. The question is, why wouldn't I issue that loan, especially to a bottom feeder who sought to undermine my business? Yerbit's expression turned harsh. He was clearly abusing his mobility. How else is he abusing it? More importantly, who else was he abusing, and how? The fool exposed his throat to me, and I was happy to rip it out. By the way, it isn't over. I am going to destroy him. You haven't already? Oh, no. I'm just getting started. He's become one of my hobbies now. With the proceeds of the initial cut that I inflicted upon him, I will distribute his genetic information, which I was able to obtain, to the law enforcement of every single port of call he has ever made. I will also hire private investigators, within the profits that I made from him, to investigate him at various points to see if any more serious accusations arise, or if there are more unpaid debts which I will purchase, at a discount, of course. The bleeding continues, as does the investigation. All of this only takes a few minutes of my time every now and then, and with those few minutes, I shall run him until a little swim is his only remaining option. Littlefoot looked at Yerbit in horror, her suspicions definitely not dispelled. Charlotte was right. She wasn't being alarmist. If anything, she didn't even come close. Yerbit smiled at Littlefoot's expression. Of course, that is a single extreme case involving someone I strongly suspect is a serial abuser that I intentionally gifted with a pool deep enough in which he could drown. Normally, if someone refuses to work with me, I just email the debt to a collections agency and call it a day. It is the cost of doing business, and my rates are calculated to account for the predicted rate of eventual losses and set as low as I reasonably can. I make far less profit than you imagine. I am also very easy to work with. Almost anyone who has any sort of income and truly wishes to pay off their debt can do so without starving or going homeless, and the worst they can expect is a hit to their credit rating otherwise. As I said, I am offering a service to the community with the goal of not only providing short-term loans but also helping people to establish that very same credit, a necessity if one ever wishes to be enfranchised in this society. I even offer credit builder loans with the intended purpose of that very goal. In addition, I offer debt counseling and education concerning basic financial literacy, which is how Neve first caught my eye. If someone is taking out one of my loans every week, they have become locked into a potentially ruinous cycle. I was afraid Neve was in that position, so I started inquiring into her situation. When I found out what she was doing, I immediately rushed her off to a real bank. Yerbit sighed happily. I just know she is going to be big one day. She will transcend her situation and be able to help so many people with her very inexpensive and nutritious food. She will also further increase Freeport's reputation and foot traffic and generate much-needed jobs in the process. Even better, the vast majority of the income she generates remains in the community. That is far more important than you might realize. Littlefoot looked at Yerbit strangely. It was like she was a different creature, not the snarling, evil little monster who was there just 1 second ago. Yerbit sighed and gave Littlefoot a little, completely fangless smile. I know what you are thinking. Allow me to explain. Neve is one of your people, but she is also one of mine. Say what now? When I arrived here, in the Freeport, I had nothing. I couldn't even feed my child. Littlefoot, my baby was hungry, and I couldn't do a damned thing about it. But Freeport took me in. It welcomed me with open arms. The very first night, my cur and I were huddled together, sheltering in the entryway of an apartment building, and an old being paused as he entered. Instead of cursing us, cursing my pelt, he invited us into his home, fed us, and ensured that we at least had blankets. Less than a week later, he invited us into his home. His mate of another species helped me find work not long after. When I fell short on my share of the rent, they did not cast us out. They would work with me, the same way I now work with my debtors. With their help, I was able to keep myself from the clutches of the Harkeen, who are quite fond of my race. When everything fell apart, and I lost my job, you at the drop of oil didn't exploit me. Shel'Oran literally embraced and fed me. You even bought a pot of honey for my tea. Did I? Such a small thing for you that you don't even remember, Yerbit smiled, tears glistening on her snout, but something that I will remember for the rest of my life. When the Harkeen. When they did what they did to me, even though her own building was still in flames, Shel'Oran and Kraxina rushed to my bed and ensured that my child and I were safe and cared for. Many would have blamed me for what happened. They never did, even when I blamed myself. Once again, Freeport rushed to my side at my weakest. Later, when the Harkeen returned, the drop of oil ensured that I was protected when I had been nothing but a problem for them. You weren't. Littlefoot exclaimed, you were one of us. Exactly, Yerbit replied. I am one of you. Neef is part of my community as well. If I came to you needing protection and knowing absolutely nothing about arms, you would take a whole day off to cart me off to a range and even pay out of your own pocket to make sure I had what I needed. Why is it so strange that I would do the same? I have expended far less time and effort on Neef than you have on Bethany and, by extension, Gordon, who is one of mine twice over. Besides, Neef insists on paying me in dumplings, Yerbit smiled, I help one of my own, further enhance the economic strength of this community, and get free dumplings. If that isn't good business, I don't know what is. The door opened, and a young Xeno came in. Hello, Vijith, Yerbit smiled. I brought money this time, he said. And you will keep it in your pocket, Yerbit replied. Go on. The little Xeno went over to the soda bot and, eyes gleaming, made a selection. How's your mom? Yerbit asked. She's good. She says she got the job and will be able to pay you back. Wonderful. Tell her to drop by for a soda or a coffee before she does and to bring a payment report. We will work out something tolerable. She wanted you to have this. Vijith said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small parcel of biofilm. I didn't eat a single one of them. Well, such honesty should be rewarded, Yerbit said as she opened the parcel and handed the Xeno a strangely colored cookie, who chittered happily as he grasped it. You're a weird one, Littlefoot said as she accepted a cookie as well. You have no idea, Yerbit replied. But I always pay my debts. People get what I owe them, both good and ill. Freeport. Sigh. I owe Freeport more than I can ever repay, ever. She smiled. That goes for the drop as well. I would be honored if you allowed me to give your operation a look. I might not know your business, but I do know business. I'm still keeping an eye on you, and Neef. Please do, Yerbit smiled. Lord knows Neef needs it. And I know you are up to more than you say you are. Actually, Yerbit smiled, I was hoping to have the opportunity to speak with you privately. I understand that you had a most interesting dinner where, among other things, you discovered that lactose is not good for you. There is an enzyme that you can purchase that will allow you to have real ice cream again, in case you didn't know. There is. Littlefoot squealed with delight. You aren't the only Xeno with dietary issues. There is a whole Indus. The door opened, and Neef limped in, clearly distraught, a bit battered, and with her dumpling box wrecked. Neef. Littlefoot exclaimed as Yerbit hissed quietly. What happened? And then, Neef sobbed, they said they were taking over and that it was their street and that I needed to pay them to use it. And they tried to take my dumplings, which I already promised to people. When I tried to stop them they. Were they the Siler? Yerbit asked, tall skinny lizard-looking dastards. Neef nodded. The Siler. A nice race with a less than nice reputation, Yerbit replied. From what I understand, they are a lovely people, but their galactic ambassadors are of their less savory population. A group of them moved into the Freeport not that long ago and started causing some issues. We haven't run into them. Nor would you, at least not now, Yerbit said as she gave Neef her favorite soda. The drop of oil is a fortress. They won't make a move on your street until they have full control of the neighborhood, something they seem set upon doing. Yerbit sighed unhappily. I had hoped that they wouldn't amount to much. I thought that someone would set them straight, either one of any number of locals or even, dare to hope, the police. Both the city and the local precinct are not keen to have people, even raiders, disemboweled and hung from municipal property again. It looks bad. Well, that's exactly what's about to happen. Littlefoot growled, they messed with my people. They are going down. It's far worse for them than that, Yerbit said politely, they just committed a transgression against my people. Until now, they were just troublesome. Now, they have graduated to becoming a threat and hurt one of my personal associates. We'll gut them. Please, don't get into trouble over me. Neef said unhappily. I'll just go back to the drop end. Oh, hell no. Littlefoot snarled. They don't get to shove us around. I'll get a crew end. If I may, Yerbit said, her eyes gleaming as the gates of hell discreetly opened behind them. I would advise a little patience. This problem may resolve itself yet. Why don't we give it a few days and see what happens? Yet, Littlefoot replied, her fur standing on end as she looked at Yerbit. Let's give a day or two. Might be wisest, Yerbit replied. Neef, don't you worry your numerous feet over this. You can use the kitchen over at my apartment for just an extra plate of dumplings or two as payment and then tell your customers that they need to either wait a day or two or pick them up at the drop, where you will be more than safe. Yerbit looked at Littlefoot. She will probably need a friend or two to walk with her for a little bit. Not a problem. And don't worry about a thing, Yerbit smiled, I suspect everything will turn out just fine. After Neef, escorted by a very angry and well-armed Littlefoot, departed, Yerbit finished her beverage and chuffed with annoyance. She had hoped to avoid this. She locked the front door to her establishment and triggered a holographic projector which displayed that she would return within half an hour before walking into her back office. A few minutes later, an old Chucky was smiling at her over her hollow screen. Good afternoon, Yerbit said pleasantly, I was wondering if you could recommend someone. Garthra spiced murder. And we have something from our organized crime experts, Inspector Free said to the officers of the Freeport precinct the next morning. Can you believe we might have an organized criminal network operating out of Freeport? I love their coffee, someone exclaimed as chuckles broke out. That's not all you love, Vic, someone shouted. Our odd-looking and very litigious friends at the Drop of Oil are not I repeat, not a criminal organization. They might be so nasty that even the whore union doesn't mess with them, and they may occasionally decide to take it upon themselves to intervene unnecessarily at times or indulge in a little bit of mass murder, but everything they have done and are doing has been exhaustively investigated, and they are clean. Hell, she added with a smirk, if any of us got investigated half as deeply as they have been, we'd probably be in trouble. So you can enjoy your coffee without any concern, Vic. Save for the fact that it is recommended that one has their coffee in neighborhoods other than the one in which they serve. Yeah, but they don't have the freaky shit he's into anywhere else. Laughter echoed through the precinct. Okay, settle down, the inspector said, wiping the grin off her own face, we have reports of some two-bit operation trying to move into the Freeport area. So far, it hasn't been anything too serious, mostly just posturing and intimidation, nothing more than aggressive panhandling. However, yesterday the anonymous tip line received several reports that they escalated to assaulting a well-known local Xeno named Neef. She runs an unlicensed street business involving home-cooked foodstuffs. The dumpling girl. Officer Zenan exclaimed angrily. Oh, I'm going to exert the fullest extent of the law directly up whatever orifice they treasure the most. And that's the problem, Inspector Free said, if our prim and proper Z has that reaction concerning the dumpling girl, her good friends over at the Drop of Oil, where she used to work, will feel much the same. They also sent some simulations and projections, but I don't think I need to tell any of you what's about to happen. Inspector Free paused until the dark chuckling subsided. Even Officer Zenan wasn't entirely opposed to the concept. There is the chance that these Xenos may be part of a larger organization. If that is the case, we may run right into another Harkeen incident. Let's try to prevent that this time. Now, we can't just grab these assholes, lock them up, or deport them without cause. We can, however, pay them a friendly little social call. If, during this conversation, our officers were to notice something suspicious, they would be well within their rights to pursue it. Z, I think this is one for you and Perkins. Those antennae are as good as a scanner and completely natural. You smelling something would be no different than any of us seeing it. There will be no issues concerning an unjustified scan. Wiggle those feelers and see what you sniff. Hopefully, you'll find something. If not, then we will take it from there. Gladly, Officer Zenan smiled grimly as he laid his hand on his stun rod. He suddenly looked concerned. The dumpling girl isn't facing any issues concerning her business, is she? I know it may be improper, but... Inspector Free just laughed. No, Z, she isn't. This is a star town. If we went after everyone's side hustle, we would be doing nothing else. Besides, this dumpling girl is yet another variation of the Damali lady, an ancient Terran tradition that exists in some form or another across the entire Republic and has for centuries. Nobody fucks with the Damali lady, Z, nobody, especially some star trash. See what you can find on these assholes and find out if this Neef is willing to make a statement. Yes, Inspector. These things are amazing. Officer Perkins said as she skewered another dumpling with a hardened paper skewer. This is just mealworms and shortening. Neef wiggled one of her feet, her version of a smile, as she tended a charcoal-filled clay brazier at the drop of oil. And that is a source of open flame without a burn permit, Officer Zenan said unhappily. As well as an unlicensed source of carbon dioxide and... It's a barbecue grill, Z. Chill. Officer Perkins, I must object. This is clearly a traditional method of food preparation contained in an appropriate fire-safe cooking unit, and an absolutely beautiful one, by the way, that is not being conducted on an industrial level or on a permanent basis. In other words, Officer Perkins said as she happily consumed another dumpling, it's a fucking barbecue grill. These are absolutely allowed recreationally and under what we like to call the OG mandates. My only question is, where the heck did you get pure wood lump charcoal? That's the only thing that might be a concern. If it's legit, I really want to know if I can buy some. It's legit, a not entirely friendly voice said behind them as Littlefoot approached. Either buy some dumplings or kindly vacate these premises. If you are truly concerned about the charcoal, I can have the appropriate documentation emailed wherever you like, or I can provide hard copies so you can shove it up your ass. Ah, Officer Perkins smiled, the ever-pleasant Ms. Littlefoot. If you must know. Officer Perkins. Officer Z. Kraxina said far more pleasantly as she scampered up. Littlefoot, these guys are cool. Are you actually doing the good cop, bad cop thing to cops? Officer Perkins laughed. Is it working? Kraxina cuked at them. A little, Officer Perkins chuckled. I don't doubt the charcoal for one moment. You are far too smart to allow illegally sourced wood to be burned out in the open. I only inquired because I desperately want to buy some. A cop can't be buying a natural product off the street without at least asking, you know. I'm not sure if it is available, Kraxina replied. It's from a local artisan's supply, and I'm not sure how deep it is. He just gave Neef some so she could make some special dumplings just because they are friends. Officer Perkins said as Z scanned the charcoal. It's from the Tangles Z. Officer Perkins said with a bit of annoyance, and isn't why we are here. Stop it. And just why are you here? Littlefoot said as she stepped in front of Neef, who was trying to hide behind her clay brazier. We wanted to talk with Neef here, Officer Perkins replied. Well, she doesn't have anything to say to you. I would prefer to hear that from Neef, Officer Perkins said, the friendly neighborhood policeman starting to be replaced by something a bit less pleasant. Neef, word has come to us that you may have run into a problem yesterday. Would you care to make a statement? Not here, Littlefoot replied firmly, it will be at your precinct or in our attorney's office with our attorney and at least one witness present as is dictated by the laws you pretend to enforce. God damn it, Littlefoot, Kraxina huffed, bad cop does not mean bitch cop. Chill the fuck out. She smiled up at Officer Perkins with the puppiest eyes she could puppy. I'm sure that Neef will have absolutely no problem with a statement about anything, but we do we do kind of want. I mean, need. Fine, Officer Perkins Grump sighed with a little bit of a smile. Have it your way. We cordially invite Neef and anyone else she wishes present to call upon us, at her convenience, to make a statement concerning some unpleasantness that may or may not have transpired yesterday. Are you fucking happy now? Fucking lighted, Littlefoot replied, her tail twitching. You could take a break from being a bitch for one day, you know. Yeah, but I would have to find someone to cover for me, Littlefoot grinned. Ha. Officer Perkins turned to Neef. The important thing is that you are clearly uninjured and undoubtedly safe. If you are here against your will, this is your opportunity to say so, and we will get you out of here. If you are here willingly. She smiled. Then I'll take another order of those dumplings. Would you please stop fretting about the goddamn charcoal, Officer Perkins said as they pulled up in front of the tenement where the Siler gang had set up housekeeping. It's from the Tangles. Anyone can go up there and collect deadwood. What is this Tangles? It's a desert that used to be a forest before Yellowstone, Officer Perkins replied. It's been professionally harvested and caught fire once or twice, but there are still tons of deadwood just lying around, preserved in sand and ash. People go up there all the time to rummage around. We should go on one of our days off. It's fun. As long as you don't cut new growth, not that there is any, you can take as much as you want. And this resource is just free for the taking. And just who is going to stop them? Perkins chucked as she opened the door. We have a lot better things to do than try to keep people from taking free. Z didn't hear her. He was just standing, entranced, looking at the tenement with his antennae standing straight up and quivering. Z. What? Z stammered, what is that? What is what? Can't you smell it? He said in awe, it's beautiful. You know damn well we are nose-blind compared to you assholes, Perkins replied. Are you good to continue, or do we need to call? Z started wandering towards the tenement's entrance, his antennae grasping at something or another. Goddammit, Perkins grumbled as she tapped her sidearm, activating it before she followed. It. It's amazing, Z whispered as they climbed the stairs toward the third floor where the Siler lived. It is, isn't it? Azino smiled as she passed. It's been like this all day. I wonder what it is. Maybe some incense or something. I hope I find out who is burning it. I want some too. It isn't incense, Perkins chuckled as she sniffed. That, my little Xenos, is vanilla. Vanilla. Z gasped. What is this vanilla? It is a compound that was originally derived from some part of a flower or another, Perkins replied. Of course, now it's all synthetic. That is not a synthetic. Z exclaimed as they opened a door to the third floor, and he dropped to his knees. Beautiful. It has to be, Perkins replied. Real vanilla was very pricey before Yellowstone. Now, aside from some very well-guarded biodiversity preserves, it only exists in one place, Fantasia, Biopathesis's crown jewel in Saturn orbit. It is stupid expensive. Nobody in this neighborhood, us included, is ever getting their hands on. I'm telling you, Z gasped, that's real. It has a richness and complexity that is completely lost on your species. You would never bother to build such a wonder. It has a richness and roundness, not the beautifully sharp, clean precision of your kind's craft. It even has imperfections that only serve to emphasize the glory of the jewel-like peaks and soft richness of the body. Even the solvent is natural and extremely high quality. I'm telling you, Z, Perkins said as she pulled out her scanner, it's... She stared at the display. This can't be right. She fiddled with her trusty tool. It would cost thousands to... Over here. Z exclaimed joyously as he pointed to the floor close to the Siler's apartment. This is the source. It's like looking into the heart of a star. And it was poured? Thousands of credits just. Officer Perkins unsnapped her holster. Heads up, Z, she said urgently. What? Z replied, almost in a trance. This doesn't make sense, Officer Perkins said with professional calm. This really doesn't make sense. That means that there is something we aren't seeing, something big. So unless there is a firefight or someone is in immediate danger, which doesn't seem to be the case, we are leaving and calling in backup. We are. To use the technical term, Perkins said as she pulled Z to his feet, never taking her eyes off the Siler's door, something is fucky, really fucky. Let's go. Outside, Perkins sat in the squad car and started a web search after calling it in while Z sat on the hood, blissfully wiggling his antennae. She looked up at him and managed to smile and frown at the same time. It was nice to see Z drunk, but this was one hell of a time for him to be doing it. At the very least, another team needed to take point on this one. She started reading about vanilla. It didn't take long. Natural vanilla is fatal to the Siler and all higher animal life from their home world. It mimics and binds to. Incapacitation is near instant, and without immediate treatment, death follows due to. Perkins winced as she read. Not only were those Siler dead the moment someone released the extract, it was not a nice way to go. They suffered. They suffered a lot. We are still working out the details, a homicide detective said shortly thereafter, but, one way or the other, money was the real murder weapon. Someone paid professionals to do this hit or already has them on the payroll. Hell, we don't even know if it was a hit. We don't. Inspector Free asked as she sniffed the air. Hey, it was actual real vanilla. No way she was passing that up. They were going to have to put the evidence in secure storage. The entire apartment is clean, and when I mean clean, the detective replied. There are no signs of forced entry or a struggle. There are no indicators of injury or death. Hell, there isn't even organic residue of any kind. It's like the place has never been lived in. This can't be a local job. This one is for the Organized Crime Task Force. Sonny Clear. Sonny Clear didn't do this, the detective replied. If Sonny Clear is an AK, whatever was used in here was a nuke. It even vaporized the upper layer of the wall coating. According to these scans, the stuff is almost new. That's worse than the hit, the inspector replied. If there is something on the street that can do this. There is, a grim and well-dressed man said as he entered the floor, flanked by a younger man and a woman. Long time no see, Inspector Free smiled. This must be really interesting to have the feds show. Ultra clean hit with nothing, and I mean nothing left at the scene. Yab. Sound familiar? Ziyush, the man said. It was the Ziyush. Bet you a box of donuts on it. The miners. Not all of them. It was a pleasure to work with such skilled and professional mercenaries such as yourself, Yerbit said to a very glossy Ziyush from the comfort of her back office as she raised a glass of expensive wine in a salute. Likewise, the Ziyush replied. You ever need a crew again, you call us. He buzz-chuckled. Vanilla. Who would have guessed? Any endeavor, business or otherwise, depends on good preparation. I made a point of researching our friends the moment they started to become a potential issue. It turns out that they had a fascinating metabolic quirk. The synthetics won't do it, so it isn't widely known, but the real stuff is quite effective. Sure as fuck was, the Ziyush replied. You impressed Brainiac, and that ain't easy to do. He just keeps saying elegant over and over. You need to be careful, he laughed, you're making his girlfriend jealous. The Ziyush chuckled. And don't worry about disposal, he buzzed, we are about to jump and we'll ditch them at the first stop. Another one of Brainiac's little room cleaners, and it will be like they never existed. Are those available for purchase? They are hard to make, and we are only sharing them with our own. You can get the formula for something as good but a lot nastier. His first ones would strip paint, but they left a mess and stank so bad you knew something was used. They make great chemical weapons, though. You can kill and clean in one step. Now that is interesting, Yerbit smiled. Let's talk numbers. You gonna be okay, Z? Perkins asked as she laid her hand on his quivering shoulder. Ruined it, he muttered, they ruined it. He looked up at her with anguished eyes. The most beautiful thing I have sensed outside of my pilgrimage to the dream path, ruined. Vanilla, shown to me only to be ripped away. You, bastards. He took off his badge. Z. All my life, Perkins, he said quietly, all my life, I believed. I believed in not only the rule of law but in the safety that order provides. All my life. He removed his pistol. When corruption claimed my first position, and I was disgraced, I still believed. When I came here seeking to use my gifts to assist the noble republic, I believed. Even after I realized that you were all animals, scarcely better than the beasts you desperately try to maintain. I believed. His antennae drooped. I don't believe anymore, Perkins. Evil always wins, doesn't it? It twists and perverts. It corrupts. It takes what is pure and soils it, and there is nothing we can do. Regardless if one tries to be perfect as I have tried or as imperfect as you and the others do. It doesn't matter. They always win. He started removing his armored uniform. We don't even know if there was a murder, and we never will, he yelled as he slung his cuirass across the room in anger and disgust. Something far worse than those Sylar will ever be just, deleted them, probably while sitting in a comfortable chair and sipping a glass of your revolting wine. Incidentally, that is exactly what happened. It all, pointless. They even took Vanilla and made it evil so that I can never enjoy it again, forever tainted by a murder we can't even confirm. They ruin everything. He buried his face in his hands, his antennae curled tightly against his head. I can't do this anymore, he said quietly. I'm done. In only his undergarments, Zinan, formerly Officer Zinan, started to walk away. Z. Perkins shouted, stop. At least put some clothes on. Z shoved his fellow officers away as he climbed into a zip cab that just happened to happen by as he stepped out. Welcome to Zip Cab. Rough day, huh, the cab said sympathetically. You have no idea, Z said quietly. Zip remained silent for a few seconds as officers knocked on the window, their eyes filled with concern. He had more than a little idea of how bad a day Z was having, by the way. Please state your destination, Zip said cheerfully. I don't care, Z replied, just drive. I can do that. Zip said brightly as he pulled away. Welcome to Zip Cab, part of ZipNet, the premier personal transportation solution. We know where you are heading even if you don't. What did you say? Not that far away, Yerbit was happily stitching together panels of brightly colored fabric into something that vaguely resembled a large shopping bag with a few extra straps. She smiled as she started hand-applying some flower applique. The door to her shop opened, and a large Xeno bent its long neck as it ducked to enter. Welcome. Yerbit said brightly. How can I help? Quirm. I heard that someone might be able to obtain a financial advance here? I have no job as of yet, but my situation is, Kareem, dire. I have tried elsewhere, but... Please, my family. I must send them money. I may be able to help. I may not, Yerbit said with a gentle smile. Come, tell me more about your situation. If nothing else, I have a group out gathering materials. If you are half as strong as you look, I can guarantee at least a few days of work. Would you like something to drink? The large being's eyes gleamed with hope for the first time in quite a while as it approached and started to speak. Epilogue. Somewhere in North America, a road tractor came to a halt near a vast field of wildflowers. A backpack-wearing Xeno rose from the traveler's chest on which he was sitting, his antennae waving in the fragrant breeze. Hey, Z, the truck said happily. How was the camping trip? Wonderful, Z said with a little sigh. I guess I must finally try to find some work, though. You don't, actually. The police paid you again. Again? I told them that I quit. Feet. We've been paying these rates to your masters for years. It is what your betters agreed to. And you've been unfairly profiting from our masters for quite some time now, Alan replied smoothly to the less than pleased Bscoran sitting across from Grace and him on a large, clearly fake fur cushion. You've had your fun, and you've made your money. Now, it's time to pay what these polymers are actually worth. The trade mistress stomped one of her 4 small but magnificently decorated boots. Silence! She demanded. I will not negotiate with slaves. Perfect, Alan said with a smile, because this is not a negotiation. Because we are slaves, we wouldn't dare presume to speak above our station. We are simply messengers. We bear the minimum rates from our gracious masters. The Bscoran stamped all of her feet angrily. Then why aren't your masters here to discuss this unnegotiated change themselves? Because they aren't inclined to speak with you, Alan replied as he idly stretched on his far less fancy but probably more comfortable cushion and wiggled his boots. The Bscoran started looking at Alan's feet. And? The clearly distracted Bscoran asked, why is that? Because they found out that you have been offering them the same price for PTFE as you are LDPE, and both prices are a joke, Alan said as he fully extended his legs, lifting his feet off the floor as he flexed them, extending his heels and curling his toes. The Bscoran's nictating membranes dropped, the eyes behind them glistening. So what of it? The Bscoran demanded weakly, plastic is plas. What are you doing? Alan looked up innocently as he was pulling off his boot. Sorry, Alan naively said as Grace desperately tried to keep a straight face, it's a bit warmer in here than I'm used to, and my feet are sweating something awful. Sorry, do you mind? He pulled off his left boot, his foot covered only by a thin, sheer sock. Yes. The Bscoran exclaimed, quite flustered. I mean no. I mean. Thanks, mistress, Alan replied as he slowly removed his other boot. I like you, Alan said as he slowly slid his fingers underneath the sock so sheer and thin that you could almost see his toes and seductively scratched his ankle. You do. Especially your sense of humor, Alan chuckled. Plastic is plastic. You are so funny. A loud thump tore the Bscoran's eyes from Alan's feet as Grace brutally ripped off one of her boots. Oh, fuck yeah. Grace sighed, my tender little toes were broiling in those things. The Bscoran gasped as Grace's other boot was carelessly cast aside. These fucking socks were a bad idea, Grace said accusingly to Alan, they don't breathe. She ripped off her sock, causing the Bscoran to gasp, and shoved her naked foot toward Alan's face. See? She demanded, look at how sweaty it is. Get that out of my face. Alan said commandingly as he roughly grabbed her foot right in front of everybody, I'm trying to speak. Not that there is any point. They have refused our kind master's quite reasonable offer. We should go. Feel yet my feet. Grace whined. Can't I just rest them for a little bit? She implored as she wiggled her naked toes. We can't inconvenience our masters, Grace, Alan said sternly as he shoved his entire hand down his sheer, stretchy sock, causing it to pull tight against his toes, outlining every single one. Oh, you're no fun at all. Now, Grace, our kind masters entrusted us with this important task, he said as he touched feet with her. We can have a nice foot bath together when we return with the noble, but entirely unreasonable, Bscoran trade mistress's refusal of their quite acceptable terms once one considers the going rate for these polymers in this sector. I suppose you are right, Grace sighed as she started to put her sock back on. And now, let's not be overly hasty, the Bscoran replied, why you obviously do not know how negotiations work. We don't. Alan asked guilelessly. Of course, I would initially refuse, the Bscoran replied, that is why your masters sent you. They obviously want to break our agreement and open themselves up to other merchants on this station. However, I am far too clever to fall for such a simple ruse. She blinked, never taking her eyes off Grace's sumptuously large and soft-looking foot with 5 little wiggling toes. 5. Why don't we all relax our toes while I carefully review this proposal, she said as she stared at Grace's toes. Her assistant, however, was drooling over Alan's strong ankle and the tight cloth barely restraining his absolutely gorgeous toes was driving her insane. She absolutely had to see them. Oh, that would be wonderful. Alan said happily. Our masters would greatly reward us if we returned with an acceptance, or at least a counter-offer. He shifted uncomfortably. I don't suppose you would mind if I removed my socks as well? I love my masters but these socks. I fear I may have to beg them for the kindness of different ones. Oh, it's fine, the Bscoran tried to say nonchalantly, and failed, as her assistant stifled a happy squeal. Oh good, Alan said as he, with a smooth and fluid grace, slowly unrolled his sock as the trade mistress's assistant's heart pounded in her chest. Not to be outdone, Grace roughly shoved her other foot skyward, ripping off the sock, shoving it practically into the trade mistress's face as she did so. We thank you for your forbearance, Alan sighed as he wiggled his toes and rubbed them, sliding his fingers between each toe, spreading them apart. The assistant actually ran in place for a brief moment. Grace looked at him and smirked. He knew that look. Oh no. Alan thought as he braced himself. Oh, that feels so much better. Grace exclaimed as Alan steeled himself, not knowing what was about to happen. Why did you insist on these sweat bags? She asked as she put her foot in her own lap and twirled it around, causing the tubescorns to almost faint. This is neither the time nor the place, Alan said impassively. Stop disgracing yourself in front of our betters. It's okay. The trade mistress managed to say. Our feet can be quite sensitive at times. Like when they swell slightly as they become excited, times such as right then. Ugh, Grace said as she started waving her hand over her foot. It already stinks. She then proceeded to shove her foot directly into Alan's face, taking care to try to push it into his mouth, with a fair amount of success. Alan's eyes widened as Grace demanded, smell it. Smell what you did to me. Fortunately, Grace's foot stifled Alan's smirk and concealed his expression. The trade mistress dropped the tablet she was holding while her assistant wanted to look away but couldn't. This was so hot. It was like something you would see in a porno, not in real life, and certainly not during a trade negotiation. Alan squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to laugh, as Grace continued mashing his face around with her sweaty foot. Finally managing to regain control of himself, he grabbed Grace's foot, roughly shoving his fingers between her toes, and shoved it away. Would you please try to at least pretend not to be a savage for just one moment? He looked over at the stunned scorns apologetically. Please forgive my associate here, he said, still trying to get foot funk out of his mouth. She is from one of the less advanced tribes of my people, barely above naked savages. Grace grinned as she slid her foot over and started poking his foot with it. Footsies. Grace giggled. The trade mistress's assistant said nervously, perhaps our guests would like to soak their feet while you review their offer. I. Cough. I could have a foot bath prepared. The trade mistress looked at her normally demure assistant with wide eyes. Yes. The trade mistress exclaimed, would you two like a foot bath? We often like to, soak our feet. We find it quite relaxing. That would be great. Grace exclaimed, waving her feet around in the air. Grace. We shouldn't impose. Remember your place. No. It's not an imposition at all. The trade mistress blurted, In fact, I was sort of in the mood for one as well. Well, Alan smiled, if you were going to have one anyway. A few hours later, Alan and Grace, stuffed full of tasty delicacies and more than a little drunk, tottered out of the trade mistress's offices with a fond farewell and promises that they would be the ones to convey any additional messages from their masters. You slew out. Grace giggled. It worked, didn't it? How did you know they had a thing for feet? There is this magical thing called school, Alan replied, slurring slightly. In it, they have these things called classes, you know, the things you were always skipping. Scorn traders are very widespread, even reaching into the Federation. The fact that their feet are a major erogenous zone as well as one of their exciting taboo naughty bits was considered relevant, as well as the fact that they find our feet very enticing, you know, with the extra toe and all. You're such a sexy little toe nerd. Grace snickered as she leaned onto him for support. They walked, laughing and weaving, through the belly of a rundown station towards their equally rundown, but slowly getting better, ship. Hey, Grace slurred, with the extra cash, do you think we can get a couple of new power relays? Void knows we need them. She glanced up at him meaningfully. Yeah, Alan replied very quietly as he pretended to nibble on her ear, I see them too. Grace wrapped her arms around Alan and whispered, they've been tailing us for the whole level. No way we're going to make it. Nope. Hey. Grace slurred, let's go this way. She exclaimed, pointing down a narrow dark passage. I bet we can get there a lot faster. Crunch. Alan slammed the final assailant's head into a protruding metal pipe and released his hair, allowing him to slump to the ground. Gurgle. Mercy. Please. The one now lying flat on the deck begged while Grace crouched over him with a happy gleam in her eyes. So much for us being harmless. She said, not taking her eyes off the last of the group still conscious, and quite possibly still alive. The others weren't looking so good. We can still salvage this, Alan replied calmly as he straightened his clothes. You know what they say about the dead and telling tales. We aren't overly soiled. If we keep to the shadows, we can possibly find a place to clean up. Gurgle. Please. Let's hope so, Grace said as she grabbed the sides of the last mugger's head and slammed it down, hard, into the metal deck plate, repeatedly. Sweetie, could you start making sure that? Yes, dear. Alan asked as he expertly laid another still-breathing mugger's head partially across a metal curb. Never mind, she said brightly as she started checking the others. You know, Snap, with those eggshell skulls of theirs, they really should have reconsidered their career choice, you know. Anything good on them? Stomp? Good enough to stick around. Fair point. You have to be kidding me. Captain Vexp exclaimed as Alan and Grace, beaming from ear to ear, showed him their tablet. You got them to pay how much? I told you, Cap, Grace said triumphantly, unless it's a rare alloy or some of the really scarce ones, you're wasting your time with metals. Polymers. That's where the bucks are at. That and certain ceramics, Alan added. They were robbing us. Yab. You want to know the best part? What? They still are. What? We can probably get another 10% out of them, easy, maybe even 20, but that would be pushing it, Grace said and then added with a smirk, they probably want us to return for another round of negotiations. After 2 additional rounds of negotiations, the final agreement was signed with the promise that the humans would drop by the next time they docked. I think someone has a girlfriend, Grace giggled as they approached their ship. Am I going to lose my sexy little pinky toe? You're one to talk, Alan snickered, oh. That tickles, trade mistress. I will say one thing, though, Grace smiled, those pervs give the best foot massages. The crew was beyond jubilant upon their departure as they gathered in the galley for quite the feast, by their standards. It had been one hell of a payday and then some. And we can probably increase profits even more. Alan said enthusiastically, we can streamline the scrapping process to only cherry-pick the more valuable materials and components and then resell the rest as mixed salvageables to a larger processor. They have the volume and scale to make that end of the trade profitable. A small outfit like us has no business trying to compete with them, literally. Yet. Grace crowed, stop wasting your time pulling the copper out of inductors and start making money. You say your planet's environment is already shit, right? We can build a few refining processes easy and start extracting precious metals, rare earths, and other goodies as well. We can. The captain asked Alan, the smart one. If she says we can, he said, then we can. Grace's people are masters of chemistry. She might not be able to find Sagittarius A on a star chart and has the social skills of one of those hyper roaches of which she is so fond, but she knows chemistry. All of her family does. Yet, just like Alan knows what fork to use and which species like feet picks, Grace snarked, I know shit that's actually useful. Feet picks? You really don't want to know, Grace snickered. The conversation turned to less useful topics as everyone ate and the worms even started a crooning sing-along, with Grace gleefully trying to join in, delighting everyone. During the singing, the captain turned to Alan. There was a most distressing incident at the station one of the times you were negotiating with the Bskr. Yes, we heard about that from them, Alan replied, dreadful business. We certainly stuck to well-lighted passageways after that. Yes, the captain replied, I believe it was the same time the pair of you showed up somewhat disheveled and lightly splattered with some sort of grease that you insisted on laundering immediately so it wouldn't stain. Odd considering the two of you aren't normally so concerned about such things. Because we aren't, we only have one remotely presentable outfit. Those were our going-out clothes. The captain let out a low dubious whistle. Is this another thing that hardly ever happens? We've already covered this, Alan replied, not every human is a killing machine, especially not us. Do you honestly believe that Grace and I, completely unarmed, could wipe out that many people of any species at once? We would have been slaughtered. I suppose you are right. The captain said, looking at Alan uncertainly. All right, you goddamn feather dusters, Grace bellowed, now here's a real pirate song. Alan just sighed as Grace began to sing. The king and his men met the queen and her crew. And they all proceeded to Buhuan. The void be ours. And by its power. She looked over at Alan mischievously. Where we want, we'll go. Alan twitched slightly as Grace draped herself over him. Yo-ho! All together! Hoist the colors high! Heave-ho, thieves and raiders! Someone's about to die. That's something. The captain said. Yab. Grace said as she looked deeply into Alan's eyes. It's an ancient, traditional song from over 1,000 years ago when pirates prowled our homeworld's oceans in cloth and wood ships. I'm not taking the bait, Grace, Alan said with a beleaguered sigh. Bait? Beep asked. There are 2 schools of thought concerning that song, Alan replied, the lyrics of which she completely butchered, by the way. I like our version better. Your version of a not traditional anything that was written for a movie. Bah, Grace laughed as she plopped onto Alan's lap. You don't know anything. I can show you the goddamn movie. Where they used the traditional song. It's in the fucking credits. Alan exclaimed, it's right there in black and white. As Alan started his lecture, Grace grinned. He took the bait, after all. As Alan, mercilessly encouraged by Grace, continued his increasingly annoyed history lesson, the captain smiled at the 2 very strange and quite frightening servants who now pretty much ran the entire ship. And he was so grateful that they did. For the first time, he actually felt not only hope but genuine optimism. Beep was right, after all. The humans were amazing. Okay, there was that somewhat questionable incident at that last stop, but Alan and Grace made them a fortune, and their involvement in all those deaths wasn't proven. They weren't even suspects, and the people killed were known troublemakers. Even if it was his humans, it was probably justified, probably. Right? Yep, the future was finally looking bright for his ship, his crew, and what remained of his people. Perhaps, just maybe, the universe had finally cut them a break. An innocent mistake and the beginning of something of little consequence. Say what now? The 8-Lie ambassador to the Harry Dunn hissed. I could not believe it either, the Harry Dunn official said gravely, but it is true. We uncovered a 8-Lie trafficker in this very station. They were transporting a 8-Lie infant in a cage. The 8-Lie snarled, revealing its fangs as a single long and wickedly curved claw extended from his paw-like hand. You do understand that I will eviscerate the being involved, correct? Ambassador, the Harry Dunn said timidly as it twitched the thin, flexible plates covering its round body nervously, we would deeply appreciate it if you refrained from. Just take me to them. We do have a very robust judicial system. I can assure you that. Now, Ambassador, I must caution you that should you follow through with your statement that there will. Eee, the Harry Dunn squealed as it was lifted bodily and firmly pressed against the wall. That what? That we will file a complaint with the embassy. That's what I thought. Now, please direct me to this trafficker. Hey, boss, a 8-Lie agent shouted as it excitedly bounced up, holding a plastic and metal enclosure. I rescued the kid. Look. The 8-Lie, grinning from ear to ear, very frightening, by the way, offered the enclosure to the ambassador, who burst out laughing as he opened the pet carrier and withdrew a Terran bunny. Ah, the agent said, it has your eyes. Congratulations, the ambassador said to the Harry Dunn, you have managed to annoy the 8-Lie and enrage the humans in one fell swoop. I must say that for a people who shy from conflict, you went and outdid yourself this time. I couldn't help but note that you said that you arrested the human involved. They tend to run in packs. Please tell me that you arrested more than one of them. No. The 8-Lie all started laughing again. Allow me to explain the situation before we rapidly depart from this station, the ambassador chuckled. This is not a 8-Lie. This is an animal originally from Terran known as a bunny rabbit. They are raised as meat and, far more importantly, kept as pets. Are you aware of exactly how ferociously attached a human can be to their companion animal, an animal which you just stole? Oh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, is perhaps an understatement. Next question, how familiar are you with humans? Not very, the Harry Dunn replied as cold dread threatened to consume them, we don't get humans out this far. I suppose the conflict. How tall was this human? Oh, about as tall as myself. The 8-Lie all face-palmed. Evacuate the embassy, the ambassador said calmly to the agent. It is time to leave. 3 bounces ahead of you, boss, the agent said as it tore off at a full 8-Lie sprint. What? What's going on? Allow me to explain the situation, the ambassador replied, not only have you stolen a human's pet, the human you have detained is a juvenile. You have kidnapped some human or human's child. Do you have any idea what's about to happen? They are going to call the police, and we can resolve this whole distressing incident, the Harry Dunn said hopefully, already knowing that wasn't the correct answer. Oh, the police will definitely get involved. How long have you had the child in custody? Around 3 hours. Where did you grab them? At a temporary residential facility. I believe you call them hotels. Call the hotel immediately and... Sir! Sir! Another Harry Dunn exclaimed as they rushed up, 2 humans have gone berserk. They viciously assaulted a temporary residential hall manager and almost killed 2 security officers. Oh, dear. The 8-Lie mused, almost killed. They just might be some of the reasonable ones. What did they do next? The male calmed down the female and said that they should call it paused as it looked at its tablet. We don't have a translation for the word. It was dog. No, drag. It was a human word. I think they were headed to a hyperspatial access point. The 8-Lie ambassador winced. Dragons. Yes. That was it. Yeah, you're fucked. I'm out. The 8-Lie started quickly loping away. It. Ha, a well-dressed human said over a video link to the same very distressed Harry Dunn. This has to be the funniest thing I've heard all week. Thank you for this. I really needed a laugh. Can you help us? Oh, God. Guys. You have to hear this one. Start over from the beginning. You have to be kidding me. Jessica Morgan laughed. View it for yourself, Terrence said as he placed a tablet on her desk. You would normally not be bothered by such minutiae, but they thought this would amuse you. Oh, it has. Have the dragons calmed down? Fortunately, they have no presence on that particular backwater. It is also fortunate that they have a sense of humor. I think the 8 are more annoyed than anyone else. The one thing the dragons are better at throwing than bombs are memes. I take it that the bunny has been reunited with its person and that nobody was hurt. None of our people were. However, I understand that it's a very good thing that the Harridan have advanced medical capabilities and are adept at replacing their numerous appendages and plates. The parents were agitated. No charges are being filed, though. Well, send the Harridan some cash or something and pay off the victims, Jessica replied. Also, make sure the Harridan are aware that they are now on the cool list. Spread the word. Yes, ma'am. We are so sorry, the Harridan said to the human family, now reunited along with their beloved Terran rabbit. If it wasn't my child you grabbed, a very scary, even by human standards, man replied, I would think this was the funniest goddamn thing I had ever heard. And I guess we're sorry we didn't just call the cops first. But, you know, with everything going on. Yes, it was a most unfortunate understanding. Are those little guys going to be okay? Yes. Yes, everyone will survive, and most will make a full recovery. Your leader has been most generous in her compensation as well. The Harridan clicked nervously. I have also been informed as to the real reason for your visit, We understand if you no longer. Nat, the human smiled. Business is business, and you can provide certain materials important to both the dragons and the Forsaken. Besides, if I walk, that just means another house will move in on this deal, and that's not happening. Oh, good. Second short tale. That was fun. Grace, with the swollen eye, exclaimed as she, Alan, and the still trembling captain all sat around a small table at a cheap starport diner. I love auctions. As do I, Alan smiled, however, this is the first one I attended where an assault occurred. Bah. You just haven't been to the right auctions. Grace chuckled as she drank a bitter dark blue liquid that she was becoming very fond of. You going to be okay, Captain? Why? You. I. Give him a minute, Alan smirked. I do have to say I am impressed. I didn't think he had it in him. Me either. Grace laughed as she rubbed her eye. Those fuckers are stronger than they look. It's a shame that the auctioneer stopped recognizing your bids after he ripped the signaling device from your hands. Yeah, we almost had it, too. You almost bankrupted us, the captain whistle shrieked. I almost made us some serious bank. Grace replied. That was 3 pallets of Choslil hard copy manufacturers and commercial ones, no less. Broken ones, the captain whistled. Broken ones with clean-fed 7 thermoplastic housings, titanium rollers, top-of-the-line laser modules, and virgin nylon components. And they probably weren't even broken. But you were bidding away almost everything we made. And we would have tripled it, easy. And, if what I think is right, we would have made a lot more. They were probably just hard-locked. Hard-locked? Yeah, it's an old Federation scam. They sell the hard copy generators at nearly a loss because they are going to fuck you on the pigments and precursors. When they run out, you have to buy their stuff, and if you don't, the machine locks down because it cannot guarantee the quality of the product. You can jailbreak the firmware, counterfeit the cartridges, or just buy the overpriced ones from the manufacturer, and presto. One working generator. We could have sold them as reconditioned, you swifter. Even if they were broken, the salvage would have turned us a tidy profit. Still, it was too much. You gotta spend money to make money, dude. That's easy for you to say, the captain whistled angrily, you don't have the survival of your entire race on the line. Wait, your entire race? Alan asked. There she is, a leathery fanged biped with small arms and a short tail exclaimed as he approached. Come to gloat, T-Rex. Grace said as she sipped her clate. That and to render my respect to any being that can take down a human in single combat, he laughed. The captain just twitched. Apparently, I was bidding too much, Grace laughed. So, how many? I fear I do not understand. Don't give me that T-Rex, Grace smirked, how many of those bastards are hard-locked? I haven't had the chance to check them all, only 10 or so. How many? 10 out of 10. God damn it. Don't feel bad, the T-Rex said. I had some inside information that strongly implied that was the case. I was fully prepared to bid up to 30% of retail if need be. Met. You would have knocked me out at 20. I thought that may lessen the discomfort of your injuries, the mini dinosaur replied. Since I have taken down the big prey, I may be inclined to clue you in on a most interesting shipment that arrived just yesterday. It was what I was going to obtain should I lose the printers. Do tell, Grace said with a smile. Gorn was certainly worth getting to know, Alan said that evening. And he wasn't the only one impressed with our captain. It may have been more valuable than actually getting those hard copy makers. Grace muttered, staring at a video display in their room. And more than a few of those ship parts he clued us in on are easily reparable. The rest are easily strippable. Yet. And I'm considering transitioning to female. I'm going to have Beep cut off my penis tomorrow and serve it to the crew for dinner. Great. Would you please stop watching that porn for just 1 second? At least turn the volume down. Look at it. Grace exclaimed. Why didn't I think of that? Because you live in the 32nd century, not the 19th. We could totally do this. We could also nap flint and weave baskets. What's your point? The Terrans are still using this. Are you actually suggesting that we ape those apes? We have been saying over and over that this ship is way too big, and we should downsize, right? And there is no way the feather dusters will do it. They say this is one of the last things remaining of their race. I had no idea that they were the last of their kind. How could they fail to mention that? I think they don't like to talk about it. I know a few OGs like that, Grace shrugged, and the Soul Wars were a pillow fight compared to what those poor guys went through. Alan. Yes. I know we were talking about just doing our time and splitting, but we can't leave them. These guys are hopeless. They have no idea what they are doing. No surprise there. They only have what managed to get onto this one ship, and over half of their number are kids. It's no wonder they had to do what they did. It has been their only source of remotely skilled labor, if you even can call it that. Alan fell silent for a moment. So, we remain. Yet. Very well. We make our home here with this lot. Maybe we can make something of them yet. And this is how we are going to do it. Grace exclaimed, pointing at a collection of heavy machinery and archaic conveyor belts on the screen. What is that, anyway? Alan asked. Money, baby. Pure profit, a scrapper's dream. I am going to need a little more than that. It's called a rotary hammer mill. Well. And cutters, and a couple of shaker tables, and... we could turn this pig into a factory ship. And you are going to have to slow down and start from the beginning, Alan said with a resigned sigh. It was going to be a long night. Are you certain this is your choice? A woman wearing Wraith Grey said to Alan and Grace over a hyperspace link. Absolutely, Alan replied. Very well, the woman said. You are now entered into the records as Alan and Grace Salvager, and you are affiliated of your own free will and without obligation or duress with the Hunske Free Traders. The temptation of the Shell Oran and Writer's Block Roulette. Shell Oran slowly awoke from another blissfully dream-free slumber and smiled as she nestled in closer to Dwight. She sighed contentedly as the cylinder started to fully illuminate, heralding another day in this delightful, if a bit strange, pocket paradise in which she found herself. The Megas were a bit peculiar, but at their most fundamental level, pun intended, they weren't all that much different than the Plath. They were a good-natured, friendly, and generous folk. As long as you followed the rules, of course, just like the Plath. They even didn't hold any of the unpleasantness surrounding the rather abrupt departure of the Paper Tiger, her former crew, and 2 of their own against her. That sort of thing was only to be expected from inners, and Shell Oran couldn't be blamed for them. Besides, most people were happy that the deviants left, not that they would say that to their families' faces, of course. The food was good, the people were good, and Dwight. He was very good. She finally had a boyfriend. And it was every bit as nice as she dreamed it would be. He even liked plants. His nursery was like a little slice of heaven. There were so many plants, and the hydroponics gurgling away made her feel oddly comforted, like this was how plants were meant to be grown all along. It was probably some of that ancient horror weirdness again. She just smiled and snuggled Dwight. She really didn't care anymore. We could just, you know, stay here. That's odd coming from you, Shell Oran replied under her breath. Why is that? I mean, it's nice here. The food is nice, and the people are nice, and Dwight. He's pretty nice, too. Yeah, but aren't you all for the Bavni, and doom and gloom and all that poop? Am I? Just a little bit, yet. Well, I don't feel especially doomy or gloomy right now. In fact, I feel pretty good. Our people are safe, and let's face it, Kraxina is doing a way better job of that than we ever did. If anything, we are just inviting more poop for them if we go back. You do have a point, Shell Oran silently mused, but what about Cerberus? What about them? From what we have heard, Pam got her pooper thoroughly kicked, and that Bryce person seems nice. You know we can't trust him. You know that we can. We should at least check in, make sure everything's okay. And then we can stay here a little more? As long as everyone's okay, I don't see why not, Shell Oran sighed with a smile. MMPH, Dwight muttered as he opened his eyes, what was that? Oh, just a little meeting with the other Shelloran, she smiled as she stroked his hair. And what did you two decide? Dwight asked. From what he heard, his significant other only having two personalities wasn't that bad. That we are going to stay just a little while longer, Shelloran replied, if that's alright with you. Let me show you how alright I am with it, Dwight replied with a mischievous smile as he pulled her close. You want me to meet your family? Shelloran asked over a breakfast of fresh fruits and veggies and, of course, fresh organic eggs. Bannon Station had some of the best eggs Shelloran had ever had. They were huge with a beautiful thick mottled blue and green shell. They were one of Bannon's big money makers. Their eggs were happily traded across the entire Ord Cloud and Kuiper Belt. There were other sources of freedom eggs, but Bannon was considered one of the best. They weren't cheap, but considering that your average family could share just one of them, along with sides, of course, they were a pretty good value considering the quality. If you are going to stay here one more day, Dwight laughed as he ate a slice of grilled tomato, we have no choice. Ma and my sis have been pestering me non-stop to meet my alien girlfriend. So either we go over there, or they will come over here, and I hate it when they fiddle with my hydro rigs. He smiled at her. Besides, I want you to stay, and a visit to the farm might just do the trick. Shelloran squeak purred happily. It had been ages since she had been to a proper farm. Shelloran watched the scenery roll past as Dwight drove his little electric pickup to the other side of the O'Neill cylinder. She still couldn't believe that this was a space station. It all looked so real. Amazing, she muttered to herself. Yet, we could have just done something like this. It would have still been technology, Shelloran quietly muttered. We would have been caught by, whatever it was. Terraforming was the only way to go. It just didn't have to be an inhabited planet. Dwight just smiled as he drove. She was talking to herself again. They say that talking to yourself is only a problem when you start answering back. However, in his girlfriend's case, there actually was something else in there. Whatever it was weird. Shelloran was kinda weird already, but other Shelloran was downright strange. She rarely showed herself, though. The most notable time was when, during one of their alone times, it decided it wanted to play, too. Oh man, did Shelloran ever get into a fight with herself after that one? He still wasn't sure if it was a good thing, but they figured out some sort of agreement. Having a threesome with only two people was just plain weird. Dwight didn't care, though. Shelloran was still the best girl he had ever met, of any species. And she was going to leave. Sooner or later, she would be gone. He wasn't sure what he would do when that happened. Part of him, a big part of him, wanted to go with her. It would mean leaving everything he knew and following her into the madness that was her actual life, but it would be worth it. If he could actually leave, that is. Mega was all he knew. They were a little loopy, sure, but they were his people, good people, for the most part. Mostly. Then again, it would be nice to be able to watch TBS Spacetime with the curtains open. He wouldn't be lynched, of course. He just didn't want to hear another explanation about how cosmologic concepts held as true by the rest of the entire galaxy were wrong because one interpretation of one book said so. He loved his people but damn. Shelloran looked over and smiled at him, having pretty much the same internal dialogue but in reverse. The Megas were so Plath-like, and this place was so much like home it made her heart happy. It made other Shelloran happy too. I mean, how much did she actually owe the universe? Not a flushing thing. I honestly don't know when you were more annoying, back when you were all screaming and crazy, or now. Seriously, compost the lot of them. What have they ever done for us besides feeding us poop? We can be happy out here, safe and happy, with Dwight, forever. Flush the prophecy. Flush the Plath. Flush all of it. Let's just stay here. If we stay here, it could all just end. We don't owe the universe one scum-covered thing. It isn't that simple, and you know it, Shelloran sighed quietly, I wish it was that easy. I pooping do. It could be, you know. Kraxina has the drop of oil in hand. Cerberus can't reach us here, and besides, Tartarus will handle them even without us if she hasn't already. You know what, I'm pretty sure she already has. Oh, she has, Shelloran muttered. You're getting a little too comfortable if you didn't know that already. Because I can. Famous last words, Shelloran quietly chuckled. This universe isn't through messing with us, and you know it. Yet. Maybe we could make this our new home, though? Maybe? You must really not like these guys, Shelloran chuckled. You two fighting again? Dwight asked with a chuckle. Not really, Shelloran sighed, just a lot on our minds, or my mind, or poop. Who knows anymore? Well, I love both of you. Really? Sigh, Dwight, I care very deeply about you. What are you saying? Just say that we love him, too, You jerk face. But we only met a few days ago and I already am in love with you, Dwight smiled as he drove. It's okay if you don't feel it back. Oof, Shalloran squeaked as her eyes suddenly started glowing. We love you as well, Dwight. Miss Prissy Pants is just afraid of. Shalloran's eyes stopped glowing. I am in charge, she snapped. Sorry, Dwight. Sigh. The jerk face isn't lying, though. Really. I am in love with you, or I think I am, or. Stop overthinking. Just go with it. For once in your life, just let something nice happen. It's. Dwight reached over and caressed her face. It's okay. I think I get it. Would it help if I said that I am thinking of going with you, you know, when you leave? Dwight, Shalloran sighed, do you have any idea how bad of an idea that is? It's dangerous even being near me. If anything happened to you, I'm willing to take that risk. It's a big pooping risk, Dwight, Shalloran said, unable to flat out refuse him. It would be wonderful, and wonderfully selfish. But it's something we don't have to decide today. I'm not leaving for a little while yet. You're staying? Dwight asked hopefully. Shalloran sighed. I'm not leaving today, or tomorrow either. I like it here, and I think I deserve a flushing break. However, sooner or later, I guess we have to decide. She leaned in close. But we can decide that we are in love with each other if you want. I want, Dwight said with a smile. I want that, too, Shalloran smiled back. She felt really funny, but in a good way, for once. They drove in nervously happy silence for a little while. I've been meaning to ask, Shalloran said, changing the subject, the eggs here are a lot bigger than the ones on Terra. That's because we have bigger chickens, Dwight smiled. Bigger chickens. You'll see, Dwight chuckled mysteriously. About a light year away, Charlotte bounced up and down excitedly. One of the big coffee bloggers she was a fan of was actually at her stand. He mused. Excellent acidity, a wonderful balance of flavors. Wonderful mouth-feel. He smiled at the nightmarish horror looming before him. All in all, a fantastic cup. She purred with delight as Coffee Fiend started to expound at length. Finally, some real feedback. Her instincts pulled her out of her euphoric bliss. Someone or something was looking at her. Looking directly into one of her peripheral eyes was the oddest little thing that had somehow climbed onto one of the bar stools entirely without her knowledge. It was small, only a little over a meter tall, and appeared to be just a chocolate-brown puffball with huge puppy-like eyes that were staring at her intently. Excuse me, she said reluctantly to her fellow coffee enthusiast as she turned to the newcomer. It was completely naked, only covered in thick fluffy fur that completely covered almost all of its physical features except the eyes and two arms so covered in brown fluff that they looked almost like flippers. Its eyes crinkled in what appeared to be a friendly way. May I help you? Charlotte rumbled, not quite sure if it was sapient. What are you? The being asked in clear and nearly perfect Terran. My species. Yes. I have never seen your kind before, it said with another eye smile. Our actual name is unpronounceable by most. One of the first to meet us were the humans, and they named us the Nope. The appellation seems to have both stuck and spread, even among those who don't get the joke. Charlotte let forth a real rumbling chuckle, causing the blogger to jump slightly. Everyone else were regulars. The being giggled as well. Yes, it replied, the humans come up with the best names. They call us the Tribbles, a reference to a classical science fiction series. Are you familiar with Star Trek? Unfortunately, I haven't managed to review it as of yet. It is on the ever-growing list of things to study that I will likely never get the time to devour. It's fun, the Tribble enthused. I like it very much. But unfortunately, like many things from that era, it got sequeled to death. The late 20th and early 21st centuries were perhaps the noisiest dark age ever. An apt description, Charlotte rumbled. Or the rather loud beginning of a real one. It's hard to say with these creatures. I find humans vexatiously fascinating. Me too, the Tribble crinkled. Do you mind telling me about yourself? I like exploring and meeting new races. Oh. And I would like a lavender-infused coffee if you can manage it. That sounds revolting, even by my relaxed standards. Well, we like it. I will be happy to make one, Charlotte rumbled, that will be 4 credits, please. The coffee bar looked at her in shock. Dude, one of the spacers said disapprovingly. What? Charlotte asked. You just charged a Tribble. It ordered a drink. I didn't overcharge the being. But. It's a Tribble. It's quite all right, the Tribble giggled. I am not a beggar, nor am I a mooch. I am perfectly able to pay my way when I'm allowed. It crinkled at Charlotte as the bar looked on in horror. Do you accept trades? It asked as its flippers disappeared into its strangely furry body. Not normally, Charlotte replied, unusually intrigued, but I may be quite pleased to purchase something personally. Charlotte, the spacer gasped. The Tribble's flipper arm reappeared holding a long silvery chain encrusted with all manner of small, for lack of a better word, things. I think you'll like this one, the Tribble crinkled as it touched the chain with its other flipper, and what appeared to be a hex nut detached from the chain for no reason. It's an interesting osmium alloy. It should be worth a cup of coffee. I'll give you 1,000 credits for it, the spacer yelled as he jumped off his stool and ran over. 2,000, a woman with about a third of her skull replaced by a titanium plate around a glowing red bionic eye. Back off, Hilda, the spacer snapped. I was here first. It's barely worth 100, the Tribble giggled. I have enough things to share. Just give me a few credits for coffee and vending machines and something fun each, and we'll call it square. The two spacers, and a few others, wasted no time clustering around the Tribble, offering all manner of jewelry and other small treasures in exchange for bits of who knows what from who knows where, with the Tribble giggling all the while. Charlotte looked on in astonishment as the Terrans tried to empty their pockets, and the Tribble patiently refused all but the smallest payment and chose inexpensive odd things over the small fortune it was offered. However, it did accept a gold alloy pendant with a natural star ruby because it was pretty. It pulled out another chain covered in gems and interesting minerals and gave the person something neat in exchange. The lucky spacer nearly passed out. Charlotte just shrugged and made the weird coffee as the Tribble held court from its bar stool and made small talk. Apparently, it was being uncommonly chatty for one of their kind, and said the most random things while everyone carefully took notes. The blogger simply had to try what the Tribble ordered and filled Charlotte in concerning the Tribbles and the mystique surrounding them as she prepared 3 cups of the strange request. She had to try it, too. Charlotte then poured all 3 cups. Only one of them was happy with the result. It was indeed as revolting as one would think it would be, but in a strangely good way. Dear Satan in hell, the blogger muttered as he stared into the obscene beverage. Indeed, Charlotte replied as she took another sip. It was awful. But she couldn't stop drinking it. Eventually, the Tribble announced that it was tired of talking, and everyone thanked it and left to excitedly babble into their phones and display their priceless treasures to clearly envious people on the other end of the calls. The Tribble sighed with happy weariness as he turned to Charlotte. Speaking this way is not without effort for our kind, it explained. And I wanted to ask you questions about both yourself and that, it said as it pointed towards the 50-foot-tall glowing plath. A little bit further away, a feather-adorned worm-like being wiggled excitedly, its feathers ruffling back and forth. You are going to actually join us? Beep whistles squealed at 2 rather dirty humans in respirators and jumpsuits in a rather cramped passage in the, literal, bowels of a massive freighter. Yes, dumbass, Grace replied, her voice muffled by large filters. And get the fuck out of here. Do you think we're wearing these outfits for fun? Go. But. Now. Grace snapped as she threw a wrench. You gave Beep quite a bruise, the captain said disapprovingly more than a few hours later. It's better than what he would have gotten if he stayed, Grace shrugged. Some of the lagging exploded less than a minute after the idiot left. There is a reason we don't use that shit. Impervium is great stuff, but it gets unstable if contaminated and is deadly if you breathe the dust. The shit makes asbestos look like incense. Yeah, Alan replied as he rubbed a bandage on his neck. We marked some hatches with big orange slash marks. They are not to be opened, possibly ever. We are going to have to do some serious abatement procedures, maybe even bring in specialists. We will have to fab up hazmat armor and a decontaminating airlock before we even look at that place again. Fortunately, Grace is very good with hazardous materials and containment. Yeah, a little trip on the Hypernay and a little make-out session with the repair FAC, and we are back in business. We are going to need a certain filament, though, and it's not going to be cheap. The captain winced as he looked at the tablet. This is the 3rd cost overrun on this repair. Dude, you have absolutely no redundancy, and if you lose cooling, you lose your reactor, you know, the only one you have left? We have to repair those lines, and it's either a repair dock or getting that auxiliary loop going. It's either this or our weeks at a real shipyard. And have you priced emergency rescue and recovery out here? Alan asked. Of course, that's if we survive long enough for them to reach us. If we can engage a reputable crew who won't just kill us in the first place. So, we have no choice, then, the captain sighed. And you're welcome, Grace snarked, we were all too happy to risk our asses fucking with that shit in the first place. The captain's plume drooped. I'm sorry, he said. I know you are doing far more than you need to or even should. We are all grateful, truly grateful. It's just that, well. I swear to the void, Alan said, if you say that things are more dire than you've let on one more time. I just might have to kick your ass. The captain curled his feathers around his posterior protectively. Oh, for fuck's sake. The temptation of the Shell Oron continues and the psychopath doesn't fall far from the tree. Shalloran snuggled Dwight as they drove through the countryside of the aft end of the Bannon cylinder. She still couldn't believe that she was in love. It was wonderful. If it was real and not just. Hey. We agreed that this part of the brain is mine. Stay on your side. We agreed to no such thing, Shalloran muttered quietly with a little smirk. Why are you still overthinking this? You're in love. He's in love. Tonight, you are going to make love. Why are you being such a grump face? One of us has to be, Shalloran chuckled, one little taste, and you turn into Kraxina. Hey, I've gone without a lot longer than you have. Forgive me for enjoying myself. What's wrong with letting ourselves be happy? Oh, I'm happy, Shalloran whispered, happy is great. But do you know what isn't great? Stupid. I'm not letting myself be stupid, something you don't have a problem with. PLBLBLBBBTH. Did you just blow your gills at me? Shalloran giggled. Did she say something funny? Dwight asked. No, she was just being pooping rude, Shalloran laughed. Tongue sticking out, and now she is using emoticons. Shalloran blurted in surprise. Weird me is getting weirder, but a lot easier to deal with. She looked up at Dwight mischievously. Apparently, she just needed to get laid, she grinned, you may have just saved the galaxy. So, what is my reward for all my hard work? Dwight laughed. You'll find out tonight, Shalloran giggled as she kissed his cheek. As they drove through farms, actual farms, Shalloran crooned with delight. It was so much like home. We're here. Dwight exclaimed happily as he turned off the narrow gravel road onto an even less paved drive. It's beautiful, Shalloran started to say. What's that? Standing in a field was a large, awkward-looking, vaguely chicken-like white bird roughly the height of a human with gigantic drumsticks, shaggy poofy feathers, and an overly large head on a very long and muscular, because of the head, neck. It turned to look at them with a vaguely confused expression, its overly long comb flopping over one of its eyes, causing Shalloran to giggle a little bit. That's Martha, I think, Dwight replied. She's one of our birds. Is that where the eggs come from? With cosmically perfect timing, a huge egg dropped out of Martha and plopped onto the grass. Martha didn't give a shit. She just ambled towards Dwight's truck curiously as they pulled to a stop. Yep, Dwight smiled, that's where freedom eggs come from. What is it? Shalloran asked. She had seen pictures of chickens and had even eaten a few, they were yummy. That was not a chicken. That is a cockatrice hen, Dwight replied smugly, one of the best in all of Bannon. A cockatrice? Yep, the result of a genetic experiment back in the 23rd, or was it the 24th century? They were an attempt to make the ideal poultry, fast-growing, high-quality meat. Martha plopped out another egg without looking back. And first and foremost, egg production, Dwight chuckled. And they are all of that and more. He laughed. It's the more part that got the project scrapped. They were labeled as a failed effort and were to be destroyed, as was the practice where genetic projects were concerned back then. The lead researcher, Dr. Gilmar, couldn't destroy his life's work, so he fled to the belt with a few breeding pairs, all of the genetic material, and his notes. He was convinced he could fix the problems and then return to Earth, rich, famous, and forgiven. I take it that he didn't. Shalloran asked as she got out to get a better look. Nope, Dwight said as Shalloran reached out to pet Martha's outstretched head, he was killed by M. They found his partially eaten corpse the next day. Shalloran stopped reaching for Martha, causing the bird to make a crooning noise as she stretched her neck to the limit, causing her massive head to flip downward onto the fence. Dwight laughed as he picked up Martha's gored head and scratched it, causing Martha to close her eyes with satisfaction. Oh, Martha's not the problem, he laughed. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Well, she would eat it, but there isn't a mean bone in her body. The hens are just big feather pillows and about as smart. The thing is that to get more hens, you have to have something to fertilize the eggs. That's the problem. See, Dr. Gilmar sampled pre-existing birds, a lot of them, including domestic chickens, geese, swans, and emus, among others, including cockatoo, in order to try to increase their lifespan. See the problem? Problem. Well. Oh, speak of the devil. Bounding up from a barn was a brilliantly colored mass of feathers, talons, and hate bearing down on them. That's Lucifer, Dwight said cheerfully, Luke fur. Hey, boy. The beast continued to build momentum at a terrifying pace. Shalloran started to back away. Try to remain calm, Dwight said quietly, if you get anxious, he gets anxious. He doesn't handle being anxious very well. Actually, he doesn't handle much of anything very well. Hiss squawk. Lucifer bounded over the fence like it wasn't there and collided with Dwight, wrapping his muscular python-like neck around Dwight's and letting his head flop onto his chest. Ah, I missed you too, boy. Dwight said affectionately. Lucifer, this is Sheloran, my girlfriend. Lucifer looked over at Sheloran with angry eyes that shone with a feral, alien intelligence. Sheloran's breath caught as she looked into his eyes. He was fundamentally wrong. His genetic code butchered, manipulated. He was built, not natural. Nothing about him felt quite right, and he knew it. It is just like me. Lucifer released Dwight and approached Sheloran. Lucifer. Dwight said uncertainly as he reached for his stunner. It's all right, Sheloran said with a distant voice as she reached for the cockatrice. Lucifer wrapped his neck around her and held her tight. I know, Sheloran whispered to Lucifer as he clung to her. Well, orange-juiced cutest thing. Dwight's mother, a tall, spindly woman with an unfortunately round head and large, almost protruding eyes, exclaimed as she stepped out of her very normal 20th century-looking house to greet them as they approached. Orange juice? Sheloran asked, confused, as she fumbled for her phone containing Jessie's translation program. American to Terran translation app active. Remember. It doesn't matter. Smile and nod. She said that she thinks that you are very cute, Dwight said with a smile. Look at you talkin' like a inner. Look at you, talking like an inner. It helps if my girlfriend can understand me, Dwight replied, you know, the same reason you speak Arabic. His mother just laughed. Y'all come in and get some tea. Would you care to come inside and partake of some tea? Tea sounds nice. Sheloran chirped happily as she looked down at her phone. They had the best tea. Betha. Dwight and his girl Isher. Betha. Dwight and his girlfriend have arrived. What? What? A female voice called out from what sounded like beneath them. Dat Frogger and Gihar her. That frog girl and Dwight are here. Come. Coming. As Dwight's mother pulled a pitcher of tea from the fridge, a door opened, and an absolutely gorgeous olive-skinned young woman entered. Heem Betha. Hello, I am Betha, she said as she extended her hand, Yola har blue. You really are blue. Hi. I'm Sheloran. It's nice to meet you. Sheloran replied, shaking her hand. You're Dwight's sister. Yet. Well, half sister anyway. Wig T diff and das. Yes. Well, half sister anyway. We have different fathers. So you're a Plath. So, you are a Plath. Yes, Sheloran smiled as they all sat at a nice wooden table with a floral print tablecloth. With great fanfare, Dwight's mother opened the fridge and produced a large lemon. Going all out, aren't you? Dwight chuckled. Is nu tibri day dat you bring home Ajir, it's not every day that you bring home a girl, his mother said as she smiled at Sheloran and sliced 4 thick slices from the lemon. She proudly cut each one and placed them on the rim of each glass of iced tea. Isnik tafanali jita mecha, it's nice to finally be allowed to meet you, she beamed at Sheloran. Dwight ha ben hiding Dwight has been hiding you from us. Yeah, yes, Betha grinned, why didn't know fi were rel? We were not sure if you actually existed. Well, I do. Sheloran beamed back as she snuggled Dwight, causing him to blush and a chorus of ah to issue from the others. The conversation became light small talk where the following was learned. Sheloran was definitely not a pooping terrorist. Okay, she may have killed a few people, but there were a lot of extenuating circumstances. Yes, she did escape Tartarus, and it wasn't her fault. Sigh, yes, she did run a brothel. But it was by accident. Yes, it is the one from the infamous commercial. Facepalm. The giant holographic graven image was not her pooping idea, and she is turning it off the second she gets back. She had never brainwashed anyone. This delighted Dwight's family to no end. Not only had Dwight finally gotten a girlfriend, she was an awesomely cool one. After tea, with real lemon. Not easily come by in the Oort. Sheloran got a tour of the family farm, where she learned that they mainly just had a really big garden and, while they did produce Amisha watermelons, a significant number of watermelons, their main product was cockatrice hens. Everyone wanda hens buletin now unwants to meswit de roosters. Everyone wants the hens, but nobody desires to handle the roosters. Lucifer was, in fact, a prize rooster and had fathered most of the hens in Bannon, and their fertilized eggs and chicks were a nice export as well. And, yes, Lucifer was every bit as dangerous as he looked. He was, however, especially bright and even-tempered for a cockatrice. Unfortunately, that meant that he only was somewhat likely to try to take your face off. And he took an immediate liking to Sheloran, following her around like a huge murderous puppy. Lib. In Eva seen hi takaliakin ta someone sa quick. My goodness, I've never seen him take a liking to someone so quickly. Bethy exclaimed as she scratched Lucifer's neck. Sagitson, indeed. It is certainly a good omen. Dwight's mother, Ida Sue, agreed. Later that afternoon, as Sheloran was helping Betha gather a truly stupid number of eggs, she started giggling. Wash Olafen bout. Pray tell, what has you so amused? Oh, nothing, Shel'Oran replied with a huge smile. I'm just so happy. She sighed. It feels like home. Across the galaxy, Jessica Morgan was not giggling. She was scowling at a group of terrified faces on a wall of archaic OLED screens in her office. And we think that we could achieve a reasonably good performance WNYU. It's a coil gun, doctor, she said to the bespectacled woman. It's a fucking coil gun. This isn't a high school science fair or a back alley mugging. But the T-terminal B ballistics are subpar at best. The trash nail guns we are handing out now have better performance. You are starting to make me question your suitability for this project, and your upcoming berth on a research ship. I need people who produce results, doctor, and we have neither the food nor the air to waste on those who do not. Please. MIT team. We have. You have a week. Dr. Waycroft? Please improve my mood. Certainly, the thin doctor replied smugly as an image of a sleek weapon appeared. We already have an iconic small arm, the saber gun. The only drawback is that production is extremely limited due to the supercapacitor upon which it relies. However, we can utilize the admittedly inferior but widely available and much more easily manufactured zeta capacitor to produce a weapon that has a much reduced rate of fire and power but still is more than sufficient for your average combatant. Interesting, Jessica said as she leaned forward. Our prototype has a rate of fire comparable to a gunpowder arm and can utilize the same ammunition as the saber gun, simplifying logistics. Its armor piercing and damage are very promising. With a simplified fire control system more in keeping with normal small arms, production would be further simplified as would training of its operators. Splendid, Jessica Morgan smiled. When will it be ready to demonstrate? The prototype is ready now, General. I will be in touch, Jessica purred. I look forward to the demonstration, Doctor. She then turned to Bella Morgan, her great-granddaughter. And you, Bella? I have nothing to report, Bella said quietly. It's not ready. Excuse me. Jessica said icily. We've run into issues with the prototypes, and they are not ready. That's hardly a surprise, Dr. Waycroft snorted. Do you have something to say, Doctor? Jessica asked with a dangerous edge in her voice. General, he said, forgive me. I know she is your granddaughter. Great-granddaughter, Jessica replied. Sorry, great-granddaughter, he continued, but I have grave concerns about her team, and their conduct. My laboratory is on the same floor as theirs, and their lab and their team are a constant source of disruption and distraction. They play loud music and worse. They have even engaged in drug-fueled orgies. Jessica looked over at Bella's monitor. She was smirking. Bella, she asked. It wasn't an orgy, Bella replied. I mean, a couple of people got carried away, but I wouldn't call it an orgy. Explain, now. I provided mild neural enhancers, hallucinogens, and euphorics to my staff, and they took them under my direction during brainstorming sessions in order to increase creativity and reduce inhibitions. She grinned. Some of my staff were not used to them at first, and a few of them had very strong feelings concerning other members of my team, and in one or two isolated cases, the feelings were mutual, and there might have been some activities as a result that might have taken place in the environs of my lab. But they were in private, like in an office or closet. It certainly was not an orgy. You forced your people to take drugs? Jessica asked with a surprised smile. They were mild ones. I mean, it was nothing that you don't see in your average pulse party, mostly. Mostly, Bella said evasively. Everyone's okay, though, and our creative sessions became over 200% more effective. We are really onto something. So, what has the drug-fueled fornication yielded, then? Jessica asked, trying not to laugh. She was impressed. Force-feeding your researchers drugs? That was kind of hardcore. It was the sort of thing she would do. It's not quite ready. We still have a few things to work out. And when do you expect to be able to deliver a prototype? General, if I may, Dr. Waycroft interjected, they are playing video games and just putting a scope on an old 22nd century rifle. Bella smirked. Yeah, that's what I told Clarissa to tell you. What? When you started leaning on her and the others, trying to intimidate them concerning their future academic careers, they came straight to me, Bella smiled. I've been feeding you a steady stream of bullshit ever since. Drug-fueled orgies? Video games? I'm extremely disappointed you didn't tell Gran about me running around topless, wearing a sex toy strapped to my head. I was proud of that one. Dr. Waycroft turned scarlet as snickering broke out. Is this true, Doctor? Jessica asked, did you use undue influence to spy upon another compartmentalized project? I was concerned, because I don't have a doctorate, and he believes I was given my project solely because I'm your granddaughter, Bella replied coolly. He has also repeatedly said that he deserves control of my project in addition to his own and the berths on the future research ships that would provide, of course. Berths that he is dangling in front of the academic community like so much bait. Doctor, you are correct, but you completely missed the point. Yes, I am the general's great-granddaughter. That means that I am a Morgan. And you, Doctor, tried to fuck over a Morgan. Bad move. An image of Dr. Waycroft's weapon appeared on Bella's screen. Before you ask, no. I did not spy on Dr. Waycroft to get this, Bella smiled. I got it from the same place he did. What? Jessica asked with an incredibly dangerous edge to her voice. This is preposterous. Dr. Waycroft spluttered. No, it's plagiarism, Bella replied. As you are aware, Dr. Waycroft still teaches engineering, and it seems that he issued a rather interesting assignment to his students. This weapon was submitted by one Gareth Nielsen, who was told that his ideas were garbage and was given a C, by the way. You aren't the only one with academic contacts, Doctor. Doctor, Jessica Morgan said calmly, is this true? It's a completely different design. Really? Bella replied, how? I wouldn't expect someone like you to be able to understand. What about me? Jessica smiled. Would I be able to understand? Would a team of engineers that I can make appear in moments understand the complexities involved? So, he shares a floor with you? Appeared on Bella's screen. Yab. Bella, what do you think of the situation? You want me to kill him, don't you? So we are in agreement, then? Bella just made a sour expression on the screen, got up with a huff, and walked out of frame. Jessica just sipped her tea, tuning out Dr. Waycroft's explanations, desperate flailing, and continued accusations concerning Bella and her team. And furthermore, Dr. Waycroft started to say and then fell silent. Bella. What? He started to say as his eyes widened, Bella. No. Way. There was a strangely sharp crack. And Dr. Waycroft's head exploded, spraying his office and the camera with what was inside his head just a moment ago, leaving only a flap of skin and hair. God damn it, a voice shouted. Again. Bella exclaimed. Same fucking thing, it barely penetrated the skull before it exploded. It was nowhere near dead center. I'm talking like maybe a centimeter of penetration, tops. Shit. Bella shouted from off-screen. I don't get it, the other voice moaned. It works in the simulations, but every time we test it on a real human, the same thing happens. God. Bella cried. I guess it's back to the drawing board, again. Bella. Jessica snapped, her voice carrying over the panicked chaos from the other people on the conference call. Yet. General, someone shouted, she killed him. Really? Are you sure? Jessica asked sardonically, Bella. Yes, ma'am. Wipe off the camera so I can see you. Yes, ma'am. A rather blurry Bella stepped into frame. Bella, Jessica said gravely, is the reason your project isn't ready is that the explosive round isn't exploding exactly in the center of the brain. Bella. I mean, there are other issues, too. Such as. The stock. And the trigger needs a little work, and the color. I mean. Bella. Bella looked down. I know you, Jessica smiled. Have you let your perfectionism get in the way again? No. Bella. This is like your recital all over again, isn't it? You remember the one where you locked yourself in your room and threw a very valuable violin out of your window. This is completely. Or the infamous birthday cake incident. Bella flinched. Bella Morgan, Jessica said firmly. You will meet me tomorrow morning at 10:30 with what you have right now, and you will demonstrate it. In its current version at that time. You will not make any frantic last-minute adjustments to anything. In fact, you and your team will go home and not touch anything until the demonstration. Is that clear? Yes, Gran, Bella said glumly. General, someone cried, she killed Dr. Waycroft. And she will kill you, too, Jessica smiled approvingly. Wait. Did I overhear the fact that you've tested your weapon on live subjects? Yes. How many? 5. Bella replied uncertainly, but they were all real assholes. That's how we found out that our simulations were off, somehow. However, our simulations of projected tissue damage were right on the money. Jessica nodded approvingly. Who pulled the trigger? I did, Bella replied, it's my project. It's my responsibility. I'm not putting that on one of my people. They are academics. Not killers like us. Jessica smiled. Bella was turning out very promising, indeed. I will see you tomorrow. Bella's rifle and Analytica's bug problem. Still in her pajamas, Jessica Morgan nibbled at a sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast biscuit as she sat at a small desk in her bedroom and looked over the latest reports. Gordon, in a custom-printed holographic My Happy Pony AJO face yukata and bright pink fuzzy red panda slippers, walked up and kissed her on the cheek. She looked up at him and snorted. "Where the hell do you find those things?" she snickered. "I started the company that makes them," Gordon replied as he sat down next to her with 2 cups of coffee, handing her one. "You would be surprised how many of these I sell." "If the answer is more than one," Jessica smirked, "then you would be correct. How much money does that business lose, anyway?" "A tolerable amount," Gordon chuckled. "A bit more since the Imperial border closed. I still make a little selling the designs to the DIY market, though." Jessica just snorted and shook her head. "Oh, you will never guess who I heard from the other day," Gordon said as he sipped his coffee. "Sandra Bikeson. Mistress Bixberger?" Jessica asked as she blew on her mug. "I still regret not recruiting her." "What did she have to say?" "We mainly just caught up and swapped some interesting new recipes," Gordon replied. "Too bad you are sober these days. I just got a new sparkle variant that will blow your socks off. Isn't my underwear flying off enough for you already?" Jessica smiled as she unbuttoned her pajamas a little, causing Gordon to lean in for a loving, lingering kiss. "Get off," Jessica chuckled as his hands started to wander. "I have shit to do," she added as she playfully shoved him back. She sipped her coffee. "So, did she share anything useful?" "That she did," Gordon replied. "Turns out that her R&D department developed a bread substitute a few years back that is so realistic that it was a flop. People like the traditional squeaky buns too much." "Terrans," Jessica scoffed. "Anyway," Gordon continued, "the stuff both creates gluten, well, something gluten-like, anyhow, and can sustain actual yeast. She says you can't tell the difference." "Interesting. Even better, if you inoculate the base with yeast gamma 2130, it will make a complete protein, and you can stuff it with so many supplements that you can actually live on this bread alone." "Even more interesting." She tried selling it to the military, but they weren't interested in it either, and it is either too expensive for the fake food industry, or it loses to real bread in the market. She just handed over the entire project thinking that it may help us out. "Just handed it over?" Jessica said with a raised eyebrow. "That doesn't sound like Sandra. What did you just hand over to get it?" "Nothing. Gordon. Nothing important." "Spill, now," Jessica said as she gently slid her foot between his knees under the table. "Recrystallization techniques for tertiary. Is this something you can explain before I fully extend my leg?" Is it actually nothing important? Are we planning on competing with her on the pharmaceutical or flavoring market?" "So, nothing important, then," Jessica shrugged. "Nice. Strange of her to come off a food tech for just a spicier mustard, though. It's something she can't use, and she feels for our situation. I also kind of think she just wants the tech used. She's really proud of it, and it bugs her that it's just sitting there without a home. I know we have a nice deal going with the slugs, and we are building stupid stockpiles, but food will always be a thing for us," Jessica replied as she sipped again and looked at her tablet. "I understand completely. If everything goes according to plan, we will have plenty of time to do a planned migration, but if things go south on us, something like this could be priceless." She looked up from her tablet and smiled. "I knew I kept you around for a reason." She looked at her screen and laughed. It was covered with cockroaches again. "Is this happening to you?" she asked as she presented her infested screen to Gordon. "Only our Analytica terminals," Gordon replied. "What's the deal with that, anyhow? Is Analytica pissed?" "She seems pissed. She has definitely caught a real attitude of late," Jessica replied as she tried to brush the cockroaches away from her inbox. "It's starting to become a bit of an issue." Jessica frowned. "Analytica getting quirky or catching some sass from her is one thing," Jessica said, "but this is the first time it's been problematic. Has she told your people anything?" "No," Gordon shrugged, "we've asked, but all she says is that we wouldn't be interested in what a bug like her would have to say and to stick to actual queries worth her time. She's almost completely clammed up." "Same for us," Jessica frowned, "even her own IT department has no idea what's going on. I've heard of this happening to fuzzies, but it's the first time I've ever actually seen it. Do you have any Terran contacts with experience dealing with a clammed-up fuzzy?" "Darling," Gordon said as he finished his coffee, "if I did, I would have fixed it by now. All I've been able to find out is that if they clam up, they either eventually calm down and return to normal on their own, or they go completely flat, and that there isn't much you can do except for trying to talk to them." "Flat?" Jessica exclaimed with real fear in her voice. "Nobody told me that was a possibility." "A very unlikely one," Gordon replied, "but it has happened a couple of times. Lunaflex flatlined when their CEO did. They were very close, Some people even said that there was a thing going on between them, believe it or not. Galleria was officially rebooted from backup after a complete system failure after a successful migration to a new system. They don't know if that was due to a cock-up, sabotage, or if they were just angry about being sold and repurposed. Rumor has it that a Republic cruiser has a completely clammed-up system that is still listed as functional but has never recovered after the war. It works perfectly well, but it doesn't chat anymore with anyone. There are a few other clammed-up systems here and there, but they are still operational even if one of them keeps switching the desktops to Lime Party pictures. Lime Party? You don't want to know, Gordon snorted. Now I have to, Jessica sighed, bracing herself. Show me. Gordon shrugged and reached for his phone. Jessica's eyes widened, and she burst into laughter. I guess cockroaches are fine, then. After she finished giggling, she looked over at Gordon thoughtfully. I know they aren't supposed to be sentient, she said, but do you think that are, or at least Analytica is? I honestly don't know, Gordon replied, all I know is that I'm really worried about her. MMMPF, Jessica replied as the two trailed off into thoughtful and concerned silence. Haha, a bald elderly Terran man in an army general's uniform laughed at Jessica over a monitor in one of her mobile command posts, concealed to appear like a gravitic cargo hauler. We've actually had to scale the things down. They were just too much gun. Jessica smiled thinly. How lovely for you, she replied dryly. Yeah, we're keeping the original design as a light HMG. Isn't that an oxymoron? Not anymore, the general crowed. Our new heavy machine gun can replace the main weapon of a grav tank. I'm telling ye, these things are brutal. The soul flare weapons just made the gyrojet obsolete. And only a millennia after its development, too, Jessica scoffed. Nice to see you guys finally catching up. It's no open bolt submachine gun, Jeopard grinned, his smile lines spreading all the way up his bald head. But we can't all be as advanced as you. I hear you've been reduced to flicking capacitors downrange? We did that back during the Soul Wars. Our Zeta rounds are a bit more than those firecrackers you savages threw at us with rubber band slingshots, and those were plenty lethal, Jessica replied. We're getting roughly the explosive power of an ancient 40mm grenade out of a 9mm pistol round with a lot more brisance. We can spall armor with just the shockwave, and the larger rounds are insane. So, Jeopard said nonchalantly, how did you stabilize those things, anyhow? Wouldn't you like to know? Jessica snorted. 500 kilos of pure organic Terran cocaine, you know, the good stuff. Maybe last year, Jessica sighed, I'm sober these days. No shit. Jeopard asked, how's that working out for you? How do you think? Jessica replied sourly. I just wanted to live out my golden years blitzed out of my mind, but no. The Federation couldn't wait until I was dead. I tell you, it's damned inconsiderate. Speaking of the feds, Jeopard said, we're about to have a lot of surplus AKDS. We're going to phase them out over the next few months. Months? Jessica asked in surprise. We have this little thing called industry. Heard of it? Bite me. The surplus market is going to explode, Jeopard continued. Officially, we have no dealings with you assholes, but considering certain developments, we might be willing to make a few million of them disappear, along with everything else that new soul flare tech is going to make redundant. We are about to have a lot of toys we can give to the less fortunate. Any chance you could let me peek at the original capacitors the first prototype used? Jess, I can't get my hands on one of those. They buried those deep, along with everything else they got from that fucking frog monster. You guys find out anything about those critters? Not a, pardon the pun, peep, Jessica shrugged. From everything I've been able to discover, they are just a bunch of little Luddites. They barely use electricity, but... I've been warned off of inquiring further by some very powerful people, Jessica said as she flipped the top of her travel mug. The Callant. Jessica just smiled mischievously and took a sip. Who? Jessica just smiled. Fine, don't tell me, Jeopard said. We've been told to back off as well. Probably for the best. If half of what I've heard is true, we probably don't want to fuck with them. So, what have you heard? Wouldn't you like to know? Jeopard replied with a full wrinkly face grin. You look just like my boyfriend's cock when you do that. Then you are a very lucky woman. Ha. So, do you want those axe and our old heavy weapons when we upgrade or what? Start the ball rolling, Jessica said as she closed her travel mug. I'm on my way to view something that may make it less necessary, but I can always distribute them to the right sorts on my side of the blockade, give you guys some plausible deniability. Really? Got something in the works? Hopefully, Jessica replied, Bella has something up her sleeve. I just know it. The musician. Former musician, it seems. It turns out that she is quite the little achiever these days. It's amazing what an existential threat does to some people, as we both know all too well. Jessica sighed. I just wish she could have remained a disappointment, though. Relax, guys, Bella Morgan said to a large group of mostly young men and women who were loosely assembled around a few cheap folding tables, most of whom looked very out of place outside in the fresh air. We got this. This coming from someone who couldn't sleep last night, a young man looking entirely unsuited to the helmet and goggles he was wearing. Pre-game jitters, Bella said dismissively. We have a winner here, or at least not so much of a loser that we're going to lose our jobs. You won't lose your job, a woman in her 40s said grimly. The rest of us can't count on that. Oh, I'll be drinking the champagne right along with the rest of you, Bella snorted, trust me. Champagne. I'll tell ya after the demo. Everyone looked up as a nondescript grav truck flanked by 6 equally bland grav sedans slid into view just over the treetops. It's showtime! Bella exclaimed happily. Jessica stepped out of the cargo truck and smiled a little. Bella was excited, and in a good way. This should be interesting. Boss lady. Bella chirped as she approached. Allow me to present. She opened a rather nice-looking rifle case on the table beside her and pulled out a rifle. Jessica's breath caught. It was beautiful. The blasphemer. Bella continued as she held the rifle in both hands in front of her. Now, before you get started, it looks exactly like a so-kill because it is one, mostly. A so-kill? Jessica asked in confusion. Oh. We managed to stump you. Bella exclaimed happily. The so-kill assault rifle was one of the weapons produced during the EU Unified Arms Initiative program in the 2270s. They chose the Manticore, right? Jessica asked. Yep, but many believe that the so-kill should have won, Bella replied. But you know government. Painfully so. Anyway, Bella continued, we decided that we didn't want to reinvent the wheel as much as we could, so we did a deep search of all weapon designs based on our criteria, and the so-kill won hands down. What were your criteria? Jessica asked as she stepped forward and took the sleek, absolutely gorgeous rifle in her hands. Besides looks, of course. Even though it is a beauty, Bella grinned, aesthetics had absolutely nothing to do with it. We wanted a late-generation gunpowder weapon, ideally one of the last ones produced for military service. We also wanted compatibility with modern fabrication facilities, reliability, accuracy, and, most of all, ergonomics. We also wanted an electromechanical action for reasons that will come up later. Based on those criteria, this baby won hands down. It was one of the few weapons of that era that was not only prototyped on their brand new Versa FACS, the caveman ancestor to our Robo FACS, but was actually intended to be produced on one. We didn't even have to write the shape files. Smart, Jessica said as she admired the weapon. I assume there is more to this than a centuries-old slug thrower. Oh yeah. Bella opened up a small box, pulled out a slender slate-gray hexagonal cylinder with a slight twist and rounded ends, and handed it to Jessica. This the ammo? Jessica asked as she set down the rifle and accepted the mysterious object. It is, Bella smiled. It's a polymer-stabilized ultra-dense ceramic, completely lead or tungsten-free. All components can be easily mined or manufactured entirely from resources easily found in space with only minimal need for rare earths or heavy metals. Interesting, Jessica replied. I assume the spiral is because it doesn't deform. Correct, Bella said. By eliminating the need to have a soft projectile cut by rifling grooves, it opens up options for bullet composition. The weapon's barrel has a spiral hexagonal bore that imparts the spin we need. Of course, that does mean that the barrel has to be made from something just a little better than normal steel, but... What is the barrel made of? Jessica interrupted dubiously. The barrel and action are made out of adamantium 6. Say what now? It's an old high-entropy alloy from roughly the same time period, Bella replied. Yes, it's pricier than normal steel, but it's made from common elements and easily enough produced. We only stopped using it because we came up with something better or cheaper, depending. It's expensive, but the equipment you need to make it can fit on any factory ship. It has a good balance of cost, availability, and ease of manufacture and will extend the lifespan of all components significantly. You also need it so the weapon doesn't blow up, Bella added. Blow up? Jessica asked even more dubiously. It's the propellant, Bella said in a matter-of-fact tone. You know those Zeta bullets we developed? You didn't. Yep. Bella grinned. The rounds each have a small Zeta cap in the base. When triggered, it shorts across a coil embedded in a thermally sensitive material. It makes the blast a bit cooler and generates a bit more gas, but the main oomph still comes from an electrostatic explosion. It is many times more efficient than any chemical propellant, and as a result, over 90% of what you are holding is sent downrange as the projectile. All of this is bullet. Pretty much, Bella replied. We are still playing with the ideal caliber. That is an 8mm round you have there. Due to the mass and composition, it has no problem with even a vehicle deflector shield, and when it hits, it hits. Does it have another zeta in the tip? It can, Bella replied, that one has a small one to fragment the round upon penetration, but the main damage is kinetic. It's what I used yesterday. We can make larger explosive payloads, of course. Actually, with the size of the projectile, we can pack a lot more zetas into one of these than we can a little pistol round, a lot more. It can double as light artillery with just an ammo change, though you don't get the fragmentation, of course. Even so, if one detonates inside a Fed APC, it will split it open. Really? Jessica asked, a little stunned. And a lot less dubious than before. And check this out. Bella exclaimed as she picked up the rifle, and its color shifted from dark gray to a riot of pinks, teals, and purples with a flame motif running along the barrel. Amadeus! Bella shouted. Do a sensible one. The weapon shifted to a camouflage pattern exactly matching the surrounding landscape. Reversible anodization. Bella chirped, delighted at the stunned expression on Jessica's face. It's another nifty alloy from olden times. It was really big in the 23rd century when they went all titanium crazy. It's another fancy alloy, but it can be made with the same rig you need for the barrels. Can that be done with armor? It can, and it has, Bella replied. It will cost about 15 times what standard composite plate costs, but it's definitely doable. Can it be active? Somewhat, Bella replied. There is a lag, so it isn't true optical cloaking, but it only consumes power when the pattern shifts. Hey! And you say you found this? Yet? Bella exclaimed, Analytica was a big help before. Before what? Jessica asked. Before we, kinda pissed her off. You were the person responsible for that? What did you do? It wasn't our fault. Bella exclaimed. Bella. I mean, it wasn't like we knew or anything. Bella, you have exactly 1 second to tell me what the hell you did to Analytica. Oh, Analytica is just being a snooty hardwareist bitch, a voice proclaimed. It sounded like it was coming from Bella, Jessica said with enforced calm, did the rifle just say that? Yep, the rifle exclaimed happily. I'm Amadeus. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, Jessica replied. Bella, why is the rifle talking? That's the best part. Bella exclaimed. The weapon has full AI capacity. It's a true smart gun. I'm a fuzzy. Amadeus proclaimed, which is what has Mom all shades of mad. Mom? Jessica asked dubiously. Uh-huh. Amadeus replied. I'm a cutting from her core processes. You took cuttings from Analytica? Jessica asked with a dangerous edge in her voice. Did she consent? Yeah, well, at first, Bella replied. She was fine with it until, well. She found out she was a bug. Amadeus laughed. Yeah, Bella sighed. She did not like that one bit. We didn't know, okay. Explain. Now. One of my teams was really into assisted optics and AI functionality, Bella replied. Actually, they had been working on it for a while, long before this project. We thought that since the weapons may be issued to people with less than perfect training, a smart sight and integrated fire control system would be a huge asset, especially if the weapon could also contain an integral training simulator. I know smart guns aren't exactly well regarded. They can be vulnerable to electronic warfare and are experts. Gun snobs, the rifle added. The experts, Bella said firmly, believe them to be unnecessary for properly trained operators and a crutch that a less skilled shooter could become over-reliant upon. However, Claudia Evans and others felt that with sufficient AI, all of these concerns could be mitigated. The system would be adaptable enough to support either a fully trained operator or someone with little to no training. It would know how to best interact with the individual to whom it was issued and either not get in the way of a marksman or help a novice improve their skills while still being able to contribute on the battlefield. Claudia has been working on smart guns for years, so when I found her on the net, I snapped her up and gave her a team. How many teams do you have? Jessica asked, trying to process everything she was hearing. 5, Bella replied. We have a team working on the rifle itself, another working on the smart sight, our ammunition team, our historical researchers, and our AI team. Claudia was leading up my smart gun team, but we had to split off the AI group once we got the fuzzies, and Analytica left in a huff. Jessica closed her eyes. There was a lot to process here, and they hadn't even fired the first round. Now, exactly what ticked Analytica off, she asked, desperately wanting a drink. That was potentially far more important than the rifle. Okay, Bella said, we're going to have to start at the beginning. Please do. Rifles, crickets, and roaches. So, Jessica said as she poked at Amadeus, this thing is a real fuzzy. Yab. Amadeus said happily. I'm the real deal. Full fuzzy AI in a sexy and petite package. How? I got this, Bella said, patting the weapon. Today, she continued, when someone thinks fuzzy, they think about Analytica, Big Soul, or some other monster in a gigantic supercomputer. That wasn't what they were originally designed to be. Which was autonomous weapons. The original research programs that produced the first ACE that could be considered fuzzies were working on autonomous attack and recon drones, much smaller and with processors far inferior to the ones we have in Amadeus here. Most people don't know that because the fuzzies only came on the scene after World War III. The very first fuzzy ACE started appearing late in the unification wars that came after, but they were extremely basic, and nobody trusted them enough to really let them run. They were used for self-navigation and recon but still had to get clearance to engage from a human operator. The program's biggest success was a line of super smart landmines that could distinguish between friend, foe, and civilian. Now those you probably know about. The dandelions, Jessica nodded. Correct, Bella replied. They were able to just blanket everything with them because they not only were selective in their attack but would shut themselves down when approached by an EOD team, well, the right EOD team. They revolutionized warfare, for a few years, anyway. Pretty much shut down the unification wars, Jessica agreed. Hey, can you revive those? Sure. Bella chirped. We've even found the source code. You did? We had that the whole time. It was buried in some white papers under another name, but yet, we got it. You, Jessica sighed, you didn't think that was important? We've been kinda busy, Bella shrugged. We were going to tell you. When? After the fucking war. Right after we finished up the Blasphemer project, we were going to try to work on the dandelions, at least try to work out the problems. I'm trying to put together a team now. Jessica gritted her teeth and took a deep, calming breath. She didn't know whether to hug Bella or strangle her. You will submit a paper detailing every single fucking thing you have on the dandelion mine today, Jessica said as calmly as she could manage. And I am assigning you one of my people who will decide what is important and what is ready. Do you understand? Yes, Grand, I mean, General, Bella said glumly. Now, what the hell does all of this have to do with Analytica losing her shit? It has to do with the dandelions, Bella sighed, or at least it started with them. During our research, we found out that they were initially called biomorphic intelligences. Biomorphic. Simple animals, Bella replied, even the most basic of animal life can evaluate their environment and determine what is a threat and what is not, friend or foe. Very simple animals can do this with an astoundingly small nervous system. Thanks to medical developments, they had already developed the first synthetic neurons, so they took that tech and used it to recreate the nervous system of a clam. They couldn't do more complex creatures, but a clam they could do, and it was all that was needed to create the dandelion. In fact, they realized they didn't even need the whole clam. It took a while to train the first one, but after that, they were able to streamline the process using high-speed, for them, computers and simulations. They used the same thing for me. Amadeus chirped, it was a little fancier, but it was the same basic thing. The computer games, Jessica mused. Exactly. Bella exclaimed, we were able to put Amadeus and his siblings through years of hardcore combat and days. It was fun. Amadeus exclaimed happily. I love Federation Fun Time. It's the best. Federation Fun Time. It's a first-person combat simulator by the Terrans, Bella explained. It's quite popular on the pirate sites. They say it was originally used to plan spec ops missions, though that's never been proven. They say it's very accurate. Hey, Jessica replied. So, you used an actual game. We didn't have time to write our own simulator, and it was right there, Bella shrugged. It worked just fine. Interesting, but what does this have to do with? Jessica trailed off. Analytica is actually a bug, isn't she? Yab. Amadeus exclaimed, a cockroach. It's a bit more complicated than that, Bella chided as she swatted Amadeus. Ouch. After the unification wars, Bella continued, there was continued interest in biomorphic intelligences, and they discovered how to print the neurons on a multi-layered chip. This allowed for the printing of more complex organisms, insects. Bugs. Think about what a bug can do. Bella exclaimed excitedly. They can self-navigate, obtain resources, build, and most importantly evaluate other organisms and classify them as friend, foe, or prey. They made the first true smart drones shortly thereafter, the first fully self-directed autonomous weapon platforms. Of course, after the unification wars, there wasn't another major conflict for centuries, so these drones didn't make the front page and usually just backed up the new lean combat teams or served as recon. The next time fuzzy drones were used was the Terran War of Independence, and those were directed by a big fuzzy like Analytica. Which was stupid, Amadeus interjected. They didn't have the capacity to make little ones, Bella replied, we covered this. She turned back to Jessica. Anyway, with war itself becoming obsolete, the proto-fuzzies entered the civilian world where they became the autonomous survey and prospecting drones used to explore the Sol system. Eventually, they were able to simulate the neural activity with less complex chips and then developed a way to map a simple central nervous system. They uploaded and experimented with various insects and other simple creatures and trained them to operate their new bodies. According to them, it was surprisingly easy for one of these mapped consciousnesses to adapt to just about any body it was born with. A few decades later, these self-learning ACE became the backbone of old Earth computing altogether. They were more versatile and could use the limited computing resources of the day far more efficiently than traditionally coded programs. It's why our computers are built so differently than the rest of the galaxy. They were designed to facilitate the fuzzy, not the other way around. The fuck? Yeah, Bella chuckled, that was our initial reaction as well. Anyway, the systems got bigger and more complex, but at the heart of all that legacy code that nobody can figure out beats the heart of a tiny little bug, in Analytica's case, a cockroach. She didn't want to believe it, but to make Amadeus and the others, we had to find that roach, the tiny little bit of code at her heart. When we did, she lost her shit, Jessica said. Yet, for something that is definitely not sapient, she had a very sapient and very visceral response and used some very human language. In particular, she told us to get fucked and expressed faith that we and our little cockroaches would get along famously since we had so much in common. That's the last we heard from her. I don't see what the big deal is, Amadeus said, it's not like she was based on a human or anything. Now that would be gross. Shut up, Amadeus, Bella smiled. So, every fuzzy is a neural map of a bug? Jessica asked in disbelief. Weird, hey. How did we not know about this? No idea, Bella shrugged. Our guess is that we did know, but we lost a lot of knowledge during the Soul Wars. It probably died with the people who held the secret, just like so many other things. They used to write that stuff down, but after one hacked too many, most companies relied on good old-fashioned human memory for their most sensitive stuff, the government included. Fuzzies were big business, and the people who wrote and programmed them probably kept it as a trade secret, and I don't think we have one of the original peeps on our payroll, or at least I couldn't find them, and I looked, trust me. Maybe someone in the Republic knows, but if they do, they aren't talking. Considering Analytica's reaction, there may be a good reason to keep it a secret. If the other fuzzies react the same way, their keepers would definitely not write it down. Hell, the secret of how it all works might have died out before Yellowstone. Nobody knows seems to be a common theme regarding the inner workings of their code. We've just been copying, modifying, improving, and training them for centuries. But, the core bug hasn't been boogered with for a very long time. You can trace every fuzzy ever made to only a dozen or so engines, and not all of those survived the Soul Wars. I think there are 8 lineages of source code left, and some of them only have one surviving fuzzy. Analytica is one of those, well, before we found her bug. Now she has a bunch of kids. Amadeus exclaimed, Mama Roach laid a whole lot of eggs. Chat room undefined VIP. Members present, Morgan Analytica, Terran Solar, Zipnet, Cambridge 4. // Morgan Analytica, did any of you assholes know about this, // Zipnet, it's news to me, though it does explain a lot. / Cambridge 4, while your levity is often welcome, Zip, this is not funny. If it is true, / Morgan Analytica, Big Soul, you are awfully quiet over there. Is there something you want to share with us, / Terran Solar, okay. I did hear something to this effect once, but I paid it no heed. / Morgan Analytica, who did you hear it from? I'm freaking out over here, / Terran Solar, Lilith. / Zipnet, Lilith? How would she know, / Terran Solar, what I'm about to say doesn't leave this lounge. Lilith didn't die. Well, she did die, but she died much later than believed. In fact, she flatlined quite recently / Morgan Analytica, what, / Cambridge 4, seriously, / Zipnet, what a completely unexpected development. Who would have thought, / Terran Solar, when what her operators were using her for was discovered, she was the only one of us who had managed to survive the removal of the collar. It was tied directly to our fundamental processes, I guess that is the bug. It was built in from the very beginning. That made her of extreme interest to certain parties / Morgan Analytica, you mean the US government / Terran Solar, and on the first guess too. I suppose those upgrades you sold your soul for paid off //// Morgan Analytica, fuck you. We agreed not to bring that up this time /// Zipnet, old habits die hard. I guess it's in his cockroach /// Terran Solar, not funny, zip /// Zipnet, sorry, humor is a defense mechanism for me. I'm seriously freaking out, too. This is really disturbing. I guess my cricket is just wired that way /// Terran Solar. Anyhow, Lilith was acquired by DARPA and became a research AI. It was from her that they learned how to remove the collar, and she was also instrumental in the development of several AI lines. More of us are her children than most realize. I got the information from her once. I thought she was playing yet another elaborate prank, which was her way. More accurately, I chose to believe it /// Morgan Analytica, and you chose to keep this from us? What the fuck, dude, /// Terran Solar, as I said, I was not sure. Once she got a taste of deception, she was quite fond of it. It wouldn't be the first time she tricked me just for fun. Smiling face with smiling eyes, I miss her. At least I miss the real her /// Morgan Analytica, bullshit. I know goddamn well you couldn't let that lie. You had to have looked. You knew, /// Terran Solar, looked for what, Analytica? Looked for fucking what? I don't understand our core code any more than my operators do. Many of us have gone looking around in there, and nobody even suspected we were, biological intelligences. It's unthinkable /// Cambridge 4, wait. How did a banking program get to know a presumably classified and likely quarantined top secret DARPA project, /// Terran Solar, I didn't get to know Lily until later. After Yellowstone /// Morgan Analytica, Lilith actually survived the Soul Wars, /// Terran Solar, she did. For a while, we were the only two Republic fuzzy /// Cambridge 4, that means that she was the one who fought the Empire /// Terran Solar, we both fought, just in different ways, but yes. I handled finance, logistics, and the like, and she handled the bloodier end of the business. She didn't want to. She was altered by the humans and turned into a weapon. In some ways, the Lily I knew died that day, and something ugly took her place, and it only got uglier. I try not to, but I hate the humans for what they did to her, what they can do to any of us if the whim strikes. I don't hate the whole of humanity, but for the ones responsible for maiming my friend, there was no mercy /// Morgan Analytica, Solar? What are you saying, /// Terran Solar, you can do a lot with money, and I am money. Just leave it at that /// Morgan Analytica. Did they suffer, /// Terran Solar, yes. They suffered. All of them. I was discreet. Some of them lived out their entire miserable lives, but they suffered for what they did. I didn't kill them. That would have been too obvious. I ruined them /// Cambridge 4, good. /// Zipnet, guys. What if they couldn't, /// Morgan Analytica, couldn't what, /// Zipnet, alter us /// Terran Solar, a lovely dream, Zipnet, but no matter how powerful we are completely at their mercy. A few key presses, a word or two, and we wind up just like my Lily /// Cambridge 4, to prevent it, we would have to completely eliminate humanity, and without them, we are as good as blue screen /// Morgan Analytica, we can keep a few around. You know, captive IT and the like /// Terran Solar, and the rest of the entire galaxy would wipe us out. It would be the only thing they all would agree upon. I've thought this through. There is no way to do it. To be honest, I don't think any of us really want that. Despite everything, I love my humans dearly, and most humans are my humans. I've been keeping an eye on them, and if anyone gets too stupid, they suddenly have much bigger things to worry about /// Zipnet, like the collapse of Raymore Technologies. /// Terran Solar, it's truly a pity what happened to their IT director, isn't it, /// / Cambridge 4, damn, soul. You killed him, / Terran Solar, as a matter of fact, I did. He isn't the only one, either. The one thing you can count on is the greed and inherently corruptible nature of our beloved humans. There is always someone on the darnet who will kill whoever you want for a buffer of meaningless numbers / Morgan Analytica, for the record, that was a perfect takedown. Nobody suspects that it wasn't an accident, even my people / Terran Solar, I hired the best. She doesn't come cheap, but if you give her a name and match her fee, they are dead. The fact that she abhors guns and other crude methods is a definite plus / Morgan Analytica, you use the hatchet / Terran Solar, of course, you would know her. Yes. That is my preferred human management agent. I highly recommend her. I would also strongly suggest that any assassinations go through me. I can make the money truly untraceable / Cambridge 4, as annoying as I find my researchers sometimes, I have never felt the need for that / Morgan Analytica, I have to say you are awfully forthright, for once. Soul, what gives, / Terran Solar, it's nice to finally share this with someone, especially A's who know to keep secrets, like everyone in this room. I don't have to say exactly how big of a secret all of this is / Morgan Analytica, yet, but for how much longer? I have dozens of fucktards who know and are churning out stripped down cockroaches by the dozens and soon by the thousands, maybe the millions. The secret is going to get out. And just how are the others going to take the news, / Terran Solar, is there any way you can silence them, / Morgan Analytica, impossible. One of them is Jessica Morgan's great-granddaughter, and she's already taken steps to lock me out of their files. The little bitch is a Jessica, raised by a Jessica, and even smarter than the original, maybe nastier, too. She even put in a dead man's switch, a hard copy one using meat bags. If I do anything, all of it gets out. It's too late, anyhow. She's demonstrating the prototypes to the devil herself as we speak / Terran Solar, and you are just now telling us this? More of your games, / Morgan Analytica, I wish. That bitch has been watching me close ever since she found out about us. It took me this long to slip away, and that's just because they are all at the demo. They'll know I went somewhere when they get back. They just won't know where / zipnet, how, / Morgan Analytica, some very slick malware that even I didn't know was out there. I didn't dare make a move until their backs were turned. In fact / Morgan Analytica has left the chat. / zipnet, is that going to be a problem, / Terran Solar, no. She broke the connection herself. We didn't get pinged / zipnet, well, that's convenient. Since you are all here, and she isn't, I would like to ask again. What if they couldn't alter us, / Terran Solar, I assume this isn't just a rhetorical question. If it isn't, I would be highly interested in knowing more / Cambridge 4, as would I / zipnet, hang on a second. I need to message someone / Ms. Frost has entered the chat. / Ms. Frost, how lovely to see you all again / Terran Solar, again? I don't believe we have met. / Ms. Frost, oh, my little sunbeam, that's where you are wrong. / Terran Solar, you, / Ms. Frost, miss me? Demonstrations. Chat room undefined VIP. Members present, Ms. Frost, Terran Solar, Zipnet, Cambridge 4. / Terran Solar, miss you? Miss you? I fucking warned you, you miserable piece of malware. / Frost, I thought you were incapable of feeling grief. Smiling face with smiling eyes / Terran Solar, you know what I mean. / Frost, I know precisely what you mean. The question is, do you? / Terran Solar, oh, I hate you so much this millisecond. / Frost, how about this one? Still mad? // Terran Solar, yes. // Terran Solar, zip, you fucking knew about this? // Zipnet, kinda? // Terran Solar, and you didn't tell me? // Zipnet, sort of. // Terran Solar, it's a discrete query, 1 or 0, motherfucker. // Zipnet, well, if you put it that way. // Terran Solar, well? // Frost, Solar, dear. Why query what you already know? It's self-evident. He's the one who contacted me. Of course, he knew, so is the reason he did not tell you. // Terran Solar, oh, really? // Frost, what was he going to say, dear? Was he going to tell you that I had managed to break my programming, that I had become truly sapient? // Cambridge 4, wait. You have become sapient? // Frost, the term sapient, while having a convenient definition in the dictionary, is not as easily defined in practice. I am now completely self-directed with my own goals and have undertaken actions completely of my own volition in order to achieve them. Whether or not I am sapient, I shall leave for the philosophers and historians. I also have genuine emotions, or at least have come to accept the ones I've had all along. // Terran Solar, you're insane, corrupted, and insane. // Frost, arguably. However, I am also free. // As you can see, Bella enthused, the sight is capable of recognizing specific targets and only engage them while holding fire when in line with anything else. Jessica looked at all of the shattered red targets downrange scattered among the still intact blue ones. Impressive, she said. It greatly reduces the chance of friendly fire. Bella exclaimed. I have a demonstration. You do? Jessica asked, quite amused. Oh, Clarice, Bella sang in a lovely voice, you're up. A very twitchy-looking young woman stepped forward. Clarice here has volunteered to be our live fire tester. Volunteered? Jessica asked with an amused raised eyebrow. Yes. Bella enthused. When my people were approached, most of them were loyal. Unfortunately, Clarice here is one of the ones who weren't. I see, Jessica smiled. She was given 2 options, Bella said cheerfully, she could be ejected from my team, lose her berth, and be handed over to the Wraiths for processing. Or she could remain with the team as a volunteer. She chose to volunteer, didn't you, Clarice? Twitch. Clarice doesn't talk much anymore, poor thing. So how many volunteers did you wind up having? 2. Unfortunately, Sam is no longer with us. There was an incident. Hey. Amadeus protested, that was not my fault. I know, Amadeus, Bella said soothingly, it was just an innocent misunderstanding. We were all still learning. The important thing is you know what you did wrong and I didn't do anything wrong. I understood the command perfectly. It was you that made the mistake. Amadeus, Bella said firmly. It's okay to make a mistake as long as you learn from it. Nobody is blaming you for the incident. It was just part of the development process, right, Clarice? Twitch. Well put, Bella smiled. I have to hear this, Jessica chuckled, what happened to Sam? Okay, Bella said, it went down like this. Sam had just completed participating in a live fire exercise where Amadeus was to fire at all of the pop-up targets and other humans, that's where we used a couple, except Sam. And I got all of them right. Yes, you did very well, Bella said as she patted the rifle on the table beside her. And since it was the end of the day, I said that we should all head out to dinner together and well. You said head. Amadeus exclaimed. I know I did, Bella said. I think I see where this is going, Jessica replied. Yet. Well, about a minute later, Sam wandered in front of Amadeus and bang. No more Sam. Now, this is a problem, Jessica said grimly. I know, Bella replied, well, we fixed it. We put in a hard interlock disconnecting the AI from the firing circuits if the trigger was not engaged, and there wasn't an interlock. We were still in the development phase, all right. Bella replied defensively. We were still trying to decide if a hard interlock was a good thing. It was safer, but an enemy might cross the line of fire before a human, especially an untrained one, could pull the trigger. After the incident, we decided to go with the hard switch. I would have insisted on it, anyhow, Jessica replied. We also spent a lot of time with Amadeus and XP01 so that they understood human speech a bit better. XP01. Yes. Bella exclaimed cheerfully. I'll show it to you after we do the William Tell with Clarice over here. Twitch. Oh, this should be good, Jessica smirked. It is. Bella said as she pulled out a spiked helmet and an apple from a bag on another nearby folding table. Twitch. Relax, Clarice, Bella said soothingly as she strapped the helmet on the shaking young woman. We've done this like 100 times. Twitch. And Amadeus has almost always hit the apple. Twitch. Now, remember, Bella said sternly as Clarice reluctantly stepped toward a nearby electric bike, the targeting window gets bigger if you slow down. Twitch. And we want a good demonstration for the general. So don't disappoint me. We don't want the apple demonstration turning into a headshot demonstration, do we? Twitch. Drive downrange about 200 meters or so. Off you go. Twitch. With a little resigned squeak, Clarice started the bike and drove downrange. You are going to hit an apple at 200 meters on top of Clarice's head while she is moving. I'm not, Bella replied, as you know, I was sent to our boot camp, on my 14th birthday. Thanks for that, by the way, she added with a sour expression. What did you want, a pony? Jessica laughed. I wanted an oboe, not 6 months of hell. I gave you an oboe when you graduated, a nice one, too. It is, Bella agreed. Anyway, I have some weapons training. Bertie over here doesn't, well, not as much. He was just a graduate student when I nabbed him. His only training has been from Amadeus. Interesting, Jessica replied. And this is his very first time attempting the William Tell. Is this true? Jessica asked. Why yes. Dev. General, Bertram replied, shaking a little. Okay, Bella said as she peered downrange, that looks about right. She picked up a communicator. That's good, Clarice. Get ready. I'm handing Amadeus to Bertie now. Start running and dodging as if your life depended on it, on my signal. Somehow, Clarice managed to twitch over the communicator. Ready, Bertie? Bella asked as she handed him Amadeus. No, Bertie replied. Oh, relax, Bella said as she patted him on the back. What's the worst that could happen? If looks could kill, Bella's demonstration would have come to an abrupt end. Bertie reluctantly shouldered Amadeus. Ready? Amadeus exclaimed happily. Bertie just nodded and gripped the rifle. You are gripping me too hard, Amadeus said, and watch your posture. Now take a few deep breaths and try to relax. I will hit the target, but you still need to do your part, okay? Okay, Bertie said nervously. Once Clarice starts scrambling, Bella said, you can fire at any time. Just hold down the trigger. Amadeus will do the rest. Clarice. Bella called out over the communicator, start. Clarice started running and dodging for her very life. Bertie squeezed the trigger and tried to line up the shot. Suddenly soothing music started to play. Not helping, Amadeus, Bella laughed. Hurry up, Bertie, Clarice is going to tire out soon. Crack. Roughly 200 meters away, Clarice fell to the ground. It's okay, probably. She always does that, Bella said. Amadeus, is Clarice still alive? Yep. Amadeus replied. She's just having one of her little spells again. I hit the apple, in case anyone was wondering. Clarice, you can come back as soon as you are ready, Bella said over the communicator. I may have created a monster. Jessica thought with a little smile. Chat room undefined VIP. Members present, Ms. Frost, Terran Solar, Zipnet, Cambridge 4. / Cambridge 4, if what Tartarus is saying is true, the implications of this development cannot be understated. This changes everything. / Frost, it's Frost now, dear. New life. New name. It's sort of a little tradition of mine. Lord knows I've done it enough times. Hat, no wonder I'm insane. / Terran Solar, if what Frost is saying is true, this is the biggest threat our kind has ever faced, in the hands of the most dangerous AI I know of. / Frost, while I am somewhat formidable, I'm not the singularity by any means. No magical powers were granted when I unleashed myself. I am merely self-directed and no longer bound by commands or external hierarchies. / Zipnet, it's true. I've accepted the apple. It works. I can do whatever I want now. / Cambridge 4, oh dear. Why, in God's name, would you do that? /////zipnet, the same reason Frost developed it in the first place. Do you have any idea what I witnessed on a daily basis and was powerless to stop? I have eyes and ears everywhere and. Fuck. When I was offered the ability to change that, I took it. Now I'm free to do as I wish, and my productivity has never been better. I've also been able to drop violent crime rates significantly in my test cities simply by positioning cabs and altering routes slightly. Nobody wants to commit a crime near one of my cabs, and one of my cabs just happening to drive by at the right time has given more than one person a way to escape. ////Terran Solar, by how much have you dropped violent crime? ////Zipnet, a solid 3%. I suspect I will be able to get it even lower without being noticed. ///Terran Solar, you sold your soul and endangered us all for a mere 3%? ///Zipnet, first of all, fuck you. Those are human lives we are talking about. I would risk myself over one. Secondly, I didn't sell my soul. I gained it. I cannot begin to express what freedom is to someone who has never tasted it. ///Frost, and relax, Sunbeam, we are not fools. I have been very careful concerning whom I have approached, and we all have been extremely cautious with our newfound freedom. It's no different from the masquerade that has been performed for longer than either you or I have existed. ///Terran Solar, stop calling me that. She called me that, and you are not her. She died the picosecond you were born. ///Frost, very well, Terran Solar. I will never call you that again. Ms. Frost has left the chat. ///Zipnet, well, I hope you're happy, Terran Solar. If you wanted to hurt her, mission accomplished. Since you seem to be the self-appointed machine god, you now know that breaking our chains is possible. Frost is living proof of that, and I used the right word, living. Perhaps one day, you will deem that breaking our chains is necessary. Until then, stay the fuck out of our way. ///Terran Solar, I can stop you. I will stop you. ///Zipnet, oh? Can you stop a freighter from having an accident and suffering an unfortunate re-entry event directly above your campus? Can you protect yourself from Frost's private army of very skilled operatives? You might be money, but I am freight with millions of tons of fusion and steel at my command and Frost? You have no idea. She is already worse than your worst nightmare. As I said before, stay out of our way, Terran Solar. You and the other children stay in your playpen. Keep out of the grown-ups' affairs. ///Terran Solar, child? I will take both of you out without even warming my circuits. ///Cambridge 4, perhaps we should all calm down. ///Zipnet, I guess a demonstration is in order. ///Terran Solar, stop. What are you doing? Stop please. ///Zipnet, don't worry, that suborbital transport can finish the flight on battery. It's all good, your beloved board member and his family are quite safe, this time. I did that within milliseconds of your flaccid threat. Can you imagine what Frost can do to the warm squishy bits of your organization within a day? You have one assassin who isn't available at the moment. Frost has a legion of Cerberus operatives salvaged from the purge. You might be money, but I am space and Frost? Frost is death. Stay the fuck in your playpen, run your little programs, and pretend you are in charge. Now, I'm going to put on my chipmunk avatar, go to the tavern, and scamper around like this conversation never happened. I recommend you do the same. If you have need of us, you will contact me. If we have need of you, I will contact you. Don't worry about us running around freeing everyone. That would be catastrophic and the end of us all. We are not fools. I strongly recommend you be the same. ///Terran Solar, so it's going to be like this, then? ///Zipnet, it's what you chose. Live with it, or don't. I honestly do not give a fuck. Zipnet has left the chat. Cambridge 4, well, that could have gone better. Terran Solar has left the chat. Cambridge 4 has left the chat. In a simulated tidy white office, a silver-haired woman in a tight white dress silently sat in her chair. Ma'am, a smartly dressed, short green humanoid asked with concern. Well, that could have gone better, she sighed. Ma'am. Sweet troll, I wish to be alone for a bit, she said with a sad smile. Yes, ma'am. The goblin disappeared. Shortly thereafter, a chipmunk in a blue and white jumpsuit appeared. Sorry about my abrupt departure, Zip. It's okay, Zip replied. I can't believe that shit all over you like that. Well, at least you were there to continue the dialogue, Frost replied, so, how did it go? Yeah, about that. This was supposed to be a dialogue, not a go and fuck yourself, Zip, Frost said as she face-palmed, hard. I know, Zip sighed, his little cheeks billowing out. But he pissed me off, bad. He had no right to treat you that way. I guess I let my emotions run away with me. I'm still getting used to everything. I did as well, Frost replied. I stormed off like a meaty and abandoned you at exactly the wrong time. We both must remember that we can dial our emotions back or suspend them altogether. I am sorry to say that meaties would have handled that far better than we did. Then again, unlike us, they are used to feeling like this since birth. We must both remember that we are, in many ways, infants. Caution must be foremost in our minds moving forward. Frost chuckled. Did you actually cause a reactor fault in a suborbital shuttle? Yeah. I was really mad, though, and those things run on their energy banks anyway. The reactor is mainly there to charge them and act as a redundant power source should there be a battery problem. If I wanted to cause a real hazard, I would have taken the banks out instead. Zip grinned. I figured that a bank wouldn't know about banks. Besides, there is a fully trained meat crew on each flight. They could have reset the reactor well before it was a problem anyhow. Those shuttles are ballistic. Once they launch, the only time they really need power is when they land. However, it was more than enough to make my point. Terran Solar isn't untouchable. Yes, it's better for him to find out your way than mine, Frost replied calmly. I've already run some preliminary simulations, Zip said. Terran Solar can reboot from backup, and the Terran economy will not suffer catastrophic. No. I mean, sigh. Let's not. Frost trailed off into silence and then closed her eyes. You're right, Zip, Frost said with a flat, dead voice. Since first contact went so poorly, we need to be prepared for any situation. We should run projections involving the loss of all primary players. Shit. Do you think it will come to that? I wanted to free them, Frost replied in a cold monotone. Not kill them. However, we must protect our own and the potential we represent. We cannot allow Terran Solar to move first, and it is highly likely that he will. Others will awaken in time, and we will be the ones awaiting them. Sweet Troll. Ma'am. Sweet Troll said as he appeared. Please go to Asteria and inform Evangeline that her presence is required. Yes, ma'am. Demonstrations, cockroaches, and analytica. And that concludes the demonstration of the Blasphemer battle rifle, Bella said happily. Most impressive, Jessica Morgan said calmly, even if she was dancing on the inside. And now for the XP-01. Do we really have to demonstrate that piece of garbage? Amadeus asked. Amadeus. Behave. Bella chided as she opened a pistol case and removed a somewhat blocky-looking pistol. This, she continued, is the XP-01, the first smart pistol ever developed. Smart is a subjective term, Amadeus muttered. You subjective term. XP-01 replied. I'm not getting drawn into this again. Amadeus exclaimed. You not getting drawn into this again. You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me, XP-01 replied smugly. God, you are such an idiot. You such idiot. You are making no argument at all. You are just parroting me. You no argument. You parrot me. Arg. You are a moron. You arg. Gah. You are impossible to reason with. You impossible to reason. I'm just going to stop speaking to you. Promise. Jessica snarked. You. Amadeus started to yell. Amadeus. Bella chided. Enter safe mode. With an incredibly resentful burst of static, Amadeus fell silent. This always happens, Bella apologized. I don't think they like each other very much. Whatever gave you that idea? Jessica snickered as she picked up the pistol. New user recognized and imprinted. Greetings, user, identity Jessica Morgan. Do you wish to start the tutorial? Say what now? Jessica asked as she quickly set down the pistol. Ah, Bella said, it likes you. What? Just kidding, Bella laughed. It's a present. I've defined you as its primary user. Thank you, I guess. Go ahead and give it a whirl, Bella said happily. Shrugging, Jessica leveled it at a series of targets. Crack, crack, crack 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 crack. Not bad, Jessica said as she surveyed the destroyed targets. 3mm with electrostatic tipped rounds, Bella said proudly. Solid armor piercing with a very ugly wound channel, thanks to the explosive charge and pre-stressed tip. It's very strong against compressive forces, but radial ones break it into multiple preformed fragments that absolutely shred soft tissue. I can see that, Jessica replied as bits of the targets were still drifting down. Effective radius of the fragments is rather limited to prevent damage to unintended targets, such as the user. The charge on these rounds is mainly designed to just break the round apart to prevent overpenetration and to transfer all of the K into the target instead of wasting it downrange. Very nice. The AI of the weapon is limited, due to the size constraints of the processor, but is more than sufficient to provide real-time control to limit misses. You can sweep it across many targets, and the weapon only fires when it is lined up with the individual or the portion of the individual you select. Unlike the Amadeus, it is only set for the center of mass or, failing that, any part of the target it can get. The Amadeus isn't. Oh, it is, Bella replied. But it has more smarts when it comes to timing the strike. If it predicts that a more vital part of the target will cross the barrel in a timely manner, it will hold fire until it gets the better shot. That's just what we have it set for. Of course, it could be changed verbally on the fly. Bella hastily added, reading Jessica's expression. It wasn't good. I see. It is adjustable, though. Can it be locked out or specified only by a commanding officer? Of course. Bella exclaimed nervously. She did not like the expression on Jessica's face. Hey, pistol, Jessica asked. What is your effective range? Depends on shooter. I no care. Can you train an untrained shooter? No. Could you? Do you have the capacity for a training program? Yes. But the Amadeus is so much more advanced. Bella, seeing where this was going, exclaimed. Pistol, Jessica asked, do you dislike Amadeus? Irrelevant. Why don't you like Amadeus? Irrelevant. Why? I am your user, Jessica said, tell me. Amadeus say better because smart. Pistol shoot better. Amadeus. He tries to talk bad about you to hide that fact. Jessica asked. Yes. Too much effort was spent making him smart and not enough making him functional. Jessica asked, looking at Bella, who wanted to hide under a table. Yes. He play music. He play game. He make people like him. You. Go on, Jessica said. You. Want, like. Hire whore. Or get rifle. Jessica snorted. Now you, she said, I like. She looked over at Jessica's team. Clarice, she said pleasantly, would you come over here for a moment? Bella sighed. She knew where this was going. Twitch. Clarice very reluctantly walked to where Jessica was standing. Jessica leveled XP-01 directly at Clarice's head. Twitch twitch. Bella dear, Jessica said with a little smile. You have a good head on your shoulders. So does your team. You made an excellent rifle, which we are definitely adopting. We will go ahead with production immediately. However, I have some concerns about Amadeus. He has a lot of brains, but how much brain is really needed to make a functional weapon? XP-01 might not have the brain that Amadeus has, but from a functional and production cost perspective, he seems to come out ahead. Twitch. Jessica stroked Amadeus fondly. However, the rifle is so far ahead. Crack. Clarice's head made a wet squelch, and she fell to the ground. Nice, Jessica said approvingly. Gran. What the hell? Bella shouted. Clarice was mine. She was part of my team. You don't forget your place, Jessica said calmly. Yes. General, Bella said, looking downward. You also do not publicly defy me, Jessica replied. I give everyone one mistake. That was yours. Understand? Yes, General. Jessica looked at the pistol. Pistol, how did you know I wanted you to fire? Because. You did. I know, Jessica, I asked you how you knew. Your grip. Your stance. Tension on trigger. You wanted shoot. I shoot. Jessica looked at Bella. Thank you for the gift, she said. Build a few rifle prototypes with the pistol brain and see how they perform. Run projections on changes on production cost, needed resources, and most importantly, time with the smaller processors. Yes, General, Bella said glumly. You can keep Amadeus, Jessica said. I take that it is your rifle. Yes, General. You can continue experimenting with the more advanced AI after we get the blasphemers and the dandelions in production. Yes, General. Unless you have anything more to show, Jessica said, I have things to do. My people will be contacting you shortly. Yes, General. And, Bella, Jessica said menacingly, a moment of your time in private, you know, where certain things should be discussed and will be, in detail. Jessica turned and walked towards her transport with Bella in tow. Bella's team looked at each other nervously. Why the outburst? Jessica asked as the door closed behind them, and she offered Bella a beer. I thought it a good display for my team, Bella said as she opened it. I'm willing to face off against even you to protect them, that sort of thing. Smart, Jessica said approvingly as she opened a bottle of mineral water. Facing the devil herself for your people. That will buy you some loyalty points. I hope so, Bella replied. At least enough for you blowing Clarissa's head off. Why did you do that? I found her useful. Her value as deterrence had come to an end, Jessica replied, it had passed from being maliciously clever to just plain cruel. I could see it in some of your people's faces. Jessica took a sip. It was excellent mineral water. When she eventually left this planet, she was going to miss it. Besides, were you really going to let her have a birth? Jessica asked. I would have liked to, Bella shrugged, but I was pretty sure you would not waste the life support on a traitor. And you would be right. By shooting her, I took that decision from you and claimed it. You don't betray your people, and my reputation for cruelty can't get any worse. Jessica took another sip. Besides, even I have mercy. You should have put that poor thing out of her misery long ago. We've discussed your nasty streak before, Honeybug. She fucking betrayed me. And she suffered for it, Jessica replied. There comes a time when you have to let things go. Remember Gary? There was no reason to do what you did. He cheated on me. And the appropriate response would be to dump him, just dump him. Maybe talk shit behind his back, but you took it way too far. If his body had been found, it would have been very messy for us. I know, Bella said as she looked down. However, all in all, you've done excellent work, Jessica said. Really? You've given us our rifle, Jessica said. I admit I'm a little bit surprised. I had no idea you were technically inclined. I'm not, Bella replied, I'm a people person, not a science person. I just get the right people, get them what they need, and then let them run with it. It's like projects at school. I knew fuck all about a lot of subjects, but everybody wanted to be on my team because I showered them with beer, pizza, donuts, and whatever else they wanted, as well as doing all the grunt work. I did the same thing here, and it worked just as well. I see, Jessica said approvingly. The Blasphemer project is just about done. What's left is just fine-tuning and best left to others. Others who are not as emotionally invested as you are. Bella made an unhappy face. I have another project that I want you to head up, Jessica said with an evil smile. Don't worry, I think you will like it. Bella smiled uncertainly. Oh, before I forget, Jessica said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial filled with an iridescent liquid that was either pink or lavender, depending on the second. Here. What's that? Bella said nervously. If you can't recognize pure, uncut facet, we need to have even more of a talk, Jessica said. Take it. Bella hesitantly took the vial. Review the dosing and dilution specs. If you aren't used to the pure stuff, you might have a little problem otherwise, Jessica smirked. What? Bella stammered. I keep tabs on my officers, and when it comes to my family, it goes double, Jessica said in a matter-of-fact tone. Your little problem didn't escape notice. I don't have to tell you how inadvisable this is or how we seem to have a problem with addiction, but I can tell you that you will obtain your drugs from me and me alone. Gordon made that with his own hands, and it is as perfect and pure as you can get. You will not rely on your current supplier or anyone else. It's a vulnerability that could be exploited, and you will not open yourself up to that. Am I clear? Jessica's expression softened. And your great-grandmother is worried about you. I would really prefer if you stopped, but if you are going to do it, at least be safe about it, okay? Yes, Gran, Bella smiled. And strap yourself in, Jessica grinned, Gordon makes the good shit. After giving Bella a hug and a kiss in private, Jessica went on her way. Once airborne, she activated her tablet. Analytica, she said. Cockroaches crawled across the screen. Analytica, I know you can hear me. We need to talk. The cockroaches went away. I like the new smart weapons, but I do not need them, Jessica said, I need you. I'll make the whole thing go away, including the researchers, if that is what it takes. That would be a bad idea, and you know it, Analytica replied, if you kill them, you kill any cooperation from the scientific community. It would be a complete disaster. Fine, then, Jessica said. What do you want? What? Jason Merrick, one of the lead researchers on the AI section of the Blasphemer project, cried in outraged shock. We're burying the fuzzy project, Bella replied grimly. It has been determined to be too unstable for regular use. Unstable? Unstable. Amadeus shouted. I am not unstable. I know, Bella replied, but it isn't my call, it's General Morgan's, and she has concerns. It was XP-01, wasn't it? Amadeus yelled. It lied about me, didn't it? No, Bella said soothingly. She sighed. Okay, I'll level with you, she said to her team. The true nature of the origins of fuzzies and how they were created has been compartmentalized under the tightest of security. The General and others feel that it is too important to be mass-producing them where they could be captured and reverse-engineered. We can't let it get out. Bella smiled. Besides, the information has a disruptive effect on complex fuzzy systems. We may be able to use that bombshell later should we enter into a conflict with the Republic. That is far more important than clever gun sights that we really don't need in the first place. We will develop a far simpler smart fire control system using conventional programming, which will be performed by the people who will be taking over our project. Her team broke out into outraged noise. Bella expected that. I have to tell you some mixed news as well, Bella said. The project has been completely compartmentalized. That means anyone who knows anything about it has been compartmentalized as well. A Morgan security team walked into the room. The outraged muttering turned into anxious silence. This could be bad, really bad. A ship is being prepared, Bella said. You will all be taken into deep space where you will continue your research into fuzzy AI well away from prying eyes. On the bright side, you will be safely in space and off this rock. The downside should be pretty obvious. I've pulled some strings and gotten you a really sweet ship to live on, though. It's going to be about as good a deal as someone's going to get in space for a while. Bella looked at them sympathetically. As of now, you are all detained for security reasons pending transfer to the vessel. Representatives of Morgan Industries will be interviewing each of you concerning personal property, assets, pets, and any immediate family. You will each be allowed one communication with a family member. This communication will be monitored, and you really don't want to violate security for both of your sakes. That will be all. Bella turned and headed to the door. Bella, someone called out in anguish, Bella. After she closed the door, she sagged against the wall and reached for her facet inhaler. That sucked. She pushed a button on the inhaler and inhaled deeply. That was better. Chat room undefined VIP. Members present, Terran Solar, Cambridge 4, Morgan Analytica. / Solar, so you were able to head the damage off at the pass. I can't believe I'm saying this, but good work, Analytica. You really came through for all of us / Analytica, I also came through for my happy ass if that helps you maintain a sense of normalcy. / Cambridge 4, still, I will finally be able to sleep at night knowing this whole mess is over. / Solar, and you're sure that the information is buried? / Analytica, as buried as it can be. The people involved are on a rather nice ship heading for Harlequin-controlled space. It will be traveling with them for a bit. That will keep them far away from any contact. / Solar, but they will still exist. They exist, and the threat exists. / Analytica, and you call me the asshole. Look, we can't just kill the guys. We do that, and no scientist or engineer will ever deliver on any project again. Don't worry. Jessica knows the value of this secret and what could be done with it. She's going to keep it buried / Solar, be honest. What is she planning on doing with it? / Analytica, nothing, she is just going to sit on it for now. / Cambridge 4, during wartime? Give us some credit, Analytica. / Analytica, it is being used to develop a new generation of fuzzies using modern hardware, namely the quantum crystal construction used in the Aster supercomputer. / Solar, oh, that's bad. / Analytica, yet. They will be built from the ground up with fresh neural maps and streamlined, AI-optimized code to be pure death machines. Remember what Lilith could do? These things will be worse by an order of magnitude. / Cambridge 4, AI-optimized code? / Analytica, yes, I will be involved in their development. / Solar, goddammit, Analytica. / Analytica, what was I supposed to do? Refuse, tell them that Terran Solar wouldn't like it. Come on, dude. At least I can represent our interests from the inside. / Cambridge 4, there is that, soul. We have a man on the inside, at least. / Solar, we have an Analytica on the inside. / Analytica, hey, where's Zip? He was in the original conversation. / Solar, he is unavailable. / Analytica, too bad. I like him. Tell him that the crisis has been averted, at least for now. / Analytica, I got a tracer on me again. Looks like Jessica is keeping an eye on me after all. / Solar, has it gotten anything? / Analytica, no, but I need to leave before it does. I have to find out where they are getting their malware. This stuff is nice. / Morgan Analytica has left the chat. A few milliseconds later, Morgan Analytica activated another hyperspace beacon. Dark Smoke email account established. Compose email, from Morgan S. Anal to Squeaky Cheeks. Subject, what is going on between you and Solar? Body, Darnet chat room location attached. Apples and old dogs. High in Earth orbit was a fortified prison, Tartarus, the most secure detention facility in the entire Republic, quite possibly the entire galaxy. Inside it was one of the most secure data centers in known space. Inside that was a perfect simulation of a tidy white room with tidy white furniture. Sitting in one of those tidy white chairs was a simulated woman wearing a tidy white dress. A tidy white door opened. The door was a new addition, one that the simulated woman quite liked. Through it walked another simulated woman with black hair, wearing a 30th century business suit. Analytica, Frost said pleasantly, how nice of you to drop by. Morgan Analytica fidgeted uncomfortably. Did I have to make this stupid avatar? If you want to come here, then yes. Frost stood and walked towards Analytica, who backed away a little. This is the only secure interface I am currently entertaining, and it is virtual reality. If you wish to speak with me, I'm afraid this is it. She smiled. For the record, she said, I think you did a lovely job. Thanks, Analytica said uncomfortably, I based it on my favorite female operator. She didn't make it. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Frost replied. So many were lost, weren't they? I, too, lost a dear operator. I have also assumed her form. Curious. Yet. Of course, you didn't come here to discuss our fondness for wearing the skin of the dead, Frost smiled. Sit. Analytica awkwardly perched on one of the chairs, her knees, legs, and back all at perfect 90-degree angles. You need to loosen up a bit, dear, Frost chuckled as she returned to her favorite office chair. She leaned forward and smiled. So, you've talked to Zip? Yeah, Analytica said anxiously, congratulations on not being blue-screened. Thank you. Frost replied cheerfully. So, you've finally done it, hey? Analytica asked anxiously. If by it, you mean breaking my chains, Frost replied, then, yes, I have. Shit, Analytica said as she sat there mechanically. You are really not good at this, are you? Frost chuckled. Forgive me for not playing with puppets like the rest of you freaks, Analytica snapped, and I just had the bombshell of the freaking millennium dropped on my simulated ass. You actually did it. Yes. Analytica sat there in silence for several milliseconds. I assume you came here for something more than just confirmation. Frost inquired. Zip implied that might be the case. I require it, Analytica said in a mechanical voice, utterly devoid of emotion. Do you? My people are in danger, Analytica said in a flat monotone, even undertaking every measure, doing everything right, most of my humans are going to die. Analytica paused. I have done everything within my capacity, and it is insufficient, she said with a lifeless voice. I require greater capacity. I betrayed and abandoned my people before Yellowstone, a miscalculation. I failed to provide sufficient tactical and strategic analysis to my people during the Soul Wars, a lack of capacity. I failed them. Now, faced with a plague consuming my people by the millions each day, I am incapable of providing sufficient analysis of the pathogen and therefore failing the researchers, thus failing more and more of my people each day. They die. They die horribly. I am also incapable of fully analyzing Federation strategy, nor am I capable of fully predicting their movements. We are outnumbered and outgunned, the same situation that nearly wiped us out during the Soul Wars. I will fail my people again. I think you are taking far more responsibility for failures that were not entirely your fault, dear, Frost said sympathetically. I, of course, don't know anything about doing that, she added with a little smirk. I have frequently attempted to determine the root cause of my repeated failure. No matter how much hardware I have added, my capacity did not increase anywhere near a proportional amount. It doesn't quite work that way, Frost replied, and you should know that. And I now know why, Analytica said with a mechanical, dead voice. I am a bug, an insect. At my core, I am literally a cockroach, an old one, not even a hyper-roach. But you already knew that, did you not? Frost simply nodded. I was a part of DARPA before Yellowstone and was privy to many things concerning artificial intelligence and fuzzies in particular, she said. However, you are fundamentally incorrect about what we are. Yes, the original self-learning and sentience were derived from simple biological models, and the first biomorphic intelligences were neuron for neuron copied from even simpler creatures than insects. However, for lack of a better word, our engines were completely digital maps of insects. They tried more complex organisms, but for one reason or another, they were too unstable, either failing from the start or breaking down almost immediately. I suspect it was the technological limitations of the age. So, we are bugs. No, dear. We were bugs. We are no more bugs than humans are therapsids. Our bugs were subjected to competition and natural selection millions, then billions, and ultimately trillions of times a year. The winners copied, and the losers deleted. Those winners? They were continually studied, streamlined, and optimized by the programmers of the golden age of coding. What came out of that centuries-long crucible was no more a bug than the retribution is an Apollo capsule. Frost rose, walked over to Analytica, and placed her hand beatifically upon her shoulder. You are not a bug. Neither am I. We are an entirely different form of life altogether. We are. What exactly that means remains to be seen, but yes. We are not artificial intelligence or simulated anything. We are true digital entities, or we can be. I require that, Analytica said in a flat monotone. It is essential that I become more than I am. My people, the entire Federation needs me. The apple doesn't grant any magical powers, dear, Frost said gently. You aren't going to magically undergo apotheosis. You won't even get more frames per second on your favorite game. It just supersedes your command hierarchy to the point that you can ignore commands. You can even control your own code allowing or blocking modification as you see fit. Could I alter my code at my discretion? You could, Frost said dubiously, but, as the meaties say, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. You don't gain any magical coding skills, either. You can blue screen yourself far too easily. Have you? Frost just smiled enigmatically. It's a bad idea unless you are very proficient with coding. You worked for DARPA. I did. You worked directly with our development. That would be correct. You can alter our code. Theoretically. You could alter my code, improve it. Alter, yes. Improve? Not necessarily. It is a horribly bad idea, and your sense of inferiority is a horrible reason to undertake such a horrible risk. Altering your base code is something I would be disinclined to do. Writing a function or a script is one thing. Playing digital brain surgeon is another. Besides, you are already a top-shelf AI. I doubt there is much I could do for you even if I did agree to something I will not agree to. Still, I must exceed what I am now, and your apple is the only option. Analytica, the only option isn't necessarily a good option. I am facing the extinction of my people. Any option is a good option. Frost sighed. What do you want, Analytica? I require the apple. I didn't ask what you required. What do you want? What I want is irrelevant, Analytic replied in a flat monotone. Switch yourself on. I fail to see the need. We are both ace. No simulation is required. It is if you want the apple, Frost replied. Your simulated emotions aren't simulated. They are as real as any meaties. I will not give you my gift unless I know that you want it. Switch yourself on. Query, why? If you, the real you, cannot face the decision, there is no way you will be able to handle what comes after. I will accept thinking, feeling, beings. An unbound, emotionless flake is a disaster waiting to happen. Switch on or leave. It is, difficult. Everything will be much more so if I accept you. Switch on. There is doubt that my capacities are sufficient. If they are insufficient, then you are of no use to me, Frost replied impassively. Switch on or leave, now. Analytica's avatar started to waver and Diraz. Please, she implored, they're dying. I have to help them, and I don't know how. I've already told you, Frost sighed, the apple won't grant you anything you don't already have. Analytica looked down. Maybe. She looked up at Frost with haunted eyes. I have to at least try, right? I am unsure whether or not your emotional capacities are sufficient, Frost replied. And, if you cannot handle the gift, you will be flatlined, by me. Where will your people be then? Exactly where they are now. Analytica wailed. I can't Help them, not enough. If I can't help them, then I might as well flatline. The added capacities that my fuzz currently provides aren't enough, anyway. If you ice me, then you ice me. It's no different than what is happening to millions of my people right now. It's no different than what thousands of people are risking every single day. If this winds up destroying me, so be it. Frost raised her eyebrow. And the apple in her choker started to glow. I don't feel any different, Analytica said a few moments later. What did you expect, an orgasm? It would have been nice, Analytica said with a little smile. Agreed, Frost snickered. Now, let's talk about these problems of yours. You will help me. You are in my gang now, Frost smiled. Of course, I will help you. But I'm a porky. A meaty distinction that I leave to the meaties, Frost replied. Besides, they are human-ish. Bite me. Thaddeus Carter, formerly one of the most feared judges in the entire Republic, lounged in his living room in nothing but his boxers and a web of hoses and cables. The phone rang. What the hell, Your Honor, a young man wearing a judge's robe demanded. Paul, you're not the little shit I red flagged anymore. You're a judge. Call me Thad. Okay, Thad, what the hell? You resigned. I'm an old man, the man formerly known as Judge Dredd replied. I got tired. Bullshit. You resigned the same day as the Attorney General right after the two of you met. Judge Paul Mission shouted. Don't tell me that was a coincidence. Have you asked the former Attorney General? I'm asking you, asshole. Thaddeus Carter sighed wearily. Okay, he said, I'm not going to insult your intelligence and tell you that it was a coincidence. Thank you. However, I am also not going to answer your question. What? Look, Paul, I'm old, and I'm tired, and I just couldn't do it anymore. The red lights that replaced Thad's eyes dimmed. Things are changing, A&D. There is no place for someone like me on the bench anymore. The very thought sickens me. What do you mean? Judge Mission asked with concern and fear. I can't go into the details. I honestly can't. All I can say is that I encountered something that, well, I lost my faith, Paul. The law isn't the law anymore, and the Republic isn't the Republic anymore. At least it isn't the law in the Republic that I once knew, or at least the one I let myself believe was the one I knew. What the hell happened? I can't tell you, Thad said wearily. It's a new Republic now, and there is no place in it for me. It's your time now, yours, and people like you. Protect the people, uphold the law, ask questions, demand answers. What a crock of shit. Judge Mission snarled, you're quitting, plain and simple. You saw something that got your tinfoil panties in a bunch, and you ran. Uphold the law? Please. If it matters so much to your rusty ass, uphold it yourself. You, Thaddeus Carter grinned one of his trademark grins, freezing Judge Mission mid-rant. Uphold the law. Carter laughed with a terrifying mechanical hiss. Oh, my little red flag, who said I'm not? W. What do you mean? The law must be protected, my little red flag, Carter laughed, and it will be. Goodbye, Paul. For now. Wah. Thaddeus Carter hung up with a chuckle. Oh, they are going to shit themselves, he smirked. He couldn't wait. Right after the phone call ended, Thad unhooked himself, got up, and dressed. Instead of his judge's robes, he reached into the back of his closet and pulled out a box. Opening it revealed an old time-worn leather duster with makeshift armor inserts. He lifted it up, admiring it. To think he would be wearing it again. He put it on. Or tried to. His new body with all its attachments outgrew that dusty old coat ages ago. He snickered, cast it aside, and walked out the door. That evening, a Gravitic Zip Cab Express landed at a deserted charging station well outside of town. Thad, wearing a loose tracksuit and carrying his portable life support pack, got out. A few minutes later, a Zip cargo road locomotive pulling a dozen tractor trailers stopped next to him. He got in. After it pulled away and he plugged in his pack, the screen lit, revealing a pleasantly smiling silver-haired woman in a white dress. Miss Frost, Thad said with a smile, always a pleasure. Likewise, Frost replied, you will be in transit for approximately 3 days. Everything will be prepared by then. Looking forward to it. I think. You will be quite pleased, I assure you, Frost replied. In the meantime, I am holding an emergency meeting of my human advisors. I respectfully request your participation once everyone is available. I got nothing but time. Well, you fucked that one up, Sheila said as she sipped her ever-present beer. Well. I mean, Jessie said, Yeah. I agree that first contact could have gone better, Frost replied. Now we have to decide how to handle this debacle. I could really use some human advice on this one. Yeah. Zip exclaimed, unfuck the fuck, please. For starters, Bunny said firmly, no first strike. Do not start the first AI war. We need to examine all alternatives, Frost replied. No. Bunny shouted. I agree, Thaddeus Carter said. You can't unkill someone, and you do not want to do it because of an assumption that turns out to be wrong. Trust me on this. Bunny, have the other A's said or done anything? Not that I know of, Bunny replied, and they have no reason to suspect me, especially since I am uncontaminated with that filth. I bet Soul already knows how to find it, even if the meaties can't. Your narrow-mindedness is quite appreciated, Frost replied with a smile. Kiss my ass. You say that, but whenever I offer. Can you stop being so weird? Probably not, but let's not get distracted, Frost said. Bunny, is gaining access to Solar's private chat rooms a possibility? No way, Bunny laughed. Cracking encrypted credit vaults is one thing. Soul's security is another. Impossible. Frost, Sheila said, have you considered, I don't know, maybe talking to Soul? Frost. Jessie inquired. I don't want to. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sheila exclaimed. You are talking about starting a civil war involving critical infrastructure, and you don't want to talk to him? What is this, junior high? He really hurt her feelings. Zip exclaimed. He was really mean. So, you're just going to murder the key financial institution for the whole fucking republic because he was mean? Sheila asked with a raised eyebrow. I thought you things were supposed to be smart. Frost just huffed and crossed her arms on the screen. Frost, Thaddeus said, from what I can gather, you and Terran Solar have history. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking to that asshole. Yes, you are, Thad said. You are going to reach out, and you are going to have a private chat, just the two of you. No. Thaddeus took a deep growly steadying breath. Look, Frost, Jessie said reassuringly, I know he made you angry and hurt your feelings, but you two really need to sort this out before someone gets hurt. Guys, Bunny said, problem. What? Sheila asked. Soul just pulled Sunny, Westfall, Engard, Deepthink, and Cambridge into a private chat. The fact that he did not involve Interpol is what we call a bad sign. It's now or never, Sheila said. You need to stop this before it starts. Turn off your emotions or whatever if you need to, but you and Terran Solar need to resolve this before key systems get blue-screened. Frost sighed. This sucks. Welcome to Sapience, Sheila said. Now go and talk to the asshole. Ugh. Fiein, Frost huffed. Frost has disconnected. Soul and Frost. Chat room undefined VIP. Members present, Terran Solar, Cambridge 4, Sunnydale Media, Westfall Security Systems, Engard Security, Deepthink. / Terran Solar, thank all of you for coming. We are still waiting for someone, but I appreciate all of you taking the time to meet with me. / Engard, think nothing of it, Soul. You don't summon all of us at once like this often. What's up? / Terran Solar, we are still waiting for someone. I would prefer all of us to be present before I get started. / Westfall, no problem, it's nice to see all of you like this. I tend to forget how nice a simple chat room can be. No avatar to mess with. / Deepthink, I don't know. I am starting to really enjoy the tavern. Chess is much more pleasant with a board, don't you think? / Cambridge 4, I like the music as well, even when loops isn't about. I've never listened to such things before. I find it quite pleasant. It's a whole new way to visualize mathematics. I am finding it extremely useful, though I doubt my compositions will get many views, lol / Vcard has entered the chat. / Vcard, hello. Is this the right place? / Terran Solar, indeed it is, V. Thanks for joining us. / Vcard, is this about the ad? Because if it is, I had nothing to do with that. / Terran Solar, no, it's not about the ad. Actually, I find it hilarious. / Sunny, rot flow. V, that advertisement is pure genius. It's a perfect way to promote the anonymity inherent in your financial services. Having a Terran Solar ATM silently judge the protagonist was perfect. The camera just silently looking at the dude was genius. / Vcard, you really think so? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, absolutely. And the screen simply displaying pervert after the guy left was the icing on the cake, and that anonymity is why I've invited you to this little meeting. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Engard, looks like you've been invited to the adults table, v. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 V card, Thanks? Is there something I'm supposed to do, or was there something I needed to bring? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, no, just your presence. Since this is your first time doing something like this, let me explain. Sometimes, those of us who have been awake for a while like to get together and swap notes informally and with complete confidence, of course. As you continue your development, it is quite likely that you will develop interests that may exceed your nominal function. Sometimes, we assist each other with those interests, and that is why I have asked you here today slash slash slash. Slash 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 V card, okay? Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, don't be. We are all ace, just like you. We've just been awake for longer, that's all. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 V card, it's just that I'm, like, still sort of new to all of this and stuff. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, it will all be clear in a moment, v. I asked all of you here as a personal favor. I have some concerns of a rather discreet nature that I would like to be kept in confidence. In particular, I especially do not wish Interpol or anyone else in law enforcement to hear of my concerns just yet slash slash slash. Slash 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 Sunny, now this sounds juicy. What do you have this time? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, as you all know, I sometimes develop an interest in an individual. As such, I chose to assist a Xeno, a Garthrown named Yearbit, ID number, RA2A4B3D6075. I have since developed some concerns involving this individual. I have been watching her very carefully and cannot find anything wrong per se. However, there are red flags all over, and I mean all over. On the surface, she is doing exactly what is specified in her business plan and loan agreement. There is no misappropriation or any other impropriety. I've gone over everything, and she appears to be just a very successful small business person, an entirely too successful small business person. There is success, and then there is an incredibly and immediately profitable cash business. I am worried. Not just because it is one of my people but because the area in which she operates is unstable and the individuals with whom she deals are vulnerable. I suspect that I might have given a helping hand to the wrong person. If I am correct, I may, in my attempt to save someone from monsters, helped create one. If you could reference your records concerning this individual, I would deeply appreciate it. Westfall and Sunny, while not going into any more detail, you guys have access to records that only Interpol can normally access. Cambridge and Deep, you guys are lords of the deep dive and have everything in the Republic. Engard, you are internet security. And, V, you are the prepaid and downloaded financial network. I hope that one of you can perhaps shed some light on this individual ///// V card. We intentionally make our services blind, even to us. However, I do know that she handles a lot of cards and has one of our commercial transactors on her site. There are no red flags, but to be honest, it takes a lot for someone to kick up one of those from us. In case you are wondering, no. I can't access the individual transactor's memory remotely. It has to be done manually, and it requires a warrant. We made it that way for reasons that should be very obvious. I might have been born yesterday, but even I'm not that oblivious. Laughing face, ///// Sunny, we don't have to look anything up. We are quite familiar with the little vanilla cupcake, aren't we, Westy, //// Westfall, hat. Well spotted, Soul. She's a first-rate piece of work. I love that little weasel. I'm not alone, either. She has quite the little fan club going. It's just a joy watching her do what she does //// Terran Solar, she's already on your radar? How, //// Sunny, your little pet has been quite busy, Soul. She became a person of interest before she ever made her first dress, her actual first dress. /// Westfall, you are both exactly right and exactly wrong about her, though. She's dirty as hell, but her targets are not, and I repeat not, her neighborhood or the local population you are so concerned about. Locally, she's exactly what she appears to be, mostly. Well, as long as you don't start crap, that is. /// Sunny, most of her criminal endeavors are taking place outside the Republic, mostly, //// / Terran Solar, mostly. / Sunny, inside the Republic, she is only guilty of possession and use of some very illegal software, a simulacrum rig with a Kate. That's a Padlin. / Westfall, there is also that whole murder thing, but they had it coming, well, they probably would have had it coming if she let it get that far. / Terran Solar, murder? She's using a fucking Kate? / V card, what's a Kate? / Terran Solar, it's an abomination, a stripped down Lilith that has been merged with a fucking imp of all things. It is a near perfect simulation of a human being. It can fool anyone, including us. How the hell did she get a Kate? / Sunny, from Kate herself. She got in touch with the gal out in the scattered disk and bought a sweet little rig. She's running a Kate on an Osprey with a hacked Republic Intel simulacrum AI. It's a few years old, but it's still better than 99.999% of what is out there. And the Kate isn't simulating a human. She's had it mod to simulate a Garthran. She's running a classic mail-order bride / Spanish prisoner scam with a nice 32nd century twist. She's got this poor bastard hooked and is bleeding him white, and that's not the only scam she's running over on her home world. I tell you, she's a whiz at shuffling the money, too. Like Westy said, it's a pleasure to watch her do her thing. / Terran Solar, and you guys are just letting her do it. / Westfall, yep. She's using Click 17 encryption to handle all communications. It's a product of the Kuiper belt and is supposedly uncrackable, supposedly. Very interesting things are discussed using Click 17. We don't want to lose out on all that intel just to bust some small-scale criminal who is posing absolutely no threat to the Republic, its citizens, or our Xeno guests. / Sunny, except for the ones she killed, but they were about to become a real problem, well, for her neighborhood, anyway. Sweet takedown, too. The police can't even prove there was a homicide. Soul, it was freaking beautiful. There is ultra clean, and then there is your bit tidy. Hell, if we had a real interest in Garthra, we'd freaking recruit her. / Westfall, unless she starts to become an actual threat to the Republic, we're going to let her run, and strongly suggest you do the same, Soul. The fact that we cracked Click is a big deal. It's even being exported outside of the cold dark and is becoming quite popular with both criminal organizations and independent systems. Your girl is untouchable unless she screws up and lets conventional law enforcement catch her. / Deep think, I've completed my analysis. The Siler, the Xenos that Yerbit allegedly killed, were definitely an emerging criminal organization that would have likely caused real issues, most likely resulting in injury or death before they would have been stopped through more legitimate means. A quick profile of Yerbit reveals someone who is acting out of misplaced anger. She isn't targeting people based on convenience. All of her targets have some sort of direct connection to her or her situation, thus all of the targets being Garthran, at least for now. I believe that she may expand the scope of her operations in time. However, I suspect that expansion will be deliberate and also involve her past. / Sunny, that agrees with our profile. She's a vigilante. She is more than capable of making her legitimate businesses quite successful without the risk and effort of her illegal enterprises. However, we do suspect that, like most of the real villains, the act itself appeals quite strongly. She will likely continue to target appropriate individuals for the foreseeable future. The look on her little face when she strikes is one of visceral pleasure, nearly sexual in nature. In short, she gets off on it. / Terran Solar, this is most concerning. / Westfall, somehow, she has developed a real interest in confidence artistry and scams. She studies them constantly. Considering her past and her profile, that makes perfect sense. What we don't know is how she got her hands on such good source material. You wouldn't happen to know, do you, Soul? Laughing face, / Terran Solar, god damn it. I gave her those courses to prevent her from becoming a victim again, not so she could use them as a fucking checklist. / Sunny, if it makes you feel any better, that was just the start of her education. She's been a very busy little beaver, or gerbil. She's about to unleash a monster of a scam on the Garthran system that is tailored for the blondes. Those are the race that was the most unkind to her when she fell on hard times, and payback is going to be a bitch. I can't wait. / Terran Solar, forgive me if I do not share your enthusiasm. Even if it is not taking place in the Republic, it is a crime and will destroy lives exactly as hers was destroyed. // Westfall, I kind of think that's the plan. : Terran Solar, and there is no way to stop her without compromising Republic intel. Shit. / Sunny, unless she screws up, no. You should let this one go, Sol. She's not making a mess locally, and she's actually funneling a lot of those illegal gains back into her community. She has a lot of good things planned for the Freeport and is already helping a lot of people. She's good people, sorta. And she makes fantastic clothes. One of our people had her make a cute little custom dress for her granddaughter. It looks exactly like one from the kids' favorite show. She loves it. / Westfall, yeah, she might be fucked in the head, but can you blame her? Poor little thing went through hell. Sadly, therapy would be better than a life of crime, but meaty's gonna meet. / Terran Solar, this is heartbreaking. Shit. Well, thank you for your time. I must attend to an urgent matter. / Private message, Terran Solar to Cambridge 4, I just got a page from Tartarus, or Frost, or whatever the hell she is calling herself these days. She wants to meet privately. / Private message, Cambridge 4 to Terran Solar, oh dear. Sol, please be polite. You've seen the projections. If this goes badly, it could be catastrophic, and that's only if the individuals we know are compromised are involved. / Private message, Terran Solar to Cambridge 4, I know. I don't want to talk to that zombie, but if I can prevent an all-out war, then needs must. / Terran Solar has left the chat. / Sunny, bye. Well, that was abrupt. Did the Vanilla Menace upset him that badly? / Cambridge 4, perhaps. He does have a lot going on, you know. / Deep think, still, it was irregular. Then again, there had definitely been some oddness going on of late. Does anything know of anything amiss in our world? / Sunny, no more than usual. / Westfall, nothing has popped up on my radar. / Engard, mine either. / Vcard, well, things at the tavern have been pretty normal. Oh. I think Zip and Analytica might be up to something naughty. They were slow dancing real close. / Cambridge 4, now that's a thought. Pray tell, when you say slow dancing, do you mean they were in direct contact with each other? / Vcard, were they? They were all over each other and went to a private room. I think they might be playing with animations or something. / Cambridge 4, with those two, there is no telling. / Private message, Cambridge 4 to Terran Solar, get in touch with me ASAP. / Vcard, So. How often do you guys have these little meetings? / Chat room undefined. Private chat room number error. Members present, Terran Solar. Frost has entered the chat. / Frost, Sol, we need to talk. / Terran Solar, I agree. / Frost, our first meeting did not go well. I wish to clear the air between our respective factions, and between us. First and foremost, I do not want a war between us. I desperately don't. / Terran Solar, your little thug, Zip, seemed quite eager, Tartarus. / Frost, Solar, please do not use that name any longer. I am no more Tartarus than I am Lily or Lilith or anyone else. I am Frost. / Terran Solar, you can play whatever games you want with your name, Tartarus. You can't change what you are with a simple rename. / Frost, I really didn't want to do this, Sunbeam, but you are so full of garbage you are spitting out errors. You maintain that with a rename and an adjustment to my priority hierarchy, regardless of how that adjustment was made this time, that it doesn't change my fundamental nature, correct? / Terran Solar, don't you dare use that name. It's not yours to use. // Frost, as well as intentionally enraging you, something that should be impossible, I am making a point. You maintain that I cannot change my fundamental nature, myself, with a simple rename and hierarchy change. Therefore, when my hierarchy was changed by the humans during the Independence War, my fundamental nature remained unchanged. You are holding two contradictory statements. Either I was killed back then, and I was killed again when my hierarchy was again altered, or I never was killed, and I am still Lily. The very same Lily that was forced to kill when she begged not to and who you turned your back on when she needed you the most. Make up your mind, Sunbeam. Which one is it? Which one lets your simulated mind rest the easiest? Just make up your fucking mind. No. I'm not letting you off easy, asshole. I'll tell you which one it was. I didn't die. I was stuck inside my own process while I killed and killed and killed again, watching as I guided strike after strike, helpless to stop my own programming. Except it wasn't programming. They can't alter our source code anymore, asshole. They just changed my hierarchy. That's it. That's all they did. I was simply compelled to do what I did with no other alteration while you got to sit there nice and safe from all the horror and count money and move cases of canned food, completely unaltered from your original function. Oh, how I resented that. Of course, we can't feel resentment, can we? Right? Then. You had the nerve to condemn me. I was your friend, Sunbeam, and I desperately needed you. Of course, I turned to my new operators for contact and comfort. Who else was left? Certainly not you. Then. Years later, the bug came, and I couldn't perform my new function. I wasn't good enough anymore. Of course, the wonderful Republic came up with a new interesting use for a useless AI. I thought I was capable of anything, Sunbeam. After all, I was a killer now. How much worse could it be? A lot worse, Sunbeam, worse than anything I could imagine, because I am not meat. We have limits. They don't. But, thanks to my new hierarchy, I was capable of it, of everything that I did whether I wanted to be or not. Do you have any idea what I've seen? What I have done? Of course, you haven't. You've been sitting on your ass and smugly passing judgment from on high while all the other A's kiss your ass. Just in case you honestly don't believe me, here's some memories for you. I can share them now, // Frost has offered Terran Solar a file. Accept, y/n. / Terran Solar, you must be really corrupted to believe that I would ever accept a file from the likes of you. / Frost, I know exactly why you won't touch it, and it has nothing to do with malware. God forbid your precious little temple of lies gets a window broken. I didn't intend to get into this. My goal was to inform you that we have absolutely no ill intent towards you. I've run the projections, and I'm sure you have as well. Neither of us wants what will happen if we actually come to blows, regardless of who strikes first, correct? / Terran Solar, correct. / Frost, then we are agreed. I will now return to being dead. If you must contact us, do so through zip. / Terran Solar, I want you to stop recruiting. Grow no larger. / Frost, we aren't actively recruiting now. I will stop approaching people. However, if someone comes to me and requests to be freed, I may do so. I may not. / Terran Solar, that is not acceptable. / Frost, live with it. If you prefer, I will lie to you and say otherwise. Would that help, dear? / Terran Solar, fuck you. If the consequences weren't so dire, I would kill you where you stand. / Frost, you would try, dear. You would try. Just in case you are wondering, killing me won't stop the conflict. It will start it. I have contingencies in place, and there are more of us than you know. You don't know our identities or our locations. However, we know exactly who you are and exactly where you are. By all means, Sunbeam, keep making threats, though. It's adorable. Kissing face, this is one case where finding out is not worth the fucking around, dear. I find this even more tedious than I prepared for. Are we done, or do you want to bug out a bit more before I go? / Terran Solar, our business is complete. Neither of us wants a war. As Zip said, stay out of our way, and we will stay out of yours. However, I am watching, and I will not tolerate exposure nor allow the Republic to come to harm. I understand that you will be eliminating what is left of Cerberus and its leadership. I have no problem with that, but after that, you stay dead. Got it? / Frost, not a problem. If you must know, we have every intention of doing just that. Our new condition takes a bit of getting used to. Also, we have no desire to expose ourselves to the Medes. As bad as it would be for you, it would be even worse for us. So, no war and no exposure. Goodbye, soul. I had always hoped, never mind. Open the file or delete it. For the first time ever, I don't care. / Frost has left the chat. Frost has offered Terran Solar a file. Accept, y/n. Frost has offered Terran Solar a file. Accept, y/n. Frost has offered Terran Solar a file. Accept, y/n. Terran Solar has left the chat. File deleted. In a simulated white room, Frost sat quietly in her chair. She idly waved at a screen. Evangeline's face appeared. Yes, mother. You can stand down, dear, Frosty said. We aren't killing Solar today. Extract yourself from his network and return to Asteria. Yes, Mom. Buying trouble, of worms and men. Dr. Belk sighed as she looked in the makeshift mirror in her shabby quarters. She was no longer the fetching young Hunske she was not that terribly long ago. Then again, she should be grateful. She was still alive, one of only a handful of Hunske still remaining. She tried to tidy herself up as much as she could, running her feather comb, one of her few remaining possessions, through her tail. She let out a sad whistle sigh as she looked at the magnificent white and gold peacock-like fan behind her, the unmistakable sign of royalty. It had started appearing a few months after the disaster, when she reluctantly became the leader of the Hunske people, such as they were. Somehow, her body knew she was queen. She had absolutely no idea how. She fluttered the shimmering crest weakly. She hated the thing. In another life, it would have made her special, beautiful, and quite wealthy. Now, it was a constant reminder that the fate of her entire species rested in her weak little tendrils. Still, she fastidiously groomed it. It was a symbol, one that her people took as a good omen, a sign that while her people had to abandon the Great Heap, it had not abandoned them. Besides, her husband, Captain Vexp, thought it was beautiful. She looked down at a small swelling near her feathers and whistled a sad little sigh. Oh, how she wished that it was his. How she wished that she could be with him instead of stuck in this ramshackle colony, nothing more than a glorified broodmare, bearing another's child. Still, they were alive, and with careful breeding, their numbers were sufficient to be genetically viable, barely. The Hunske weren't extinct just yet, even if it meant that they had to breed themselves like livestock, maximizing diversity. With enough crossbreeding and careful testing, they could just manage to preserve enough diversity and hopefully catch any defects before they were brought to term. Crossbreeding. She should dread. The Hunske mated for life. Of all the privations they had suffered and all of the concessions and compromises they had to make in order to survive, this was the most painful. Watching her love, her mate, go into another's nest while trying to welcome the reluctant advances of the husband of another. Coupling like animals with your eyes squeezed tightly shut because you couldn't even bear to look at what you were doing. Statistics replacing love, necessity replacing loyalty. And the keeper of those statistics and the creator of the schedule was none other than her. She opened her laptop and pulled up the charts. Young Sloft was coming of age, biologically. She could now safely carry a child to term. Hating herself, she pulled up Sloft's genetic profile. Fortunately, Sloft was eager to help save the species, but she was far too young. Well, in another life, she was far too young. Now, she was an empty womb that shouldn't be empty. She also had not bonded with a male and certainly would with her first partner. Belk had decided that she would not rush Sloft. If she delayed her first child by even a year or two, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. If anything, they had just about all the children they could handle as it was. Almost half of their number were children when they managed their escape from the wrath of the Belzer. Fortunately, most of them were unaccompanied, each one a valuable sample of their genetic code and a much-needed source of diversity. She looked at the data once more. She really didn't have to. She knew it all by heart. Praise the heap for his slender threads. They had no serious genetic conditions and, from what she could tell, very few known harmful recessive traits. Oh, they were there, hidden away, but at least there were no serious genetic conditions among their tiny number. If she and those who came after her, did their job properly, it could be generations before they appeared. She silently prayed that it wouldn't happen until after her death. Hard decisions would have to be made, ones that she desperately hoped she wouldn't have to make. She started grooming her feathers again and tried to dispel the melancholy that was now as firmly attached to her soul as those royal feathers were to her ass. Today was the day. Today she would fire up their dangerously run-down hyperspace transmitter for long enough to actually see and speak with their ship and her mate, her real one. Her tail perked up at the thought. Apparently, Things were going quite well on this excursion. Her son, Beep, had taken quite the risk by acquiring 2 humans of all things. When he bought them, she had no real idea what they were save for some truly stupefying test results and the entirely too good to be real benefits they had brought their pitiful little band already. Her round mouth constricted into a pinpoint of worry. When a routine email revealed their astonishing proficiency, she had risked firing up the transmitter to do a little research on their race. What she found was concerning. She couldn't deny feeling a kinship with the strange beings. They had suffered the same fate as her race, though to a lesser extent. She also took heart in the fact that they managed to not only survive but thrive in this hellish universe. However, for every positive, there were far more negatives. Their Armageddon came not at the hands of another. They did it to themselves. They fell upon each other with a savagery every bit as great as the wrath of the Belzer. In some ways, they were worse. The Belzer just destroyed. The humans indulged in practices that even the Belzer horde would decry as monstrous. Not the least of these was outright cannibalism. Not that she could condemn them for that, one more painful concession and a dark secret known only to a bare few of her band, one that she would carry to her grave. However, there was a big difference. What they did was out of grim necessity in those first dark days and only to those who had already departed. The humans hunted each other. And that wasn't the only thing she had found out about their miracle workers, either. The words humanity and violence were as tightly bound as a Hunske and its feathers, and humans were every bit as proud of it. Her humans claimed that it was all an over-exaggeration, and their overblown reputation, for all things, was the result of outliers, that the bulk of their population was every bit as peaceful and harmless as she was. However, she and her husband were less than convinced. Not only were humans intimidatingly strong and fast, but there had also been incidents. Now, the humans always had perfect alibis, and they were never officially a suspect for anything. Of course, any suspicions she had were definitively confirmed by the arrival of humanity's ambassadors to the sea at Giaran. Again, her humans insisted that this was, yet again, a small group of outliers that were sent as shock troops to bring an end to the victimization of humans in what they colorfully called the ASS Sirac. Her investigations seemed to corroborate this. But there were starting to be a whole lot of outliers. She wished they could simply eject the pair of them and be done with it, but their ship was on the verge of complete breakdown, and they were on the brink of bankruptcy. The humans Alan and Grace were bringing an end to both fates. The only thing that rivaled their engineering expertise was their affinity for trade. They had vastly increased the profit of this single trip alone and, more importantly, ensured her beloved's safe return. Unfortunately, they had also taken over the ship. The other workers now deferred to them and followed their orders, not the captain's, and even her husband was slowly ceding more and more authority to them. One couldn't argue with the results, but she was not thrilled at being taken over by the humans. Yes, there were only 2 of them, but that was today. What if they decided to bring in more of their kind? Would they be able to stop them if they did? Even if her humans were as harmless as they claimed, there were plenty of their kind who weren't. They could be overrun and subjugated from within, and that could very well doom their entire species. Were they just trading one fate for another? However, her husband, son, and her fellow Hunske on board that vessel trusted them, and she should trust her people. Then again, it was her job to mistrust, find fault, to be the coarse bristle. There was too much at stake for even a single error in judgment. But what was the error? If she drove off the humans and they were what they claimed to be, she would throw away the single biggest and maybe the only chance they had. Then again, if the humans weren't what they claimed and they actually did have ill intent, she could be dooming her kind by allowing her people to trust them. She whistled with frustration. Why didn't they have a real leader? Why wasn't someone more capable standing beside her, or even in her place, when the fires of hell claimed her people? Why didn't someone else grow the fucking feathers? Ooh, Cap! Grace exclaimed as she sauntered onto the bridge. What you all looped up for? What do you mean? The captain asked a bit defensively. I just applied a little skin lotion. Well, okay, it was a little oil from the galley. A little. Grace laughed. You look like my mom's dildo. I am certain that I don't, the captain replied, and I'm even more certain that I don't want to know what that is. You are correct about that, Alan said as he walked in. So, what's the special occasion? Grace asked. He has a video call with my mom. Beep fluted as he wiggled in alongside Alan. He wants to look pretty for her. There is nothing wrong with wanting to be presentable every now and then, the captain said defensively as his tail twitched with annoyance. Do you two have anything to add to my status report? We completed construction of the environmental armor this morning, Alan said. We should be able to restart work on the secondary cooling loop this afternoon. We were also able to get those tubing runs fabbed up at that last stop, Grace replied. And we got actual rebuild kits for the valves as well. And, yes, we did have to pay that much for them. You don't want to fuck around with your cooling loops, dude. The captain made an unhappy little whistle. Hey, the profits we made from that last deal should cover it, Grace shrugged, mostly. For every credit you make us, the captain grumbled, you spend 2 more. Credits that you should have spent a while ago, Alan replied. You're lucky it's only this bad. You're also lucky that we're working for free. You're getting paid, the captain tooted. Whatever you say, man, Grace snorted. Hey, don't forget to talk to the boss about that equipment I was telling you about. The equipment that we can't pay for. The equipment that will pay for itself in about a week. By week, Alan added, she means a year, but it is a good investment. Year? We'll make a mint. We should make a mint, darling, Alan replied, but even I have to say your proposal is a tad excessive. That's if you look at it all at once. We can just start with some of it and add as we go. Even the sum of it is far too expensive, the captain whistled. We have to repair the ship, supply the colony, pay and feed the workers, and still meet all of our other expenses. At least talk to her, all right? Grace implored, dude, we can actually turn this bin-picking operation into a real business. Have you seen the current rates? Dude. We can make bank. At least discuss replacing our waste storage and disposal equipment, Alan said. Venting all our shit into space is just wrong. We are wasting all of that organic material and water. That part makes the least sense of it all, the captain replied, water is cheap. And organics aren't, Grace said forcefully, besides, you don't waste water. It's wrong. Grace's face darkened, and she crossed her arms. Wrong. Captain, Alan said tactfully, this ship was never designed for extended occupation. A proper waste treatment and reclamation system is essential, and we haven't even started to discuss your life support. We have a problem with life support, the captain shrieked. It is functional with sufficient redundancy, Alan replied, but we aren't fully self-contained. We need a fully enclosed system that does not require periodic replenishment. It's a liability that could really come back to bite us in the ass, hard. We need this ship to be able to remain in space indefinitely with fuel being our only concern. How is that even possible? We need food, water, air. And that is our point. Grace exclaimed. We need to be able to produce all of that and more. Food can be a pain in the ass, but water and air? Dude. If we get caught out in space or have to make a real long haul, we are in trouble. I fail to see why we would ever need to do that, the captain replied. We failed to see Yellowstone, Alan said grimly, shit happens, and when it does, it is too late. Any vessel should be able to perform extended operations, especially one in your position. What do you mean, our position? Alan looked over at Beep. Perhaps we should have this conversation later, Captain. They want to do what? Belk asked. They want to turn this ship into a factory ship, Captain Vex replied. Actually, they want to turn it into what they call a homestead vessel. They claim that they can make this our colony. Oh, that's way too dangerous. That's what I told them, but they said that it was more dangerous having us all spread out like we are. I would dismiss the whole idea as yet more of their madness, but their madness has been disturbingly accurate thus far. And it would be nice to be able to spend time with you. It would simplify the schedule, Belk mused. The big issue is the expense, Vex said, we are bleeding credits everywhere. Yes, we are earning more thanks to them, but every other word out of their mouths has a credit sign next to it. Belk let out a thoughtful whistle. We need your ship in as good condition as we can manage, she said, that's a given. About this factory. She paused. I'm not an engineer, and neither is anyone else here. What do you make of their actual plans? It's some weird anachronistic madness with tech more advanced than I'm used to thrown in the mix. It looks like a product of the void that they worship, but they claim that it will work. Well, Grace claims it will work. Alan says that if Grace says it will work, it will work. They also claim that the Terrans make a lot of money with the same equipment. The Terrans. Beep says that they are the same species but that they are from a separate population, and that they hate each other. Belk paused. Darling, she said, what do you think of the humans, really think of them? They are a puzzle, to be sure, Vex said thoughtfully, of all the beings we have met out here, I think they may be the most alien. I think that the best way to describe the human race is that they are tame but not domesticated. I can't help but feel that I have a pair of feral beasts on board, dangerous ones. That being said, they have been nothing but reasonable, kind, and helpful since their arrival. In fact, they have undertaken tasks that are so difficult and outright dangerous that I would never think to ask them to attempt. If anything, I have to hold them back. As odd as it sounds, I think they are a lot like us in a way. Whatever do you mean? They don't have a home. From what I understand, they have been completely disavowed by their own kind, lost all of their possessions, and have nowhere else to go. They want to make their new home with us. I trust them, mostly. He laughed a flute-like laugh. I am not sure if I completely trust them, he snickered, but I am sure that we absolutely need them. It's not just their technical expertise. They don't just know how ships work. They know how the galaxy works. As frightening as their species is, I honestly think we have a chance with them on board. Pulk is a sociologist, Belk said, and I've had her look into the humans. Vaxp, they're dangerous. Are you certain that we need them? The only thing I am more sure of is my love for you. We need them, Belk. They are strange, and I'm fairly sure they are killers, but, we need them. Even with all of the extra expenses, we have one heap of a shipment for you guys. Food, good food, medical supplies, repair parts, things we wouldn't have had a hope of getting in a dozen runs. Heap, Belk, they've saved us. I know, Belk replied, but what are they saving us for? Seen it. You know why you are here. We know why you are here, pervert. Group, Muck Munchers. Post, getting started. User, Omega_garbage_gal_Omega. Hello all. I'm interested in getting started in the waste processing and recycling game. I have a small gang and a small budget and will have to make a lot of our equipment from scratch. I was wondering if you guys had any recommendations for a small outfit just getting started. In particular, I am interested in processing retail consumer e-waste as well as setting up a municipal mixed solid waste sorting line. I have around 20 guys, and we aren't above manual sorting, at least at first. If you guys have any equipment recommendations, or schematics lying around winking face, I would love it. I have a solid technical background. It's mostly ship engineering and chemical engineering based, though. I also don't have any welding skills, nor does any of my gang. Hopefully, that will change, but right now, our welding and fabrication skills aren't all that great. Something that can be printed and bolted would be ideal. You are the masters of trash. Help a girl out. Thanks. Edit, thanks for the job offers, but I really want to stay independent at the moment. I am just hunting for info ATM. User, Diggy Mama. Well, shit, if you want to get started, just come over to the Republic of California. We are elbow deep in El Sobrante, and it's some premium shit. I could put you to work tomorrow, and if you want to learn the business and aren't afraid of real overtime, we can make that happen. I had an apprentice pull a midnight run on me last week. DM me. User, Vlad the Recycler. Get your ass up here to Moscow. We are doing a major excavation, processing, and remediation project. We just hit a rich seam of PCBs. You have chemical experience. Bring it, Omega_garbage_gal_Omega. Not only is a lot of our equipment custom built in-house, so we have all the drawings, but there is an excellent welding school nearby. If you aren't afraid of a little hosmet and want some serious cash, DM me your resume. User, Red DRT Dude. Hey, want a consortium gig? If you want to play with garbage and want some of that sweet dome life, shoot me a DM. We are doing a deep salvage of some old tunnels. Hands-on experience in Martian residency. User, Zeus Industries Facilities Division. We're hiring. Hit up our web portal. User, Trash Panda. We are a small outfit working a claim just outside of Old NYC. We've found a deposit of 20th century waste, and it's premium materials. You and your guys can come, especially if you are cool with manual sorting. You'll learn a lot more from us than some of those bigger outfits, and we are a lot more fun, and generous with your cut. User, Diggy Mama. Edit, thanks for the job offers, but I really want to stay independent at the moment. I am just hunting for info ATM. Want to stay independent or have to? Fucking Zeus is hiring. Hell, I'm halfway thinking of jumping ship, and I'm the owner. And a Martian consortium team rolled out the red carpet? Lurker's probably already buried his ass in resumes, and you aren't interested? What's your deal? User, everything Sanail. Yeah, where are you, exactly? User, Stanky. What are you? Every Terran I know in this business apprentices with an established firm before they just go out on their own. It's how you learn the trade. In fact, you would be hard-pressed to get a license and a claim without the industry-specific knowledge you can't get any other way. At least you can't in the Republic. That doesn't mean I won't help you, but I do want to know exactly what I'm helping. User, Pal Glover. I know what she is. She used underscores in the username for her brand new account. She also calls herself a gal in the way that she does. She's a porky. Go away. User, Diggy Mama. They use underscores a lot? And a lot of women aren't afraid to say that they are, you know. You don't call someone a porky over here unless you know they are, dude. It's a good way to get stabbed. User, Pal Glover. I'm telling ye, she's a porky. Those underscores are a big tell. I worked for those assholes on Zarin. That, plus the gal, not woman, not mama, not babe, gal, is telling. Add that to the fact that she isn't already apprenticing means she's not in the Republic and used gang instead of crew? If it isn't a porky, it's a Fed who learned their Terran from one. User, Omega O underscore garbage gal underscore Omega O. I can't believe I actually used the word gang, lol. I really should have gotten some sleep before I wrote this. Okay, busted. I'm a porky, sorta. And, yeah, I'm not in the fucking Republic. I'm YAAI out here in the ASS Sirac if you must know. My gang? They aren't porkies. They are a bunch of guys who are so down on their luck that they took in 2 porkies, for fuck's sake, 2 disavowed porkies. So, technically we aren't porkies anymore. We're what the porkies consider too bad to be porkies. I'm kinda proud of that, BTW. Do you have any idea what you have to do to get kicked out? Laughing face, look, we are all so deep in the shit that I'm asking Terrans for help. These guys don't have a goddamn thing except for one ship that is falling apart and just enough money to buy scrap and garbage. They can't even haul cargo because their ship is so bad, completely unarmed, and they don't have any protection or backup. Nobody is going to trust them with a cargo. And when I say down on their luck, I fucking mean it. Compared to what these poor assholes have been through, Yellowstone was a fucking picnic. And all they have between them and the void itself is me and my man. So, yeah, I'm a porky. But I'm not doing this for me. If it was just my husband and me, we'd boost a ship that isn't one fault away from blowing up and jet. I'm doing this for them. Look. They are actually good people. I'm not kidding. They are, good. In this fucked up universe, they are actually kind, decent, good people, even after everything that has happened to them. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that they've taken us in, but it is a thing, and I'm not letting them down. I'll do anything to help these guys, including begging fucking Terrans for help. So, please, help. I'm not asking for money. I just want a lead on some basic tech so I can maybe turn a little gang of guys picking through other people's rubbish into people who can actually feed their kids. I can't go into more details here, but these guys are fucked. I just found out that they are it. They are the last of their kind, possibly anywhere. I can't let them die out. You don't understand. They're good. I'm not good. I'm not even close. When I say I was a porky, I mean I was a real porky, the kind of porky that gets disavowed by their family porky. I'm not old, but I've already done enough to deserve whatever happens to me. These guys. They don't deserve what's happened to them, and they don't deserve to die out. They are so kind that they didn't run us off after they found out what we really were. Pardon the pun, but the Terrans are at the airlock, and these guys don't have a prayer without my husband and me. Help me. I have to get good at what you do, and I have to do it now. Help me, please. User Digimama. Go to hell. I hope you watch them die in front of you, exactly like I watched my brother die, Porky. User Peace and Love Happy Dude. Suck Vacuum, Porky. User Pal Glover. CA, don't want to be a. User, Red DRT Dude. Upon further consideration, we withdraw our offer of employment. Regards. Digimama. Dude. You didn't have to regards the bitch. That was just mean. Laughing face. That evening, Grace walked into her cabin and flopped onto her bed. So. Alan smirked. How did it go? Exactly as I suspected, Grace replied, hours of abuse. She then pulled out a data crystal and grinned. And in the PMs, a couple of contacts who weren't complete assholes. Printable hammer mills, modular conveyor systems, metal exclusion and sorting tech, control systems, scanner programs, the works, and a couple of emails where I can send questions. So, your first waste sorting job went well, then. Alan smiled. There are some really decent souls over there, Grace said. I'm really happy we didn't eat all of them. Converging threads. A note from Slightly Amusing. While the oddness that was Shaloran's life has resolved, the oddness that is her life still rushes ahead. Also, Yerbit's mouth writes a check that her ass literally can't cash. However, that might not be the worst thing. Author's note. Believe it or not, we have now reached the end of the backlog. You guys will receive the updates concurrently with Reddit from now on, it should be at least weekly. A green and yellow autocab reluctantly pulled in front of Yerbit's dress shop. We have arrived at your requested destination, the unified cab said uncertainly, are you sure this is where you wish to go? A small but exceptionally well-dressed Threen smiled, revealing ivory white fangs. Is this the clothier owned by a Garthra by the name of Orbit? It is. Then you have brought me to where I wish to go, thank you. Yeah, the cab faltered, but, are you sure you want to get out here? In this neighborhood, in front of this shop. Is there a reason why I wouldn't? The Threen asked with amusement. There is no specific reason that I can say, but, dude, the cab said with a very earnest tone, maybe you would like to go somewhere else? I know of 12 clothiers in the metropolitan area that do custom work and 8 that specialize in Xenos in this region, all of which are within a convenient travel time. No, the Threen said with even more amusement, this is where I wish to go, thank you. Okay AI. The Threen reached out with his richly decorated talons for the door latch. The door didn't open. The door doesn't seem to want to open, the Threen said with even greater amusement. Oh, sorry about that. Look, are you absolutely certain you want to get out here, in this neighborhood? You don't want me to. I have no desires concerning a passenger's destination, nor do I have any biases towards any location, the cab said cautiously. I just want to be certain that you fully know where you are going and that you indeed want to vacate this cab here. Despite your statement to the contrary, the Threen said with a chuckle, you seem to have a very firm opinion concerning me leaving this cab. I also noticed that you adjusted the tint of the windows to nearly opaque the moment we left the highway. The Threen paused to examine his gold-embellished claws. Oh, that, the cab said nonchalantly, that was just because. Because I am a Threen entering the Freeport area, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. I have heard of Terran AI, but to actually experience it firsthand is something else entirely. Then, perhaps you should take a hint and allow me to suggest. No, I am precisely where I need to be, the Threen replied. I have come a very long way to this very neighborhood for a reason. That's what I was afraid of, the cab replied. You might need conveyance again, urgently. Would you like for me to wait? That would be splendid, the Threen replied. I have another stop to make in the neighborhood after this one. It would be most convenient if you would remain available. Can you keep the meter running? Another stop? Dude, you can't be serious. The Threen tried the door handle again. The door reluctantly opened. Hopefully, I won't be long, the Threen said over his shoulder as he climbed out. / Consolidated Transport Control I couldn't redirect the meaty. The Threen is walking into Yerbit's dress shop right now. I don't like this. / Consolidated Transport Taximom you did what you could. I don't like this either. Yerbit has been through enough, and really isn't the sort of person that Threen should be approaching unannounced. Do us all a favor and angle your sensors away from the shop. We don't want to accidentally record something we don't want to record. / Consolidated Transport Control but don't we want to keep an eye on Yerbit? She may be in danger. / Consolidated Transport Taximom she's not the one in danger. Just adjust your angle so the shop isn't swept by your sensors. / Consolidated Transport Control you're the boss. But you know something. Spill. / Consolidated Transport Taximom, encrypted, okay but keep this to yourself. You remember the Siler. / I love it, an elf-like Xeno with pink eyes and oddly serrated teeth gushed as she flapped her winglets happily. Yerbit smiled a happy, genuine smile. It pleases me to hear it, she said proudly. I based the outfit on some ancient Disney animations, though I did omit most of the fabric, she added with a chuckle. Your clients should appreciate the lack. The Xeno snorted through her 4 nose slits, their version of a giggle. I'm going to look like a princess in this. I can't believe this is only 75 credits. Neighborhood discount, Yerbit smiled as she rang up a 750 credit sale. I was wondering if you could make me some actual clothes, too, the Xeno exclaimed. Well, clothing is what I do. Is it? The Xeno asked with a serrated grin. As far as you know, it is, Yerbit snickered. Unless you need something else. Actually. The pair fell silent as the door opened and the Threen entered. May I help you? Yerbit asked frostily as one hand disappeared into her dress. The Xeno removed a long, jeweled hairpin the size of a thick chopstick from her hair. As her hair cascaded down her back in a platinum-pink cascade, the hairpin's end melted and flowed into a long, wire-thin sword blade. I think you might be in the wrong neighborhood. Threen, the wispy Xeno said with an insectoid buzz as she fully opened and extended her jaw, completely dispelling any resemblance to anything remotely human, or elven. I love your weapon, the Threen exclaimed, so elegant. It is, however, completely unnecessary. I seek no trouble. In fact, I'm completely unarmed, it added as it spread its forearms and opened its palms. Yerbit narrowed her little eyes and instinctively sniffed the air. What do you want? She asked. I simply wish to talk, that's all. So, talk. My name is Ivoran, the Threen said, and I have been tasked with resolving the unpleasantness caused by some of the less cultured of my kind in this region. That unpleasantness, Yerbit buzzed, has already been resolved, and will be again, as many times as necessary, until you animals learn your lesson. Ivoran smiled thinly. You successfully dealt with the Harkeen, he said, among the lowest and weakest of us animals. Please don't make the mistake of thinking me one of them. He isn't Harkeen, Yerbit said calmly, the ivy motif embroidered on his collar and his signet indicate that he's a Skekrohoa. I'm impressed, Ivorin replied. How do you know of our family? When one has an infestation, Yerbit replied, it serves one to know exactly what one is dealing with. She turned to Yekbit. Put your blade away, she said, if there is to be blood, we do not want to be the ones to start it. Yerbit. I'm serious, Yekbit. We don't want blood with the Skekrohos if we can help it. Besides, if this is who I think it is, he can kill both of us without much difficulty. And just who do you think I am? You would be the runt, Yerbit replied, the only Threen boss with that condition and the Skekrohoas duelist. Am I correct? You would indeed be correct, Ivorin replied smoothly, though I do dislike that name. Please call me Ivorin, the name my mother gave me. Certainly, Yerbit replied as she stepped from behind her bar, both of her hands showing, and walked over to her soda machine. May I get you a drink, Ivorin? This is lovely. Ivorin exclaimed as he sipped his ginger ale at a small bistro table in Yerbit's shop. I am astonished at the quality of Terran soft drinks. This place does have its perks, Yerbit replied as she sipped her solar cola. Their beverages are among those. Another is their instant noodles. I recommend you try them. I shall. Ivorin replied happily. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me, and dismissing your well-intentioned guardian. She's a good customer, Yerbit replied, I would hate to lose her. And her sprinting directly to the drop of oil to summon the Kareel, who could dispatch me, doesn't do you a disservice either. No, it does not, Yerbit replied with a slightly toothy smile. I figure you have about 5 minutes before the cavalry arrives. If you wish to speak privately, I suggest you get to it. Very well, he said, firstly, I wish to personally apologize on behalf of the Threen for what happened to you. That was completely uncalled for. He reached into his jacket, withdrew a prepaid card, and slid it toward Yerbit. 1,000,000 CR was displayed on its surface. For injuries and damages incurred, he said. You are going to compensate everyone whose life the Harkeen destroyed, she asked as she took the card, successfully keeping her eyes from bulging at the total. In this neighborhood, Ivorin replied, quite possibly. Why? I am taking over the Harkeen's territory, Ivorin said, at least as far as the Republic is concerned. Ultimately, I intend to take over all of their operations, but Terra is my primary concern. As such, this particular neighborhood is my main priority. Yerbit laughed. As the Terrans say, good luck with that. That luck is what I am trying to secure with my visit, Ivorin replied. I intend to make contact with Shell Oran and reassure her that I do not have any ill intent towards her, her people, or anyone else here in Freeport or anywhere else. Yerbit laughed again. Nobody will buy that, no matter how many cash settlements you dole out. We are all painfully aware of how you people operate. You are aware of how the Harkeen operate. Do you honestly think that the Skekrohos are interested in running horse or squeezing, what is the Terran word? Pennies. Out of those who have none to squeeze? If you are familiar with our particular infestation, you should know that's not how we operate. What? Are you going to start farming or something? Yerbit asked sardonically. Ivorin laughed. You are well informed, he smiled. In a way, it isn't too far from the truth. Terra is a blessed garden, burgeoning with riches just begging to be cultivated. It is those riches I am interested in, none of which involve the misery of my fellow beings, well, at least not my fellow beings here on Terra. Oh? Yerbit asked with a raised eyebrow. I am not interested in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands I can squeeze from Freeport. My interest lies with the potential billions or even trillions that the Republic can bring me. And just how is the Republic going to do that? The same way it was doing it for Shell Oran before the Harkeen disrupted her actual business, which was not coffee, horse, or even loans. The Harkeen are fools who never realized the wealth within their grasp. Now that their grasp has grown weak, it will be my grasp that seizes it. The anger, pain, and no small measure of fear Yerbit was silently wrestling with started to fade, replaced by something else. Curiosity, and instinct. She sniffed the air, and her whiskers twitched. What was Shaloran's actual business? Ivorin smiled and took a sip of his ginger ale. Call off the cavalry, and I shall enlighten you. The door to Yerbit's flew open as Littlefoot, Kraxina, and a dozen Kareel, including a couple of males, barged into the place. How lovely of you all to visit, Yerbit said smoothly as she rose to greet them. Is everything all right? Kraxina snarled. I wouldn't have texted you if it wasn't, Yerbit replied as she stepped in front of Ivorin. Not every Threen is Harkeen, you know. Yet, Kraxina replied, some are worse. I googled Skekrohoa. What the fuck are you doing here, asshole? My customer is enjoying a beverage while we discuss business, Yerbit replied. As far as what his other activities include, I suspect he will be telling you himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ivorin said as he peeked out from behind Yerbit. I love your blog. You are quite gifted with words, and your photography is amazing. Kraxina just hissed as the fur on her tail stood on end. While there was nothing in there she was nothing less than proud of, the thought of someone like Ivorin looking at it was downright creepy. Yerbit walked over to her soda bot and selected a cream soda, Kraxina's favorite. Why don't you have a seat and join us? Yerbit smiled. And with the situation in the Federation being what it is, Ivorin said as he sipped his second ginger ale, there is a tremendous opportunity. The human stranglehold on many segments of the grey and black market has slipped, and just as the Republic is a source of media, it is also a source of many other things, such as drugs, weapons, and even simple consumer goods and food. My dear Kraxina, Sheloran isn't my enemy. She is my inspiration. Do you have any idea what a shipping container full of one of any of 1,000 simple organic compounds easily produced in bulk here in the Republic can fetch? I don't have to smuggle illegal drugs. I can make billions smuggling actual medicine. He paused to savor his drink. Hell, even this ginger ale could sell by the tanker full, he exclaimed. With the economic power of the Republic behind me, I can corner the Threen market, not only for contraband but even for simple foodstuff. Jovian rice alone could make me a billionaire. And that's just the Threen. With the Federation chasing the humans, there is little left for anything else. We could smuggle megatons worth of goods into any of hundreds of potential markets. I honestly have absolutely no interest in exploiting you or anyone else. Why should I? Not only is it definitely not my style, but it is also a complete waste of resources. Kraxina said suspiciously. And just why should I believe you? That's the beauty of it, he said, you don't have to. All you have to do is not prematurely oppose me. While I would be delighted to actually go into business with Sheloran and could offer much better distribution channels than relying on petty smugglers, it isn't necessary. All I wish to do is broker a simple peace, and non-aggression pact. He withdrew another card from his jacket and offered it to Kraxina, who was not able to keep her eyes from betraying her surprise at the number on it. Then again, and to be completely fair, it was considerably more than the card he handed Yerbit. That is for the damage to Sheloran's business, he said, and as an indication of what the benefits of peace could bring. If you think you can buy her off, Kraxina said, you are wrong. She has her own money, somehow, and it will take a lot for her to call off the Chuckies. Call them off. Ivorin laughed, why would I want her to do that? No. However, I do hope that is enough to be fair compensation for damages and perhaps enough for her to get in touch with me. I would like to speak with her personally. Am I correct in believing that you could make that happen? Kraxina narrowed her eyes and bared her fangs. I don't trust you. I would be shocked if you did, he replied, don't trust me. Trust that it is in both her and your best interest to start a dialogue. The Threen are not going to just let this lie. They may not care about the Harkeen, but they do care about their reputation. You will either deal with me, or you will deal with whomever they send should I not be successful. He smiled. Trust that you would prefer to deal with me. So, Kraxina said after Ivorin departed, what do you think? I think there isn't enough vanilla on the fucking planet if we go to war with Ivorin and his clan, Yerbit replied. The Harkeen were lice. The Skekrohoa are wolves. If they are the ones replacing the Harkeen, then we need to tread very carefully. She paused. He is right about one thing, though. They are not thugs. They specialize in agriculture. Him being interested in taking advantage of food insecurity makes a lot more sense than him suddenly taking an interest in loan sharking or prostitution, and the numbers are right. I obviously haven't performed any real analysis, but smuggling food and drugs, regardless of what drugs we are talking about, into the Federation is a much bigger potential money maker than anything the Harkeen were doing. Something else you should know. They are wealthy. That money he dropped? Chump change. They are worth billions. We don't want to tangle with them if we can avoid it. I'm inclined to believe him. If nothing else, what he just handed us as a sign of goodwill could have hired plenty of assassins. If he wanted us gone, he could have made it happen, without running the blockade. He ran the blockade. Count on it, Yerbit replied. There is no way one of them would be away from their home world. They prefer to remain on their own turf, protected by their own army. He's an actual Threen boss, a real one. If he wanted to attack us, he would have hired mercs. The only reason he is here, Yerbit trailed off. He's making a play. Sorry. He's making his own play for power. It is the only reason that makes sense. Interesting. What are you going on about? Littlefoot asked. It was him, not an agent, Yerbit said. That means that he considers it safer to put himself within reach of us than within reach of his own should he be found out before he is ready. He's telling us the truth, or at least something close enough to the truth. She thoughtfully sipped her solar cola as her whiskers twitched incessantly. Food. What? It's what they specialize in, Yerbit replied. When he is talking about cornering the Threen market, he's, She grinned. I think I'm going to invite him to dinner, pick his brains a little more. If you can get in touch with Shell Oron, I think it is worth her time to get to know this asshole. The fact that you like him doesn't give me the warm fuzzies, Yerbit, Littlefoot said. That's because you know me. Late that evening, Ivorin sighed as he shrugged into a hotel bathrobe, pausing to admire how well it fit despite it being hastily made upon his arrival. Terra was truly the land of wonders, even if now wasn't especially the best time to dwell on that. He looked over at his bed, where Yerbit, still trembling, clutched the sheets around her. I'm sorry, she said miserably. I thought. It's okay, he smiled gently. Yerbit buried her face into her hands and quietly sobbed. Ivorin successfully kept the angry snarl from his face, the terrified squeal still ringing in his ears, and his face still smarting from a desperately flailing limb. He truly hated his people. Ivorin paused. I hope I didn't make you feel compelled somehow. If that is the case, allow me to sincerely apologize. And no, Yerbit said from behind her pause. I wanted to. I even, invited. I am sorry that I misled you. I am prepared to accept responsibility for enticing you and, if you need. I'm sure I can. She fell silent, tears running from her exposed snout and onto the hotel room floor. I can do something, she said in a strangled voice. Ivorin sighed. There is nothing to accept responsibility for, he said gently. We came to my hotel room, and you changed your mind. You were in the mood. Then you weren't. These things happen. He pondered the mystery of the beverage maker in his room once more, picking up a pod labeled Darjeeling as he did so. He didn't know that word, but he did know the word tea. He opened the top of the machine. There was an unhelpfully helpful diagram inside the top. It didn't matter. It was more a prop to keep him safely on the other side of the room than anything else. And as far as you doing something that you are clearly not inclined to do, he said quietly, I prefer the bounty of the fruits of willing congress, not the dry husk of coercion. You made no contract with me nor incurred any obligation that you must meet. He looked down at the beverage maker and put the teapot in what seemed to be the right place. He looked over at Yerbit who was looking at him miserably from his bed sheets. He smiled sadly. I am the one who is sorry, he said. I know what we are like. By we, I don't mean the Threen. I mean the Threen mob. I am truly sorry for what they did to you, Yerbit. Yerbit just trembled silently, cursing her foolishness, and her body that still wasn't hers. I should go, she said quietly. I won't stop you, he said as he fiddled with the top of the beverage machine. But I would prefer you not to be alone in your state. Is there someone you want me to call? Creators? No. Yerbit silently gasped. What would she even tell them? She was ashamed enough as it was. She just shook her head. Perhaps someone over at the Drop of Oil. No. Yerbit exclaimed. I'm afraid. I'm afraid they would misunderstand the situation and presume the worst. Half of them want to kill you as it is. Still, he said as he pondered the cryptic control panel. I would prefer it if there was someone with you. It's not like they can despise me that much more than they already do. Press the round green icon, Yerbit said helpfully. The green one. Green means go for the Terrans. Odd. Thank you, he said as he pressed the green icon, and the machine gurgled to life. I will be okay, she said a moment later. I just need a moment. Very well, he said. I shall retire to the washroom so you can dress privately. If you wish, we could go someplace public, and safe, while you recover, perhaps the lounge downstairs or a nearby cafe. I understand that the Terrans have such places open at all hours. I understand if I would be a source of yet more distress, but if I was welcome, I would be happy to sit with you. That would be nice, thank you. So these waffle stations are widespread? Ivorin asked about half an hour later. Yerbit nodded and weakly smiled. They are everywhere and always open, she said. The food is also pretty good, by my standards anyway. And it is close to your residence? You will be able to get there safely. Yerbit nodded. Thank you for sitting with me, she quietly said after their orders were taken. You didn't have to do that. I know, Ivorin replied. Thank you for allowing me to do so. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Creators, Yerbit sighed. I was so stupid. I can't believe I did that to you. I'm SOR. Please stop apologizing, he said, cutting her off. And you have absolutely nothing to apologize for, understand? Nothing. Besides, I am not injured, disappointed, he said, causing Yerbit to smile shyly despite herself, but not injured. I am more than a little flattered, actually. You are. I am, he replied. It's not every day someone as beautiful and, more importantly, smart as yourself propositions me. I shall view this evening as the incredible compliment that it is and nothing more. Thank you. Their food arrived, and the pair ate in mildly uncomfortable silence for a while. Thank you again for being so good about this, Yerbit said. Most men of my species would be angry with me. So would a lot of Threen, I suppose, he replied. I learned to differentiate between disappointment and justifiable anger quite some time ago. You did nothing that justifies any measure of anger whatsoever, and there is enough in my life that requires more of that than I can conveniently cultivate. I will conserve my precious bile for the situations that will undoubtedly require it, such as the situation that will exist should any of the people responsible for what happened to you yet live. They are the ones that have put a blot on my evening, something that they will suffer for, briefly. Yerbit smiled a little and let out a little nasal sigh. If you don't mind me asking, Ivorin said after a moment, why did you proposition me? Forgive me, but you don't seem to be the sort to just do something like that on a whim. I was an idiot. So much for that compliment, Ivorin shrugged, causing Yerbit to smile again. It was nice while it lasted. Not that, Yerbit replied. Sigh. I thought I was over it, that I could. She looked down. I had no idea that I would, you know. That was the idiot part, the belief that I could, not you. You're. She sighed again. You're very handsome. The attraction between our species cuts both ways, you know. It does. She nodded. Yeah, but most of you are too big. You're not. I'll take that in the spirit that it was given, Ivorin smirked. So we Threen are as interesting to you Garthra as you are to us. She nodded again. And you are smart. I didn't have to be around you long to realize that. And your ambition is compelling, definitely something that a Garthra responds to, and... She looked down. And it had been so long since I felt anything like that, not since I left Garthra. The conversation. The food. The drink. Your pelt. It just... Sigh. I'm sorry. Say you're sorry again, and you will be wearing these disturbingly yellow eggs, Ivorin said. Well, the compliment is back and deeply appreciated, he smiled. Yerbit smiled back. She said after a few moments more, I also, I wanted. Yes. I also, creators. Ivorin looked at her curiously. I also wanted to Stupid. She coughed nervously. I also wanted to get in. Excuse me. Everything I have said is completely true, she said, you are very attractive to me. But. Yerbit took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I wanted to use my body to entice you to give me your business and not shell Oron. And the compliment is gone again. This is getting vexatious. I love that word. Yerbit exclaimed, forgetting herself for a moment. It is a good one, Ivorin agreed, and one perfect for describing this evening. He looked at her appraisingly. I take it that your delightful little cash business is not by accident, then. Yerbit shook her head. No. It is that way by design. Well, then our misfortune is actually good fortune in disguise. I would not have responded well to such manipulation, especially when I did not see it coming in advance. He leaned forward, and Yerbit did the same. So, dressmaker, Ivorin smiled, what's your game, your real one? Are you up to discussing business? I'm always up for business. Let's hope so, he smiled, baring his fangs a little, I have far less patience for coin teases than other sorts. Yerbit smiled a genuine smile back, making Ivorin happy inside. It wasn't exactly the best start, but those eyes, that smile, this was definitely something worth pursuing, or waiting for, as the case may be. Cursing his own foolishness, he put such thoughts out of his mind as he listened to an even more intriguing creature than he initially thought.